You're still keeping pace. It's not like you're playing poor hockey, okay? God, did I love that game. Do you wish you wouldn't have given up 2 in the third? Sure. You know what I can't understand, and it's funny, Marty, you asked this to me a while ago. You asked me about MacKinnon and said this point streak, how much do you think he cares about it? And I said, he probably doesn't all that much because it's not like his jersey isn't going to be put up, in the Hall of Fame for a 41-game point streak at home over the course of a year. It would have been cool, but I was like, I don't think that he cares all that much. And I still don't know how much he cares. But I can tell you this, it sounds like the team really cares. That was a huge conversation point. Not just after the game from his teammates, but did you happen to hear Riker was between the benches last night doing the color? And as the game went into the shootout, it was Jack Johnson and somebody else who was sitting on the bench next to him. I guess asked him, why doesn't MacKinnon have an assist on that last goal from, well, I guess it was Taves, but it looked like Nico. And they called that unassisted. I still, when I look at the replay, I'm like, it kind of, uh-oh. And here comes Brady Quinn. Brady, can you shut your mouth?
Brady, what did you think about the goal?
I'm trying to do a thing, Brady Quinn. Again, guys, I apologize. We're having issues this morning. And I might have to just let Brady talk for a bit because we can't turn this down.
Coming up after Brady stops talking, you'll answer the question you were just talking about.
Brady, I had a great point I'm trying to get to. Just a great point. And you're interrupting this. Is Jason aware that Brady is talking to me at the moment?
He is, yes.
Okay, good. Oh, I totally agree, Brady. Great call. I'm just going to keep talking, Marty. Or is this a bad thing? Should I stop talking?
It doesn't sound great. I'm so sorry.
Enjoy maybe 30 seconds to a minute of Brady Quinn. I'll be back. For sure. Play the intro again. This is 6 a.m. with Brett Kane. Yes. Let me hear it again, Marty. Come on, turn it up. All right. Welcome to the show, everybody. I'm going to try and get through this Colorado Avalanche discussion without Brady Quinn interrupting me again. I hope you're having a great day. Just know that if Brady Quinn pops in again to interrupt me, I'm going to drive myself over to Fox Sports Studios and burn that place to the ground. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It actually would have been really cool if Brady Quinn could have done that for us during the season, because that sounded crisp. Get him on a microphone, have him talk to me. Okay, so where were we? Texas says, what the hell are you guys doing? To be fair, we're doing nothing. Things are happening. You ever notice that? You ever had that happen before? I didn't do anything. Things are just happening around me. And believe me, if Brady Quinn or Jonas Knox or LeVar Arrington interrupt this show again, we will play the intro. You might get that another 20 times this morning. I don't know. So let me pick up like I was in mid-sentence. So Riker was between the pipes. Or, I'm sorry, between the benches. And Jack Johnson and somebody else asked him, why didn't McKinnon get the assist? I thought he should have. I don't know how that isn't an assist from McKinnon. It wasn't an own goal. You know, they had a couple of things not go their way last night. They're able to kill off the penalty after challenging the second goal for the Rangers. Now, that one, I actually kind of agree. Riker kept saying it's off the glove. I don't know the rule, by the way. I don't know what the rule is. But that didn't look like a hand pass to me, okay? It looked like it just deflected off a body and then it went right in front of, who was it? I forget who scored that last goal. But it looked like it just bounced off of him and it was, put right in, cleaned it up. The 2 goals that were scored were just good goals from the Rangers. Kakko throws it off of the ass of Georgie to tie it up 1-1. But for the Avs to battle back, tie up the game, I mean, that overtime period was so intense. And Shesterkin, God, was he good, especially in that period. You got to OT, and it kind of felt like the Avs, they've been rolling in OT as of late. But Shesterkin was just really good. And he's been up and down this year, but that was a game where he was up. And I wish that Georgiev would... Can we just pretend? Can we do some sort of water boy Jedi mind trick? Remember in the water boy where you started sacking quarterbacks because they said the quarterback hated water? I need to do that with Georgiev, but just convince them that everybody's the New York Rangers. Because if we do that, I think you'll get like one of the best goalies in hockey. Every time he plays New York, he's on top of his game. But the finish of that game hurt, okay? At the end of the day, you play a team that is number 1 in points in the NHL, and the New York Rangers like that. I'm not hanging my head after that type of game. Obviously, you want the win, but it was just a really good hockey. The game of the year that I've seen so far. A battle between 2 titans in this league that, who knows, maybe you'll see that a little bit later, maybe in a few weeks or a couple of months. 303-504-0925. So, I think we fixed the bugs. We do not know yet. Marty looks confused at his computer, but I'm just going to trust that we figured this out.
When you throw to break, we're really going to find out.
Okay. Believe me, everybody listen. If we go to break and something goes haywire, you're hearing that damn intro again. Back after this. Did we do it? Are we okay? I think we're good. All right. So again, if you're listening at the beginning at 6 o'clock today, I apologize for some of the interruptions that were going on very rudely by our friend Brady Quinn, by the way. What, he thinks he's a national show, so he preempts like anything?
He was talking a lot. He was on for like a minute there. There's 3 people on that show. It's just him.
Oh, wow. Now he's got an ego, too. Look at that. Yeah, I know this is a 3-man show, but listen to me speak. Welcome in.
Two things. I think it's that the Broncos have voted to stop.
No. Don't you dare, Brady. I mean, share the mic. Anyway, welcome to a solo hour hosted by me and me alone. Here's all my takes that you love. Marty, I was pretty pumped yesterday. I mean, opening day in baseball. My God, are you kidding? What a great day that is. Until you give up 14 runs in an inning.
Oh, my God.
Not going to lie. The entire time I watched that 3rd inning, because I watched the whole thing, I just thought about how many people are going to say, I told you so, and I don't care. I still love baseball. I love the beginning of the season. You know what? One bad game. Doesn't matter if they lost 3-2 or 16-1, as they did yesterday.
Oh, no!
It all counts the same in the end.
Here's the deal. You take away that inning, it's a tight ball game.
It's 2-1 game.
2-1 ball game. Everybody makes mistakes.
Freeland did not have it. His fastball was getting lit up, hanging sliders. If you watch that 3rd inning, it was almost like it was unbelievable. There's how many hits? There was 13 hits in that inning. 13.
Were there no home runs? It was all just singles and doubles?
No homers.
How long was Freeland out there? Was he there for the whole 3rd?
No.
Thank
He
God.
was there. Well, you say thank God.
He was out there for all.
Problem with
14
Freeland yesterday is that he allowed the leadoff hitter of the inning on base in each of those innings. So in the 1st inning, that resulted in a Gurriel 2-run homer. But Marty, I'll give you exactly what happened in the 3rd. A single.
Do we have time?
An infield single, a walk, and then a single, a double, a single, a fly out to right, and then a double, and then they yank Freeland. They put in Molina. This was Molina's inning. Single, walk, single, double, sac fly, single, to where they went to Jalen Beeks, who Mosier said if he kicked Vic in the groin, he wouldn't know who he is. And you know what? Jalen Beeks actually pitched well. The one thing that was funny, though, is the top of the 4th starts, Marty. And Zach Gallen looks like he's getting ready to start a new game because he's been in the dugout for 35 minutes.
Is that
Not
that must
great.
be the most runs scored in an inning without a home run? It has to be.
Maybe that's true. I'll tell you what Thomas Harding said yesterday. Thomas Harding, of course, of MLB.com. The 14 runs, 13 hits, and 18 batters faced in the 3rd inning against the D-backs all represent the most in all categories by the Rockies pitching in a single inning in franchise history. So they did a franchise worst in the 3rd inning of Game 1 of this season. In all 3 of those categories. But you know what, Marty? I feel good about tonight.
The best part about baseball, right? Dust yourself
There's
off.
always tomorrow.
Except for Freeland, he has to wait a week.
Here's the thing. Let me tell you something. I know that they made the World Series last year. D-backs are good. It's a good team. And they built their team in a way that teams like the Rockies should be doing. They had a couple guys in that roster, Marty, that have been there for 8 years. Christian Walker's one of them. I believe the other. Oh, it was Christian Walker and was it Moreno? Was the other guy? Or maybe Marte. But they got a couple of guys in that roster that Been there a long time. Defensively, the Rockies got robbed before the third inning started. Montero rifled 2 balls that were just great plays defensively. Whatever. Rockies got their butts kicked. We move on. NCAA tournament last night. 3 really good games, actually, in the Sweet 16. Really good. It started off with the UConn game where that felt like what I was nervous about, which was, are we still going to have blowouts every single night? And the UConn game started that way. But Alabama and North Carolina was amazing. Arizona and Clemson, really good game. And Iowa State, and why am I blanking on this? I watched it. Iowa State and Illinois, really good game. If you watch Bama and UNC, now that was taking place during the Avs game, so it might have been difficult, but I was doing the old 2-screen thing. Alabama's got this kid, Graham Nelson, who almost single-handedly won them the game. He made, whenever there was a big play to be had, he made the big play. Over and over and over again. Including at the very end of the game. So he had a chance with 2 free throws to close the game out. He missed both, but on the heave from UNC, he blocks the shot. They come away winners. So yeah, he finished with 24 points, 12 boards, knocked down both of his threes, but all of his shots were just clutch.
For some reason, I think Mosher has Alabama winning the whole thing, or at least going to the championship. And we're like, why? I don't know.
Well, I had Bama. I have Bama losing in this next round. So I had them getting to the Elite Eight. They play a very pro-style offense. It's threes and layups, and it's fast pace, and their new coach or newer coach, Nate Oates, that's over there now. He runs this like an NBA team. Get up and down the floor quickly. Get yourself a quality shot, but make it one of those 3-pointers. Make it something at the rim. Get to the free throw line, whatever. But great games yesterday in college basketball. I wanted to bring something to you guys surrounding the draft. I keep seeing these mocks come out, Marty. I keep seeing these things about, the Denver Broncos. Maybe they're in a position where they want to trade up. You trade up for a quarterback. But these mock drafts have quarterbacks going 1, 2, 3, and 4. In some cases, it's Arizona staying pat and just taking a J.J. McCarthy, to which they would eventually trade Kyler Murray. Here's the question that I have. This has barely happened, ever, in NFL history, that you're going to get 4 quarterbacks going in. I doubt it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe it does, but let's just say the top 6, 7 picks. Almost never. And the question I want to ask is, if that's the case, then this would be an all-time greatest quarterback class in NFL history. That's what it should be anyway, if you're valuing these guys that high. Can we really say that about that? Like, are we convinced that 4 or 5 of these guys are like generational type quarterbacks? Because I'll tell you this. The one that we've heard for a couple years is Caleb Williams. He's been seen as the generational guy. Can you say that about McCarthy? Can you say that about Jaden Daniels? Can you say that about Drake May? Can you say that about Penix? Can you say that about Nix? Can you say that about whoever else is in this discussion? So I went through the history since 1983. Quarterbacks 4 or more drafted in the first round. Okay? You tell me if you notice something in common. In 83, Elway, Blackledge, Kelly, Eason, O'Brien, Marino. I would say 3 out of the 6 were hits. 50%. 87, Testaverde, Stouffer, Chris Miller, Jim Harbaugh.
What has to be a hit? Like to be
If
around
you
for
draft
10 years and win a Super Bowl?
the
Or
way I
what?
look at it, if you drafted a quarterback in the first round, do you feel like you got enough out of it? Obviously, with Elway and Jim Kelly and Marino, you did. The other guys, you did not. So in that in that class in '87, Testaverde, Stouffer, Chris Miller, Jim Harbaugh. I would say one maybe in Testaverde because he played for a long time and he bounced around a whole bunch of teams. But maybe one. Next time, it was 12 years later, 1999. That was Tim Couch, Donovan McNabb, Achilles Smith, Dante Culpepper, Cade McNown. Would you give it two?
Two.
McNabb,
Yeah.
obviously, and then
McNabb.
then probably Culpepper.
Culpepper had a couple good years, yeah.
Next was 2003. That was Carson Palmer, Byron Leftwich, Kyle Buller, Rex Grossman. I would say one. Leftwich was okay. Carson Palmer hit. Now, he did it for a couple different teams, but Palmer was a good quarterback.
Sure.
I don't think I'm going to give that to Leftwich. He was fine. But, I mean, he got replaced by David Garrard. So there's 1 out of 4. The following year, 2004, it was Eli, Phillip Rivers, Ben Roethlisberger, J.P. Losman. That was 3 out of 4. That was a really good one. Next is 2011. That was Cam Newton, Jake Locker, Blaine Gabbert, and Christian Ponder. That's 1 in Cam Newton. 2012, it was Andrew Luck, RG3, Ryan Tannehill, Brandon Weeden. I'd give that 1. Tannehill's just kind of muddled along. Next was 2018. Baker, Darnold, Josh Allen, Josh Rosen, Lamar Jackson. That's 2 out of 5. And then you have 2 more years. 2020 was Burrow, Tua, Herbert, Love. That might be 4 for 4. That could be the best class that we've seen for the amount of QBs taken in the first round. And then 2021 was Lawrence, Wilson, Lance, Fields, and Mac Jones, which may be Lawrence. Maybe. Point in this is, guys, there's never 4 great quarterbacks in the class. The only exception that I've seen ever is maybe 2020, where we've had Burrow, Tua, Herbert, and Love.
What was the other one with Eli, Phil Rivers? What year was that?
Eli Rivers, Roethlisberger, and J.P. Losman. That was 04.
04.
So, yeah, that's 3 out of 4. It's not bad. But when I hear, I think there's 6 to 7 quarterbacks deep in this class, how? It's such a rarity. And maybe I'd think about this differently, Marty. Had all of this like quarterback hype not started 2 months ago, if we were in the middle of the season and we were talking about this, maybe it's different. But it's where I can't buy it. And I'm like, maybe you've pinpointed the 1 or 2 guys that are the ones that you think are the standouts. But that's such a dangerous game to play if you're trading up for the 4th guy that's going to be drafted and you're giving up giant assets for it.
It's tricky, though, because in the list you gave, it wasn't always like the top 3 guys were the 3 guys. Like one of them, Lamar Jackson, was taken, 4th? And he was the dude.
So out of all those, I would say the guys that are outside of like the guy beyond the 3rd one, maybe drafted that amounted to anything. Moreno, who was at the end of the first round. Lamar. Jordan Love. Maybe Jordan Love. I mean, not a big sample size, but he looks pretty good. All I'm saying is, for you to trade up in this draft to take a quarterback, that's a pretty risky proposition given what I just showed you.
What if you're there? What if you're the Patriots? You need a quarterback. Drake May is there.
Well, maybe he's one of the guys that one of the 2 out of the 6 or 7 that you think is a legit franchise guy, and then you take him. But the problem is this. When you're in a spot like that, and this feels like the only position this happens for anymore. You're in a position to take a quarterback, and maybe the guy you really like is off the board, but you draft upon need as opposed to the actual skill. How do you think we get guys like Zach Wilson being drafted that high? How does Trey Lance get drafted that high? He played like How many games did he play since high school? Like 16?
It was one season, then one game.
I think 13,
Yeah.
right? But because you need that position, you entirely overestimate where they are in the pecking order. And I think what the smart teams do, they will draft a player regardless of need. I mean, best player available it's an old trope. It's a cliche. By the way, I know that trope and cliche are different things. I don't know the difference between the words, though. Tropes happen in movies, but I feel like it's the same thing as saying it's a cliche, but somehow they're different. Marty, look it up and explain the difference to me. But the old cliche is best player available. But it actually works. Like, you don't draft based on need. Wouldn't you rather have a really good player at a position maybe you feel okay at rather than an okay to bust player at a position that you needed? That's how you get in trouble. And I think a lot of these teams are going to draft based on need at quarterback, which presents two different situations to the Broncos, by the way. You can find a really good player at 12. If you're not looking at QB, you'll find one. You could also trade down if somebody else feels really quarterback needy and one of these guys is still left on the board. You could do both. So just something to think about here.
So that was a long way of saying don't take J.J. McCarthy.
Oh, you could. You just better be right. Because if you take J.J. McCarthy, it's going to cost you a whole lot of stuff down the line. And so let's say that guy doesn't live up to the billing of where he's drafted and what you traded for. Well, then how are you going to help him when you don't have first-round picks coming? Do you see the difference, by the way, in the two words?
I do. A trope, a significant or recurrent theme. Cliche, a very predictable or unoriginal thing. These are similar.
Isn't that the same?
These are similar, yet subtly different.
I don't get the subtlety between
I
the
don't get
differences.
it either. Stick with cliche.
Cliche works better.
Yeah.
So a movie trope would be what I say all the time. It's the bank robber who wants to retire, but he needs to come back for that one last job. That's a movie trope.
That's a trope, yeah.
But a cliche is
Like a guy that needs to do one last bank job.
yeah, no, it's the same thing. All right, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line if you guys want in a big game tonight for the Nuggets against Minnesota. I'll tell you exactly what's on the line next. All right, Nuggets and T-Wolves tonight. Obviously a big game. T-Wolves nipping at the heels of the Nuggets in the NBA standings right now. A half game back, along with the Oklahoma City Thunder. Thunder have the Phoenix Suns tonight, so that's good news. And if they lose to the Suns and you beat the T-Wolves, that will put you a full game and a half ahead of both of those teams. And what's weird, Marty, is I feel like I'm kind of rooting for the Suns now. I want them out of the play-in spot, put them up near like the 6th seed instead, and just keep sort of rising the ranks, please.
What's happening with the Pelicans?
They're winning a lot.
Yeah.
Pelicans in the 5 seed right now, and only a half game back of the Clippers for the 4 seed.
I meant to mention them the other day because we went through literally every single Western Conference possible like matchup. Didn't mention the Pelicans once.
Yeah, I think the reason for that is because the Pelicans are a nice team. You know, especially Zion being in the lineup for most of this year has really helped him. You really scared of that team, though? Like, they got decent players. I mean, Zion's good. Brandon Ingram's good. McCollum is good. Even Valanciunas, good. Like, they got a roster of good to serviceable players pretty much up and down the entire list. And I still feel like if they play the Nuggets, they get worked in about 5
I'm still
games.
waiting for Zion to be like, that's it for me, guys. I hit 60 games.
Yep.
Peace.
But you're right. They are nipping at the heels of the Clippers for the 4 seed right now, only a half game back. You win this game tonight, you put yourself in a very, very good place of separation between the 2 and 3 seeds. And we're right now 73 games into the season, 9 games left. You win tonight, that takes it down to 8. 8 games with a 1.5 game lead. Pretty good spot to be. You know, the Nuggets, winners of 8 of their last 10. They've been on fire since the All-Star break. The only losses they've had are pretty tough losses, with the exception of maybe this last one against Phoenix, where final score didn't really indicate what the game felt like. But they got a real opportunity here to push this thing in a really good direction for getting the 1 seed by the time everything's all said and done. I would just like to see them prove that Minnesota's little brother still. That's all I want. Keep that mental sort of advantage that you have over the T-Wolves so that if you ever face them in the postseason, they have to deal with some sort of mental thing along with just the physical challenge of taking on the Nuggets. And they need to continue to play good basketball too. This is not like last year with the Nuggets, okay? This isn't a cakewalk to the 1 seed. You know, at this time last year, really with like a month left in the year, they were 7.5 games up, and they could have put it on cruise control, and they did, and then turn it back on the postseason. You know, they aren't like the Celtics in the East right now. The Celtics are up 11 games on the 2 seed Milwaukee Bucks. They clinched first place a week and a half ago. The Celtics right now could put it on cruise control and just say, who cares? But I think the Nuggets need to continue to play a good brand of basketball. And if you take care of business in the next 5-6 games, maybe the last 3, you can kind of take your foot off the gas pedal and get ready for the postseason. I mean, playing good hoops and keeping guys healthy. Top priorities right now, but God, winning would be great to go along with it, wouldn't it? So you got that opportunity tonight. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
And this is like a true game. I feel like every time they play the T-Wolves are coming off a back-to-back, or the Nuggets are coming off a back-to-back.
Right.
T-Wolves didn't play they haven't played since Tuesday. Nuggets haven't played since Tuesday or Wednesday. They should be fine.
Both teams rested heading into tonight, so you should get a good look at what they're going to bring to the table. Just quickly here, by the way, I don't know if we have the audio or not. Steve Kerr was doing his weekly appearance. I think it's a weekly appearance on 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. And He said this about Draymond. They asked him about Draymond's ejection. Remember, less than 4 minutes into the game. His response to Draymond's ejection was that it was, quote, really unforgivable, is what he said. How many times can you go to that well? And how many times can you play that card? You can't have this over and over again. Draymond does something dumb. I say this is unforgivable behavior. And then you throw a hug on him and say, get back in the starting lineup. You rule. You're really important to this team. Like, he is coddled by everybody within that organization. Everyone. The amount of times that guy's gotten in big trouble, like suspension-worthy trouble. And they go, yeah, he can't do that. It's really bad.
Got Jordan Poole shipped out of San Francisco.
I mean, a promising young player who feels like he can't play anymore. His numbers in Washington are atrocious. But you punch a teammate, you choke a guy out on the floor, and the refs give you every opportunity in the world to stay in games and not get caught up with a suspension. So I'm really tired of the Steve Kerr and Steph Curry. Yeah, Draymond can't do that. We're really disappointed in him. Are you? Because no actions prove it. None.
If he does that 10 or 15 more times, I swear to God, dude.
Yeah, it's like you don't even put the kid in timeout. The school has to suspend your kid, and then nothing else happens. Except you just give all this lip service about how disappointed you are. I really can't stand that guy. And I know what you're asking. Who are you talking about? Both. Kerr and Draymond. Both of them. 303-504-0925. Give a shout out to the Pios who eliminated UMass. Keep kicking in the NCAA tournament. They eliminated actually Taylor McCarr, Kale's brother, for UMass yesterday. But they move on. Tomorrow, CU women taking on Caitlin Clark in Iowa. Now, I want to say one thing. We kind of touched on this earlier in the week. I do not like Caitlin Clark. And that's fine. It's okay not to like an athlete. And the reason I don't like her is I think she complains a lot. I think she talks a lot. And I think her body language sucks sometimes. She's an incredible player. Incredible. But God, do I want to see CU beat Iowa by about 40 points. Probably not going to happen because she's incredibly talented. But I'd love to see it. And I don't understand these people who get online and they start talking about, wow, I can't believe you would say that about her. Oh, like she was an athlete? Is that what you mean? It's funny,
I have a
Marty.
whole list of athletes I don't like.
Before I was just discussing Caitlin Clark. What was I just saying again? Oh, yeah, I can't stand Steve Kerr and Draymond Green. And nobody feels like coming to their defense. She's a big girl. I think she can handle, she can take. If people say, I don't like her. In fact, I think it's a compliment. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, I'm not putting her on there. I don't.
Oh, I thought
have
you
the
were
same
putting her on the
disdain as
list.
you.
Okay.
I'm just saying, here's my list of athletes I don't like.
And that's a long list. Forget like just the list. Thin Ice is littered with names. Littered. And I don't understand why people are like, oh, you just don't like Caitlin Clark because you're... Actually, no. I don't like her for the same reason I don't like Campaign. The same reason I don't like Dylan Brooks.
For the same reason you don't like Jerry Rosberg. It's all the same, dude.
Yeah, Rosberg. That's right.
Can I interrupt this hate fest very
Yes,
quickly?
Vic.
What's the password to get into this computer, Marty?
Jeez.
Yeah. They couldn't wait like 2 more minutes? Just 2 more?
Well, I mean, you were just going on some random hate fest. Like, I hate this.
No.
hate
What I don't
that.
understand, though, is when it comes to Caitlin Clark, people will claim like you're a misogynist if you hate her. And I'm like, actually, it's the opposite. It's the exact opposite. I'm treating her like an athlete.
Didn't you have a lot of teachers you hated?
Of course.
Okay, what's the difference? Does that make you a misogynist because you hated your teacher?
Well, you know what I'm getting at
Teacher?
here, though, right? Like,
Yeah,
if
of
you
course.
say if I were to send a post on Twitter that said, I think Caitlin Clark, or I don't like Caitlin
Oh
Clark,
my God!
you would get flooded with, oh, really?
I dare you to say that into an open mic.
I've just done
That's
it.
probably the fourth time you said it in
Yeah,
the last
But
5 minutes.
say it with conviction. Go ahead, say it.
I can't stand her.
Oh my God, dude.
I know. What's the matter with me?
You're going to get canceled. I think by the end of this show today, you will be canceled.
What other woman?
Should have been here at 6 a.m. He was almost canceled.
We had some problems this morning.
Did
like
you?
we have multiple problems happening. One of them, Vic, is my voice is about to leave.
Yeah, I don't like what's coming out of your mouth right now.
It's about to go.
I don't like it.
So
Let's
that's
make
one.
it a goal by the end of our 3-hour show to get you canceled. If you say you hate Caitlin Clark enough and with enough conviction.
Number 2 is I started talking to open the show, Vic, and then Brady Quinn and his show just interrupted me and would not leave. We couldn't get rid of him.
Couldn't turn it down.
I was talking
So you're
about
doing
the
a
Avs.
dual show?
I was talking about the Avs, and Brady Quinn was talking about some draft prospect.
Two things. I think it's that the Broncos' ability to stop the run. Although
And it was just- we were trying to talk over each other.
and it's been as good as it was earlier in the season.
It's been this way for a while.
We had to restart. We played our intro song 4 times this morning because I said restart the show.
That
Can't
sounds
do it.
like a Marty problem.
Well, it was a Marty
I
and
don't
Jason
know what I'm
problem.
doing back here.
Seriously, I don't think I could do 3 hours with that voice. So you have to make
I'd
a
be
decision.
more than happy to leave.
Make a decision right now about what you want to do with your future. Because if I have to deal with that, it's going to cause major pain.
It's probably best if you just take me out back and bring the shotgun with you. All right. Can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Moj Lombardi and Kane next. Game of the year,
That's
Moj?
a hard no on that voice. Moj, listen to it. Listen to it. 3 hours of this. Go.
I've heard it. I don't care. I just want to get after it. I don't
Game
even
of the
care,
year,
man.
Moj? Game of the year?
Yeah, it was pretty damn good. Pretty good hockey game, man.
This is where hockey, for me, it puzzles me and excites me at the same time. It infuriates me and it hypes me at the same time. I've never seen a sport where you can outplay the opposition thoroughly. You can outshoot them, outcheck them, outpass them, outhustle them, out everything, and still lose the game. And it's one of those rare sports where there's always that other factor. And that factor is a Shesterkin. It's always that other factor lurking, waiting, and just cursing you. I don't get it sometimes. And it really ticks me off.
Oh, I dig what you're saying. Yeah, I dig.
I mean, because you can't look at that game last night and say the Avs didn't bring it. They brought it.
Oh, they brought it.
They brought
Yeah,
it. They played good hockey last night.
Yeah, it was
They
brought.
played good hockey.
I mean, consider it brought is what I think you should do.
So they brought it. They did what they're supposed to do, Brett,
Yeah.
and they lost the game because of the opposing goaltender.
Well, yours was pretty good, too. I mean, Georgiev made a ton of saves to, I mean, I
he
thought he
did.
was going toe-to-toe with Shesterkin last night. It was just a really good game. For you to score a goal, it was going to take some sort of act of God, it felt like, for them to go in. And Moj, we'll get to the specifics on a couple of these goals.
Yeah, let me give you an example. Braden Schneider, defenseman for the New York Rangers, quote, "They were taking it to us, but thankfully we have the best goalie in the league to help us with that." That's kind of how it is. And yet your goalie played very well too. Don't get me
And
wrong.
it's the very reason why it's one of the toughest sports to predict come playoff time because of this factor right here. Because you could have the momentum, you could have the edge, you could have all the firepower you please, and a dude like that can just cut you off at the knees.
And it wasn't even like he was making the most spectacular
He just
saves,
looked
although he made
chill.
a couple of really killer flipper saves.
He looked chill, dude.
Dude, he was so calm and confident and square to the puck all night long
He
that
was.
it was, I think, a little demoralizing.
You know, in the shootout, I noticed too, he just sat there almost as if to say, really?
Yeah.
You're bringing that
which
in
is
here?
which is typically what Georgie does
Yeah.
because Georgie's so good in the shootouts. I mean, listen, Coach Bednar was correct. When you get to the shootout, it's basically a coin flip. Who's going to do what? Okay. These two teams this season have battled hard. Rangers win 2-1 in overtime at MSG in a very similar game. The Avalanche fall in this one again, but this time in a shootout.
What's the strategy, by the way, when the shootout starts and you don't have, like, McKinnon? I know that Middlestad's got a nice wrister, good shot, but why not let, like, McKinnon take the first one as opposed to what happened last night, which is he didn't even get the opportunity?
He's 0 for 3 this season going
Okay.
into last night's game. Now, I'm not saying that he shouldn't have gone. This is all feel from Bednar on who
Right.
feels good about what. And then, they practice this stuff from time to time, and goof around with it and practice and have fun. They'll have fun practices where, you go for the shootout and da-da-da. You get a feel of who can really, who you feel like is really in the groove to do it. It's just one of those things, man. It's just one of those things.
So two things here. First of all, it ended up not biting them, but the Avs, which rarely happens, lose a challenge. And I heard Riker give the explanation, Moj. We'll get to another goal here in a second, but the second that went off the hand, the wrist, the body, that deflected down, it was a cleanup job for the Rangers to take a 2-1 lead. That didn't feel like a hand pass to me. And I don't know if Riker's talking about letter of the law is if it first hits the hand, then that's a hand pass. Like, what exactly is the
what
explanation?
were you guys talking about? You guys were talking
If it goes
for a
in
while.
if it goes from the glove to a teammate and in, glove to teammate score, it's considered a hand pass.
But it wasn't a reckless hand. He didn't do it on purpose. It was a deflection
Hand was
off
on
his
the
hand.
stick.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I didn't understand what you guys were talking about when you guys were going through that, to be honest with you.
If the officials Peter Laviolette, the head coach of the New York Rangers, does not believe it hit the cuff. He believes it hit right above the cuff.
Even
on
if
the
it
wrist.
hits the cuff, though, I mean, it's.
Well,
it's like
I'm just telling you what. Well, I'm just telling you. So now you're starting to. You're okay. I'm not saying that you're wrong, Vic.
Uh-huh.
But what I'm saying is, if you start to legislate intent, off a hand, you're going to get into a very gray area.
Okay.
So
they try to make it black and white as possible that, hey, man, dude was just standing there, it went off his glove to a teammate sticking in.
But it doesn't matter if it hits the glove and then the body and then something else, then the leg.
If it hits your glove, man, it's a hand pass.
All right, so what's the difference between that? You said you can't measure intent. If a puck goes off a skate and you show a kicking motion.
It has to be a distinct kicking motion.
Was there any motion to pass that puck?
No.
Well, don't yell at Moj about the rule.
I'm not yelling at Moj. I'm not yelling at Moj whatsoever.
say.
It's silly because it obviously was not a hand pass.
Here's what I'll say. I love that they didn't call that back. I thought that would have been really cheap had they not counted that as a goal. Like if that was the Avs and they tried to overturn that call, I would have lost my mind. Now, it's interesting because last night, for at least the moment, who knows if they're going to protest this or not? Because I guess they can.
Let me explain. Well, there's no official avenue for a protest, but let me explain. I think that as we sit here this morning at 7:07 a.m., the league has, I believe it's up to 48 hours to review this and whatnot. This is very frustrating because I don't think they're going to award an assist. I don't.
On the last goal, that it looked like initially McKinnon got the assist, which would have kept his point streaks going. Here's what I'm getting at, though.
I don't want to break out the rule book and read it to you, but
hang on.
It's vague.
Well, we just tried to get through a hand pass, so having to go through that may take a show.
Marty asked me this question about a week ago in the appetizer, where he said, how much do you think that McKinnon cares about his point streak? And I said, I don't know if he really cares at all. Like it's like a cool stat to have. But what was the comparison we made, Marty? It's like a pitcher having consecutive quality starts. Your jersey doesn't go to the Hall of Fame for that. It's like a cool thing. But what I noticed last night, because Riker was between the benches, that game goes into the shootout. Before the shootout starts, Riker goes, I had Jack Johnson and somebody else.
Well, we tried to come back from. Well, I saw him during the commercial timeout. He's been over around talking to the Avalanche bench. And we come back from commercial break, getting ready for the shootout. We've got a little bit of time, and Riker is fully engaged in conversation. Well, he's not on television. He's on the bench talking to players.
And then he said, I was talking to Jack Johnson and somebody else. I forget who the other
Josh
guy.
Manson.
And Manson. And they go, where's McKinnon's assist? Like the team seemed more upset about that not being considered, which I didn't know that they were even really paying attention to it.
You're so right, and it's the culture of hockey is one in which you really don't. You don't want to wrap yourself around personal stats because that's not the way the sport is built, right? It's always about the team. And yet the team was all about that stat last night. It was all about getting that assist for McKinnon. In fact, I watched the postgame show. I watched you guys. The entire first segment of the postgame show had nothing to do with the game. It had everything to do with McKinnon. All you guys were doing was talking about McKinnon. And I'm not going to lie to you, all right? I'm not going to lie. I was a bit uncomfortable. Just lost a game. And you guys were going on and on about McKinnon's assist. And I said to myself, is it really that vital? Am I missing something here?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, please tell me I am. Because I
actually kind of feel the way that Vic does.
I was like, wait. They just lost in overtime, and these guys just spent the last 10 minutes talking about an assist that wasn't counted.
Well, first of all, Kyle.
They lost the game.
Okay, first of all, Kyle. Who's in charge of that? Who's in charge of that segment of the broadcast?
Well, I don't know. It's not an indictment on what you guys do.
Who's in charge of that segment of the broadcast? Who's the driver? Who's the steerer? Who's the talker about her?
Keith.
Kyle. That is correct. And I was not against what Kyle was doing in that regard because it was obviously very important to he and Johnny Mitchell. So Riker and I, when they bring us into the broadcast, we're along for the ride. You know how you grab the arm around the waist and go along for the ride?
I feel like you're getting defensive. Hang on a second.
I am getting
Nope.
Oh,
Whoa. Yeah, dump that,
you
Marty.
Guys are, see, this is where your defensiveness is.
Hold on.
I'm not criticizing your passion. I love the passion. I'm trying to figure out why it's such a big deal.
That's the question. It's not the direction you guys took it. This isn't a criticism of yours. This is something I don't understand that I'm asking. Help me understand why this is a big thing. Because I know that records in hockey and records in any sport are super important. This one felt like just a fun stat as opposed to like a big record. Am I wrong?
I mean, why is this such a big deal? Like, you guys make it sound as if, oh my God, I would have rather had them lose 10-1 and get the record. They lost the game. That's the story.
Well, I'm not even saying what Vic's saying. All I'm saying is this a bigger deal than I thought it was? I just thought it was a fun thing to follow along with. And maybe it's bigger than that. And obviously it is for the players because they were talking to Riker about it. So maybe I'm wrong.
So educate us.
Yes, that's what I'm asking. And don't curse.
And don't do it in such a cursey fashion.
Well, if you guys would have less chipping your flipping teeth and more ears out like Martin's so good at, I would explain
Don't.
Marty, all right, hold on. Before we go on, Marty with the
Marty
ears.
saved your
Marty,
job, by the way.
What are your
second
thoughts as a outside the culture hockey guy on this passion toward that assist?
I think they should just move on. I think challenging it is kind of a petty move, and just it didn't happen. Just keep going. All you care about is the Stanley Cup. You don't care about a point streak.
Exactly. The goal is to win a cup. I don't care about the assist record or the points record.
Vic, we got it. What you think, what I think, what Marty thinks. I want Mosier to try and tell me where I'm off on this.
because
obviously I am compared to the hockey people.
this is not an all-time goals record. This is not an all-time, in terms of major statistical categories in the history of the National Hockey League. But what you have to understand is that you are chasing the greatest player of all time. He's the only one that stands between you and immortality in that regard. It's something that's very special. It's special inside the room. It's special inside the game. People in Toronto are talking about it. People in New York are talking about it. People on all the channels are talking about it. NHL Network in Secaucus is talking about it. It's something that is so unique that comes around once in such a great while. I mean, when McKinnon passed Lemieux and Trottier did his like in 81. Lemieux did his like in 93. I mean, we're talking 30 and 40 years in between situations like this.
Okay.
It's it's something special because you're chasing the great one.
Mm-hmm.
If you're chasing Vic Lombardi and his dump,
Yeah, relax this morning. Relax.
if you're chasing Vic Lombardi, perhaps it's not as big a deal, okay? Although it's now the second longest streak in the history of the game. I mean, think about that, Brett. It's okay. Well, I don't care what the category is.
I didn't even know it was a category until this
Okay.
season.
It's not a category. It's a thing. And I don't know why you're all hot and bothered about it anyway.
Because you guys make up things.
Okay. I'm not with him. Don't look at me like I'm with him. I'm not with him.
You just said you were with him.
No, I didn't. I said I'm with him in the sense that I don't understand the significance of it as much as others. I don't think it's a nothing thing. But can I make it a comparison?
Oh, okay, but let me say this.
Okay.
Like, let's say, how could I even explain it? Who's the greatest shortstop in the history of the game?
Defensive or all-purpose?
Well, I mean,
take your pick. The
okay.
Jeter, and you
it's
call
not even
A-Rod as shortstop.
even beyond that. Your star player is chasing down
Babe Ruth.
Okay, I can't even do it that way because it's not
Can I try this?
Joker's chasing Wilt in a lot of categories.
Can I try this? Can I try this real quick? Because this is how it felt to me. Okay. And again, I fully admit that I might be wrong. I remember when Embiid was healthy this year, he had such and such consecutive game streak of 30 and 10.
Okay.
They talked about it on the broadcast. They're like, he's at 10 straight with 30 and 10.
It's a different game. Listen, 30 and 10 is some arbitrary made up thing. We're talking about points in a game.
Okay.
Legitimate, or how many consecutive games. I was going to say the DiMaggio hit streak, but it's not that big. Okay, it's not immortality like that. Mm-hmm. But you're chasing the great one who had a point in every single home game that year for the Los Angeles Kings. You're doing the same thing here. It's between you and the greatest player of all time. It matters. It's important. There was a lot of interest around the league in this streak.
Oh, I saw it. Yeah.
Okay.
We could tell.
Okay, so that should tell you inside the game itself. That's what that's how important it is. And I would also argue to you at 7:15 in the morning. I'm not going to go down how it happened and why it happened and so on and so forth. There is an avenue for the league to give him an assist. I'm about 99% sure they won't. There is an avenue available to them. And this is what frustrates me sometimes about the National Hockey League. Everybody wants to see this continue. There's a door open for them to give him an assist if they want to.
And people wouldn't complain if they did.
That is correct, and they won't do it.
Would the Gretzky supporters complain? I mean, when you go back and look at Gretzky's...
Wait, 2 nights ago on TNT, Gretzky was so excited about
it.
He said, I hope he gets there. He goes, I hope he does. My records are made to be broken. He's an absolute, what do you call him, rocket ship or something like that. He hopes that he gets there. And you guys trying to slough it off is no big deal. That pisses me off.
That's not what I said.
Nobody said it was no big deal. It's 7:16 a.m. We spent 16 minutes talking about a home point streak rather than the game. That's the big deal.
We talked a bit about the game. Well, we'll get back to this in a little bit. Hey, you're about to set Mosier off this morning, Vic. And you can't do that because I might not be able to talk in an hour. So you need to be nicer to him, okay?
You want me to be nice to him?
504-0925.
You ask dumb questions. You ask inadvertently dumb questions.
You know what was really fun yesterday? Opening day. God, do I love opening day. We'll get to that next.
Godzilla, Godzilla, Godzilla.
God, I love opening day. What a great time. Never could have guessed that.
I'm sitting there.
I watched every at-bat of that third inning, by the way. Every single one.
You did?
I did.
You're an absolute
Because I was actually
glutton
in awe.
for punishment.
I was in, guys, they scored. The D-backs had 14 runs in the third inning alone without a homer.
Yeah.
It almost looked as if the game would not end. That half inning would not end.
Vic, I had the running thing going on my little computer on the side.
Yeah.
Last night as I'm calling the game, and we go to a commercial break, and Pat Chavez, Mike.
Mm-hmm. Pat's the best.
He's the
Love
best
Pat.
stat man in the entire league by a million miles.
Regis proud.
Yep. He Colorado State alum. Thanks, Martin. I like that. He writes down Rockies trailing 16-1 and hands it to me. And I'd be like, no. He's like, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, it was just 2-1 a second ago. He's like, yeah, well, time flies. They played it. I mean, try to imagine this. They plated 14 runs in the bottom of the third, and they never scored again.
So Freeland gets tattooed. 10 earned.
By the way, his ERA, I looked it up. What do you think his ERA is? Just guesstimate right now.
100?
It's 38.75.
And
Yeah,
then some Molina guy comes in and is worse.
Yeah, he was worse.
You know who pitched the best last night for the Rockies?
Beeks?
The guy who should kick Vic in the groin. He actually came in and pitched 2 scoreless.
Lefty out the pen, baby.
Lamb.
So let me give you guys something on this, okay? First of all, the D-backs.
They can only scratch together 4 hits the entire game.
Well, dude, after something like that happens, you're like, all right, well, let's just get to tomorrow now. Here's the deal. D-backs are really good. Obviously, they were in the World Series last year. But I want to give you guys something from Thomas Harding, MLB.com. The 14 runs, 13 hits, and 18 batters faced in the third inning against the D-backs all represent the most in all categories by Rockies pitching in a single inning in franchise history. A franchise worst happened in the third inning of Game 1 of the season.
Mm-hmm. Get it out of the way early.
Yeah, get all of that out.
Get it out of your system early, because normally with the Rockies, the inverse happens. Normally they start hot.
Correct.
And then you get
And then we make proclamations.
rogue radio hosts saying,
Yep.
watch out, here they come. Just like before the game when I predicted a 5-2
You can
Rockies
write this
victory.
down. Hell, record this.
Yes. And I predicted a 5-2 Rockies victory in jest, tongue-in-cheek, with those lines.
Telling you, I had the Avs game on the TV.
Yeah.
I had the Rockies game on the phone.
How many times did they batter? I guess they batted around one and a half,
I
twice.
honestly
Most,
got
the,
I
pro-
lost
the problem
track.
was the problem was this. It was never like that ball's ripped to the base of the wall in left center. It was just ripped right up the middle, single base hit. Down the line, single base hit. Got one down the line, double base hit. It was just that over and over and over again. And I'm like, can somebody just have him chase a ball in the dirt? Something? And the answer was no. They couldn't until Jalen Beeks came in. Until that happened.
I was watching.
Vic, real quick, is the anonymous Jalen Beeks, is that going to be our guy?
Sounds like our guy right now.
Well, you were all. Who were you all? Oh, you were all over Chad Kuhl.
Well, I didn't know who Molina was until he made
Whip.
his. Who's Molina?
We had a nibbler thing too, the Gombinator.
Yeah, we had the Gombinator going.
Hold
for
on
a
a second.
while.
Molina came in and gave up 130 runs. Who's Molina?
Hell if I know. I'm going to have to find myself. It feels like during the course of the season, for us and all the Rockies fans out there, we're going to have to find ourselves cute little anecdotes about different dudes or per game to keep our interest.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, listen. The just last thing on this. The D-backs with runners in scoring position last night were 12 for 15 from the plate.
Oh, my God.
Here's what I don't want to hear from folks who listen to this sports
They
show.
hit 800 last night on 15 at bats.
Yeah. It was 16-1 after 3, okay? Here's what I don't want to hear. You guys don't talk serious baseball on your show. You guys make a mockery of the sport. You never talk strategy. You talk around the edges. You never get into the essence of the sport.
Who says that?
I know there are people thinking that right now because I've thought it myself. And you're exactly right. How exactly do you want us to talk about that product? How do you want us to delve into how you fix that product? Where do you go strategically when you give up that many runs in the opener? What do you do there?
Freeland gave up the leadoff batter, or allowed the leadoff
Never
batter
want
on
to do
base
that.
the first 3 innings.
Yeah, you never want to do that, right? So there is no strategy talk when you lose on opening day 16-1 and you give up 14 in the third. There's no such thing as getting into the essence of baseball. That doesn't exist anymore. You're not given that allowance anymore. That was a joke.
Here's Molina. Innings pitched. I've never seen a stat line like this ever. 0.1. Which means he pitched a third of an inning. 6 runs on 6 hits, all earned. 1 walk. ERA 162.
Yeah.
0.00.
Diamondback starter Zach Gallen joked to his teammates, hey, I want to play, when he was watching them bat around in that third inning.
I actually note, I'm not kidding, guys. I felt bad for Zach Gallen. He was in the dugout for 35 minutes in between his pitches. And that's why I think he only pitched 5 innings. They're like, first of all, this game's in hand already. Who cares? Second of all, what are we going to do? Wait another half hour before you go out there again?
For those who purchased the $100.
Oh, jeez. Well, that's
Listen,
by the way,
I know
mine
that
was on last
mine
night.
was perfect. I watched a multicast on Fubo. I had the Rockies,
that's great.
the Avs, and March Madness all at the same time. It was great. I was flipping back and forth.
And I'm being flippant here. I apologize because they could very well go out today and win. I mean, who knows? But
Isn't that great? You could lose 16-1, but if they win 3-2 today, you're a 1-1 ball club.
We're feeling really good, baby.
But if there's a game to open with that describes the feeling of the fan base, that was it.
No, you're right, Vic, and that's what I hated. And I'm like, that just gave everybody who I was yelling about
rocket fuel.
Rocket fuel.
That was
exactly.
a rocket fuel opener.
Because I'm like, can I just be excited about baseball? And then I was like, this is why you don't get excited.
This is why
I'm
you don't get nice things.
All right. Anyway, you know what's funny? During the break, Moj brought something up that I think is interesting. I heard Michael Porter Jr. talking about this the other day because obviously his brother Jonte is in the middle of an investigation as it involves gambling and prop bets and stuff like that. But the gambling culture and the way that it is kind of forced its way into how we collect stats in the league. For example, remember the good old days, and I'll just use baseball as an example because it's easy and I think people will get it. You got a game at Coors Field. 2 hopper to short. Maybe it's a little bit in the hole, but pretty routine play. Shortstop for the opposing team bobbles the ball. Tovar beats it down the first base line. That's a hit. It's a home team. That's a hit. Now, with gambling stuff in the way, maybe these people feel the need to be a lot more accurate in how they assess this stuff.
You defer to the league and let them determine whether or not it's a hit or an error.
Which might be the answer to why Nathan McKinnon does not get an assist last
100%.
night.
I think because we had a nice, thorough conversation during the commercial break where Mosier handled himself professionally. And he made the greatest point I've ever heard him make, and he did so unwillingly, almost accidentally. The betting culture has put more pressure, applied more pressure on how you apply stats, personal stats to games across all sports. The betting culture, the money that's being wagered on prop bets, individual bets for each player, each athlete, is now making every single stat that's kept on that athlete extra important. So in years gone by, maybe during Gretzky's streak, he got away with a ton of assists at home.
Yeah.
He got away with a ton of stuff that today, under the microscope of the betting culture, under the microscope of HD TV and 15 replays.
exactly
He didn't have
right.
any of those.
The super slow-mo.
He didn't have any of that stuff.
4K, blah, blah,
You're
blah,
exactly
blah, blah.
right. Because that goal last night, I guarantee
If
if
that
it
was
happens
20 years
if
ago?
that happens on Gretzky's watch, if that happens at Edmonton when he's playing the game, that's a Gretzky secondary assist on that. I guarantee it. But today's game, with everything we just talked about, and betting's a big deal. Because people are betting this stuff.
Yep.
And you better be right. Because they're looking over your shoulder.
I want to just illustrate how times have changed. I think I've told you the story before, but I want to tell it again real quick. So the listeners out there, if you're new to the program, this is a great stat, great story.
Because we have what?
We have more and more people come to the program every day.
That's right.
The late, great Peter McNabb. He's in Vancouver, and this is obviously before helmets. He's playing for the Bruins, and he gets gashed in the head, top of his head. Needs 8 stitches, right? So he goes, I go to this trailer outside the rink, and there's this old doctor. He's got to be 80. And he's just yanking on my scalp. He's like, oh, God. So I'm bleeding all over the place, blah, 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 blah. So he goes, I get done. I'm standing. The period's almost over. I'm standing in the corner because you couldn't get to the bench. You had to go from the locker there for where he was. You have to go through the Zamboni entrance and then to the bench. He goes, we get scored on. They open the door and they let me in, and I skate to the bench and I sit down, and then we go to the intermission, and Don Cherry goes, and he's got the sheet in his hand. He goes, McNabb, what's your problem? Where the hell were you on this play? But they gave him a minus.
Yeah,
He was not even in the rink.
correct.
He was getting stitched up and standing outside the doors. And when the goal was scored, they simply opened the door and let him go back to his bench, and they gave him a minus. And it's on the score sheet to this day. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, also,
And so he gets lit up by Cherry. I said, well, what'd you say to him? He said, I didn't even say anything because Grapes was in such a wrath. He goes, it wouldn't have made any difference anyway. Like, where were you, McNabb? Did you have your man? Blah, 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 blah. He's like, yeah, well, I was losing a lot of blood.
it
mean,
feels to me
it's-
like the coach should
it
know if
cracks
he's
me
going
up.
to yell at a player for something, where he was on the play. Like, just feels that way, but
You know, the whole individual stat thing is always going to be a subject of scrutiny because there's always that fear of manipulation by the home stats team. And in this day and age, the home stats team cannot manipulate like it could 5, 10, 50 years ago.
But Vic,
it cannot because it's being overridden at times
Yes.
by the leagues.
But I'm arguing to you that the way the rule is written, 78.4, the way the rule is written,
Yeah.
it's vague enough where even at this second
It
in the
can
morning,
be construed either way.
that is correct.
Yes.
What I'm telling you is there's an avenue, there's a door open to give McKinnon an assist because of the vagueness of it's been ruled. It ruled.
Understood.
And I understand this is a very difficult thing. And the ultimate goal is to get it right. Okay, whether the home crew or whatever the league, the ultimate goal is to get it correct. But the rule is vague enough that the door is open enough that they could give an assist
Sure.
if they wanted to. That's the way I see it. I'm sure that's the way the Avalanche see it. I'm guessing they will not do it. But it's something that it was important to, clearly it was important to the
it's
team.
more important now because the streak, the guy who's catching, it's approaching. It was 5 games away. It was close.
That's
it was
right.
right there.
Right.
It was an arm's length. It was right there. So I get it. I get the importance for them. I'm just telling you right now, in the age of sports gambling, where stats matter, they didn't matter as much. You know, there was always an argument, Moses, as you well know. There was an argument that one of the reasons Randy Gradishar was never gained entrance to the Hall of Fame is because a lot of Hall of Fame voters thought that the tackling stats he produced were manipulated.
They were puffed up by the home stats
Yes,
crew.
there were a lot of people in that HOF room who thought, oh, there's no way this guy had that many tackles. That's being homered up, okay? So this happens across all sports. I'm just telling you today, in the era of betting, those days are gone, man.
Yeah.
Those days are gone. Now, you could try and some will slip through, but it's much harder to come by.
But it's been ruled that Lindgren shot the puck into his own net.
Which is stupid because he's trying to, when you think about it, maybe common sense should come into play.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, maybe common sense.
So it's ruled that he shot into his own net. I would argue to you, and by the way, in real time, it's and it's done.
He wasn't
You
trying
can't
to
tell
shoot
Jack-
the puck into his own
No.
net. He was trying to get the puck out of there.
That is correct. Not only that, but Rantanen's stick
That's what I think.
hits
Nico
the back.
forced it.
The Rantanen stick hits the back of his stick, propelling it. Brett, in fact, I'm going to show you something. All right, and you tell me now. This is going to.
Oh my God, why is that on your phone?
Jeez.
Okay,
I didn't realize that picture existed. I know he took the portrait down, but listen, I posed for long. Get that out of your phone.
Okay, well,
By the way, where is my portrait?
People are upset about your portrait, man.
Where is it?
it's MIA. Okay,
It's
you
on
take
assignment.
You take a look at that and you tell me what you think, Brett. This is an overhead view of the play.
I see Mikko Rantanen's stick hitting the stick of, who was that again on the Rangers?
Ryan Lindgren, the
Of
defenseman.
Lindgren. And the puck going in the back
Yeah,
of the net.
that's this.
Okay, so Vic, again,
I'm
Vic,
with you on that.
Last
I'm,
thing,
I'm
last
not
thing.
arguing that
Yeah,
point.
and then maybe I won't talk about it anymore. What do you see?
Yeah, I see that Rantanen forced that goal in.
Okay, and if that's the case,
Yeah.
then it should be an assist for Nathan McKinnon. There's a path there. There's a door there. The way the rule is written. There you go.
We can jump back to this a little bit later. 303-504-0925. You can watch the show on the Safeway Twitch feed and download the Safeway app and get exclusive grocery offers and perks. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. When we come back, if 4 quarterbacks are really going to go and maybe the first 4 picks, I did some research on why this is such a risky proposition. We'll get to it next. All right, so I was doing some research here. Yes, research.
What that means? What you opened up your iPhone and you looked at something on the interweb?
No, I looked something up on the internet, but it was on my laptop.
Okay.
Because I keep seeing these mock drafts of potentially the first 4 picks being all QBs. And I kept thinking, like, you guys keep mentioning 1983. I wasn't there for that draft, obviously. But
we were just kids.
But I'm saying, like, that's a generational draft where you have that many high quality, talented quarterbacks in one draft class.
Well, yeah, it was so intriguing, they made a documentary about it. From Elway to Marino with Marvin Demoff.
Did you know Marvin Demoff, the guy who's featured in that, is the father of our new boss, Kevin Demoff?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sure is. And he was great in that, by the way.
Jake Plummer's son, as you guys know. But listen, I was like, if that's the case, if you're having a draft where maybe the first 4 picks are going to be QB, this has got to be like an all-timer. How often does this happen? So I went back since 1983. Drafts that had 4 or more quarterbacks go in the first round.
Well, we're talking 1 through 4 this year. We're not talking just first round. We're
I
talking
understand.
1 through 4.
I understand.
We had 1 through 3 a couple 3 years ago.
But I want to see if you guys can pick up on something here. So in 1983, Elway, Blackledge, Kelly, Eason, O'Brien, Marino. Okay? I would say it's about 3 out of 6.
Kelly, Eason,
Elway,
Blackledge.
Blackledge, Kelly, Eason, O'Brien, Marino.
No, Ken O'Brien was very good.
I was going to say, what is your? What
Here's-
would you say?
here's how
is-
I-
He got Ken O'Brien was very good for the New York Jets.
Do you feel like the guy is worthy of a first-round draft pick now that their
But
careers...
what's worthy? What does that mean? Give me a
I
definition.
guess it's subjective. It's subjective to you. But I think you kind of know. There's maybe some gray areas on a few
Okay.
guys. But okay, you guys want to say 4 out of 6?
Yeah, I'll say 4 to 6.
Generational draft.
I think the only guys that missed were Blackledge and Eason. I think everybody else, obviously, Elway and Marino. Elway hit the most. Marino hit big time. One of
and
the most
Blackledge
prolific
was the
passers.
most overdrafted in that class.
Yeah.
clearly.
But yeah, he's so subjectively speaking, he and Tony Eason were not quote first rounders, right?
Tell you what, though, Blackledge was a hell of a college player at
Oh,
Penn
he
State.
killed it at Penn State.
The next draft with 4 or more first-round quarterbacks. 87. Testaverde,
Mhm.
Stouffer, Chris Miller, Jim Harbaugh.
Testaverde was a very good starter.
I would,
Played for the
I would
Jets.
say, I give that a maybe 1. He bounced around a lot, but he
Yes.
had a long career. I'd say maybe 1 of the 4.
Yeah.
Next, 12 years later, 1999, Tim Couch, Donovan McNabb, Achilles Smith, Dante Culpepper, Cade McNown.
McNabb. And maybe Culpepper.
I'd say maybe 2 with Culpepper.
maybe.
So that's 2 out of 5.
I don't know. Culpepper had maybe 3 good years, and that's it.
So 1 to 2 out of 5. Okay. Next was 2003. Carson Palmer, Byron Leftwich, Kyle Buller, Rex Grossman.
Palmer?
I think Palmer's 1.
Yeah.
Palmer's it, yeah.
After that, 2004, Eli, Phillip Rivers, Ben Roethlisberger, JP Losman. That's
That's a
a
hit.
3 out of 4. That's a
a
great
hit.
draft,
Yeah.
right? And then 2011 was Cam Newton, Jake Locker, Blaine Gabbert, Christian Ponder. That's 1 if you want to put Cam in there, which you should. 2012, the year after, was Luck, Griffin, Tannehill, Whedon. I feel like that's 1.
But you're going
Tannehill's
through
hung
these too
around, but
fast.
Yeah.
Who's Griffin?
RG3.
Oh, Robert Griffin III. My God.
Luck.
Luck was great, obviously, but RG3 was pretty good until he got his knee blown up
Well, that's
his rookie year.
He lost his-
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I'd say it's 1 out of 4. Then 3 more after this. 2018. Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Josh Allen, Josh Rosen, Lamar Jackson.
Yeah,
I
that's
went
a
through
hit.
that. That's 3. 3 of those guys.
I would say 2. You're going to put Baker
Two.
in there?
2. Yeah, well, yeah.
I'll put
it's-
Baker in there. He
he's
just went to the
he
playoffs with the
yeah.
team.
I mean, he went.
Baker Mayfield played for like 4 different teams in the last year.
Hold on, but he's taken 2 teams to the postseason in Cleveland and now Tampa, and just got a big new fat
Okay,
Don't be
contract.
so hard.
Fine.
You're so hard.
I don't think
He was
Cle-
1 interception away from playing in Canada, man.
I mean, I don't feel like Cleveland would say that was money well spent.
You know what? And you're one more comment away from doing radio in
NPR.
Podunk, Texas.
2 more here. This might be the best one. Now, it remains to be seen. 2020, 4 picks, Burrow, Tua, Herbert, and Jordan Love, which now might feel 4 for 4.
Yeah, that's
Depending on Love.
Yeah.
But that is, let's
But see, now we're
establish
living
this
in the
right now.
moment.
Yeah, we
Yes.
are. But let's establish this right now. If that does come to fruition, that's incredibly rare. Beyond rare.
The last one here was 2021, which was Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, Mac Jones, which maybe you get one with Lawrence. The point is, there is almost never a quarterback class worthy of 4 guys that you would consider
course not.
franchise starters.
You can,
Well, I already said that. Yeah.
You can extrapolate that to every pick in the first round. It's if most first round picks, 50% of them go bye-bye.
Oh, I would say the hit rate outside of QB in the first round, though, is way higher.
Pretty good.
Way higher.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, maybe a handful of guys are busts, but most first-round picks, positional players, are pretty damn good players.
I can't imagine the scenario of, and maybe you just really love a guy, but the Cardinals, the latest one I saw is the Cardinals keep their pick, and they're drafting J.J. McCarthy, and they're going to trade Kyler Murray.
Mike Tannenbaum is already suggested that. And that's when Orlovsky goes, whoa. In fact, remember I brought that up to you the other day. I said, I hadn't even considered this. So if you're talking about the Cardinals being in the catbird seat, maybe they just hang tough and get whatever they get for Kyler Murray sometime down the road.
But in most of these drafts, you have guys that complete this 4 or more that get drafted in the 20s or the 30s. Like Lamar Jackson was at 32nd. Jordan Love was 26th. If you're talking the first 4, you're saying that this is one of the greatest quarterback classes that's ever existed.
And it is not.
And I'm
No.
like, when did we decide that?
that's
Because
not
it
what's
feels
happening.
like 2 months ago.
No, that's not what's happening. What's happening is the draft has become quarterback dependent. It's become much more quarterback reliant than it has in years past. It's moving toward that because of the position and the importance of the position today versus 20 years ago even. I mean, even 20 years ago, teams were more bent towards fulfilling a full team, a full roster. Today, if you don't get that first guy, if you don't get the quarterback, what's the point?
When did it change then? When do you think that change happened?
Well, when did quarterbacks start getting $30+ million a year? I mean, the value
But
of
it's
a
all percentage of cap.
Yeah,
it's not so much the money, it's
understood.
percentage of cap.
But the value of a true franchise quarterback is immeasurable in this league. It is. And teams are willing to take a gamble, even if they're more willing to gamble nowadays, even if they don't truly believe this guy is a generational talent. They're willing to gamble to try to find that guy. And Martin Leskowitz, Mr. Leskowitz, you're the chief record keeper on this show, the smartest person on it. When did I say this? Was it this week earlier or was it last week where I said, clearly one guy is going to be great. One guy is going to flame out big time of these 4. And probably 2 of them will be okay, or, your Mac Jones, your whatever you want to categorize him at, right, Brett?
Yeah.
That's, historically speaking, that is what is going to happen. Now, all 4 could hit and have a miracle. I don't think they're all going to flame out. I think at least one's going to be probably pretty good. But you don't know who it is.
Yeah, it's to what Vic's talking about. The position is so important. We all know this. I just don't know why people are willing to take as much risk involved, especially if we're talking about like a team is going to trade up for one of them. That isn't just risking a draft pick. That's risking multiple drafts worth. And that's where the Broncos scare the hell out of me if they're thinking about trading up in this draft.
Another reason I think this is happening is there's much more turnover in the game today. Less patience, more turnover. Coaching staffs come and go. GMs come and go. There isn't that long-term, all right, here's what our plan is.
Yeah.
The pain tolerance isn't what it used to be.
Is
They're
it
cycling through staffs.
I wonder if it's just to them. If I get that guy, then that's going to keep me in this job for at least like 4 to 5 years, right? For the most part. If I hit on that draft pick, if I find Patrick Mahomes, then I'm going to be here for a while. So why not take the risk? But it just feels like you'd be giving up a lot to take a shot on somebody that's considered the 4th best at their position, 5th best at their
Just
position.
Think about last year. Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud. Carolina's going, we think we got our guy. And you know what?
But Carolina also did, and this is what scares me. They gave up multiple years
Yes.
worth of getting better on the risk that this guy was going to be immediately great.
Well, but hold on a second. The whole franchise is downtrodden right now, so I don't want to write. I think it'd be unfair to write off Bryce. He didn't look great, but I think it'd be unfair to write him off right now because, Trevor Lawrence didn't look great at times in his rookie year either. C.J. Stroud clearly looked great. The transition, and that's the thing, man. How do you even remotely try to measure what you think the transition is going to be for a guy from college to pro, and some guys just get it?
You guys are starting to bore me now.
Well, go ahead
You
then.
bore me too. Oh, by the way, I should tell you something.
Again, this
Brett.
is an open discussion forum.
I know, but this topic went from interesting to pure boredom now.
Hey, hold on a second. Hey, Brett.
Yep.
Nuggets tonight in the biggest game of the year.
Biggest game of the season, boys.
Biggest game of
Do you
the season.
understand what that means?
I think so.
Look at my face. There are 9 games left. This game right now, up until right now, this is the biggest game of the year.
Vic, do you want to tell him or do you want me to tell him?
It's the biggest game of the year.
It is about tonight and about you tonight.
Oh, I'm calling the game tonight. Marlo's out sick.
Really?
Yeah. Just found out.
So, Brett, let us think of at least 10 phrases.
No, that's not fair. I'm a substitute
No, that's
teacher.
unprofessional. We can't do that.
I'm a substitute teacher. I'm not the usual guy. I can't make a mockery of that. I'm not doing it.
So for
You're
everybody
the
out,
usual guy.
for everybody out there, there was one time where Chris had to miss. I think during COVID he had to miss a game. Vic filled in.
I think Chris has missed 2 games in his last 20 years.
That is correct. So
Well,
Chris
him
is
and Kaz both, right?
correct.
Didn't Kaz miss his? He called every game for 18 straight years,
For
and then it
Kaz
was
to miss a game, he would have to be decapitated.
yeah.
That is correct. So Vic will be calling the game tonight on Altitude Television, the biggest game of the year, because Chris.
It's only the biggest
Is
game of the
ill.
year.
I want the listeners to soak this in. I want them to understand what we're going to be faced with tonight. That's what we're going to be faced with. And I think we need to come up with at least 10 phrases that he must get on the
No.
broadcast.
Doesn't-
Otherwise,
that's
we
not
destroy
fair.
him the next day.
That's not fair, and you know it. You can't do that to a substitute
Can I do
teacher.
one? Can I do one? Can I make one request?
Hey, you ever get hit in the little
That's all we
It's
want.
not going to be
That's
that
all we
one.
want.
all we want.
Please.
Can you tell a story about JFK being assassinated? Okay. Yeah, right. Moj, I'm with you. I'm going to find one. I'm going to find one that's going to be workable, okay? We have the Sweet 16 of our drop tournament. We have the Sweet 16 in general to talk about.
What if I did that after every bucket?
Oh, that'd be awesome.
It's like a little lazy hook shot.
Just crazy like that. Every
Um,
bucket.
303-504-0925. We'll break down that game. Minnesota, huge. Biggest game of the year next.
Biggest game of the year. Vic is going to make us cry because he's not going to do so good.
What if I just went,
Hey, Martin, as Brett's getting his stuff all put together here, you'd think he'd do that when he got in, but he elected not to. Are we going to give away our final beef today?
Oh, really?
Are we going to give away our final beef?
Yeah, Mark, I think that's a great idea.
I think we should do it in this hour rather than the 9 o'clock hour. Let's give away, not right now, but a $50 gift card to Centennial Cuts before it's all said and done. Fair. Okay.
Biggest game of the year. So potentially, here's what's on the line tonight. First of all, you beat Minnesota. You then become a game and a half ahead of them in the standings in the Western Conference. But also, if Oklahoma City, who plays Phoenix tonight, loses that game, you're a game and a half up on both the T-Wolves and the Thunder
Say it,
for
sister.
number one in the Western Conference.
Say it, sister.
So this is huge.
Huge.
It's so big from even beyond that, even beyond the standings. Sometimes you got to tell little brother, hey, it's not time yet.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to say, we'll let you have your shot at it. We'll let you get your shot at the pinata. But right now it's my turn. And you got to put them in their place. Listen, I've already told you guys how much I respect the Minnesota Timberwolves. That's a tough out. That's a tough team, even without Cat. Cat's missed over a month. He's going to be re-examined here in about 2 weeks before the playoff run. I don't know if he'll be available for the playoffs. With or without Cat tonight, the Minnesota Timberwolves are going to be a very difficult out. Latest injury report has Anthony Edwards, Rudy Gobert both listed as questionable. Gobert's got a rib injury. Edwards, lower back. And, of course, Jamal Murray is the big question mark for the Nuggets. He's listed as questionable. Knee inflammation, not the ankle. Knee inflammation is what's listed for Jamal Murray.
See, when I think
Something
of
different every day.
Yeah, when I think of knee inflammation, though, I think, oh my God, he's got a big old swollen knee. But he doesn't have a big old swollen knee, does he?
No.
Okay, so when you say knee inflammation, what does that mean?
Means his knee's hurting him. Who knows? He's been dealing with these lower body issues for most of the second half of the season. And he's had a week off now. He hasn't played in a full week.
I think this is the kind of game where he says, you know what? It's time to go get me some. I mean, he knows how important this is. Everybody knows how important this is.
Biggest game of the season.
Biggest game of the season. Simply the biggest game of the season.
It's not a playoff game, but it sets you up for the playoffs. It's the next in line. Like when you're dealing with important games, there are important regular season games that get you seedings and all that. It's the next closest thing to a playoff game, in my humble opinion. Can you make up for it? Yeah, but you would need some help, right? You win this game. Here's the easiest way to put it. If the Nuggets win tonight, they control their own fate from here on out.
You're a game and a half up, at least on Minnesota, maybe
and they
both them and
control their
OKC with 8 games left.
If you lose tonight's game, you no longer control your fate.
Yes.
That is what this game means.
It's funny how different it is from last year, too. Remember last year, you had the 1 seed locked up for probably like 2 weeks already? You know, it's basically like what Boston's doing right now. Boston has been not just the only team in the Eastern Conference to clinch a playoff spot, they clinched the 1 seed before anybody else clinched a playoff spot. And they're 11 games up right now on the second place team, which is Milwaukee. They can put it on cruise control right now if they want to. And I don't think the Nuggets are in that position. They were last year, not now.
Yeah, it's a different set of circumstances. That's why I think expectations should change, that this year's climb is not going to be nearly as easy as last year's. The other thing to consider tonight, when they played the T-Wolves just 10 days ago in Minnesota and beat them by 3 in a game in which Anthony Edwards had a chance to tie it at the buzzer and missed a wide open look at 3, in that game, the T-Wolves were missing all 3 of their centers. Cat, of course, Gobert was out, and so was Naz Reid. Tonight, Naz and Gobert return. So they are fortified, amplified, and so are the Nuggets. Here we go.
Actually, you know what's weird? Prefer is the wrong word, but I look forward to that matchup of big guys being on the floor with them more than what was the previous game, which they were all small in that game.
And they had a nothing to lose mentality. Listen, the Nuggets led that game by 15 at the half. It felt like it was over. They climb back in. Minnesota actually takes the lead with 7 minutes to play. Joker returns to the game, if you remember. Order restored. I didn't like the way the Nuggets played that night. I didn't like it. They can't bring that game tonight.
You know what, Vic? It's funny that you say that. I remember after that game, we were talking. I didn't like that game. Now, they won.
But I didn't
like that game. Yeah, I felt the same way.
Yeah.
The Portland game, of course, they won without Joker and Jamal. The Knick game was a quality win. So they rebounded from the win over Minnesota on the road and played a very good game against the New York Knicks.
And understand something. The reason why I think this will go down as the most important game of the season, they do play again here at Ball Arena, the Nuggets and the T-Wolves, April 10th, the third to last game of the season, all right? So that game will have plenty of meaning as well. But by then, fates may already be sealed. You know what I mean?
Yes.
By then, the game could be meaningless.
It's
this
interesting.
game is meaningful.
You've got 51 and 22 in the Denver Nuggets, hosting 50 and 22.
Both teams off to record paces, by the way.
Minnesota.
Franchise record paces.
The Denver Nuggets are a 7.5-point favorite tonight, at least as of right now that I could see on ESPN.com. That's a lot.
That is a lot.
That's a lot for two teams jockeying for the top spot.
That's surprising.
Inside the division and conference.
That's surprising.
Yeah, it really is.
Especially with Jamal still being questionable.
He's got to go, right, Brett?
You got to go, right?
He's got to go.
Brett.
Here's the thing.
Brett, he's got to go, doesn't he?
You got to go tonight.
How are you treating this game?
Well, Marlon's not going.
Are you treating this like a playoff game or not? Because Malone could easily look at this and be like, I don't care. It's a regular season game. If he doesn't feel right, I'm not going to play him.
Well, if he is indeed, if it's at the point where he can't move the way he needs to, he's not playing.
But it's the same thing you've said for like over and over again. If this is a playoff game, Jamal's playing tonight.
If it's a pain tolerance issue, you play. If it's things get worse, you don't play.
Right.
It's that simple. But if it's simply pain tolerance, you play.
It's also like I think they're just doing, this is maintenance. This is just, we're going to save whatever sort of energy and juice that we have for when the postseason starts. Because the last thing you need is, he's going to play through these injuries in the postseason anyway, but can you push all of those symptoms off the longer that he gets some rest?
Hey, man, what's that magic spray they have in soccer? What's that? What is that stuff? What is that magic?
That little cream, whatever it is.
Is it
What was the one that
Antler
Chopper
dust.
Travellini came up with?
Was it
Flexol?
Flex 454? Flexol?
Something like that. It had a number on it.
It was like Ben Gay and something like blah, 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 blah. Whatever they use for soccer, I want to have a full 5-gallon bucket on hand for Jamal in the postseason.
What's in the bottle varies from brand to brand, but the sprays, this is from NBC News.
Okay.
But the sprays usually contain ethyl chloride, a prescription medication used as a topical antiseptic and cooling substance.
Why do they spray it on
counter irritant that can cause a cold and hot feeling and is commonly found in over-the-counter drugs like Bengay.
Okay. All right, cool. Like icy hot, that kind of stuff.
Can we use that on your throat right now? Because you seem to be experiencing some issues.
So this typically you'd think this is for muscles and joints, right?
Spray your throat down right now with some of this stuff.
I'll take the magic spray.
Okay. But for muscles and joints, right? That's what it should be for.
Yes.
I've seen them, and you've seen it too. Don't deny it. I've seen on the soccer pitch. I've seen him sprayed on a guy's butt.
Well, your butt's a muscle.
Yeah, but there's no mechanical.
Gluteus maximus.
You ever pull a glute, dude?
Dude, there's no mechanical parts in your butt.
You ever pull a glute?
What do you mean?
There's no mechanical parts like joints, like
it's a muscle,
like ACLs and MCL.
Understood, but you ever pull a glute?
Well, yeah, but that's a different story.
Do a squat real quick. Tell me you don't feel it in your butt. Go ahead.
He's going to get hurt.
He's going to pull it right now.
He's going to get hurt.
Squat down 90 degrees. Oh, Moshe, bad form. Why are you putting your knees out?
God, I hate squats.
You feel that in your butt?
Feels great.
Do you want some Bengay?
All right, now do
You
a
want some
burpee.
magic spray?
Do a burpee. No, turn that into a burpee and give me
It's
10
not
of them.
old man workout hour at 8 or 12 in the morning.
Only way we get
Granddad's
Moj to
workout
work
hour.
out.
Hey, the point I'm saying is that I want all of that. I want every brand on standby for this postseason for Jamal Murray. Whatever ails him, spray it with whatever you can spray it with.
Huge game tonight. You can hear it right here.
Biggest game of the
Sports
season.
Radio 92.5. Is it? Just quickly, can I mention something? Because I can't stand, and I think they're both on Marty's list. I think. I saw a 95-7 the game in San Francisco. I think it's a weekly appearance from Steve Kerr.
Oh, jeez.
Draymond gets suspended. Steph Curry cried afterwards. I want to hear from
No,
Steve
he
Kerr.
got booted. He got booted.
Miami game, and I regret not saying something because I thought he was on them too much. So that's definitely my fault. But to your point, Draymond knows. I mean, he's a grown man. He's got to handle his own business. Any mention of Steph being culpable is just ridiculous. The way Steph has carried our franchise, represented our franchise for 15 years. It's absolutely ridiculous. He was the first one out there. You saw he was the first one out there trying to talk Draymond off and handled it the right way. And the reason Draymond got kicked out is because as he was walking back to the bench, he muttered an expletive that the refs heard. And so he deserved it. You can't do that. But that's not Steph's fault.
So that was in response to, I guess, Steph is getting criticized for not being a good enough leader to keep him in check. Here's the thing. Hey, Steve Kerr.
No more.
Just shut up.
No more.
I'm not hearing this anymore that he's got to do better. Either he will or he won't. You
No
care
more.
or you don't, and you obviously don't.
No more.
Because he's never changed.
No more.
I seem to look.
There's no
I'm
more
not,
excuses.
I'm not great. I'm not great with this stuff, but I do know this. There's a superstar here in town that had a little bit of a temper that would affect his basketball team in a multitude of ways because he couldn't keep it in check. And then they had him keep it in check.
He figured it out.
Joker does not fly off the handle like he used to anymore. What he does now is the Oliver Twist.
Yeah.
Please, sir, may I have a foul?
You know, I have a problem with people.
But I can't keep hearing Steve Kerr every time Draymond does something stupid say, he's got to be better than that.
Well,
it's been like 12 years, dude.
It's a very delicate balance here. And again, I don't want to cross the line. I don't, because I have, man, it's just such a tough line between leaning toward being very sympathetic to those with mental health issues, right? We all have them.
You think Draymond has a mental health issue?
Hold on a second. Let me finish my point. We all have mental health issues. So I want to be sympathetic to that. But when you use that as a crutch for somebody who continually acts out on a basketball court, and now the crutch is, well, give him some mental health time. You can't blame him for that. That's the way he's wired. Yeah, you can.
That's a pretty good euphemism for discipline, is what that is.
Yeah, you can. You can hold him accountable for that. If you can't handle yourself mentally for whatever reason, then you can't play this game. That you're not, you know what? You're not allowed to play because everybody else is required to handle themselves mentally. That's part of the game. And if you can't abide by those rules, you're not allowed to play.
Like I said, that's a pretty good euphemism for discipline, which he doesn't seem to have right now. Like, that's the bottom line.
So you don't want to get hit back with, well, you don't respect the fact that this guy's got some mental issues and he's working through it. Yeah, I respect that. So don't play. Work through it.
Well, it appears that
No. It was really good, Moj, when he was suspended and they said, what did you learn from your suspension? And he said, I learned that we're a good team when I'm on the floor.
Exactly.
That was his response.
He learned nothing. He learned nothing.
You're right about that. It appears, though, as finally, as you said, Kaner, going 12 years, finally the rest of the league has had enough of him. Because if you look at the pundits around the NBA, they're all over Draymond. They're all over his apology. They're all over his actions. At this point, it's become tiresome. It's loathsome. And I think everybody's just done with him.
By the way, speaking of hoops, outside of that first Sweet 16 game yesterday, my God, were those games great. Bama, UNC, Illinois, Iowa State, Clemson, and Arizona, all of them great. We'll break down some of that next, along with DU moving on as they take down UMass and double OT. All of that next. What great games yesterday, and you can check it all out on the Circa Sportsbook. This is Brett Kane for Circa Sports, and what a time to jump on with these guys. College basketball's biggest tournament in full swing, and you can start betting like a pro from anywhere in Colorado with this app right at your fingertips. Also tonight, the Nuggets 7-point favorites in the biggest game of the year over the Minnesota T-Wolves. So check all of that out. You can bet on all the props in college basketball's biggest tournament, including the first to 10 for every game. Go check it out for yourself. Circa Sports, tight money line splits, exceptional customer service. Download the app or go to circasports.com.
I'm telling you,
Yeah.
you know what you need.
To get the let out.
You need cooling. I'm not fooling.
Mm.
I'm going to send you.
Big game.
Biggest game of the year. Did you guys happen? I know you were busy last night, Moj, but did you happen to see, Vic, some of these Sweet 16 games?
I
Because
did.
They were phenomenal.
I did.
Outside of the UConn game, which was a blowout.
We had Pat the Stat doing a great job as always. Had the tourney on our TV. I don't need the TV in our booth to be in our game. I've got 3 monitors in order to look at things, right?
Yeah.
I could tell you're not watching the hockey game when you're calling it.
Dude, I'm going to be... You have no idea. I'm going to record tonight's game, and I am going to throttle you.
Well, I hope you do.
Go through with a fine-tooth comb.
Absolutely throttle you on Monday morning.
It ain't going to be pretty. If you're expecting pretty, you ain't going to get it.
What are we going to get?
Just a bunch of grunting.
Okay.
Bama and UNC was amazing. That kid for Bama, Graham Nelson,
Yeah, dude.
was a stud.
They just
last
wouldn't.
night.
They wouldn't go down. Every time Carolina built a cushion, Bama's like, let's go.
Yep.
And they played physical basketball.
That coach that they have at Bama now,
Nate
Nate
Oates.
Oates, that guy runs his offense like it's an NBA team. They shoot threes, they shoot layups, and they run. Every time they get a ball, they're in transition, boom, immediately. And I think a lot of those teams in college basketball that really work to half court because they have 30 seconds on the shot clock, they'll take their time. Bama's like, nope, we're running. See if you can keep up. But that kid was amazing, especially late in that game.
Looking good for old Moj, ain't it?
Oh, yeah, I had Bama going this far, too.
You did?
Next one, I have them losing.
See, because I have Bama going all the way to win the national title. They're playing Clemson in the Elite Eight. They're going to get to the Final Four.
Mhm.
You understand that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's got to help. You know, by the way, who is it? It's Kim, Tyler, and DMAC lead all of us.
No, Kim had Arizona winning. It's over for her.
She sent me, so Altitude 92.5.
I have UConn. I'm still alive.
Yeah, you are. Altitude 92.5 sent out a tweet featuring Kim and Tyler and DMAC yesterday, right? Going into the Sweet 16. She took a screenshot of it and sent it to me and said, suck it, loser. Because she was leading everybody. And now I come to find out that poor Kim Becker, her Arizona Wildcats have been bounced.
Hey, come take a look at this, Mosh.
Bounced.
Look at your boy here.
That's a pretty good percentile, bro.
Go ahead. Tell the people. On ESPN.com, the one that has like
Brett is in
8 billion.
Brett is in the 99.8th percentile, but he's still 522,000th.
No,
overall.
58,000. 58,280.
Oh,
That's out
58.
of tens of millions of brackets. That's pretty damn good.
That is pretty good. Way to go. All right, good. Either way, the games are good, man. Outside of UConn, how does UConn blast San Diego State by 30?
Well, San Diego State was just fortunate to get to the Sweet 16. They're not the same team they were a year ago. That's number one. And UConn's a machine. They are a wagon. That's a good team. I think they win it all. I do. They've got a little bit of everything on that team.
Yeah, they do.
They do.
How much are you guys going to be in tune tomorrow for the CU women's team taking on Caitlin Clark in Iowa?
I'm into it.
Yeah,
And
what,
I wanna see-
what time's that tip off? 12:30?
I'm really into it. I want to see CU knock that. I want to.
Oh, boy.
What were you about to say?
I want to see CU shut down Caitlin Clark. Shut her down.
Yep.
I don't know if it's possible. Shut her down.
I don't think it's possible. You can maybe slow her down, but you can't shut her down. She's too good.
I'm going to say this again today for anybody who didn't hear it yesterday. I do not like Caitlin Clark. I do not.
Why don't you like her? Just curious.
I think that she complains all the time to refs. I think she's very mouthy when she hits a shot. And I think her overall body language is distasteful. Now, she's incredibly good. Best in college basketball, obviously, on the women's side.
What did her father say to her?
He even told her, like, stop talking so much. Her father said that to her. But what drives me nuts is people white knighting when I say something like that, being like, don't criticize her. Really? Because I just talked about how much I hated Draymond and nobody said a word. Why can't I dislike
Well, hold on a second.
Caitlin Clark
Hold
based
on.
on some actions that I find, again, distasteful?
Well, women's sports are becoming increasingly popular all the time. Certainly the college basketball scene has been put on its ear because of Caitlin Clark. She's been awesome.
By the way, I was 6.5-point favorites in that game on Saturday, which is at 1:30.
Even when the USA plays Canada in women's hockey, they're the two best teams on the planet by a mile. If I see a Canadian hockey player get mouthy at a USA hockey player,
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't like you, girl. I don't like you. But I'm hesitant to say that out loud because I don't want to be bludgeoned. Now that being said,
But what I'm getting at here, Moshe, it's like,
and let me tell you how I've learned my lesson.
okay,
I made a point to say on this program about a month and a half, 2 months ago, maybe longer, that I didn't care for a particular female athlete. And you guys both of you, all three of you got all over me.
You
that
went
was unfair.
30 years
That
back
was
to
stupid.
get after Carrie Strug.
He went after Carrie Strug. Lovely little Carrie Strug for being a hero of the country. And for some reason, you...
I broke my ankle.
I'll leave you on this. I got over somebody really fast. Hey, who was that gymnast girl that broke her ankle? What was her name?
Carrie Strug?
Yeah, that. I got over that really friggin' quick.
Hey,
You
Moshe.
broke your ankle. Great job. You got a 9.3.
What?
Get the hell off.
Okay. Now,
Let me tell you something,
That
Moshe.
is so
Oh,
insensitive.
I broke my ankle. I had to hear about your Achilles to this day. Now imagine trying to do what she did.
I could have won gold.
No, you couldn't have.
I took all kinds of guff for that. And
Yeah, you broke your ankle. Great job. Nice haircut. Get out.
All right, here's the issue with Caitlin Clark, though. If she loses, if CU beats her,
Mhm.
the women's tournament loses most of its identity.
Sure.
That's true.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then that identity goes to the team that beat her. So
Very well
what a
could.
huge, huge opportunity for the CU Buffs.
Well, and that's why get to a couple things surrounding her and some offers that have been made to her.
Well, I mean,
by a couple of
shouldn't-
people talking millions of
Shouldn't-
dollars.
Shouldn't J.R. Payne, shouldn't she, if the Lady Buffs are able to knock off Iowa,
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't she and her entire team get all the goods? Get all the goodness?
They should.
I mean, I'm sure some of it will transfer, but Caitlin Clark is her own, she's her own massive identity. So
See,
some of it will transfer, but I don't think all of it.
See, but this is what I'm talking about. Like, I don't know if this is sarcastic or not, but a texter says, Granddad's misogyny hour. Let me tell you something.
Okay, see,
The same reasons she does some of the stuff. Who does this? Who does
Steph
night-night?
Curry,
Steph
Steph Curry,
Who does this?
The king.
LeBron James crowns himself. Does that not drive all of us nuts when they do
it
that?
drives
King
me
Joffrey did that.
insane.
Caitlin Clark
Oh,
does
yeah,
some of the same
yeah,
stuff.
King Joffrey.
That drives me nuts.
Dude, you are so right. I hated that kid.
Yeah. She's the King Joffrey.
I hated that kid.
And you know what? Being a villain isn't a bad thing.
Mhm.
No, it is
Because
not.
it gets you a lot of attention and
But
it works
she-
for her. Do you know what she's been offered,
But
by the
she
way?
is nice.
No, I'm not saying she's not nice. I'm just saying the athletic personality
Mhm.
rubs me the wrong way. Now, do you see what she's been offered? Ice Cube has
know.
offered her
Oh, I saw
$5
that.
million to play in 8 games in the Big Three
In the
tournament?
Big
I
Three.
saw that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Dave Portnoy of Barstool Sports offered her $10 million
Let's make her an
to
offer.
play in an intramural tournament for Barstool.
All right, dude, we don't have the money, but just for the recognition
50
and marketing,
bucks. 50 bucks.
Let's offer her $50 million.
What if she takes us up on it?
We'll just say, wow, we changed our mind. Sort of like the Minnesota Timberwolves were
Yeah.
supposed to go to Alex Rodriguez, and their owner said,
Oh,
nah,
yeah, I saw
we're
saw
good.
that. Yeah.
Let's just do that.
So make an offer.
Make an offer, Marty. Marty, drop an offer. $20 million to play on our DAC hoops team.
Who was homeboy who bought the NHL team with no money?
Oh, the kid.
Oh, the dude that bought the Islanders. What was his name?
Wait, is that the one that they made the documentary about?
Yes.
That came from the crime family?
No.
That's
a
something,
different
something totally different. No, that was the one where the guy bought the team and
Didn't have cash.
no, I'm talking about the crime.
I know the one you're talking about.
No,
Now,
the
and I can't think of his
dude
name.
was this close to owning the New York Islanders with no money. It was absolutely insane. What a great doc. I forget the guy's name.
All right, I got an offer.
All
for
right.
you. Caitlin, you come play in our tournament. $50 to Centennial Cuts is yours.
Yeah. As soon as she hears how
All she has to
marbled
do
that
is
meat
text the
is,
keyword.
Well, I mean, it's the marbling and the texture is unprecedented.
Well, that's what you got to sell her on.
Well, it's an easy sell. It sells itself. I don't have to tell her anything. All she has to taste it, and it's the best beef she ever had. So, let's go.
That's her offer. Would you like to have this money? So a few things here.
Okay, so that game tips off tomorrow at 12:30. I'm on it.
I think it's 1:30.
Oh, 1:30.
1:30,
Crud.
yeah.
I'm gonna be at the rink by then in a meeting, getting ready for
Who
the
do we
Avs
have-
and
who do we
Preds.
have tomorrow?
Predators, dude. 16-0-2 in their last 18,
what
bro.
is with all your meetings? Like, I'm doing the Nuggets. I'm just going to the game and talking. What's meeting and meeting and meeting? What are you meeting about?
Can I get my producer on the air?
Yeah.
You want to find out?
Well, what is there a meet about?
Please don't make the call from the personal phone. That's been
No. I was just
Haven't
gonna give.
poorly
I was gonna give my. I was gonna give the
It's just make up
contact
meetings.
information to Martin.
I would.
Yeah, I'll
rather
definitely
not,
dial that
I'd
up.
rather not talk to him.
Moshe, you can't put one over on me. I'm
Lee
in
Blair-
the same business you're in. We do the same thing. You guys invent meetings. I think you guys are just sort of like, hey, let's just get together and call it a meeting.
Well, we care about our pregame show and everything. We care. We got to go through, okay, what we're talking about, the order, so that everybody's clear on exactly what we're doing. We're very professional about it. We don't just get out there and wing it like you do. You're gonna be winging it tonight.
You're professional about it?
Yes.
Huh.
No, I actually agree. He's very professional about his Avalanche broadcast.
5th goal of this season. Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit.
Yeah.
I think Moj is incredibly professional on television. And then there's radio.
What are you talking about, man? I'm very professional on this.
You cursed at 7:07 this morning.
But he deserved it. And you know he deserved
100%. They hold these meetings and they probably go get pizza on the company dime.
Do you? You had a company card?
These just random
it.
meetings.
I did. I had a company card and I never used it for like 6 years. I gave it back.
Why didn't you use it? Why didn't we go out to
Vic
dinner or something?
Lee Blair. Vic wants to know why we have
seriously,
so
how
many,
hard is
many
it?
meetings.
Yeah, but here's what I was told tonight. Hey, you're doing the game. Okay. Sounds good. See you at the arena.
They have none on the basketball side.
What are you meeting about?
As you get that conversation going, Moj, can we get through our drop tournament as we're in the Sweet 16 now? We're going to see what moves on to the Elite 8. So we're doing 2 regions today. Moser region, Vic region.
Okay.
So here's what we got. Starting in the Moser region, we have the 1 seed versus the 4 seed. The 1 seed is...
Absolutely. I've got a badass compressor at home. Tall one, big
Where
tall
do you
one.
put the thing? Where do you put the thing? To blow.
Bend over and I'll show you.
That was very nice.
That was maybe the most perfect bend over, and I'll show you that we've had. Maybe the most perfect one. That goes against the 4 seed, which is...
What's up, man?
Oh.
I do like that one. Oh, Vic, drop one of those in. You can do that for a 3. You can do that for a dunk. You can do that for a block.
I'm not a clown here to amuse you.
Wow. Coward.
I don't know, man. I think you are.
We then have a 3 seed versus a 7 seed. The 3 seed is...
He's been bad all season. I mean, look at the games this season, and I know people are texting saying he's got the most game-winning drive since 2020. I can't contest that. He also has a lot of game-winning losses.
Okay, fine. Let's work that in.
Tough to do.
My buddy Jim Dalton. That's it. That's his favorite. If he could vote for that 1,000 times, he'd vote for that one.
Well, that's going against the 7 seed, which is... Name the 11 sports that you are fluent in.
Basketball, hockey, Vic, hockey, lacrosse,
What?
hockey, soccer. Vic lacrosse.
So good.
It's like color
it's
taste.
getting
the fact
tough
that I
now.
dropped
it's getting
a
tough.
what after hockey lacrosse and you didn't skip a beat was so funny. So let's keep moving. This is the Vic region now. We have the upset, the 9 seed taking on the 5 seed. The 9 seed is
Nathan McKinnon from above the dot with another McKinnon.
that goes against the 5 seed.
He came into this world as the son of a coach, but in these playoffs, he became the Lakers' daddy.
That one's
How does Lakers daddy not
I think it's
just
gonna
run
I think
away?
it's gonna go. One last matchup. We have the 6 seed versus the 7 seed. The 6 seed is
will be the first game in NFL history between two teams who combined to allow 110 points more, 1,100 points or more in the previous week's game. No stats.
1,100. What?
No stats tonight.
Vic, you're all over this drop tournament. You're everywhere.
You're
here.
everywhere.
All right. So the way I just said 1,100.
Mhm.
What did I just say? 1,100.
1,100 points more.
Okay. You have to admit to the listening public, you did the same exact thing about a week ago on these airwaves.
Do you want to know why that happened?
Because
we just played the clip.
You did it. You
was
did it
in my
You
head.
know why? Because it's natural.
The stat itself is what's wrong. You said they gave up 1,000 points the previous week.
Yeah.
It's a football game.
Shut up, Marty, and push buttons.
That goes against the 7 seed, which is
Okay, and the gunshot came, and then obviously there was blood everywhere, and a lot of people were concerned with the welfare of the president.
so. All of those will be up at Brett King Radio on Twitter. You decide what moves on to the Elite Eight.
So is that why you guys have all those Avalanche hockey meetings to meet and discuss how often you're going to do JFK drops during a hockey
Good
game?
question.
So Lee is a little bit perturbed. Okay.
Hey, so in this game,
He says, tell Vic because we like to have our blank together and be on the same page.
I don't know. I mean, we just won an Emmy for game production. What did you guys win?
We did too.
Whoa!
We did too.
Whoa, go to break. Whoa!
Vic, we also
Whoa!
we also won an Emmy. We also won an Emmy. You're such a moron. Are you ready to listen to Vic Lombardi lose his marbles?
Go ahead.
Okay,
Hey,
first
I'm having a good day so
hold
far.
on a second.
So don't ruin my day. I'm having a good day.
Vic, you're going to lose your marbles.
Don't do this to me.
Okay. So we had Wyndham Clark 1 week ago. We had Wyndham Clark,
He was
US
excellent.
Open champion, live in studio for about 25 minutes. He was great. So Martin is trying to, before we get on, I understand. I'm going to talk about your part first. Martin says, you got to take the golf stick and you got to blah, blah, blah. And so we get all over Martin.
I mean, Marty was kind of joking.
Vic, let's see if you can pick up. This is why Brett should have been disqualified from being a part of this.
Okay.
Let's see if you can pick up one of the
I
dumbest
have
things.
a reason behind this.
Let's see if you can pick up one of the dumbest things ever said before. Here we go.
Do professional golf players have simulators?
Wait, see,
Like,
what-
do you have Sims?
Okay, you just there's no such
Professional
thing as
golfers?
yes, there's no
Golfers?
such thing as a professional golf player.
Did he
bro.
call
What do
it
you mean?
a
He's sitting right in front of me, right?
professional golf player?
Oh, hold on a second. We're talking about the Sims. Let Wyndham finish up here.
Me right
Well,
now.
clearly, he's not a golfer.
He is, but
No.
but Wyndham, he's terrible.
He's talking about Brett, right?
Correct.
Yes.
There's a little bit more. There's a little bit more after that when he actually.
This was a week ago.
He says, "Well, us professional golf players."
He played
we-
along with it. He's a cool guy.
Dude, he called. He said to Wyndham Clark's face.
First
Reigning-
thing, by the way. First thing.
Reigning U.S. Open champion.
Are you playing golfing today?
So,
He called him a golf player.
in my
Oh
defense,
my God!
if there is a defense,
Hey, Mr. Clark, are you playing golfing today?
can I give you two things? Two things. Number one, in my defense.
I'm so glad I wasn't here. I would have walked out.
In my defense, he walked in mid-segment. We were trying to get things figured out.
Beginning of the segment.
I got caught up in between do professional golfers or do professional players, and for some reason I said both. Whatever. Fine. My mistake. What you won't hear from Mosier, Vic, is that I was on a heater in this interview. In fact, tons of compliments on our interview with Wyndham Clark.
You were very good after that, but you were a total knob before that.
Here's what happened. End of the interview, we're right up against the clock. And I'm like, dude, I got so much more questions. Can we go rapid fire? I ask one rapid fire question. He answers quickly. And Moj tells a 1.5-minute story about some golf game that he played previously.
Mosier had 3 separate questions that clocked over 1.5 minutes.
And my rapid fire was boom, 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 boom. See, that's what you won't hear from Moj because I made one mistake at the very beginning when it was chaotic.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I droned on and on. Nothing will ever top you being an absolute dolt.
Which I'll wear. I'll wear that one. That's totally fine. By the way, did you actually listen, Vic, to the Wyndham Clark? He was amazing.
No, I wasn't here.
I don't know if you.
Well, you can find it online wherever
It's gone forever.
It's all over the place.
I interviewed him the night before. I mean, I'm not sure why I would have to listen
Mine
to
was
your
better.
interview.
We
He
were better.
says,
we were better.
Do professional golf players?
That's all I would need to hear. Excuse me, Mr. Clark.
He was.
Are you playing the golfing today?
No BS though.
Oh my God,
He was the coolest guy in the world.
he was great. Yeah, he was super duper good. Hey,
Most to the game.
real quick, to last night, Brett.
I
I
might
was
play
just-
the golfing today.
Will you? Well, you're not a
Oh, I
professional.
can't.
golf
I got to
player.
call a game. I can't do
You
it.
got to call a game.
Biggest game of the year.
Last night, so we spent a lot of time talking about McKinnon. Is he getting an assist or not? We can talk about that in a little bit. But to the actual game, it was an unbelievably good game, as all of these have been against the Rangers this year, it feels like. You get a great game from Georgiev, but he's going toe-to-toe with Shesterkin, who also was amazing
That guy
last night.
is so good. By the way, does Georgie take it personally since he had to leave?
Absolutely.
He had to abort New York City to allow himself to be who he is today. He doesn't like losing to Shesterkin. There's no way.
No, and he's done it twice this year.
I know.
One in overtime and one in a shootout.
Both
But
by a goal.
Again, you're talking about coin flips. The Avs had their chances in overtime, just like they did at Madison Square Garden 2 months ago, month and a half, 2 months ago. They had their chances, and they couldn't. That was Jonathan Quick at that time, though. Okay,
Who hit the pipe late in the third?
Zach Parise.
Gosh darn, I thought that was
I know, and it was a great play. But we're talking two. Here's what we're looking at: 2 heavyweight studs, toe to toe in the middle of the ring, right? And at the end, it's like It's like that famous Rocky where they freeze it and they both guys have the punch on the other guy's jaw, right? And then they freeze it. It's like that. I mean, these are two really, really good teams going toe-to-toe, head-to-head. The Avs were missing Val. The Rangers were missing Trouba. So, both goalies going toe-to-toe, standing each. And by the way, when you look at the Avs last night, Shesterkin, I mean, he did stand on his head.
What just makes it look easy.
Yeah, he was very calm. Well, Georgie did too. I mean, Georgie was terrific, but for the most part, the Avs put. Golly, let me take a look here if I can find it.
That first Rangers.
How many
goal
shots on
was
goal did they finish up with? Over like 42 shots. 42 shots on goal. Okay,
that first Rangers goal was trash.
Yeah, well, Georgia pulled off the post. It falls back. It's a long story, but nonetheless,
get a goal off somebody's ass. It's not fair.
The Avs put 42 shots on goal on that team. And that's a good team. I mean, obviously, they're the number one team in the league. They've got 102 points. You have to put 42 on them. Shesterkin had to stand on his bacon.
Yeah.
And does Val make a difference in that game? Perhaps he does. I mean, we know what a force Valeri Nichushkin is. So, I just like Jared Bednar. I'm disappointed that you lost. Sure, they didn't get the second point. But I can't be disappointed with how damn good a hockey game that was. That was a dang fine hockey game.
It was fun to watch, and the drama. Hockey is, and I'm not sure if I like it or I don't. I think I like it, what I'm about to say. It's the one sport where challenging a call by the referees really makes you think whether or not you should go ahead and challenge.
Yeah.
Like in football, they give you a certain amount of challenges, you use them. In basketball,
lose a timeout.
Exactly. In basketball, all right, yeah, you're going to use it anyway. But in hockey, you better be sure, or not only do you lose it, you go on the PK.
Well, and to to that point, I kind of appreciated they didn't overturn the goal because it wasn't a hand pass. Look, it might have hit his hand by letter of the law. It might have been the rule. Funny thing is, you guys did the camera shot to Bednar when they said you're going back on the PK. Bednar finally had a wry smile on his face that said, "Are you bleeping kidding me?" He was almost for sure that was going to get overturned.
What? In a weird way, that gave the Avs a lot of momentum because they picked it up a notch after that.
Yeah, that penalty kill was obviously better than the previous.
Exactly
penalty
right.
kill.
In a weird way, as soon as that happened, I was like, "Oh boy, you're down the goal. It's a third period. Now oh geez," and then suddenly that woke them up because toward the end of the regulation, they dominated.
Mm-hmm.
They dominated
on the coaches' challenges. Avalanche video coach Brett Heimlich. Obviously he's good.
Whose hit rate is like 98%.
He's very good at it. Right, and then of course the coaches on the bench, they can look down and see what's going on too, and they make the ultimate decision. Jared does. And Riker's very good at it too. I believe that puck hit the cuff. I know you guys say, well, it shouldn't. It's not the spirit of the law or whatever. Letter of the law, okay. I thought it hit the cuff.
No, what I was saying was,
what they determined is that it didn't even hit the cuff. Okay, and I thought it did. Thought it hit right on the Warrior on Trocheck's cuff. Nonetheless, the Avs killed it off and then came back and tied the game, and then it's anybody's game at that point.
Yeah, my beef wasn't so much with the, how do I put this? The rule is whatever. I just don't like the spirit of the rule.
Okay.
I think there's got to be like an actual motion that makes it look like he's batting it towards the teammate.
Okay. Back to the MacKinnon situation, and I'm sorry we can't do it.
When will the NHL rule officially?
Well, I think that they have ruled officially, but I think what you can do is you can ask the league to look at it again.
We all agree. Listen, you showed us the overhead look. We all agree in this room. I have no problem if they would have awarded MacKinnon a goal there. I mean, an assist there. No problem whatsoever.
And I think if they had,
yes,
they wouldn't have taken it down.
Exactly. It wouldn't even be. You know what? It wouldn't even be a topic of conversation today. We wouldn't even be looking at the replay. It wouldn't. But because they did not, it is now topic A in this whole debate. And I want to say, because they drew attention to it, you're not going to win it. because the tension's there.
I think that's exactly right. I think if they had awarded it,
then it's over.
They're not taking.
Then it's over.
Then it goes to the league. You know, they're not taking it off the board, and they're trying to. I think everybody here is trying to do the right thing and be as accurate as possible. But when you read the rule, 78.4, especially the very bottom of the rule where it says an assist may be awarded, blah blah blah. There's enough vagueness and vagaries in the rule itself that you could easily today say, oh, you know what? Brett, this is all common sense thing too, is it not? I loved what you said earlier in the program. Hey, how about just a little comment? Here's what I'm getting at. Taves shot the puck.
I'm the one who said that.
Oh, well then let me congratulate you.
Do it
I
appropriately.
agreed with him, though.
Yeah,
You
you
did.
agree, but
You-
I'm the one
okay,
who
so-
said use common sense when
Yes.
you look at that.
This is the question I ask you, and you guys are going to answer it appropriately. Who made the play that resulted in the goal?
The
Mikko.
play was made by Mikko forcing a stick in there, and those two players.
No, who made the play? McKinnon made the play.
Oh, okay.
He went, dug it out, darted
Nice.
through a
Fine,
couple of
fine,
dudes,
fine.
through the circle, sent it to Tate.
I thought
mean,
you meant the act.
No,
of
no, no.
the-
But
of the-
but that doesn't nothing. That goal doesn't even happen without Nathan McKinnon making
All
the
right,
play that
you
set
can
it up top.
You can rewind a lot on that.
Well, this is where it gets back to common sense. 29 made it happen. Can we just say that? Taves shot it. 29 made it happen, got the puck to 7, and the rest is history. It's just that all these,
you know what?
all the preponderance of evidence would say this is just me being a homer, fine, whatever the case may be. And I realize everybody's got a difficult
Okay.
job here. I'm just saying, in my opinion, the preponderance of evidence, especially when I showed you the video of Rantanen hitting Lindgren's stick,
Sure.
should say they could give him one
Okay.
easily.
The streak is near and dear to everyone's heart. Obviously, everybody in the
Well,
Avalanche
not to
room.
yours. You don't even.
Well,
like
no,
it.
I mean, I think you guys are making way too much a big deal out of this, and I don't think Nate, at the end of the day, Nate wants to win a cup. All right, so
100%,
That's fine.
100%.
You guys, I totally agree. It means something. It's meaningful. You're chasing the great one. I do like this text from 4848. The easy way to go through this is just ask Gretzky if he thinks it should be an assist or not. He's the one that's being chased. Hey,
Well,
Wayne, what do you think?
He said 2 nights before on TNT. We played it during the pregame last night, the Open. He was so excited that Nate's chasing that mark.
Yeah.
I mean, let me think about it. The only guy who's ever done it like right now, Nate's number 2 all time, ahead of Lemieux, ahead of Trottier, ahead of the greatest players in the history of this game. He's now number 2 behind the great one. In fact, he passed one of the great ones records. He had 33 at one point, and now he's there at 35. And Gretzky loved the pursuit.
Right.
He says, McKinnon is just simply one of the greatest on earth, and so on and so forth.
So, when we come back, huge game tonight. What is it, Vic? The biggest game of the year?
Biggest game of the year.
You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But what happens if the Nuggets lose this game? Then what will the feeling be? We'll get to that next.
You got to admit that was a good line. You got to admit. Just admit it.
Why did Mosier leave?
I don't know, because my line was so good there. That
You said it to me.
I know, but he didn't know how to react.
Why?
So he had to leave.
So an insult
Just
to
admit
me
it. But
gets
just admit-
Mosier to leave?
But just admit that was a good insult.
Oh, I like it.
Mosier,
Yeah.
was that a
I am quoted as saying that quite a bit
Many
in my
times.
life. Quite a bit.
I'll say this. It's one of the best insults you've ever had in your entire life.
It was quick, too.
And it set...
Why did you leave?
I need a moment.
Because he didn't know how to react after the insult was handed to you so quickly and deftly.
Okay, listen, everybody. I'm going to go in the control room, and I'm going to tell everybody who's watching, Brett, I want you to describe it. Everybody who's watching on Altitude TV and Twitch, I'm going to describe to Marty what Vic just said and watch his reaction.
Because it was done off air.
Well, why don't you we don't like inside jokes around here, Vic. Why don't you tell the people?
I wish we could. Once the show goes non-FCC, we can use those jokes on the air.
You said once this is happening imminently.
No, but I mean, if it were happening. I mean, how is McAfee allowed to do that? We can't. I don't get it. I mean, we're on a regional cable network. He's on ESPN, and he can do what he wants. Why can't we? Because that should be, you know what? We just denied the listening public. Marty, look at Marty's react. Marty, come on. Marty?
He has to wait till Mosier leaves before he says anything.
Marty.
No, don't say that. It's highly inappropriate.
Look, it was
I
also
hit the dump button once today.
It was pretty good, but I don't think that this is the greatest joke that's ever been told.
I don't know.
It was
The way Mosier just reacted.
I mean, I think it's a little over the top here. It was a good zinger. It was a good zinger, but goodness,
You're missing the point here. It was the combination of words and the way they were put together.
So in other words, you had to be there.
Well, yeah, dude. What would you have done if I said that to you straight up?
I would have been very insulted.
Okay. That's enough of that.
I don't remember what I said now.
I do.
Can we get a local team to win at Ball Arena this week, please?
Yeah, I think once you take that painting home,
Yeah,
might
I
have
am.
a chance.
I'm getting it out of here. For those of you who believe in jinxes, losers. For those of you who think witchcraft has something to do with winning and losing. Take the photo down. They can't win. Okay. You'll get your wish. Taking that sucker home.
Well, I just saw this from NBA Communications on Twitter that the Denver Nuggets will clinch a playoff spot with a win and Sacramento loss tonight.
The first Western Conference team with
First
that
team in the
opportunity, yes.
Who does Secto have?
I don't know. They've already clinched a play-in bid. A playoff spot is a top 6 seed, essentially. A top 6 seed, to be more detailed there.
Yeah.
Because anything below top 6, you still not assured.
Kings are home against the Mavs, and they're a 1.5
Tough
point
one.
favorite. Yeah, that's a very tough basketball game tonight for Sacramento. And look, Vic, the inevitable is going to happen. I mean, the Nuggets, I hope, but I think they're going to be the number 1 seed.
If they win tonight, they got a really good shot.
I like Powder's approach to this. I like what you're doing because I think in life, you expect to win, but you prepare both ways.
What happens if you lose tonight?
Great question.
How
If
do you
the
feel?
Nuggets were to lose tonight, and you never want to go in with that intent, obviously, but prepare your mind. Wrap your mind around that. If you lose a game like this, what happens? You're going to get the immediate reaction, oh, they're done. They're cooked, right? That's going to happen. But then I want to remind you that there were a couple games down the line last season where, remember the game in Houston? Had the Nuggets won that game, they would have clinched. Do you remember that
Yes.
game?
I'm telling you, Vic, I think that's a bad comparison because the circumstance was totally different.
I
They already had
understand
the
that.
1 seed
I
clinched.
understand, but there's still games that you wanted them to win because of momentum, because of circumstances. Clearly, you want the Nuggets to win tonight. If they lose this game, if they were to lose for whatever reason, you have to take the approach, okay, why did we lose? Why is this team giving us fits? Why have we lost 2? What can we do to fix this before the postseason run?
And in regards
what
to
measures can we take?
Yeah, in regards to the Avalanche, again, Nashville's in town tomorrow. Very tough game. Preds, though, did you see what they did last night in Arizona? They lost 8-4.
How?
The Coyotes put 8 on them.
Jeez.
And they were writing, was it 18 straight points?
16-0-2.
Yeah.
That's correct. And then Arizona put 8 on them. But they're still obviously really, really good. They're going to want to rebound from that. Andrew Burnett, former Colorado Avalanche, and assistant coach Danny Highnote, former
hang on.
Colorado
I
Avalanche,
want to
hasn't
stick
going
with the
good.
Nuggets for a second. Hang on.
Okay, no, but what I'm saying is that they had a lull game. They had a casual game against Montreal, and then they went toe-to-toe and lost a coin flip to the best team right now, the best team in the league. So there shouldn't be any panic in this regard or that regard either. Same with the Denver, but I'm trying to equate it to the Nuggets. There's no panic going on here, man. You had a casual game against the Suns. I expect a terrific performance tonight.
Well, I tell you this. When it comes to with a win or a loss tonight, how do you feel? A win is obviously you're pretty elated because there's a good opportunity. Phoenix is playing against Oklahoma City tonight. And I think that game is in Phoenix, isn't it, Vic?
OKC.
Or it's in OKC. But if the Suns, who are desperate right now to win and stay out of a play-in spot, they want to get to that 6th seed. If they get a win against OKC and you win tonight, you're a game and a half up on both the 2 and 3 seed. With 8 games remaining and how good the Nuggets have been playing post-All-Star break, it's not a lock, but it puts you in a really, really good position.
I want to be careful to assume that just because you win tonight, if you were to win, everything's no.
That's
still
why I
a lot
said
of
it's not a
season.
lock, but you're in a really good spot with 8 games left and how you've played post-All-Star break. Now, the inverse of this, you lose. Now, it's a total mess of who's going to be at the top of the Western Conference. I don't know how much they care about that kind of stuff, but they at least do a little bit. I mean, having home court throughout the entirety of the Western Conference playoffs is a nice little perk that we witnessed last year.
If the Nuggets can get through this little stretch here, Minnesota tonight, Cleveland on Sunday, they can get through this little stretch. They got a game at LA against the Clippers, which is a tough one, and then another one against Minnesota. You could stay afloat.
But then you got Spurs, you got Grizz,
Yes,
you got some bad teams.
games. Oklahoma City has a minefield of games down the stretch.
Right.
Minnesota can wrest away all the momentum and all the advantages by winning tonight. You don't want that to happen. You lose the tiebreaker. If for some reason you end up tied with Minnesota at the end of the regular season, you have to win tonight and on April 10th to win that tiebreaker, or you lose it, no matter what.
Yep.
So it's a must-win in tiebreaker. And you know what? The way this is coming down, there's going to be a tiebreaker somewhere between 2 teams. That's why tonight it's vital. It's a vital matchup. And I know that the Minnesota Timberwolves are hungry. The last time they played in Denver, Colorado was last May. Or was it April? Whenever that first-round series ended. Last April. And do you remember how it ended? It was 112-109, final seconds. Inbounded to Anthony Edwards. Attempts at 3, goes in and out. Do you remember that shot?
He threw a chair afterwards.
Threw a chair on his way to the locker room, so he wasn't happy. That's the last time they played in Denver.
Big game tonight. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, real quick, Vic, have you ever traveled to Oklahoma City with the Nuggets?
Yeah. A weird hotel.
Do you stay at the Skirvin?
Not anymore. We stayed at some weird artsy hotel. A lot of art.
Okay.
Weird art.
Because most of the teams would stay
the Haunted Hotel
at the Skirvin. That's correct. The Art Deco Hotel. It's
maybe,
really cool.
Maybe that's what it is then. It's got all the weird art. Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
It was built like in 1917 or something like that.
Well, why don't the Nuggets make Oklahoma City stay at the Stanley then?
Well, because it's up in...
So what?
Estes.
Deal with it. Deal with it. If I have to deal with your ghost, you deal with mine.
It's fair. Or at the Oxford.
Yeah.
I told you about my Oxford. I'll tell you that again sometime. Not now. In the bathroom at the Oxford Hotel.
Yeah, it sounds like a doozy.
Hey. Wasn't like that.
Yeah, what kind of things happen in the bathroom?
There was not any amorous ghost.
Was it like a Shining moment where you thought it was a beautiful lady and it turns out it's an old woman wanting to kill you?
No, it was not like that at all. But I'll tell the story sometime about my experience at the Oxford Hotel
disappointing
downtown.
That scene.
By the way,
I stayed in a motel once in Dallas underneath an overpass.
Yeah.
And I witnessed a drug deal right next to me. In the room right next to mine.
It
was one of the worst hotels I've ever experienced.
I'm sorry I brought this up. I apologize.
I've stayed at hotels before.
You crack me up. Anyway,
I have.
Yeah,
I don't know if you've known that before.
That's pretty amazing. No, but every time I think of OKC and like Phoenix, I wonder if they stayed at the Skirvin. Did they get any sleep? Maybe that's why they've won 50 games this year. Talking about the Thunder.
What scares you about Minnesota, the Timberwolves tonight? What, like, if you were, I'm trying to paint a picture.
I think that Ant is.
It's him.
He is so dynamic.
But what if I told you that
he's so good? I know you've got the two-headed monster. For some reason, Cat doesn't scare me. I know he shoots well.
Cat's out.
Yeah,
I know.
no.
I'm talking about overall. We're talking postseason, the whole 9 yards. It's Anthony Edwards. He's the most terrifying part of me because every time I think of Gobert, what do I think of?
47, brother.
Oh, yeah.
I have 47.
The one element about the Minnesota Timberwolves which concerns me, doesn't scare me, it concerns me because the Nuggets have a way of figuring things out. They are the number 1 ranked defense in the NBA, the stingiest defense in the National Basketball Association. They give up 106 points a game. Now, the Nuggets are number 2 in the Western Conference. They're number 2 behind Minnesota, points per game. They're not bad. But Minnesota, that is their claim to fame right now. They play defense because they block everything that comes in there. And the way they guard the Nuggets, they put 6'9" Jaden McDaniels on Jamal. That's a lot of length he's got to deal with. He chases him around the court. And it changes the way the Nuggets play. Now, remember, the last time the Nuggets played Minnesota, Gobert didn't play, Naz Reid didn't play, and Cat, of course, didn't play. So there was nobody in the middle to stop them. Well, the Stifle Tower returns tonight. And you have that one big man that hitting those inside shots is going to require a little more patience now. And Joker always figures it out. I'm not worried about that, but it's not going to be as easy as it was in Minnesota in the middle.
303-504-0925.
I want to see, here's what I want to see. I want to see, more importantly than anything, I want to see good defense tonight, Vic, but I want to see clean glass work.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
You know
I want to see the Denver Nuggets hard on the glass.
Yeah.
Hard.
I agree with you on that.
That's all.
Yeah, and that's been a problem. They lost the glass work, as you call it, 51-38 to Phoenix.
But I feel like
you can't do that.
I feel like if they out-rebound their opponent, everything else takes care of itself.
You know what? You get the rebounds and you run.
Yeah.
And the ones that drive you crazy is when the opposing team starts taking jump shots and those long rebounds that end up in the other team's hands again.
It drives me crazy.
Nuts.
But also I saw, and again, nobody was being lazy. I saw some clangers the other night against Phoenix, long rebounds, but it's almost like the Nuggets said, okay, you just take that one. Just, that's fine. It's just, I think they could have been a little bit harder on those or chased a little bit harder. That's it. And that's completely nitpicking. That's not being serious.
Just for your own, just to save your job, be careful how you do that with your hands.
This?
Yeah, just be careful.
How am I supposed to do this?
Just go to break.
What if I went like this instead?
See?
If I did that,
just be careful.
Does that give you the sign?
Martin?
Be very careful.
Martin, do we have drunk takes today?
Yes.
Okay. And when we come back, $50 gift card to Centennial Cuts on the line.
To Caitlin Clark.
You can watch the show live on Twitch, the Safeway Twitch feed. And Safeway has everything you need for your Easter celebration. Find spiral sliced ham, fresh spring flowers, and candy for your Easter baskets. Shop in-store or on the Safeway app.
I can't find this thing from Martin.
What do you want, a cupcake?
There he is. Okay, here's what we're going to do. It's the last day of the week. Every single day this week, we've been giving away a $50 gift card to Centennial Cuts. Unbelievably good beef. I'm working with them now. It's delicious beyond belief. Premium, high-quality Colorado beef. Same high-end beef that top chefs trust. Order online. They deliver it right to your home. It's great. CentennialCuts.com. Plus, they've got jerky. They've got sausage. They've got pet treats. They've got everything. Okay? So you need to text the keyword in to 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. And the word today is the final one. Reminds me of Brett a little bit. And Vic is jerky. Text in jerky to 303-504-0925. Include your first and last name, and you are qualified to win the gift card to Centennial Cuts. Go to CentennialCuts.com.
You know what I don't like that happened yesterday?
14 runs in the bottom of the third?
It happens.
Yeah, that was a part of it.
What do you mean that happens?
It happens.
No, actually, Vic, it's never happened in the history of the sport before at opening day.
Hey, first day of the season, for opening
It's
day.
just like Stetson making the tournament every year. Nope, it's actually never happened.
Listen, a season that's dead upon arrival, and you give up 14 in an inning to open the season, it happens.
Hold on.
That's like
hold on.
Yeah, that's like pulling up to the starting gate of the Kentucky Derby, literally dragging a dead horse with a tractor and saying, go. Brett, you're right, though. The 14 runs were the most in an inning on opening day for any team since 1900.
To back that up, Thomas Harding of MLB.com. The 14 runs, 13 hits, 18 batters faced in the third inning against the D-backs all represent the most in all categories by the Rockies pitching in a single inning in franchise history. Now, here's what I don't like, though. Here's what I don't like. I didn't like people's reaction to me after that happened yesterday.
To you?
I don't like, yes, because I was one of the 4 people in this town that was excited, I guess, that baseball was back.
No, we make fun of you a lot. I was genuinely excited to watch that game. I parked it on my Fubo. I had it ready to go on my multi-view. I watched the pregame with Drew and company. I watched it all, and I was pumped to watch. I really was. I was pumped. And then
that happened. But what I don't like, though, Vic, I didn't like the glee that people took in it. That's what I don't like. Oh, the tweets and all the texts that I got this morning. See, Brett, this is why. Told you so. Ha, ha, ha. Rocky, I don't like that. That's what I don't like.
But I guess they're not gleeful towards you. They're not trying to knock you. I think they're just trying to.
Well, I took it personally.
You know what that is? That's almost a coping mechanism, because what is there to watch? What hope is there, right? The hope isn't in the team. The hope is not in the team. Are you going to go to Coors this year?
Of course.
Mose, you going to go to Coors Field?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so am I. Are you going to go for the baseball?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, I like. Here's.
I mean, what do you mean?
I like to watch Major League Baseball in person.
Sure.
It's fun. Again, Brett,
if the Rockies played at a high school field, would I go? I mean, maybe, maybe not. I know what you're asking.
But here's but it's still, this comes from my youth. Okay, let me go back to being a little kid. And my father taking me to ball games as a little kid. When you walk into the ballpark.
My father never took me to ball games as a little kid.
Well, you had Bear Stadium. What'd you have? Bear Stadium and Mile High. That's what you had, right?
Just never took me to any ball games.
Well, he let you help him gut a goat, so that's kind of the same.
And I can't even believe it.
All right, so
my father never helped me gut a goat.
When you walk into Brett, you probably feel the same way.
Marty's
because
upset at me, by the way. Or he's upset at that conversation because Marty just whispered very, very disappointedly. My father never let me gut a goat before.
Okay, so when you walk into the ballpark, from the time I was a little kid, every time I go in,
the goat was my pet.
No, you thought it was your pet. It was not your pet.
It would be weird if you're a kid and you think an animal is your pet and your friend, and then you just see it strung up in the garage one day.
And then you eat it for
and
Easter.
Then you eat it.
Yeah, that would be weird.
What do you think? I hate lamb today. Won't eat it.
Okay, so I love lamb. Bear makes a wonderful lamb chop. Anyway, but you walk into the ballpark, and when you get onto the concourse and you start to see the dirt, and then you start to see the grass, Brett, and you look out, it's a cathedral
really
type
is.
of
It's so
sight. I mean,
pretty.
it's still to this day the perfect lines and the perfect dirt. And the way it's chalked, everything, it just feels like it's perfect. It feels like every time I go to the ballpark, which is a lot, that same feeling of, I don't want to say awe, but just joy comes over me. It's fun to go watch Major League Baseball.
So
heck, it's fun. There have been times about riding my bike or something, and I'll be riding by like little kids are playing a baseball game. I'll stop and watch, an inning or so, then take off again. But it's fun to do. It's just hard because your team is not good.
Can I ask you guys a question and tell me? It's all how you watch sports. Like when you watch your favorite teams and you watch them on and on and on, you watch them every night. Do you guys ever get that feeling from the very onset of the game, whether they have it tonight? Like, okay, this is they got.
I know that Arizona scored 2 in the first, but I certainly didn't think they wouldn't have it to the extent of giving up 14 in the third, bro.
I'm not talking just baseball. Any sport where you watch just the first few moments of a game and you're like,
of course,
And I'm watching Charlie Blackmon's first at bat, and I'm like, okay.
Oh, I didn't get it then. I got it watching Freeland. Freeland didn't have a lot of movement on his fastball. He was getting tagged. And I go, you don't got the fastball working, and then you hung the slider, and that's what Gurriel put 420 feet past the left field foul pole.
Here's the problem.
Pitchers, I know immediately.
Here's what's upsetting to me about being a Rockies fan. Here's what should upset you too. Not that you have to think like me, but I want you to think like me. You can't compare yourself to the Dodgers. You can't. It's a different sport almost.
Yeah.
Different paycheck, different wallet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can't compare your house to the one that's in Cherry Hills. Can't do it. But you can compare yourself to the Arizona Diamondbacks, by God. You should be able to do that, shouldn't you? You should be comparable to that team, right?
You think that you could?
You should, right? Yes. I mean, that's a team that's a comp. That's a comp. That's a same market size. It's same type of situation. They're not going to outspend like the Dodgers. They're not going to fix every problem with money. They can't. So your comp is Arizona. Well, Arizona just played in the World Series last year. And they just hung 14 in 1 inning on you.
I just noticed this.
Now, Arizona also, just a couple of years ago, lost 110 games.
Yeah.
And look, this is what I'll say again. I feel like I'm just going to be the defender of the Rockies all year long. What the Rockies are at least maybe accidentally attempting to do is the Diamondbacks have 2 guys in that roster that have been on the team for 8 years. Christian Walker's one, and I believe the other is Ketel Marte. They're trying to do the same sort of thing that the Diamondbacks do because, as you said, Vic, they are capable of it. What's funny, Diamondbacks lost 110 games 2 years ago. And last year, they made it to the World Series. You know what the record was in the regular season?
It wasn't good.
They didn't win 102 ball games. They were 84 and 78.
It wasn't good. It was like Atlanta.
They're a 500 team.
Wasn't it Atlanta the year before? These teams are not like ripping it apart in the regular season. They're barely getting in.
Right.
And getting hot at the right time.
I'm looking right now at the Dodgers lineup. It's just a murderer's row, man.
Again, you cannot compare yourself to the Dodgers organization. And for that matter, you can't compare yourself to San Diego or San Francisco. Just take those 3 teams
out of the division.
And they're not, that's not your comp.
Yeah.
Your comp is Arizona. That's what hurts being a Rockies fan, is that you can't compete with Arizona.
Mookie Betts jacked one. Freddie Freeman had a big jack. 3 ribbies. Guess who took the collar?
Oh, are you going to do this every day?
Guess who took the collar? 0 for 4. Yes, take one guess.
I don't take
Who was it,
glee in
Moj?
that.
By the way, the Cardinals, hang on a second. The Cardinals,
Who was it?
Paul Goldschmidt had all 3 of their hits. Nobody else got a base hit. He was 0 for 4, Nolan, 0 for 4.
Does this make you feel better?
He's hitting in the 4 hole, and he goes 0 for 4.
Shot in front.
Like Arenado goes 0 for 4,
No,
and you dropped 14 runs in the third.
I would much rather have seen Nolan go 3 for 4 with 3 dongs and beat the Dodgers. I would much rather have preferred that, to be honest with you. I hate the Dodgers.
So
I
wait,
think you hate Nolan more, honestly.
I was just going to ask you, are you trying to tell me that your Dodgers hate supersedes the Nolan hate? Because I don't buy it.
No, it does. That's a team hate.
Really?
Yeah.
Nolan Arenado walk-off home run beats the Dodgers.
I'm all in.
I don't think so.
3 home run game. The third one was the walk-off.
100%.
I don't buy this at
Well,
all.
I don't buy it.
For a
Well,
song.
You don't have to buy
Not
it.
for
Look
a
at that
second.
stupid little smile he's got going on.
What
No way.
stupid
Because
little
you know you're
smile.
lying
That one.
right now.
What
You
stupid
know
little
it.
smile?
I mean, the Rockies gave up 14 runs in the third inning of Game 1, and you said Nolan went 0 for 4 yesterday. That's what you did.
I know, Vic. I mean, they could have literally done it. And yes, I'm going to go to the ballpark. People say I'm part of the problem. You're right. I am part of the problem. I also like to entertain myself. I like to take my beautiful bride to the ballpark and my kid to the ballpark and have a coldie and a dog and watch a ball game. I like it, okay? That being said, can you think of a worst possible start to the season?
No, it quite literally never happened before.
Vic, you're in Hollywood, right? Vic, you're writing a script for a team that could lose 105 games this year. And you're writing up a script for opening day.
Yep.
Write a script worse than this one. Torn ACLs, maybe. Knock on your wood.
I mean, jeez.
I know, but I'm just saying, dude, giving up 14 in the bottom of the third, season over, 3 innings in.
Hold on.
What?
Don't say a word.
Okay.
Vic, answer Mosier's question.
I lose focus when you start going on these ridiculous anti-Nolan.
Can you just
Arenado
pretend?
things.
Can you just Can you just pretend like you heard it and give us an answer?
Yes. Something about something in a streak and an assist and something in there.
Wow, not even close. Not even close.
Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to?
I genuinely lose interest in much of what you say when you say the same thing every show. Nolan Arenado, Nolan Arenado, Nolan Arenado, Nolan Arenado. Every time we talk baseball, Nolan Arenado. It's such a fixation in your mind that it's almost. I feel sympathetic for you. It's
projecting.
He's in your brain.
Yeah,
Brady's projecting.
It feels that way.
It does.
Let it go. The guy didn't want you. He didn't want you. He wanted St. Louis. He didn't want you.
All right.
Is that what he was talking about?
For a second, and then it moved to
slightly,
something else. Just quickly here. Big game tonight for the Nuggets. The biggest game of the year for the Nuggets as they take on Minnesota with a whole bunch of implications on the line. They win tonight, they'll go a game and a half up on Minnesota. If Phoenix beats Oklahoma City as well, there'll be a game and a half up on them. So a game and a half up on both the 2 and 3 seed.
And by the way,
they win.
I like the fact that it's tight down the stretch. Keeps you sharp. You know, Kevin Durant said something very prophetic after they beat the Nuggets the other night. He was asked, man, you had a murderous schedule. And he said, well, we need that. We need that edge, especially the way we've been playing. We need that edge going into the playoffs.
So you would prefer this as opposed to what Boston's going through right now, which is they have clinched the 1 seed a week ago,
well,
and they don't care.
It would be stupid for me to say I prefer one or the other because last year the Nuggets didn't have to win, and they sort of relaxed and went 16-4 in the playoffs. So it'd be dumb for me to say you got to. But it's different, and every season is different, and you have to move with the season. And that's what it is.
This whole
Do you think the Nuggets, once they get there, do you think they're going to go 16-4 in the playoffs if they win a championship?
No, we've already established that they will not. And we've already established that.
There are going to be some games, dude. There's going to be a game 7 in there. And that is going to be I mean, my stomach is tight just thinking about it.
That is so weird. I still think back to the last 2 championship runs. Last year with the Nuggets, 2 years ago with the Avs. They both went 16-4. They both never faced a game 7. And both of those runs, despite the ease in which I just described it, did not feel easy.
No, your heart stopped.
At least in the moment.
Your heart stopped in game 5s.
Yeah.
Right?
Honestly, it did. I'm looking right now at the play-in in the West.
Man,
I tell you, Dallas has moved up to the 6 hole. They're going to be highly motivated tonight at Sacramento to stay out of the play-in. But, I mean, Phoenix, Sacramento has gone from 6 to 8 like that. And they're only a game back, but that. And then you get the Lakers and then the Warriors and then the
See, but hang on. Every time we do this, and this is so weird, every time we do this, Western Conference, Dallas, L.A., Minnesota, OKC, we never mention New Orleans, who is a half game back of the 4 seed.
Yeah,
Why?
I just don't think New Orleans is a championship team. I think they're a team that can scare you. I just don't think they're a championship roster.
Well, think
about it, though. It's like Zion's healthy.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Ingram's really good.
He's been out. He's missed the last few games.
But he's really good.
Yeah.
You have even a guy like Valanciunas is good. Who am I missing, by the way?
McCollum.
McCollum is good.
And they have a lot of great
still
role
playing.
players.
They have like that Herb Brooks or what?
Murphy.
Sorry. What's his name? Herb Jones.
Herb Jones, good defense.
You think
they
about-
have a lot of good role players.
Vic, you think about where they were, though, after they were forced to trade AD to the Lakers? That franchise was left for dead. I mean, dead. What's the name of their joint? The smoothie? What's it called?
Smoothie King?
Smoothie Center.
Smoothies, right?
I think it's Smoothie King.
Smoothies,
Yeah.
okay. They were, I mean, it was horrific for them. We don't talk about the Clippers, by the way, either. The Clippers have come back to reality, even though they're in the 4-hole. They're just puttering along where they are. But credit New Orleans, man, with a healthy Zion and some really shrewd moves, they've managed to put together a pretty dang good basketball team.
What a sports weekend on tap, boys.
It is big.
Oh, my God. Between the Nuggets game tonight, the Avs play tomorrow, you've got March Madness, you've got that CU women against Caitlin Clark in March Madness. Baseball off to a full tilt this weekend.
Rocky's going to make it 1-1 after tonight. I mean,
what a rich weekend of sports. Can we get a win here, please?
yeah, that's so much to ask for. Just start rattling off some W's again. And Vic, so everybody knows, Vic is taking the painting home with him
so
now.
you don't have to lean on that excuse anymore. That's out of here.
So if you felt like that was some sort of hex, some sort of curse, it is leaving the studio. It is behind Vic at the moment. And again, just super creepy. It stares at you wherever you go.
It kind of does. Hey, you see who's on the bump tonight for the Rocks?
Is it Quantrill?
Cal Quantrill. Yeah, that's correct.
Newest acquisition?
I'm excited to see him.
If Cal Quantrill came out of Cleveland and knocked on your front door and kicked you in the groin,
Okay.
would you know who Cal Quantrill is?
This is also just kind of a baseball thing. The baseball Q scores are terrible. How many baseball players, even famous ones, like you would know Freddie Freeman because you'd see teeth.
The teeth.
And then
he
you'd be like,
lights,
all right,
he
that's
lights
Freddie.
up the room.
But honestly, give me like
He's like a long lost Osmond.
Marty, look up an the All-Star rosters from last year in the MLB. Give us a name and let's see if Vic or Moj would be able to tell what this guy looks like if he kicked him in the Jimmy.
You know, a better game. How many? And did you see that the Dodgers just handed out another ridiculous contract to their catcher? I mean, they're just handing out money left and right. How many? Is that what he talked about?
Moj did that yesterday.
How many Dodgers players can you name that you could identify that would be the best player on the Rockies roster? How many down that list? How many would you go down? And name?
7 or 8, 9.
Maybe all of them.
Probably all of them.
Maybe?
Yeah. Probably all of them.
Legit. Maybe all of them.
Hey, also, did you see what happened yesterday? Cornell beat Maine.
Oh, I forgot about that.
The Pios in double overtime knock off UMass. And, again, the way the NCAA does it with hockey, because UMass got in, because the Pios beat UNO, that got UMass in, and UMass, if you're hosting that region, and UMass was, even though it's not their home rink, they have to be in that region. So DU played a road game.
Good, they won.
Essentially a home game for you. Yeah, I mean, but now they get Cornell, which is also a flippin' New England team. And so you're going to have maybe the same kind of story, but nonetheless, once the Pios survived that scary 2-1 double OT win, I think we're okay. Let's get it going now.
Quick question.
Coach Carl, let's get it going.
Quick question before we get to drunk takes, before we get the results of our Sweet 16, couple of regions. Moj, if Nolan Arenado in street clothes kicked you in the Jimmy, would you know it's him? Because I feel like you're almost owed one. At this point.
Unfortunately, yes.
Got drunk takes next.
You know, back to baseball and why I love the sport. I grew up playing the sport. Most of us played it as young ones. There's nothing better than just taking fielding, right? Just getting out and fielding some ground balls.
I would love to take some ground balls, yeah.
Isn't it just something purifying about that? Let's take a couple grounders. Get out there, take a couple grounders.
If I could take some BP on the field, oh my God, what a joy.
If you want to hit Fun Goes to Me in the parking lot all day one day after the show,
I want to see this so badly because Mosier has such confidence with this, and I can't. I'll believe it when I see it.
That he can sit under any fly ball and catch it, no problem.
He said 100 in a row fly balls. Now he's saying like you hit me ground balls. I'm gonna Hoover vacuum those. Like
there's been so many times when I've invited you guys to come have a little catch with me, come hang out. I'll bring my gear. And every single time, oh, my kid's sick. Oh, I got a dog that got hit by a car. Oh, well, I mean, whatever excuses you guys have had, you throw them out there time and time again. So I gave up.
Here's what sucks about playing baseball in Colorado, high school baseball in the spring here. And as you all know, you were in Omaha. Same thing.
Oh, my God, it's terrible.
The fields are not ready for it. They're hard. You're cold. Your hands are cold to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the bounces you take you're playing at Rocky Mountain Park for crying out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the bounces you take.
A lot of people out there, Roger Dorning it, right? Come on, Dorn, don't give me any of this old lay.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I would do that all the time.
The worst part though, it stinks. Your hands start to numb up. It's cold.
What if you fell one off the end of the bat
on a cold day? I'm telling you guys, there is not a worse feeling that you can have. You catch a ball off the end of a bat in cold weather, that goes from your fingertips all the way up through your shoulder. You're like, everything hurts.
I think what it does is it transfers through your DNA to your kid.
I think so, too.
It's how I got cancer.
That's how?
Jeez. I think it's what killed my mother.
I'm not a doctor. What are you guys doing
That's
here?
unfortunate. I tried to crack a joke that was personal. Now you took it a step too far.
Mosier, the one-upper over here. I don't know if there's that one-up. But we have some business to attend to. Drunk Takes coming up in a second. Let's get the results of our Sweet 16 in the Mosier and Vic region. So, here's what we got. Starting in the Mosier region, we had a 1-4, bend over and I'll show you, versus What's Up, Man? I can't do the voice. Somebody else do it.
What's up, man?
There
What's
you go.
up, man?
The winner with 79% of the vote is...
Absolutely. I've got a badass compressor at home. Tall one. Big
Where
tall
do you
one.
put the thing? Where do you put the thing? To blow.
Bend over and I'll show you.
I still think it's the best one. No, that was the one seed.
Was it the one?
That was the
Oh,
one
I'm
seed.
sorry.
So that moves on. The other one was a 7-3. The 3 seed was game-winning losses. The 7 seed was hockey soccer from Vic. As he went through his
so good
influent or his sports he was fluent in, including hockey, lacrosse, and hockey soccer. Am I still waiting, Marty? I'm trying to buy you time here. We're trying to get results to see what goes to the Elite Eight. I can barely speak right now.
Game's going to overtime. And now double overtime.
Marty's still looking confused at the computer screen. I need you guys to help. I can't keep talking like this. I can't keep vamping.
And now no one scored in this third overtime
Just tell
period.
us who won.
And now they're reviewing a play.
Just tell us. We can handle it without the soundbite.
The winner was 64%
that all
of the vote.
season. I mean, look at the games this season, and I know people are texting saying he's got the most game-winning drive since 2020. I can't contest that. He also has a lot of game-winning losses.
So good.
That's excellent. So that's going up against Bend Over and I'll show you in the Elite Eight. That's going to be a tough matchup. In the Vic region, we have the 9 seed McCannon going against the 5 seed Lakers Daddy. The winner was 70% of the vote.
He came into this world as the son of a coach, but in these playoffs, he became the Lakers' daddy.
So that moves on to the Elite Eight, and then the 6-7, the 6 seed Vic versus Stats. Always a good one against the JFK Report with a goal call over the top. The winner this close with 54% of the vote is...
Next week's Bears-Broncos game will be the first game in NFL history between two teams who combined to allow 110 points more, 1,100 points or more in the previous week's game.
1,100? What?
Dude, that will never not be funny to me.
Well, just prepare yourself, Nuggets fans. That's the kind of hard-hitting stuff you're going to get tonight.
Yes.
So good.
Vic on the call tonight for the Nuggets game on Altitude Television.
You're going to get a lot of uncertainty with numbers.
Can you give me a what's up, man?
No.
Why? If that were Mosier,
Yeah,
you'd
come
be
on, you'd be
berating him right
demanding
now.
it.
'Cause I'm just trying to handle my job, do my role. I'm borrowing this
What's
role.
up, man,
This
is
not
easy.
mine.
That's an easy one. Easy. Throw that in there.
Super easy.
A dunk, a three-pointer with a hand in the face, a
Please.
I've just proven I can barely speak. You want me to drum that up? That's not going to happen.
Please.
block. So, let's just roll through it. Do you think that the Nuggets win tonight?
Yes, I do.
I think it's going to be a fourth quarter game, and it could go down as a classic. I really do. I think it's going to be a great game. I think
Both
the
teams
Nuggets
highly
win.
motivated. There's a lot on the line, man.
Do you think that the Avs get Nashville tomorrow?
I think so. I think that when their game was elevated last night, and against another that could be a Stanley Cup final preview. That's how good those teams are.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do. Brett, by the way, they owe a little payback. The last time these two teams played, the Preds punked them in Nashville. It's about time you get it back.
Do you believe the CU women can get the upset? 6.5-point dogs against Iowa.
I do not.
God,
I
I
don't.
hope so.
I hope so, but I don't think so.
I just think the legend of Caitlin Clark somehow will find a way. I hope I'm wrong. I hope they shut her down.
Will the Pios beat Cornell? Yes.
Do you believe the Rockies will give up an inning of 4 more runs tonight?
Yes.
It happens.
Well, no, I mean, unless Cal Quantrill has some sort of future Cy
love
Young
that.
performance.
It happens. I mean,
That's my favorite thing. Whenever something goes bad, how did the Lions blow that lead in the NFC Championship game? Hey, man, it happens. It happens. Go to a history book. All right, let's get to our favorite part of the week, drunk takes. These are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Marty?
Can I say it? Do you want me to say it instead?
Yep.
We want the D.
Yeah.
You say it so much better anyway.
You really do.
I want the D. You want the D. Martin, I know you want the D. Everybody out there wants the D. So hopefully we're going to get the D. I like the...
I mean, look, you're not wrong. When we heard uniform changes were coming, we all thought the same thing. Go back to old school. By the way, have they said when they're announcing the uniform change?
I think this is all just very vague. I don't know, Vic. When are they going to unveil the new unis?
Okay, we're told Monday? Monday's when they're doing it?
is it Monday for sure?
Cool. Sounds great. Hopefully they do it right after we get off the air.
We have an inside source, 4 Eyes.
Oh, that's right. Okay, good. Good.
What's next?
The Southwest was there yesterday, and they gave out scarves, and they gave out thunder sticks. Ding, 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 ding. Thunder, little mini thunder sticks. Ding, 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 ding. And dude's working, and behind me, I'm like, and the Bear's like, I can take this guy. I think I can take this guy. Seriously, she dude's working, and behind me,
I mean, yeah, that's just phrasing is poor
What are you
there.
guys talking about?
she was going to kill that Penguins fan. Kill.
Penguins fan had thunder sticks. That's what it was.
Ding, 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 ding.
Which is not how they sound, I don't
They
think.
say click, 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 click. Yeah, they do. They had a real tinny sound.
What's next?
The games are.
That goes
That's
in the
what this
rearview
is.
mirror. I mean, listen, you would. Who was it on the text, the tweet?
Huh?
The damn Twitch feed.
You almost pulled a Hastings.
I
though.
did.
You were this close to pulling a Hastings.
I mean, listen, you would. Who was it on the text, the tweet?
Marty, before the end of the show, can I hear the Hastings one? Because I haven't heard that in a
Oh,
while. I
so
didn't need
good.
that back in my life for a second. In the meantime, what's next? In the studio right now, behind me, what I have is Mosier eating a corn dog aggressively. To my left, nude Vic Lombardi staring at me the entire
Which
time.
is more inviting to the eyes. So you'd
Fascinating.
rather see Mosier mange
Yes.
on a giant dog
I would.
than my naked body.
Yes. And I think
I agree.
Right answer. It's the right answer.
Correct.
But the way he was munching.
I mean, you were going crazy.
So good, though.
Just take smaller bites.
Okay.
That's all I ask.
Yes,
of you.
sir.
He's in a
100%.
hurry. He's calling a hockey game.
And
One thing I will not do tonight is eat a corn dog during
Please do
timeout.
it. Please do. Last one, Marty. Go ahead.
I'm not auctioning a naked picture of myself. I'm keeping it.
How incredibly happy were you?
I was mildly attracted to myself.
Okay, now, Vic, the thing is, your wife has to paint me naked.
By the way, Vic, do you want to share with our audience what you were doing with that portrait earlier?
I was holding it. And
No, you were more than that.
We got one more, Marty. Go ahead.
No, this is just a Hastings thing.
Yeah, let me hear it.
A text line out to Sports Radio 92.5 text slash Twitch slash out to 92.5.
Nailed it.
Get on there, write us there.
My favorite part is the Bubba at the end of it.
So
It's like,
good.
I give up. Bubba, you understand.
oh,
All right. Game tonight. You can hear it right here, Altitude
Hey,
Sports Radio 92.
shout
got-
out to Chris Marlowe. Get better, my man. Get better. Get back in that seat, please.
Absolutely. Hey, happy Easter in advance to everybody.
Yes.
Have a safe and happy religious or chocolate bunny day or both, whatever it is you do. And great sports weekend ahead.
Really good sports weekend. You can check out the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, SoundCloud. Mosier Lombardi in Kane is where you can find it. Our winner of the Centennial Cuts, by the way, Eric Martinez. Way
Hey,
to go,
Eric. Good job, buddy.
And you can always watch the show on the Safeway Twitch feed. Download the Safeway app and get exclusive grocery offers and perks. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Have a great weekend, everybody. We love you all very much. We will talk to you on Monday. Goodbye.
center ice, picks it up right at the middle. Now he'll jet wide left. Trocheck works back to the slot, holding, and he scores over the glove of Georgiev and that is it. The Rangers win the skills competition. Somebody throws a hat on the ice for some unknown reason, and New York sweeps the season series versus the Avalanche. The first game in overtime, the second time in a shootout, this time by a score of 3-2.
It's the fourth team since 1901 to have 8 batters with multiple hits on opening day, and Blaze Alexander finishes it off. Walker's there for the scoop. Frias gets the outs. The Diamondbacks are winners on opening night 2024, 16-1 over the Rockies.
And the Diamondbacks just battering the Rockies in that third inning. Fun to see.
It's a work of art. 14 runs across in that third.
Pain. That's it.
Hey, it's Friday. It's Friday. Oh, yeah. Altitude Sports Radio 925. What's my name?
Chris Dempsey.
Chris Dempsey.
Josh
Mike
Grisman.
Sanford.
Yeah, Steven Nelson.
Right.
This ugly guy all in red today.
You made it. It's the weekend. We're going to have a good day, even though yesterday was a bad day.
It's been a bad couple days.
It's been a bad couple of days.
But
But what?
But you heard that very sad game-ending call from Connor McGahey, I believe. Was that Connor?
Yeah, it was Connor.
I have some news for Connor McGahey. Actually, I have news for all Avs and Nuggets.
Is it?
And even Rockies fans.
Is it breaking news?
It is. This is breaking news. The painting is officially out of the Altitude Sports Radio building. The painting of Vic Lombardi, Sans clothing, the AI-generated body of Vic
The AI-generated
is gone.
body.
Thus, the curse is gone. The curse is out of here.
He walked it out of the
And I
building
was
today.
able to watch it with my own eyes and confirm for Connor McGahey that it is gone. And I know Connor McGahey is going on a different level, and I don't blame him of actually asking for it to be burned. That's a lot of work that the Bear put in. The Bear
It's
put
a lot of work.
and it's tremendous work by Bear.
Yep.
The problem I have with said painting is that it was provoked by we'll call him a 50-ish, 60-year-old man.
That's right.
And using these airwaves to make sure that a naked picture was painted for him. That's the issue. It's not the Bear. The Bear's just doing her job.
The Lakers daddy!
The Lakers daddy. Yeah, Vic walked that out of the building today, but not before he smashed it in your face.
You know what? You know what though? I made a very I saw him sneaking out with it.
Yeah.
And I avoided it. I was in the corner shielding my face because I didn't want to be exposed to the powers of the nude Vic, the Vic pic. I did not want to be exposed to it. It was very similar to that of the Ark of the Covenant from Indiana Jones. I was doing everything I could to not reveal my face to it because if you watch that Indiana Jones,
right,
their faces melted.
Yes, it did.
And I didn't want that. So I feel good about where we're at. I don't agree with Connor McGahey that we should burn it. It just had to get out of Crocky Sports and Enterprises Entertainment, whatever the E is. We'll learn about it. It had to get out of the premises.
Yeah.
You know what we can do now, Debs?
What can we do?
We can start today, and we can get back to our winning ways.
Yeah, because if you look directly into it, you turn to stone. It's kind of like the Medusa thing.
Yeah, you turn to stone, your face melts, you name it. But we can get back to our winning ways with the Nuggets tonight against the T-Wolves. The Rockies are going to come back.
Oh, that's
that was
true.
part of the curse.
That was part of the curse.
It was part of the curse.
From the minute that it was hung in the studio, all the teams lost all the games.
And they were bad. They were hard to watch.
Yeah, that had to go. That had to go. 16-1 though. I mean, we turn it over to right. So I have Fubo, and to those of you yesterday who were texting in that when I said it was on Fubo, it's not on Fubo. Well, it's on Fubo. So I had forgotten, I got kind of hung up into the NCAA tournament game, and I look at my watch, and it's 8:25, and so I said, okay, let me just turn it over to see what's happening with the Rockies, and at the time it was 2-1. Cool. Commercial happens, turn over, and I think I'm watching the Avs too, so I'm trying to do all the things at once, and then turn back over, and it was 16-1, and I had to do a double take on that because oh, good God! No way it was 16-1, and then looking down at the inning, 4. I was like, they scored how many? It was just 2-1, and now they 14 runs. So 14 runs in the third inning for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and here we are. And so, Coach, I'm of two minds about this because it has felt like kind of walking the plank right to the beginning of Rocky season. It's like, okay, here we go. This is what it's gonna be, and then they completely validate that by going out and getting smashed like that. Also, it's only one game of 162, but still,
that's the take I'm going to go with on this because I've been a big baseball fan my whole life. I've followed baseball throughout the entire year, very closely. And the thing that I've learned in baseball from going to a whole lot of games is anytime that you pay for a seat at a Major League Baseball game, there's a chance that you're going to see something very, very historic statistically.
Yeah.
And it is just one of 162. Are these Rockies going to go win a World Series this year? No, obviously.
Right.
Did this franchise have quite a bit of egg on its face from the offseason and losing greater than 100 games last year? Did they need something positive on opening day, which really opening day is, I think it's the biggest day of the year in Major League Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. I think it's the only day where the whole country just has all the feels about the great traditional game of baseball in the United States of America. So it was not good for the perception. It was not good to pivot from what's been just a series of bad seasons and bad off seasons and discouragement with ownership here in Denver with the Munford family or Dick Munford. And so to start that way is horrible. However, it's the easy take for everybody on sports talk radio, everybody's got their fat Twitter fingers to just heap on. It's just like so fun to do, right?
Right.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
I think that this is one of 162, and I actually think that this is going to end up being an interesting team to watch. And I think because of the combination of youth, they do have really good defense. The 16 runs was because Kyle Freeland had a horrible game.
Right.
And he's a proven solid starter in Major League Baseball. He had an awful game. He had location issues, and there are times when a pitcher takes the mound and they leave the ball up in the zone.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Freeland.
My issue is more. I think good old Buddy Black should have given him the yank a little earlier.
Mm-hmm. Kyle Freeland, 2 1/3 innings, 10 hits, 10 runs, all of them earned, 2 strikeouts and a walk in his outing. When things get to that level, it's almost sometimes easier for me to dismiss because it's so ridiculous, right? Like it's different than to me losing a 5-4 game or whatever, where maybe there were some critical errors made in like the 8th inning or the 9th inning, and now you lose a game, and you're kind of like, okay, this is the way that's going to be. Now, there isn't obviously an element of that to this because that is just such a ridiculous score, but also it is such a ridiculous score that you could just go, okay. I mean, he didn't have, like, he got shelled is what happened. And in a way, I can just go, all right, well, you didn't have it today, man. That's what that looked like more than anything else. It's like, you didn't have it today. And the next time, we'll just see what happens the next time. And they're playing again tonight. So if the Rockies win tonight, yesterday, like, who cares, right? And that's that's kind of where we are. But you don't want to start when you're like you said, when you're a franchise where the perception is you are not doing things the right way, the losing seasons pile up, and then you put 16-1 on the board, and then we all can just I can't blame anybody out there for being like, okay, same old crew, we're out of here. But I'm with you. I think that there's a lot of meaningful baseball in this team, and because that got out of hand to that degree so fast, I could turn right back to the Avs or right back to the NCAA tournament and just say we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Debs, did you find last night a very frustrating sports night as a consumer of Denver area sports? I was almost angry that all these events were happening at the exact same time.
Yeah.
Starting with the Avs event, or the Avs game. It wasn't an event. I guess it was. The Avs game going on really same time as opening day for the Rockies, which was also going on same time as a ridiculous NCAA tournament evening was unfolding. I didn't have the bandwidth.
Right.
I didn't have the attention span to be able to track all of them at the same time. And it was a hard sports night.
What do you think
Except
about
for the DU Pioneers, let's give them credit. They were they won.
They sure did.
It was double overtime over UMass. Take that L on the way out, Cale Makar. In the first round of the Frozen Four, was it?
Yeah. Yep. Exactly what.
Skol Pios,
I think we're not there to the Frozen
they're
Four.
to the regional
regionals.
final.
Yeah.
now.
They beat UMass to get to the regionals.
Got it, to get to the regionals. Okay, so I'm getting a little too far ahead of my skis.
But they did win.
I need something to believe in after last night. That's my bad.
No doubt.
Getting ahead of myself.
Go Pios.
Go Pios.
But they did win.
Logan O'Connor, right? This big Pio guy.
Yeah.
LOC.
Mm-hmm.
Fired up about the Pios.
Get well soon.
Yep.
What do we think about the Avs? Second straight loss.
I think that it goes back to they played the best team in hockey regular season in the NHL. I think it goes back to when there's an absence of Val Nichushkin, this team isn't the same.
Mm.
I think it's as simple as that. They skated well. Georgie stood on his head. He was phenomenal. And they ran into, I think, one of the best goaltenders in hockey, who was unbelievable last night.
Yeah.
Give me a little Russian pronunciation. Igor
Shesterkin. Yeah.
It's not that hard.
No.
Okay. Sometimes I work myself up.
Yeah.
But Igor Shesterkin.
Mm-hmm.
How'd I do?
You did good.
Sweet. Igor Shesterkin he's a problem.
Oh,
Yeah.
good
He's a problem.
for you.
You can see the difference between he and
Mhm.
most shot stoppers in the National Hockey League.
Yeah, no doubt.
But I do think that the biggest absence is Val Nichushkin, particularly in the special teams on the power play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I believe Casey Middlestat was on the first power play last night. Yeah, look, I don't know. It's hard to analyze the Avs sometimes because I think you're right. I mean, so many of these losses are you look at the personnel that's not on the ice, and you can just go, well, yeah, I mean, I get it, and so it's hard to overreact, especially kind of late in the season when they have been playing so well, generally speaking. Now you've lost 2 straight games, one to Montreal and now to the Rangers. And in each one of those instances, I mean, you can have, there are plausible excuses as to the reasons why. And I'm going to live in that space with the Avs right now and just go, yeah, you know what? You got to swing against the Rangers, most points in the NHL. You lost both times to this team, and maybe you'll see them in the Stanley Cup final. But outside of that, it's hard for me to take the result and make a grand, proclamation about what this team actually is at this point of the season, because I think the circumstances don't really lend themselves to that. So the Avs take the loss last night to the Rangers, and now they've lost 2 straight. We'll just see what the deal is with Val Nichushkin, lower body injury.
Yeah, I saw it yesterday on I think it was a tweet or it was on our show thread that Val Nichushkin has an LBI.
Yeah,
and I was like, what is an LBI? And then I kind of thought back to college and going to the infirmary and seeing that list of things that could happen to a college student that maybe make some bad decisions on the weekends.
Yeah,
and I'm like, is an LBI? No. I'm like lower back and lower body injury. I'm good. I got it. Yeah, yeah.
Lower body it is. All right. Let's jump into some quarterback stuff. I have so many interesting questions for you. I think one of them is surrounding Michael Penix. And if the medicals weren't what they were, would this be a top 5 quarterback? We'll ask Mike about that next. All right, a programming note here on Dempsey and Company, Chris and Coach. Steve and Josh with you until noon here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're very excited to have Stefania Bell, ESPN's injury analyst, physical therapist. She's a certified strength and conditioning specialist. She's done a couple of really good documentaries. You'll recall the one about Alex Smith, a great many of us saw about 4 years ago. She was a driving force behind that documentary, and then one about a UFC fighter as well.
It was Chris Weidman, The Return.
Mm-hmm.
So Chris Weidman, who's had a horrific, shattered his leg in a major, I think, title fight.
Yeah.
His return, and he's actually, I think, fighting again either this weekend or next.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
The thing that she's been able to get is tremendous access in their return to play protocols.
Mm-hmm.
And so she has a lot of insight. She's ESPN's fantasy football kind of expert
Yeah, you
about
would've seen her.
return to play.
Yeah.
She runs the show there. So met her at the Combine, and she is a wealth of knowledge. And I always go to people that are a whole lot smarter than me when I need to find out some information, be educated. And she's a Princeton graduate and University of Miami physical therapy master.
She will be on at 11:30, so stay tuned for that. We're very excited for that interview. All the things with all the quarterbacks are happening this week. The pro days. Michael Penix's pro day was yesterday. And among the things that he did that were eye-opening, one was his straight, what was it, his 40? His 40 time was 4.6, sub 4.6.
Yeah, so at a pro day, there's no official it's different than the Combine where the NFL Network's not they're not covering it. You don't just have the number pops up inside the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
So it's off about 20 different watches that NFL scouts are all on.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard that anywhere between a 4.46
Mm-hmm.
and I think the slowest time I saw was a 4.56.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
pretty fast.
Yeah, that's fast. And the thing I love about this for Michael Penix Jr. is that of the big six quarterbacks, he's the only one that ran a 40. And not only did he run a 40, he ran a really good 40. For the quarterback position to be between 4.46 and 4.56
Yeah.
is mind-blowing, let alone for a quarterback that everybody thinks is not mobile,
Mm-hmm.
is damaged goods, that's not part of his game. It just goes and proves that he's not injured the way people think that he is. If you had an arthritic knee, you're not running a 4.46 to a 4.56. So I was really encouraged by that. And not only did he run the 4.46, 4.56, wherever you want to say that he ended up, he also vertical jumped 36.5 inches.
Yeah.
Which is outstanding, and then had a 10.5 broad jump, which anything above a 10 for an athlete is a good number.
Yeah. He's checking off all the boxes from a medical standpoint, right? That's really what he's doing. If he follow my line of questioning here. So if the medicals were not a situation with this player, would we be talking about him in a top 5 sense?
Well, he is a top 5. Who's above him? Or
No, I'm talking about in
top 5.
Top 5 actually
draft
in
pick.
the past. Yeah.
I think I believe so.
Yeah.
I think so. I think he's going to end up being the 4th quarterback taken.
Mm-hmm.
I think he will be the 5th quarterback taken in this draft.
Given that, why wouldn't the Broncos just take him at 12? I mean, there's a lot of this word, the value, that word value attached to a person is what is, I think, it has people spooked about why would you take him that high because of the value at that pick. But if this is a quarterback that is checking off boxes that were his biggest red flags, and you know what the talent is, why would it be a bad thing to take a quarterback like that at 12?
If I'm being devil's advocate,
yeah,
I would say just because of the possibility of re-injury.
Okay.
And that's why I'm excited to talk to Stefania Bell about, his history.
Yeah.
And what that means for his future.
Mm-hmm.
But if you just look at the film and you combine that with what I had a chance to watch in person at the Senior Bowl, and then you combine that with his throwing session, which was the best at the Combine
Mm-hmm.
of those that participated. And then you do it at Pro Day with a 4.46 40 and an explosive numbers in the broad and the vertical jump. To me, it's a no-brainer. And mind you, I've coached against him.
Yeah.
I've seen it. I've seen it
literally on the field.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
And not only did I see it when I was coaching against him, I was watching film of every snap that he's taken in the last 2 years since he's been at University of Washington. And then you go see it in person and it checks out. And it sucks when you're coaching against him.
Yeah.
It's awful because he is that good. He's surgical as a passer. He's explosive and dynamic, throwing the ball down the field. He gets rid of the ball from different arm slots. He has the speed to take off and run and move the sticks.
Mm-hmm.
He just didn't have to. He didn't have to.
Right.
What's the primary job of a quarterback?
Get the ball out of your hands to the playmakers.
Exactly.
Right.
So people are holding this against him that he ran for 8 yards. Well, he threw for a gazillion yards because he did what the offense needed for him to do to get his team to a national championship.
Right.
A team that hasn't even been in the national championship conversation since 1991. That's pretty historic.
Yeah, I find the conversation around him fascinating because I think that and the more that I, especially nationally, hear people talk about him just as a quarterback once you remove some of the concerns, everybody seems to be in lockstep with how talented he is and what he could probably do for a franchise. And yet and still, this is a quarterback with, I guess at best a low first round grade at best right now, and then more likely a second round grade. And I
think the only reason that low first round, second round is even a thing that's out there, wherever that may be, is because of the injury history, which wasn't in 2022, wasn't in 2023, and it isn't anywhere near reality in 2024. We're talking about season-ending injuries when he was an 18, 19-year-old athlete playing behind a horrible line at Indiana University. That's in the rearview mirror. Now, that does exist. He does have the scars to prove it.
Yeah.
But that is in the rearview mirror, and he showed 2 years of a full, clean bill of health coming into this offseason of combine and pro days and all the workouts. And so I think that 12, if you don't draft him at 12, Demps, he's going to get drafted by the Raiders at 13.
Right.
And you better be ready to deal with him throwing the football to Devontae Adams. Be ready to deal with that reality. And I'm telling you, because I've seen it firsthand, you're not going to want that as a Broncos fan because there's not a lot of easy wins in this division. Not a lot of easy wins. Jim Harbaugh at the Chargers.
Yeah.
Freaking Chiefs, they have the witch. And now you have Devontae Adams and the best thrower in the draft class. Look out.
I wonder if this is not the smokescreen. So you have Sean Payton at the league meetings tell reporters that it's very realistic to be able to move up to the 4 spot. You have, obviously, they have to show up to these pro days, the Drake May pro day, and they've met with Jaden Daniels, and we'll get to him in just a second. And picked his brain, whatever it was that Sean Payton wanted to see from him. I wonder if this isn't the end run. So let's put what the video and our comments publicly are toward J.J. McCarthy and Jaden Daniels and Drake May to whatever degree. We're showing up there. We're being seen in these places. But what we really want is this guy over here. And, I think I've come a little full circle on this because I think at the time that Sean Payton said, well, we can move up to 4, I thought, well, maybe they are. Maybe that's a thing. And maybe that is a thing that they are thinking about too. I mean, you can't just rule that out. But we are in the lying season right now. That's where we are. And outside of whenever they saw him at the Combine, there has been really no talk about the Broncos and Penix at all. Which is probably how you want it if that's a player that you are actually targeting in the draft. So maybe that's out there as well. And if that is, great, man, because I think Penix is like, you have talked about him from the start of the college football season to now. And I admittedly didn't know much about him other than like he's throws for a lot of yards, for Washington. He's really good. I remembered him at Indiana. And the only reason I remembered him at Indiana was because I thought, why are the Hoosiers good at football? And the reason why was because they had a bunch of good players and he was the quarterback there. And so like his name was on my radar, but it just insofar as this is a young man who made a football program that really isn't that great, made him relevant for a short amount of time. And now he's at Washington. I would love it if the Broncos just took him at 12. I would. And just take whoever thinks that that's not common sense. So don't worry about that, because you know that you have a guy that really will fit what you're trying to do.
What I absolutely love and have loved about Michael Penix Jr., not just the prospect, but the fit. The fit with the Denver Broncos, the fit with Sean Payton, the fit with this fan base that's fed up with horrible quarterback play, the fit with being the anti-Russell Wilson. Michael Penix Jr. is every way, shape, and form the anti-Russell Wilson. Why? Number one, he plays on schedule from the pocket, delivers the ball accurately to where the ball's supposed to be going to. Actually moves away from his athleticism to do what the quarterback's primary job is to do, which is to deliver the ball accurately to where it's supposed to go on time. How did Sean Payton feel about Russell Wilson in that department last year?
He hated it.
And so did a whole bunch of Broncos fans.
Yeah, including me.
The other reason that I love Michael Penix Jr., he's 6'2.5" with 10.5-inch hand size.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to be your 5'10.5" quarterback that has to scramble their way out of plays to even create something, and in the process scrambles into sacks repeatedly. And then the third thing is this: I had never met Michael Penix Jr. until at the Combine, and I interviewed him. We all know how that went. I came at him pretty tough, and he came back with confidence, which I loved. I asked him why he's slipping in the draft boards, and he said, "Who's saying that?" I love it.
Yeah.
Cool. Michael Penix Jr., by all accounts, I know the coaching staff that was at University of Washington, some of them are now at the Seattle Seahawks. Some of them are now at Alabama. And everybody who's been in contact with this young man and has had a chance to coach him, play with him, they say the same thing. He's real. He's authentic. He's genuine. He leads by being him. And that is everything that is the anti-Russell Wilson. It'd be such a welcoming sign for Broncos fans to be able to galvanize behind a real dude, a real guy that nobody can question his authenticity. He's a real one. And I think he's the perfect fit.
And the Broncos collecting as they're trying to kind of revamp their skill positions players around him as well. We'll see. I know. I just think it's very, very interesting. I really do. I'm glad we're kind of back around to this because, I mean, there was a lot of and the rest of this is not gone. The J.J. McCarthy and Bo Nix stuff is not gone. But I'm glad we're back around to this because I believe that of those three, I'm still taking him of those three. I like him the best. But you run into so much of you shouldn't take up this player at this spot situation happening that it kind of muddies the waters, I think, a little bit in terms of what maybe you should just do because he's the best player for you. And we'll see what the Broncos are able to do with that. Jayden Daniels is a quarterback that everybody seems to love. Like the Bears should still take Caleb Williams, right?
I don't think so.
Nope. Okay.
I don't think so. And I think that Jayden Daniels, while he still has development in front of him, he still has physical development in front of him. He's slightly built to a certain extent.
Right.
He still needs to learn how to play the game, especially if he takes off and runs. He takes Looney Tunes style hits repeatedly. When he takes off and runs, he needs to learn to protect himself. But his upside, and I think his willingness to be trained, is greater than that of Caleb Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think Caleb Williams has never truly bought into the process of being trained within a system. And unless he goes and plays for Cliff Kingsbury at the Washington Commanders with the second pick, I do think there's going to be problems with Caleb Williams not wanting to be harnessed into a system. He's going to want to just
kind of freelance it.
Right?
Yeah.
He's going to want to go full Patrick Mahomes, which, by the way, Patrick Mahomes is completely bought in to being trained. But he does amazing things when the trained play isn't open.
Right.
Whereas Caleb Williams, on film, has shown repeatedly to turn down what's available in his read to try to go create something that is bigger down the field. That's going to be a problem.
Which in the NFL just won't work.
I think it would work with a guy like Cliff Kingsbury because he comes from the air raid offensive tree.
Mm-hmm.
He's coached all kinds of second play quarterbacks in college football, and then did it again by drafting and coaching Kyler Murray.
Can you, with how you draw a play up, can you just kind of bake that into the sauce, I guess, so to speak? All right, I have a freelance quarterback. Here's what I would like you to look at first, but knowing you, then you're probably going to look somewhere else. Like, can you just bake that into the sauce, or do you still, even if you're Cliff Kingsbury, need him to go through your progressions? Or does it just not matter? I mean, I guess how do you design an offense for a freelancer like that?
Yeah, so the air raid offense is based off principles of space and green grass, and there's a lot of creative freedom with route running. You can run to open grass as opposed to the West Coast offensive system where a 12-yard route is a 12-yard route no matter what.
Right.
And a flat route is run 2 to 3 yards on a direct path to the sideline, turn over your shoulder on the fourth step. Like the air raid doesn't have that exactness, that detail, that precision that the West Coast offense does. What is Sean Payton? He's West Coast offense. What is Shane Waldron, the offensive coordinator of the Bears? He's a West Coast offensive guy.
Yeah.
There's going to be frustrations. And the problem, any second play quarterback, they have to be able to take the first play, not most of the time, not some of the time, every stinking time.
Mm-hmm.
And when it's not there, then the second play quarterback can go be what he is. And that's Patrick Mahomes. That's what Patrick Mahomes does within Andy Reid's system. He plays that second play when the first one's not there.
Right.
And when I say first one, I mean the entirety of the read. It's a pure progression. It's 1 to your field hitch, 2 to your shallow cross, 3 to your basic cross. Oh, it's not there. Somebody's in my face. Boom, let's start the second play.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is Caleb Williams would say, oh, wait, that hitch is there? I don't like it. It's only 6 yards.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to start the second play. That's going to make anybody that came from the Bill Walsh tree, the Shanahan tree, the Brian Billick tree, if you will, that's going to make one of those coaches absolutely go nuts.
Yeah.
And it's going to create a whole lot of headbutting.
Yeah, that's interesting. Interesting stuff. We'll jump back into some draft and Broncos here in a minute. The Nuggets can do something tonight. Well, they can clinch. We'll just tell you what that scenario is for them to be able to do that when we come back. Welcome back into the program. Chris and Coach with you. Steve Nelson, Josh Grismer, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, coming up to the 11 o'clock hour. Hey, I noticed that you had this. Is that Buc-ee's?
Buc-ee's. I made the trip up north I live up north, so it wasn't that big a trip, but my wife and I had to go get some softball gear for my daughter up at Shields.
Yeah.
New cleats, some stuff. And of course, the Buc-ee's it's been built, it's been under construction for, seems like 2-3 years. So we finally stopped.
Is it really 100 gas pumps?
100 plus gas pumps. So at the time that the blueprint was laid for the Colorado edition of Buc-ee's.
Yeah.
And Buc-ee's, for those that don't know, it's a Texas thing, and it's starting to spread throughout the country.
Right.
Texas, Tennessee,
like a big
Oklahoma.
store, a bunch of gas pumps.
It's a gas station on the greatest steroids in the history of the world. So Buc-ee's is known for having all the different edible goods that you can imagine, from 500 different beef jerkies to fresh roasted nuts. So try these out here. Are you a tree allergy guy or no?
No.
Okay, so these are cinnamon pecans. Pecans. I don't know how you pronounce it. How would you?
I say pecan.
Pecan. I think it's a West Coast thing. I think down in the South they say
pecan.
Pecan pie.
Pecan pie.
Pecan pie. So give me a little. So that they have those that are roasted fresh, or they have them packaged.
Oh, these are really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not getting this back, man.
It's all you, man. I got another one at the crib. I got to know that's you, bud. But so we had a great experience. All 100 or plus gas pumps were actually being used, and we were able to use one of them.
Wow.
And we didn't have to wait too long. We actually the store, which was huge, didn't have any, there were no lines because they have so many different checkout options.
Yeah.
So I have a great experience. My wife and I get a bunch of stuff, we load up. But then the problem is this, Demps. I get to the checkout. And this, mind you, this is a gas station. And I go to buy myself some Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Some Zen.
Right.
Because I have gotten off of all tobacco products because I'm making healthy decisions for the rest of my life.
Right.
And I look up at that wall, and every type of old tobacco that you could ever imagine was on that wall. What was noticeably missing?
Zen.
There was no Zen.
Because it's from Texas.
And so I of course, the ladies that were checking me out are all from Texas and Oklahoma.
Right.
Because they're implementing the culture that needs to exist at a Buc-ee's here with all these Colorado people, these stuffy Coloradans. And I asked her, I was like, hey, you guys don't have Zen? She said, no. And I said, well, you have every single other type of tobacco product, and I'm trying to get off of it. So
it's good stuff. On the text line, Chris, that Buc-ee's has 116 gas pumps. 116. And it's a Walmart-sized gas station.
It's worth the trip, man.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's
and
crazy.
Don't be intimidated by the crowds because they have a great system. Just don't go there for Zen.
No, I'll go there for the cinnamon pecans.
And they have fudge station in there. They have brisket sandwiches. I mean, it is
all the bad stuff.
All the things.
That's a cheat day gas station. Is what that is.
It's a cheat life.
It's a cheat life. The Nuggets today take on the Minnesota Timberwolves. It's an enormous game. I mean, I don't know how to put it any other way than that. And look, the stakes of this are pretty. It's a couple of them. One, the Nuggets can clinch a playoff spot today with a win over the Timberwolves and a Sacramento Kings loss as well. So if those two things happen, Nuggets in the playoffs. Part two, they keep alive the possibility of having a tiebreaker over the Timberwolves, which they would probably need. I mean, right now when you're looking at the standings, the Nuggets are up. Where are we? The Nuggets are they're up by a half game, a game and a half over. It's a half game over Minnesota and Oklahoma City. So. Obviously, you're putting cushion in between yourselves and the Timberwolves as well. It's just all the things are at stake here, and I think for me, just the ability to beat a basketball team that really has its eyes square on you. I think if you're getting the Minnesota Timberwolves in an honest moment, they are looking at they have been built to beat the Denver Nuggets, to theoretically beat the Denver Nuggets in the playoffs, and I think the regular season matchups to them are little mini validating signs. And so if, the ability just to continue to put doubt in their head about what that might be, what that might look like in the playoffs, I think it's a thing. And so the Nuggets tonight, they can do a couple of things that are, I think, fairly significant. Now, look, will Jamal Murray play in this game?
What do you think?
My gut says, my gut says probably not. Probably not. I know. So that's going to make it more difficult. Now, he is officially questionable on the injury report. So just for, official purposes, that's how he is appearing on the injury report.
Demps, what's the update on Karl Anthony Towns? Not necessarily to play tonight, but just in terms of postseason availability.
So I think they're hoping to have him back in the first round of the playoffs. So at some point during the playoffs.
You know what scares me the most about tonight's matchup?
What's that?
Is the fact that Karl Anthony Towns is not playing.
Why is that?
Because I think that there is some tangible proof that the T-Wolves actually play better with Gobert and Ant Edwards in terms of spacing, the floor spacing, the ability for Ant Edwards to have more, at least an open lane at all times. I do think that two bigs, particularly the nature of Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert, do at times prohibit Ant Edwards from playing that free-flowing style that he likes to play.
I agree with you. I do. The armchair GM in me, I would have traded Karl Anthony Towns. And I know that sounds weird to a great many people out there. I would have, but if I was the Timberwolves, I would do that because you can get a good return on a player that is super productive, right? From an offensive sense, he scores all the points, grabs all the rebounds, he shoots a very high percentage from the 3-point line. I mean, he's a good basketball player, but to your point, he doesn't always allow that team to be able to play as open as they would like to play. And when you have two bigs on the court, even though, the thing about Cat too is I know he drove Timberwolves fans crazy when there was no Rudy Gobert because he's a 7-foot tall player who doesn't necessarily love playing on the block, and he would rather just shoot jumpers for the most part during a basketball game. And it drove Timberwolves fans crazy. You're 7 feet tall. Get in the post. Be traditional.
I was living in Minnesota at the time, so I heard all the complaints.
Yeah, exactly right. And but then you go and get Rudy Gobert, and Rudy Gobert basically takes that spot. So you don't have to be mad at Karl Anthony Towns anymore for just hanging out on the perimeter because you actually have a big man who wants to hang out in the post, and that's Rudy Gobert. But to your point, when you have those dudes on the court together, it just kind of chops off the court for Anthony Edwards. It's just a lot harder for him to operate in the way that he would like to operate on the court. And I think I'm with you. I think ultimately the best version of the Timberwolves will be one that's without Karl Anthony Towns, so that we can just get straight to the Anthony Edwards show every single night without somebody else having, taking 20 shots in the game as well. So I'm with you on that. In this game today, Rudy Gobert is questionable. Anthony Edwards is questionable. Anthony Edwards back spasms. This has been kind of an ongoing thing with him. He usually just plays. Rudy Gobert, same thing. He's got the rib issue. He's just dealing with it. He usually just plays, but we'll see what happens tonight in that game. And then for the Nuggets, Jamal, I don't know. Everybody else should be available. Zeke Naji not available. He continues to be out. With
what does Zeke have?
Right here it says it's a right adductor tendinosis.
Okay. I think that's the
groin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
What?
Yeah.
Can I explain my D now?
Right. All right. Nuggets and Timberwolves at 7 o'clock. 6:30 is the pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Can anybody beat the UConn Huskies?
I do believe so.
You do believe so? Okay. That's a cliffhanger that we want. We'll talk about that next. So wait a second. So what you're saying is that Jaden Daniels is taking to social media to answer people about his elbow?
Yeah, 1 hour ago, Jaden Daniels on X says, "My elbow is perfectly fine. Stop the cap." The picture that I see that has been circulating, if that is actually a perfectly fine photograph of him in action, that's disgusting. I don't think he's like, there's no problem with him.
Yeah.
But that looks weird. I do think that there's some editing CGI that went on. I've seen elbow bursitis before. That is consistent. But like if you zoom in, look at that bicep. Like the bicep looks like it is a completely separate entity from his rest of his arm.
Yeah, and we've put this up for the Twitchers to see. Yeah, it just looks, his elbow looks really weird, man. I remember seeing this picture when it went by, and I thought, oh, his elbow looks really weird. But then I guess I just got distracted and didn't think much of it. But it became a huge thing because his elbow looks really weird.
It looks very weird. But bursitis is just literally inflammation from banging like the bone area of your elbow on a helmet.
Yeah.
So it's not, structurally there's no problem here. It's more just the picture itself is just so weird.
I had to take it down. I couldn't keep looking at that thing. And by the way, if you're wondering how professional of an operation we run here at Altitude, when I came in yesterday to take over for Marty O, that picture was up on the video board full screen. On the computer screen in front of me was a window with a Google search, Marty O ear radius. And then these Mardi Gras beads were sitting in front of the keyboard. So there you go. That's what you can expect from Altitude.
That's how we roll around here.
Real quick before we go forward and talk real sports, would you rather have a permanent fixture of Jaden Daniels' strange elbow picture or the little dingy Vic pick? And I'm talking about from here till eternity.
The elbow.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah. Yes.
No question.
Can we just say about the Vic pick, one thing that's been lost in the shuffle between the painting's content and how it's cursed all of our local teams, can we just give the Bear a shout out for how amazingly painted it was? Even if it's something you don't want to look at, she did a great job.
Well, I did qualify that with why it shouldn't be burned.
Yeah.
Like
That's
Connor
what
McGahey
you were
was
saying at the beginning
begging
of the
for
show.
it to be burned. I do think that the Bear worked her tail off on getting that painting and did a phenomenal job of doing it. I think she played to the ego of Vic Lombardi to make sure that it looks better than the real Vic and did it phenomenally well.
No doubt. No doubt. A bad sports day for a lot of the teams yesterday. The Rockies take the 16-1 defeat on opening day to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Yeah, oh boy is right. I mean, what are we in for? Actually, you know what? I'm keeping hope alive.
Cal Quantrill tonight on the bump.
That's right.
Yeah.
740, right?
Yep. And that's an offseason acquisition. Cleveland Guardian last year has had some good years. So
yeah,
it's a new look Rockies tonight. New look.
Well, hopefully the bad look was yesterday. So
Yeah.
can it be a different good look tonight? We shall see. The second of a 4-game set at the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Avs lost to the New York Rangers as well. So not a lot of fun stuff happening locally. Also this, the NCAA tournament, 4 teams are in the Elite Eight now. UConn, Alabama with the upset over North Carolina, Clemson, which is kind of been basically the sleeper team here so far. Like that's the team that nobody really would have identified coming into the tournament as being an Elite Eight caliber team, and yet here they are.
How about the Elite Eight matchup between the Clemson Tigers and the Alabama Crimson Tide? I just can't wait to see Dabo Swinney's offense versus Nick Saban's defense. It's going to be incredible.
I know. It's a classic football matchup. It really is. But here we are. Clemson, playing their best basketball. They are playing their best basketball of the season right now. I watched Clemson during the regular season. They were fine. But to see them now, it's a different experience watching that basketball team play. Illinois beat Iowa State. But at this point, UConn has won their games by an average of 28.7 points per game. 28.7. I mean, are you taking them or are you taking the field at this point?
I'm taking Purdue still.
Yeah.
And the reason why is I do think that just like Clemson got hot in the tournament, UConn has also played teams that weren't necessarily playing their best basketball in the tournament. So I do think that there's going to be some overconfidence, some bloated confidence on UConn's part. They haven't been in a game. And I think that's concerning because they're going to be in some games from here on out.
Yeah, they're so powerful, Coach. That the team, it's they can play any way you want to play. You want to slow it down and play defense. Well, Tan Hurley, he's like, that's great. I would love for my team to play a bunch of defense in a physical game. If you want to get up and down and shoot the basketball, like shoot from three, and you want to keep it up, they can do that too. They got the 7-footer. They can throw it to him. He could dominate on the inside. It is as perfectly constructed a team in college as there is. And quite honestly, but to your point, Purdue is super similar to that. Super similar. Zach Edey in the middle. Obviously, he can dominate. They can shoot. They have shooting around him.
And they play such fundamental basketball.
They do.
I mean, they have cornered the market for playing almost the coach's dream of fundamental basketball. And so I do think that UConn, if indeed that is a collision course, that would be a tremendous match.
It would. Purdue just have to stay away from these. They are prone to stepping on the court any day, and all of a sudden they just don't have it. You look at them and you're like, wait, this is not the Purdue I didn't sign up for this Purdue. And so they have stayed away from that so far, which is good. I mean, it's a mindset. You don't win 6 games to win a national title. It's a mindset. You're gonna walk in and go, this is not going to be the off day, and you have to do that every single time you step on the court. Purdue hasn't necessarily done that in the past, but they are surviving here. UConn has trailed for 28 seconds in the tournament. 28 seconds in the tournament. It's crazy. It's crazy. And San Diego State's a good basketball team. They beat them by 30. That was the national title game last year. Now, obviously, San Diego State was constructed a little bit differently. Had some good players leave the program, graduate out of the program. But wow, man, it's a powerful, powerful team. The UConn Huskies, and then tonight, man, we got great games tonight. We have NC State and Marquette. NC State, obviously, kind of a Cinderella team. They're the only double-digit seed team left in the tournament.
Tim Becker's NC State Wolfpack, who she's picking to go, I think, to the championship game.
No, she had Arizona. So her bracket, which was really, really good, is now finished.
That L on the way out.
Yeah,
you hear that, Kim?
It is over.
You hear that? She and I had a little tweet beef going last night because I wasn't included in the top 3 standings.
Right.
Somehow, some way, omitted.
Well,
just always got to have a chip on my shoulder. They just keep building that chip for me. Even though I was second place of anybody who graces the altitude airwaves, I was second place in the bracket, including the basketball savant, Chris Dempsey. I was above him.
My bracket was so bad right up the top. Actually, my bracket is getting better over time because I have UConn winning. Who else do I have? Actually, I lost 2 of my Final Four, though. I have Tennessee in my Final Four, so they're still winning.
I picked Tennessee to lose.
Yeah, well,
early.
Well, did you? And they got Creighton today. I think they'll just wipe the floor with Creighton, to be honest with you. Houston and Duke should be a lot of fun. Gonzaga and Purdue are the other games. The tournament has been a lot of fun. Tomorrow, the CU women play Caitlin Clark.
I am so excited for that.
Yeah, me too.
That's actually the game this weekend that I've had circled. Like whatever's going on, hey babe, we're watching that.
Yeah. 1:30 tomorrow on ABC. So that's where you'll be able to find that basketball game. And for the CU women's team, look, I was not. I mean, it's not a vintage basketball team, man. It's the Caitlin Clark show for sure. And she raises all boats, too. So it's not just the long-range three-point shots and all the scoring because she is a playmaker and gets her teammates involved, really makes them, raises their level. But it's a beatable team. It's not an insurmountable. This is not South Carolina. They're not going to play South Carolina. But they have one player that you have to be able to do something with. And if you can't do anything with Caitlin Clark, then it could be a long day. But they lost this game by 10 points last year.
Debs, I like the Buffs. The way they're playing, I like the Buffs tomorrow because I do think that Caitlin Clark hasn't necessarily been her same dominant self so far in this tournament, particularly in the second round game for her. She was just, I think if you can agitate Caitlin Clark, you can get inside of her head a little bit. And she does have so many different counters, so much to do, but she can at times get lost in the sauce. And I do think that she's starting to feel the weight and the enormity of what she's created because she is such an amazing player. But it does sometimes correlate to feeling, I feel like the weight of the world on her shoulders on the basketball court, particularly in the tournament, because that is the most notably missing aspect of her resume.
And Colorado as this team, I think nationally an unknown, right? Because there was a point in this season when the first iteration of the, how like in football they do the college football playoff standings, they start that kind of in the middle of the season. So they do the same thing in basketball. The first iteration of that for the women's tournament had Colorado as a 1 seed at the time. And, they obviously lost some games down the stretch to fall off those lines. But the thing, if from an Iowa standpoint, the thing that's got to scare you about Colorado is that is a team that was on the 1 line at one point. And if they're going to play like that, then you really have your hands full because they are a very talented team and they can score in a lot of different ways. I mean, Colorado's it's not a one-person show with that basketball team. So I don't know, man. I'm looking forward to it. I just am. And that's 1:30 tomorrow. And we'll see if they can move on. This was the level they got to last year. Can they take that experience, move on, and be better for that this season?
And by the way, I'm not going to tell you guys how I obtained this, but I actually got some audio of the phone call from Mike to our boss when he found out that he wasn't included on our March Madness stations graphic.
I don't know what went into that process. I met the criteria to be selected. But I wasn't.
Yeah.
Sad Isaiah Thomas is hilarious. Yeah. We'll get you in next year, though.
Yeah, there's always next year.
There's always next year.
There's always next year.
Good for you, bud.
I'll probably be a volunteer junior college coach next year at this time. I'll still send it in.
If we don't see your bracket, is it really a good bracket? Do we know?
I mean, it's there. I filled out the same bracket you did on the Altitude app. The bracket that updates like 52 hours after the games are played. Yeah, it's on there.
We'll get you in that. Look, it's a trial period, and then you're in.
Thank you.
That's where.
Thank you.
It's face to me right now. It's priceless. Okay, Nelly's NFL notes. That's something that's coming up next. Let's take a break and get to them after this. All right, it's that time of day. Time for Nelly's NFL Notes. Steve Nelson, what's story number 1?
First things first, happy Friday, boys.
Yeah.
Mike, you didn't like my Coke Zero Friday, so how about a Dr. Pepper Cherry Zero Sugar Friday? Does that move the needle for you?
Man, that just screams toughness.
Yeah, you got to go to be the man, you got to beat the man. Anyway, let's talk about your man, Michael Penix Jr. He announced some teams that he's going to meet with privately because he had his pro day workout on Thursday, and now he's moving on to these private meetings. The teams he will meet with are the Giants, the Falcons, the Raiders, the Steelers, and your Denver Broncos.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah.
What I love about Michael Penix Jr., we've talked so much about him. I've probably worn out the airwaves about him, but I believe that strongly about this prospect is he's the only quarterback that in this Big Six that has chosen to do everything competitively at every stop of the way in this evaluation process. He's never afraid to just enter into the arena, and he's done it again.
And it's a big deal because, one, it says a little something about it. Like he's not running away from the issues, right? You have a lot of these players they hear what the issues are, and then they just don't address them head on in any real way. And he hears what the issues are and what he has tried to do, and I think with success, is to show you that these aren't actually issues. And I think that says a lot about him. I really do. I'm a fan. I hope the Broncos do it. We'll see what happens. But wherever he goes, we know we think he's going to be certainly a success. There's no doubt about that. Nelly, what's next?
Louis Riddick had some good things to say about Captain Elbows himself, Jaden Daniels. I guess it's just one elbow. And this is a long cut, a lot of good things to say on NFL Network. So we're going to go through these in chunks and break down all of his different categories of analysis.
Well, first and foremost, when you get up close with Jaden Daniels, which is critical. I mean, that's why all the scouts were down. And that's why you saw the place was this loaded with executives and scouts and coaches. You see that this is a guy who's almost 6'4", 210 pounds. And look, for everyone who's so concerned about his build, you need to stop being concerned. Because in his lower half, which is in particular where, the point of contention or the point of debate really arises, he's put together well. He's put together like a 220, 225 pounder.
Good, because he's going to need it in the NFL, and look, it's been an interesting kind of a roller coaster ride with this young man because he wins the Heisman Trophy, kind of shoots up draft boards, right? All of a sudden, everybody's talking. He's kind of the new hotness, and shows well in a lot of these areas, and so now we're starting to get now let's chip away at him. Now what does he do wrong? What is he? And so that's where we are with Jaden Daniels. Look, I think if you loved him before, you still love him. I mean, why wouldn't you still love him? The one thing. I mean, you talked about his propensity to run and then get smashed. Out there, like you can't do that, but that can be coached out of him, right?
Yeah, it sure can, and he's athletic enough and smart enough to make the proper adjustments. I do think that he does have the highest ceiling of any quarterback in this draft class, and I'll stand by that. I think Louis Riddick, who I had a chance to sit with and watch a lot of the combine in Indianapolis with, Louis Riddick is a phenomenal evaluator of talent. Not only was he a great player in the National Football League, but was also in scouting departments before his media career. Louis Riddick knows exactly what he's talking about, and I think he is erring on the side of Jaden Daniels ought to be QB1 in this draft class.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's obviously the Bears, I wonder, well, the likelihood is they're going to take Caleb Williams, but this young man seems like he's the real deal, man. And if you're the Washington Commanders right now, you're sitting in a really good spot because you're just going to take the quarterback that Chicago doesn't, and you figure that you're going to be okay either way. But Jaden Daniels, I like him. I think he's going to be a great success. And if what we're talking about right now is how strong are your legs, then great, because everything that means everything else is checked. He's checked all the other boxes, and now we're just down to physical attributes. But I think this young man has a very bright future. Nelly, what's next?
Here's a little more of what Louis Riddick had to say.
Now, as far as his movement, the way he threw the football short, intermediate, deep, Look, he is as fluid as any quarterback you've seen come out. He reminded me a lot yesterday in terms of his demeanor and the way he took over that workout, like C.J. Stroud looked last year when I went to his pro day in Columbus. The ball absolutely explodes off of his hand, tight spiral. He can change speeds, change arm angles. He can put the ball right where it needs to be put, both horizontally and vertically.
Yeah, that's quite a comparison. I mean, the minute you evoke the name C.J. Stroud, that's a big-time comparison because we know what C.J. Stroud did in just his first year with the Houston Texans.
Yeah, and they actually grew up in the same area and were trained by the same quarterback guys in that area, just inland, kind of Los Angeles, Inland Empire. Jayden Daniels has that trait that I saw in C.J. Stroud. I evaluated and attempted to recruit C.J. Stroud early on in his process before he became a national prospect. I was at Utah State trying to find the next Jordan Love.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy that I identified was C.J. Stroud. I'm like, hey, we go get this guy. But all three of those guys do have some similarities with just how smooth of operators they are.
Yeah.
You know, it's never like the game never seems like they're just wearing the weight of the world on their shoulders. They just seem so smooth. And I see that in C.J. Stroud. I see that in Jayden Daniels, and Jordan Love proved that he is that guy as well, that can play really and make throws effortlessly from all kinds of different arm slots.
You know, the ability to not feel the weight of the situation. I mean, that's just in a person. You either have that or you don't, right?
Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
I mean, do you ever see him just, I mean, he gets frustrated with things that happen in a game. Do you ever see him like cower to the moment of a basketball game? Never.
No.
You never see that. Jamal Murray, I think he's same wiring.
Yep.
Like you see him in the biggest moments and he's got that kind of goofy little grin on his face. Like,
yeah.
Ball. Let's go do it.
Let's do it. He knows he's going to make the shots. Yeah. Very interesting. All right, let's get one more.
First things first, this segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Before I get to my NFL draft note and we bring in our special guest, I have some very, very important breaking news that's going to change the trajectory of NFL seasons to come. Bill Belichick is writing a book, baby. That's right. According to Andrew Marchand of The Athletic, he's putting pen to paper and he's going to detail all the ups and downs of his career. And the working title is We're On to Cincinnati, The Life and Times of a Football Genius. I'm kidding. That's not it at all.
I was hoping it was.
That would be a great title.
Yeah, that was actually the only reason that was going to keep me from being. I was going to be interested in getting this book. Otherwise, I'm like, this thing's going to be the most boring book in the history of mankind.
See, so that was going to be my question. Is in this book, do we think Bill Belichick is going to give us a peek behind the curtain, or is he just going to be as boring in print form as he is in verbal form?
If you were to have the definition of a stoic, it would have Bill Belichick's picture right next to it, and I assume that the book will also be equally stoic.
Yeah, the book form is that's the medium that he needs. Like it's just words on paper, and he's kind of just a words on paper dude.
Yep.
I don't think he's going to be. Is he going to put anything earth shattering in there, mind blowing in there? No. I can't see it.
The only thing that I'm interested to hear and read is what is he going to say about Tom Brady?
Right.
That's going to because the title of the book should be I Owe It All to This Guy.
I owe it all to you. I would be interested to see what he says about Tom Brady, but I don't have any faith that he's going to say anything.
It'll be very
substantive.
stoic.
Yeah.
It'll be highly stoic. He was an elite player.
He was
an elite player. Right. Won a lot of Super Bowls. Operated the offense at a very high level.
This book is going to be 12 pages long. That's what it's going to be. Yeah, I don't know. We saw that he turned down the opportunity to be on TV, which is great.
Thank God.
Yeah, we don't want to. We don't want any parts of that.
No, just go hang out on some fishing boat off the Florida Keys.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Right. Exactly right. So, all right, let's kick it back over to Nelly.
For my NFL draft note today, we're going to bring in somebody who's a lot smarter than me on the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law medical doctor and attorney. And Mike, you set up this interview. Why don't you tell us who we're going to talk to here?
We have a privilege of speaking with Stefania Bell of ESPN. Has done all different types of things in her career, but is really known as an injury expert, but also return to play expert, and has her own program on ESPN, Fantasy Sports. And just excited to talk to her about some of these draft prospects and even the hip drop tackle, get her opinion from a medical standpoint of the hip drop tackle. So Stefania Bell, it is great to have you on the Denver airwaves.
Thanks for having me. I'm very excited.
Yeah, I'm very excited to watch you every single week on the fantasy football shows and all the stuff. Just had great respect for you for a long time. We've talked a lot about Michael Penix today on the program, and obviously in regards to the Broncos, maybe he is a guy on their radar. We shall see. The medicals were a big deal with Michael Penix, still are, I'm sure. With some people. When you look at him, what are you seeing? He seems to be attacking everything. He's running well. He's explosive in his pro day. But what are you seeing with Michael Penix Jr. in particular?
Well, he looks great. I mean, we just saw him run like the wind. He's obviously got no issues with throwing. And I think he's answering some of the questions around his medical history with his current performance. But the history is there, and you can't totally ignore it. And I think the thing people have talked about the most is the fact that he's had 2 ACL reconstructions on the same knee. And when you have an ACL injury, it's obviously a lengthy comeback, but it's become so commonplace in athletes that we expect that they're likely going to be able to return to prior level of play. But when you have a second ACL and it's in the same knee, it raises a lot more questions because it can be much more difficult for an athlete to return. Now, Penix has already proven that he can, and one of the reasons he wanted to really play a full season last year was to show he was past it. So he did that part. But the second concern when you have what we call a revision, which is the second ACL reconstruction, if you will, is what's the health of the knee? Because you're not necessarily just tearing the ligament. You're potentially setting yourself up for some arthritic changes in the knee. When they have to go in and drill, bone tunnels might mean more bone loss there. And so there are things that you can see evidence of on imaging sometimes when the knee is starting to change. So I think the big concern heading into the combine was, are we going to be worried about not the health of his knee today, but as often is the case with rookies, can we get through a first contract? Can you get through 2 contracts? So you're investing in a quarterback more so than a running back, for example, or potentially a lineman where you're looking at a 5-year deal. You're really looking for the long haul. And it was pretty notable that Dr. Neil ElAttrache, who's recognized as being a consultant for multiple athletes, multiple sports, second opinion guy, basically cleared him for his knee. And that letter went out to agents and potential teams. I think it was right before the Senior Bowl because we were all talking about it then, basically saying he was clear and didn't anticipate any problems. So that's a big bump to get that kind of a sign off because people who are in medicine know that there's things that you could see. And Dr. ElAttrache wouldn't make that statement if there were obvious significant changes in Penix's knee. The other thing I'll say about a revision on ACL is that within the first year, there's a 15 times increased chance of re-tearing because it is more difficult to come back from that. In the second year, it goes down to about 8 times. And then once you get past 2 years removed from the revision surgery, it kind of levels out to not being that much more of a risk than it would be in any other case. So I think a lot of those questions have been answered. We haven't talked as much about his shoulder, but I think based on his throwing, nobody's really worried about his shoulder at this point as well.
Stefania, a lot of us have never been to the combine that are listening, and this was my first combine in 2024, and it was awesome getting to meet you there and spend some time and pick your brain about all different types of things. One thing that I was always curious about, because there is so much HIPAA that protects the information from the medicals that are performed at the combine, could you give us a bit of a behind-the-scenes view of what does actually happen at the combine. Is there imaging at the combine, and how many doctors and how many different people would a guy like Michael Penix have seen in his time doing the medicals at the combine?
It's really interesting. And I know we don't have the amount of time I would love to take to tell you all about the evolution of medical at the combine, because as you know, the history of the combine was really built to support medical. I mean, that's what it was all for. Now there's a lot of other, eye candy things to see and players perform, but really it was about getting the medical all together, because you have 32 teams that all need the same information, and it made sense to put it all in one spot so evaluations could be done. I will just say that it has evolved a little bit since COVID, because the COVID year was the first year where travel was a problem. And so they only had, I think it was the athletes who were potentially going to go in the first round came in at one point to be examined, and they did everything else remotely. So the takeaway from that was, hey, maybe there's some pre-combine screening that we can do remotely, so we don't have to do everything when everybody comes to Indy. And then also they have kind of, what's the word I'm looking for, streamlined the way that they do the physical examinations in the room. So to answer your question, all 32 teams have access to the same information, whether that's the medical history. Now, notably, Caleb Williams took a different lane in this, and we can talk about that if you'd like. But for the most part, the medical history is accessible to all 32 teams. There's a screening, sort of a player, kind of like when you would do medical history if you went in to see a physician. That's done as sort of a preamble before the combine. And then during the combine, physical examination can take place. Oftentimes, medical staff, they want to get their hands on a player's knee. For example, if you take Michael Penix, they might want to do a stability test on that knee, feel for themselves, does that leg feel stable? Does that ACL repair, does that feel solid in there when I stress it manually? So I'm not going to have concerns about instability. They get to see you and evaluate you. They don't have every single person put their hands on the player to minimize the stress on the body, because some of those physical tests can be demanding, but everybody's able to see the player, ask questions, and so forth, and the information is shared that way. As far as imaging, there can be repeat imaging done. If there's a desire, if somebody expresses a desire to have something else imaged, that can happen right there. There's also cardiac testing, EKG testing that is done at the combine. They have your specialists on hand, like Dr. Bob Anderson, foot and ankle specialist, and cardiac specialists on hand, so that, and spine as well, so that if there are questions related to those particular areas, people can be available to answer questions for teams. Not every team has a foot and ankle specialist on their staff. So by Dr. Anderson being there, for example, he can answer questions for multiple teams. And then the nice thing about Indy, and why those of us who have been to the combine so many times really love it, is that the setup is not just convenient for the players, athletes, coaches, agents, and media. It's really convenient for medical testing, because they have the staffing, they have a relationship with the hospital there, they have a relationship with them to have MRI machines available, radiologists available to read the imaging. Imagine if you moved to another city and you potentially had to do all that on demand and try to do it in one location. You'd be pretty hard pressed to do it. So that is one of the things that Indy has proven to be such a great place where they can do these things.
We're on with Stephania Bell, and on the Shock Mazda text line. You're famous here in Denver, Stephania, that we got some major kudos here for for landing the Stephania Bell. So we appreciate your time of ESPN. My last question for you, I appreciate your time today. Before we let you go, the hip drop tackle, the hip swivel, pivot, whatever you want to call it, tackle, from the medical perspective, what do you make of this new 15-yard penalty that will be enacted starting the 2024 season?
So I am a huge supporter of this, and cue all the defensive coaches and defensive players getting really upset with me. But I think what we will find is this will become like the horse collar tackle, where everybody, screamed and yelled and got angry, and then realized that you could actually play football without it. The specific tackle that they are trying to target is the swivel component of the hip drop tackle. And if you want to get more into what the hip drop tackle history is, you can look at the National Rugby League. This is where it came from, and they legislated it out of the game, and they did so very successfully. So anybody who thinks it can't be done, it can be done. I've talked with Dr. Anderson about this quite a bit because he's one of the people who ends up operating on the guys who suffer the significant injuries from this. The definition of what the NFL is looking to eliminate is the swivel portion, and I'll use Rich McKay's words. The words of he's the chair of the competition committee, but the language in it is if the runner is grabbed with both hands, or the runner's wrapped up with both arms, and then the player unweights himself by swiveling and dropping his hips and/or lower body, landing on and trapping the runner's legs at or below the knee. If you want to see an example of this, go to the Jordan Travis injury. Jordan Travis from Florida State was a classic example of this. Tony Pollard, my beloved 49ers, but the 49ers put the hit on Tony Pollard that ended up breaking his fibula and tearing his ankle. And this is a common thing. The leg gets trapped, the ankle's rotated, so you end up with, usually at minimum, a severe high ankle sprain, but those are torsional injuries. So if the force is enough and the weight is enough, and there's nowhere to go for the player. They're getting pulled down from behind because the defender's weight is coming from the back and landing on top of typically the calf area with the foot twisted underneath it. And that's why it's such a high risk, because the player has nowhere to go and it's all of that force going through the lower extremity. So once it happens, Mark Andrews was injured that way this last year. Player could be done for the year, but if you think about like a running back, look at Tony Pollard's performance last year. Like, it's tough to come back from, and it could be potentially career altering. And as far as the numbers, there were 230 of these tackles that happened last year. It's a relatively small percentage, I would say very small, of all the tackles that happen in a game, because it comes out to about one of these violations per game. So it's not taking away all tackling, because clearly it's not happening all the time. But that 230 represented a 65% increase year over year from the prior season. So before it becomes more commonplace, and while we're talking about it, while there's big momentum, it's time to try to eliminate that. This does not mean, by the way, that you can't fall on a guy from behind and drag him down. That's not it. If you go look at the Jordan Travis injury, you will see the player lift his legs up. I call it like swinging around the fire pole. It's like you're lifting your legs up and swiveling them across the back of the other player's legs, of the offensive player.
Oh, yeah, this is very helpful. Yeah, it's that's really, really interesting. A lot of defenders are up in arms about it. We saw the tweets go by as the new rule was announced. Stefania, we really, really appreciate your time today. We're honored to have you here. If you have not seen as well, she is you directed these documentaries, both of them, the Alex Smith one, right, and then Chris Weidman.
I was a reporter on both of those. I brought both those stories to ESPN. I'm very proud of that. And the Chris Weidman one is re-airing tonight at midnight, as it so happens, but it's streaming right now on ESPN Plus as well. He is fighting tomorrow night in Atlantic City, so it's a great story. If you haven't seen it, thanks for the plug. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem at all. Stefania, thank you very much. This is great stuff. So knowledgeable. We want to have you back on, as soon as possible, to be honest with you, especially with the draft coming up. But thank you for your time.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Have a great weekend, guys.
Thanks, Stefania.
There she goes, ESPN's injury analyst, Stefania Bell, just one of the best in the business. Just and speaks with makes you understand with such clarity what's happening and why it's happening. Because it's one thing to let's just take the hip drop tackle, right? It's one thing to rail against the rule. It's another thing to understand why they are implementing the rule, and she does that probably better than anybody else.
I think that the way she described it, I hadn't even thought of it from the paradigm of the horse collar tackle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me neither.
And now when I see a horse collar tackle in a game, I'm like, oh gosh.
Yeah.
But that was such a part of the game.
Right.
And frankly, it was leading to a high level of injury. So I did that did change my paradigm about the hip drop tackle.
Stefania Bell. All right, let's take a quick break. Mike Norvell. We're gonna play something that's look. It's the sign. We'll call it. Excuse me, Jay Novero. It's the sign of the times. I'll call it, and we'll play that for you next.
Ram fans, I want to thank the Green and Gold Guard for their great support. As you know, NIL has changed the landscape of college sports tremendously. I want to encourage you, if you haven't been involved, to get involved. We have some amazing athletes here that need to be supported, and our future depends on it. Go Rams.
All right, that's Jay Norvell, the head coach of the Colorado State Rams, and it's kind of a sign of the times. GGG, Green and Gold Guard is what that is. It's an NIL collective that they obviously want to raise money for, and then have that collective be, pay the collective, and the collective pays the players, basically. I mean, if we're just bottom lining that. It is... And again, I don't hear or see everything everywhere, but that is one of the first. That's the first instance I've ever seen of a coach like on a social platform saying, "Hey, give money to the collective." But I think it's a total sign of the times. I mean, like originally, these entities are supposed to be separate, certainly publicly. I mean, behind closed doors, we know that's not the case.
Who even knows anymore?
But
what is supposed to be the way it all goes down? Because the lines have been not just blurred; they've been erased.
Facts.
I mean, it is a wild, wild west, man.
It's very interesting.
Well, you heard it right there from Coach Norvell. I got a lot of respect for Jay Norvell and for what he's building, and we get a lot of Twitchers that ask us to talk more CSU. Well, you heard from the man himself.
Yeah.
And you know what he wants? He wants your money. So you know what? Give the man his money. If you want to support the CSU Golden Rams, give him some dough, because that's what he's asking for. And he did it in a very Gruden-esque type of a way, right?
Yeah.
Very. Nelly brought up the similarities of how he talks to a particular John Gruden. I don't know if Nelly has any audio to compare the two.
About the food, about their roommate, about
worry.
not getting the ball enough.
You give me another week, I'll bitch about
fans,
anything.
media. And I remember I say, I don't have any friends anyhow, so what the hell, it doesn't bother me. I got a lot of friends out there, okay? I don't need any friends here.
That's what Jay Gruden sounds like. He goes, I like this NIL stuff. I need your money.
You just pulled out your Eastern European accent. I don't know if it's full Eastern European.
This is crap. That's my Jay Norvell impression.
Coming from a buff back there too.
That's right.
Back in the hot room back there.
Colorado State ought to be pretty good this year, football wise. Just speaking of what they're doing now, we have talked about Colorado's and their spring football. Colorado State also in the midst of their spring practices as well. So it should be interesting times. Interesting times. Did you see the story of the sale of the Minnesota Timberwolves?
I did not.
So here's what's happening. So Glenn Taylor was the former, he should be the former owner, but more on that in a second. He owned the Timberwolves for however many years, I can't even remember. He sold it to A-Rod, a group that Alex Rodriguez, a former baseball player, is a part of. And they have been going through the whole process of purchasing the team over the last couple of seasons, to be honest with you. It's been a long, kind of drawn out process. Well, just as it's nearing its end and you'll get the full turnover to the new ownership group, Glenn Taylor just has said, maybe I want to actually keep this team.
Wait, they're actually good now.
They're actually
This is
good.
fun.
And so now we're in a situation where he is halting the sale of the Timberwolves. A-Rod and his group put out a very disappointed statement, after, and then Glenn Taylor's statement, part of it read, well, I mean, I'm summarizing here. We love what A-Rod and your group has been doing and we will give you all the resources to continue doing what you have been doing. And if I'm the new ownership group, kick rocks, man. No. See you later. One of the things that they did was, so Tim Connolly, the former Nuggets GM, is now the GM for the Minnesota Timberwolves. I remember him telling me, he interviewed, A-Rod was in the room. He was interviewing with A-Rod, and those, because they were the entities that were taking over.
Yesterday either.
No, that's right. So it gives you an idea of how long this has been in the works and how long that group has made the necessary changes to get this team and this organization to now right outside of first place in the Western Conference. And because you did that, maybe I'll just keep this team now. Thanks. You changed the tire. You gave it a new paint job. Put a new engine in there. The car looks great. It's running like it's never run better.
But I'm going to hold on to the title. I'm not going to let go of. I'm going to have a vice grip on that title.
It's wild, Coach. It's wild. A programming note: we will be at the Chop House next Friday for opening day. I cannot wait.
Let's go! That'll be my first opening day of baseball. My wife surprised me with tickets to opening day, so I'm not allowing myself all the Rockies gloom and doom.
That's right.
They're gonna be a hot team going into opening day here in the Mile High City.
Because let's just be honest, even if they lose all the games leading into that day is going to be festive anyway.
It's going to be
lit. It's going to be lit. All right, that's going to do it for us today. Go CU women beat Caitlin Clark and the Iowa Hawkeyes. We want you to do it.
Do it.
Please do it.
Just do it, JR. Hey, let them go. Let them play.
Let them play.
Go do it.
Let them play. For Coach Mike Sanford, I'm Christopher Dempsey. Steve Nelson, we love and appreciate you.
Just always got to have a chip on my shoulder. They just keep building that chip for me.
I don't know what went into that process. I met the criteria to be selected, but I wasn't.
We promise we'll get you in the in the bracket. Like, we can see your bracket next time. We promise.
Next time, next year.
Next year.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
365 days. It's fine. It's fine.
Nice.
What are you going to do? Let's hear.
What fine people?
Everybody have a great weekend. PhD is next.
Funky Friday. Are hockey fans a bunch of crybabies, or do they have a point about Nate McKinnon not getting a point? Huge.
I'm Team Crybabies.
Your Team Crybaby? We'll get to it. Huge game for the Nuggets. Gargantuan game for the Nuggets. Can't wait to dig into that. But we want to hold over our pal, Coach Mike Sanford, just for a little bit because you paid attention to Michael Penix's Pro Day. That's getting a lot of attention right now. We know you've been big Penix energy from the jump.
I mean, just look at him.
Also, we have
what is the outfit you're wearing, by the way?
This is the Danish national team's jersey, soccer.
It's actually, he didn't describe that appropriately. That is a fired CU coach that is now wearing red.
Yeah, like I told everybody, Tyler came in here just all kinds of pissed off seeing all this red.
I'm wearing red today, too.
I'll say some of my best years coaching was at Stanford.
Okay.
I went to two Rose Bowls and a Egg Fiesta Bowl, and I wore red there.
Okay.
There you go.
Hold on. First of all, forget Rose Bowl. Just explain to Tyler what a bowl is in football.
That's what you eat cereal out of, right?
You went to one?
I went to 3.
Guys, Tyler's from Colorado. He knows what a bowl is. Give me a break.
Top Cable was convinced I did.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right. First of all, you're left out of the pool for I didn't know I was in third place until I found out I'm really not in third place. Unless we don't care about you.
Yeah, they don't care. Nobody cares about me, and I'm good with that. I'm perfectly okay.
Would you be in first place or behind Kim?
You'd be in first, right?
I'd be in second. So Kim was in first all along. So I wasn't coming at Kim back.
Oh, so you're really coming at me?
I was coming at both you and D-Mac because I had 52 points after the first round of the NCAA tournament.
Okay.
Well, you don't have to come
49.
I had
49.
I had no idea I was even doing that good.
I can't figure out for life me how to check it. I've gone on the website and I can't figure it out. How do we check it?
But how did you just get completely left out?
Well, he's the lesser company.
Yes.
There's Dempsey and Company, and then there's the lesser company.
He's the Y in company.
I am the intern at this station.
Wow.
That doesn't have access to the building.
Yeah.
But does have access to the airwaves.
Time out.
All kinds of airwave access.
You don't have a key card to get in?
No.
What? Are you kidding me?
Hey, man.
Hey,
Holy
just throw an email boy back there. He'll see it.
Wow.
I haven't met Email Boy yet. I want to meet
you
Email
know where
Boy.
you know where you stand, huh?
It's all good, man.
Okay.
You know,
That's a riot.
I did not know that. So how do you get into the building every day?
I just have to sit there and ring the doorbell.
Are you kidding
and
me?
And just pray to God that somebody's listening to the call that comes into the door.
Please, somebody recognize me, please.
Yeah, and then I
Mike.
text about 4 or 5 different people. Can somebody please let me in?
Wow.
That's why I get here 40 minutes before the show.
Yeah. All right.
There's a chance that I
What's the longest you've waited trying to get in?
It was in bad snow. It was during one of those snow episodes. It was about 7 minutes, but it felt like 70 minutes.
Oh, God, Mike, that's too funny. All right.
They
Well,
just can't get you a little badge.
life can be humbling, I suppose. But,
I went from coaching in dang Rose Bowls and Fiesta Bowls that now I can't even get in the building.
I get it. All right. Anyways,
Life of a coach.
we are curious what a lot of hype on Michael Penix finally. I mean, he has just been like an afterthought here, but he got some hype. Talk to us about his pro day. What should we know? And he's got a fascinating stat. So I want to hear about the 40, but I got a great stat for you about Penix.
Okay, so what I saw is that Michael Penix Jr., throughout every step of the evaluation process that the National Football League uses, Tyler went through a very similar process. He has entered the arena of competition in every single step of the way. He's done it by going to the Senior Bowl. He went to the Senior Bowl and he went through the week of practice. I could understand not playing in the game. The game's such an afterthought.
Right.
Goes through the week of practice. Goes to the combine. Does everything throwing-wise. There was only one quarterback at the combine that ran, and that was Sam Hartman. And I don't even know why he did that. That was ridiculous. Exactly. Sam Hartman of Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Then he goes to his pro day, and he is the only quarterback of the big 6 that everybody's talking about.
Yeah.
That not only ran a 40-yard dash.
Yeah.
Did the vertical jump, did the broad jump. And not only did them and put that out there for the world to see, but he put an exclamation point with what some people said was a 4.4 640.
Okay.
And the slowest I've seen from people I respect is 4.56. That's a really good time.
Yeah, I was seeing some
Fantastic.
4.53s around there, and I love the fact that it was like a legit middle finger, like, hey, I'm doing this one time. I'm going to do this one time for you people just to show you what I got, and here's what it is.
Now, here's what's a great stat about Michael Penix Jr. in terms of running the ball. And I did not know this before this morning, so I'm not trying to be smarter than the average bear, but it came to my attention. Do you know how many rushing yards he had for Washington last year?
8.
8 yards.
Yeah. I love that. Like, I legitimately love that because that's a dude that is a weapon with his feet that is trying to play with his brain. But if he wants to open it up, you know that he's got it.
Okay.
I love it.
Now, college football does their stats different for quarterbacks. They count sacks against your rushing totals. So he actually had 8 yards, but he had a long of 13. But whatever. I mean, at the end of the day, he wasn't a running quarterback, but he blazed a sub 4.6 40. So what does that tell you?
It tells me that he is not
tells you this.
He's not. Well, yeah, he wants to play the game because the primary job of a quarterback is to distribute the football to other playmakers on your roster.
So even though he has the athleticism to do more, he stays in control.
Yeah, and he's playing the long game. Like, he's already proven that he can come in with injury history, or like many NFL quarterbacks that do have season-ending injuries, like Joe Burrow, he's already proven it at University of Washington for 2 years, 2 full years, that he can play the smart game, he can play on schedule, and he can do what the job of a quarterback is, which is to deliver the ball accurately on time to your playmaker.
Dude, so I'm all in on the Michael Penix train. I have been for a long time, but it's hard to comprehend why he's fallen so far behind. But when I see stuff like this, I've talked about him often. I got a kid I coached in high school, Roger Rosengarten. He's his right tackle, okay? And I asked him a while back, I said, is the dude just not athletic or what? Because he doesn't run, right? And he goes, dude, are you kidding me? This dude is lightning fast. I said, well, why doesn't he use it? He said, because he wants to play, he wants to be a quarterback, and that's what he wants to use. Now, what surprises me is he didn't fall back on it a little bit more often. And quite frankly, in the NFL level, I would love to see him fall back on it a little bit more often. But it is a beautiful thing to have that athleticism come into the NFL and not have that be your default mode.
It's beautiful to have the threat to be able to do that. I mean, you look, was it the Super Bowl or the AFC Championship game this year? Got Mahomes dropping back, and nothing was going good, and all of a sudden, okay, you're going to play coverage like that? Boom, boom, 12 yards. I think it was Super Bowl. Boom, 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 20 yards.
Purdy did kind of the same thing.
You got to have that capability.
Yeah, Purdy looked athletic all of a sudden. Yeah.
But they don't rely on it. It's not, but they can do it. So big plus.
And to that point that you make about that sneaky athleticism that hasn't shown up at least 2 years at Washington, I'll go back to when he was at Indiana. Pre-injury, during his injury history, it was all at IU. He was playing that game a lot more. He was running. He was athletic. Do you guys remember in the COVID year when Indiana upset Penn State early on in the COVID season? Do you remember the insane athletic play that he made at the goal line, ball stretched out? I believe it was a 4th down or time was expiring. Like, he's already shown that he can do that, but he also showed the maturity to grow into the player that's going to be required for him to play the long game in the National Football League.
How was Drake May's pro day?
I mean, he had one ball that he threw 15 yards over an outcut, so I didn't love that. But Drake May is a tremendous underwear quarterback. He is. He's a tremendous underwear quarterback. I mean, that's why I thought he missed an opportunity at the combine to show that I'm the best underwear quarterback here.
I did not watch Drake May. I watched quite a bit of Michael Penix, but the reports of Drake May's pro day were like out of this world. Like, everybody was dropping their mouth, just drooling about how good he performed. Now, I didn't see whatever throw that you saw there, but people like Dan Quinn. There's a funny clip floating around of Dan Quinn after he drops like a 60-yard bomb or whatever, and Dan just drops. He nods his head, he turns around, and he acts like he's walking out as if like he's seen everything that he needs to see.
Okay, all right.
And I think that of these 6 quarterbacks, 5 of the 6 all have had that moment at their pro day that everybody talks about, the 65-yard bomb off schedule, running away. Like, everybody does that.
The roll out to the left is like the
everybody
new, like,
does
everybody
it,
has to
and
do
everybody's like, whoa, wow, that was amazing. What a pro day. It's ridiculous, to be honest, because that's not the game. You don't play the game doing that probably but once or twice in an entire season.
So good day for Michael Penix. Decent enough.
Let me ask you this, because no one has gotten a clear, and you probably never will, on his medicals. And going into the combine, it was, we got to see what his medicals are. Then it was leaked early. Medicals came back good. I just had a buddy reach out the other day. He said it's not the legs they're worried about, but it is the shoulder. Your concerns medically for Penix, is it knees or shoulder?
Mine going into the combine was knees. And it was the question of, is he in an arthritic building state? where you've had surgical procedures done on the same knee twice.
I can tell you.
And that's the issue. And I've seen that with high school athletes that have ACLs, and they come in with an arthritic condition. And clearly, if you have an arthritic condition, you're not going to be able to run a 4.5 40, broad jump 10 feet 5, and vertical jump 37. You're not going to be able to do that, which he all did at Pro Day.
True.
So I think that he's past
but what about the shoulder?
The shoulder, to me, that's talking to Leggy at the combine. That was the bigger question, at least from Leggy and from people that he's spoken to. I mean, watching him throw the football, if it's his throwing shoulder, there's absolutely no concern. He put on an absolute display of every throw that you can make.
It seems so simple on the surface. Like if you're telling me that the options are Bo Nix or Michael Penix, one dude excites me, one dude does not. And
one guy you said would be a better fit in Sean Payton's system.
I did say that. I think I could easily see why Sean Payton would fall in love with Bo Nix. But I'll ask you this: why? Why is he so far behind in most people's opinions?
Just the medicals, and I think that a lot of the opinions that exist are driven by fans and driven by media, because nobody in the NFL is actually giving out their information.
Okay, so in your opinion, do you think the NFL is much higher on Michael Penix than the fan base or than the media is?
I 100% do.
Well, Penix does have an official visit with the Broncos planned, so he'll be coming to town, as I'm sure most of these guys will be. But I do have to say goodbye to you because I can see security out there, and it is way past your allotted time to actually be in the building.
It'll be a physical escort out of the building.
It'll be.
Hey, well, listen, I pinched your butt, and you've been doing some squats.
Appreciate you, man.
We got it covered. We will get to, real quick while you're here, Mike. Hockey fans, crybabies, or do they got a point?
They have an absolute point.
Crybabies, they got a point.
I'm team crybaby.
Crybabies, they got a point. I don't care. Okay, thanks, Scott. So we will get to that coming up. But first, we'll talk to the Wolves TV play-by-play guy, Michael Grady. You know him?
Yeah.
Okay. He's going to be on with us to talk about this huge game. Thank you, Coach.
Appreciate
Security
you.
will see you out now.
Yeah, I'll report.
It's PhD on 92.5. Funky Friday. I'm kind of dying to get into this hockey stuff.
Well,
But,
Scotty's not here, so I feel like we gotta. Well, he's here. He'll be right back in.
Yeah, of course. We'll get to it, but we're waiting. We're awaiting Michael Grady, the Timberwolves TV play-by-play man. So we'll save the hockey talk. But hang in there because I'm very excited to sort of get to it. We'll get to it tonight, though. I am pumped up. I'm as excited about tonight's Nuggets game as I've been excited about anything with the Nuggets all year. What is Jamal's status, Scotty? What's going on there?
I was going to just check that
Are
right
you
there.
looking at it? Yeah.
Listen, I thought he might play last game. I'd be shocked if he doesn't play this game.
I would be too.
But
So
that doesn't mean he won't.
if he doesn't play tonight, I'm gonna start getting slightly concerned.
Can I just ask for clarification on what's going on with Jamal Murray? Because I think the initial report was the knee, right?
Well, the initial was the ankle.
Okay, all right.
But
I got that flip.
Became a knee.
Right. So the initial report was the ankle, which got confused a little bit because I heard some people talking about, well, is it the inflammation in the shin? Is it all just compounded? But then it changed to the knee. So I got that backwards. But so it's the knee that is the concern right now.
Right now it is, yeah.
And do we know like any specifics on it?
Not really.
Well, according to the ESPN's injury report, which whether they're accurate or not, it says he's out.
Oh.
Whoa, really?
Oh, I'm looking at that right now. Says Zeke, yep. Nikola day-to-day. Jamal out.
Jamal's out. Sorry.
So let me check the NBA.
Is that-
I always like to go to the NBA, that site. That always.
Let's bring in Michael Grady, the Wolves television play-by-play guy. Michael, thanks for being on with us. How are you today?
Oh, good to be on with you and anytime.
Well, we're just kind of digesting. We're just finding this out right now about Jamal that he might. Well, is he out? Is he out, or is he? What's the deal? Scotty's looking.
The official NBA now has him from to questionable.
Okay, so it's not looking good for Jamal.
Probably you're going to play questionably. I've seen more of those not play.
No, that sucks. Michael, how you doing with the Timberwolves? How's their health today?
I believe everybody's going to be able to give it a go with the exception of Karl Anthony Towns, of course.
Yeah.
Rudy Gobert's been dealing with a sore rib. He, of course, didn't play in the last meeting between these two teams because of that rib. Anthony Edwards, anytime he's listed as questionable, he's going to play. He's still dealing with this sore finger from the dislocation when he dunked on John Collins. But he's going to be good to go in this game. Naz Reid didn't play in the last meeting between these two teams, dealing with a head injury. But he's been playing well, and he's going to be back in the lineup once again. So the Timberwolves, at least, in good health.
Let me ask you this. Do you not think, and going back to last year, even the playoffs, I think Naz Reid plays Nikola Jokic as well as the other two big guys you guys got. Would you agree with that or disagree?
It's really hard to say because Jokic cooks everybody, including the Timberwolves. Now, if we're saying a better shot of hanging with them, I still can't even give that much of a rope to any of the guys just because of how, and this is just giving praise, not to knock our guys, but just praise to Jokic, who pretty much gets what he wants, and you just hope that he has a rough shooting night. Naz is capable in game, and he's excited about tonight. I was just talking to him. From a coaching staff standpoint, they just want him to stay out of foul trouble, and that's easier said than done when Jokic has all the tricks in his toolkit. So he's going to give it his best shot. He's going to try to make him work on the other end. He's going to try to give Jokic a number of different looks and hopefully have Rudy Gobert looming. But it's a tall task no matter who has that assignment.
Man, Minnesota's got to be awfully happy with Naz for a guy that started the season on the bench and then comes in and you can hardly feel a major drop-off. I'm just kind of curious what the expectations were for him when he filled in that role and what the thoughts are on him now.
He came into. I remember last season when Naz really started to put it all together, and I would talk to him, and he's got a quiet confidence about him. But he said, folks haven't seen anything yet. And the season ended for him, unfortunately, with that wrist injury. He wasn't able to play against the Nuggets in that first round 5-game series. But he played well enough last season that the offers were high out there. And he agreed to come back to Minnesota, a place where he's loved, a place that he's kind of grown. And I feel like the team got him at a bargain. And what's special about Naz is there are certain guys who only play well in one scenario. There are certain guys who play well in the starting lineup. And then when you ask them to come off the bench, they're rusty, they're having difficulty finding a groove, they may feel a kind of way about coming off the bench, and they're not as effective. Put them back in the starting lineup, they play well. Certain guys don't necessarily like the pressure of being in the starting lineup and finding their groove with the starters. Naz, no matter what position they put him in, if he's coming off the bench, his first shot, you can almost guarantee it's going in. They placed him with the starters since Karl-Anthony Towns has gone down, and he's been on a streak where he's averaging 20 points for this group, and it's filled in nicely for Karl-Anthony Towns. And so he's saying he doesn't have the jitters. Last season he had jitters. He doesn't have jitters this season. It's a complete confidence thing with Naz Reid, and the Timberwolves have benefited.
I'm going to say something that's stupid, but you know,
It's got to be us.
You know me a little, and
nothing stupid.
Yeah,
nothing stupid.
But with Karl out, and Karl was having, he made the All-Star team. Karl was having an unbelievable year. That being said, with him being out, I've seen an even bigger explosion from Ant. This is Ant's team. Minnesota is Anthony Edwards' team. Are you guys, in essence, a better team with Ant as the focus in the face as opposed to Towns?
And I think Towns will be the first to admit this. I think when you're getting into this Batman or Robin situation, I think it's important for both guys to feel like they're Batman and feel like they can coexist out there. And there were some hiccups with that earlier in the season, and then they found their groove. And I was really curious because I've seen this with other teams where a guy gets hot because the player is injured. That guy comes back, and then all of a sudden the player who was getting off is now deferring a little bit more.
Right.
And they're not being as aggressive. And so Towns, while everyone is acknowledging that Ant is just on another stratosphere, and you have to give him his due and you have to ride through him, I think selfishly, if you're Towns and for the better of the team, you still have to stay aggressive. You still have to go out there and be that guy. And it's just a balancing act. And obviously it's a different scenario with Jamal and Jokic, given how beautifully they play off of each other. But if Jokic is Batman and Jamal is quietly just deferring, then I don't, the Nuggets don't win a championship, a season ago. But Murray was aggressive, averaging 26 points during that postseason run. He was amazing. Then you need the other guys to step in as well. So I think everybody agrees this is Anthony Edwards' squad. He's doing things out there that remind you of all-time greats.
Yep.
He's just 22 years old?
What is the Wolves' kryptonite? I'll stay in the comic book realm of things. What's their kryptonite right now?
I think we got the kryptonite. It's really themselves. When I look at a team that has an elite scorer in Anthony Edwards, another elite scorer in Karl-Anthony Towns when he comes back, potentially a defensive player of the year in Rudy Gobert, one of the best perimeter defenders in the NBA in Jaden McDaniels, a decent second unit with Kyle Anderson coming off the bench. You have a veteran point guard in Mike Conley. They have all the pieces to compete, not just in the West, but in the NBA Finals. They have the pieces.
Yep.
But much like OKC, what they don't have on their side is collective postseason experience. This is a franchise in general that hasn't won a first-round playoff series since 2003-2004, which, by the way, was the only time they got out of the first round in the NBA playoffs.
And I think you played Denver that year, didn't you?
Yes, yeah.
I think you beat Denver that year.
From a psychological, So from a psychological standpoint, you're trying to do something that, as a group, you've never done before, and you could be facing a Lakers in round one, for example, who they should beat, but from a psychological standpoint, knocking out LeBron James in the playoffs, it's not easy. Nope. And I thought it was amazing seeing Denver do that a season ago. So the Timberwolves have everything at their disposal to compete at a high level and to get through the Western Conference. But the psychological aspect of it is absolutely massive. And that's the hurdle that they have to try to figure out to overcome.
Well, Michael, we're ready for the Timberwolves and Ant. We've secured all the chairs, and the security people are going to wear catcher's gear. So we're good on that. And we look forward to an amazing game tonight. Have a great call. Thanks for your time.
Looking forward to it. A lot riding on it tonight. Scott, we'll see you tonight, brother.
See you, buddy.
Okay, that's Michael Grady, Wolves TV play-by-play.
That dude's got a good voice.
Oh,
that dude's got a voice now.
That's a guy would be great doing play-by-play and love songs on Sunday night would be perfect.
Him and Sean Drotar.
The worst, their kryptonite is themselves. Boy, hasn't that been
Isn't that most teams, though?
Yeah.
I mean,
good teams.
Yeah.
Teams.
You know, when you're a coach and you've got a squad that you like, you're never looking at something another team does. You look at what you did, and you look at what went wrong for yourselves. And that's the sign of a really healthy basketball team. I mean, every team's got a deficiency. I think for the Nuggets, it's the bench. But that team out there in Minnesota, I tell you what, Scott was the first one last year to be like, hey, wake up. This is a dangerous basketball team out there. And boy, are they proving it this year.
Yeah, but where's your confidence in the last 5 minutes of meaningful games? Where you at?
I'll tell you what.
That's what we know the Nuggets have that I'm not sure. I'm not saying other teams can't have it. But we know the Nuggets have it.
I got it, and I feel it. But I tell you, this Jamal Murray situation right now is making me feel pretty fragile as a basketball team. It is. Not because I'm so concerned that he's going to be missing significant time. But,
concern level 1 to 10, 10 being the highest.
Well, hold on. My concern is not about his injury, but my concern is down the road. God forbid if one of these starting five is not healthy. Because it is a radical difference when Jamal Murray's not out there on that basketball court.
Oh, I don't think you can win a championship without Jamal. I think you can win a championship without a bunch of other guys, but not Jamal.
No, you got to have Jamal.
Hold on.
This is part of the caution thing. This is the part of the thing. Do you want to risk it? And it's a big game. And I was going to compare this, and if we got a minute or so to do it.
Sure.
The Avs and Nuggets, and Dan will tell you, I was saying this years ago that they were on a parallel course, but the Nuggets were kind of a year behind.
They were reverted, yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Colorado Avalanche win a championship. The next year, Denver Nuggets win a championship. I still think they're a little bit in a parallel line, and maybe both teams are kind of caught up with each other from this standpoint. Both teams went into this week first place in the Western Conference.
Yep.
And the Avs have shown you what happens when you lose two in a row, right? They've gone from first to third. Nuggets don't find a way to win tonight.
Big game.
They're going to drop from first to third. So they're back on that choo-choo track together to me, the Nuggets and the Avs. And that to me makes this even more important. But then again, it's about home court, but it's also about health.
Hey, to that point, I got to challenge you a little bit. You say there's lots of guys they could win a championship without. Name a starter on this team you could win a championship without. Name a guy that they could live without.
Michael Porter Jr. and KCP.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, who's coming in and doing what Michael Porter Jr. does, giving you points like that?
Well, I mean, you're gonna if you don't have Michael Porter Jr., you're gonna lean more on Jokic Murray to score more points.
Maybe MPJ. I don't think you could win it without KCP though.
KCP was probably tougher than MPJ to win without because of the defensive element that he brings. But you're gonna have to have Peyton Watson super step up. But I think you can still overcome that if you have Murray and Jokic.
Well,
I actually don't. I think the next guy after those two is AG. I think without AG, I think you're doomed. I don't.
I do too.
But not as much.
He's the third most valuable.
Not as much as Murray, though. I mean, it's just impossible to win without Murray.
Well, go back to 3 years ago when you don't have Murray when he's out with the ACL, and although you played Golden State well, you couldn't get by Golden State.
No, I mean that was the game, the series where Malone was like, at least we won one. I mean, I'll never forget that. And it was like
but they also led in 3 of the other games that they lost.
I get it.
And they didn't have kind of like the other night. I mean, you're right there in there. And if you got Jamal Murray when you're going through a streak when your starting point guard goes 1 of 7 from the 3, you're thinking Murray's going to make 3. So say he goes even just 3 for 7. Well, now it's a one possession game.
I get it.
In the last few minutes.
Hey, Tyler, to your point, though, if you have all 5 healthy, the Nuggets are winning an NBA championship. Like,
Yeah, and you're only going to play about 7 dudes the rest of the playoffs. Or two other dudes.
Without a couple of other guys, what are you shaking your head for?
I think you're going to have to play 8 and possibly 9.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
That's not been Coach Malone's trend in the playoffs.
Well, he played 8 last year.
I call it the Crayola box crew because it was brown, and green, and that was it.
That was it.
I'm going to call this the fluid 5 because I think there's 5 guys that could be fluidly mixing. Yeah, I think so. Like, I wouldn't write off Julian Strother, by the way. I wouldn't write him off.
Hey, let me ask you
I'm
this.
not counting on him.
Why is Colin Gillespie playing basketball if he can't play in the playoffs?
Because they have a handful of games left.
They're trying to
with
win
him.
games.
Yeah, and he's the best.
He's the
option.
best option they got.
Yeah, because Jalen Pickett's not good at basketball yet.
Okay.
I mean, how much more simple can I put it?
Well, I guess, is he valuable enough that you would actually cut somebody to have him available in the playoffs?
I was told it's too late to do that.
No, I think you could cut him and sign him to a new deal, and he could be available. The way I understood it.
Really?
Scott,
Okay.
correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't know.
I easily could be, but that's the way I understood it.
If you cut him, he'd be available to any other team.
Well, not him.
Oh, you cut somebody else.
Yeah.
I thought I was told, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I was told the time to make that decision has come and gone.
Okay.
That there's a time in the year. Dan, I don't know if you know it. Scotty, I don't know if you know it. But I thought there was a time that they had to make that decision. He only has like 5 games left that he's actually even allowed to play in NBA games.
I don't really understand the rule, just generally speaking. If you're on the basketball team, why can't you play?
Because he's on a 2-way contract.
I know.
It's the rules of a 2-way contract. Are you looking it up, Scott?
According to NBA.com, April 15th, NBA roster is set for the NBA playoffs. Here's another thing that I think the hockey does better. You can have a guy that's scratched for the first round, but now all of a sudden can play in the second round, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they can move guys up. NBA, once you set a roster, that's it. You don't get to okay, this guy got hurt. Guy got hurt. Well, guess what? He's just off the roster. But according to this, the NBA roster is set for NBA playoffs.
Okay.
I don't know if that's.
I don't know. I was down there with some of the basketball muggles, and they said Gillespie wasn't eligible because they would have had to switch his contract, and they would have had to cut somebody. They would have had to cut somebody else to put him on the roster.
Right.
So you'd have had to cut.
Yeah, but I thought there was an
Braxton
option to cut
Key.
somebody else and give him a new contract.
Well, I'll tell you, the guys they would have had to cut Jalen Pickett, Braxton Key, Jay Huff.
Well, here you go. Here's
Tyson.
another one. Free agents. This is free agents, which I guess your G League guy would fit in there as well. Who are to appear in a playoff game must be signed to the roster before the last week in March, somewhere on or about the 23rd.
So maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it. And they just didn't do that. It's a weird move to me because I don't get it with the love for Jalen Pickett at this point.
Just seems unusual that he's valuable enough that he's playing because you need him to win a basketball game, but you didn't figure out a way for him to be available in the playoffs.
Well, Tyler, there's probably a little disconnect between management and coaching. I'm reading through the tea leaves here, and I'm not even looking at Scott. This is on my own. I'm just saying this on my own, okay?
That ain't me. That ain't
I
mine.
know.
Here, let me put my hand up.
I know.
Wait,
Scott's got nothing to do with it. Well, don't put Scott in a bad spot. This is just my impression of it. Because you make a fair point. And Gillespie's he is your third point guard. So I don't know how much you're going to need your third guard. And they're completely committed to Reggie and Christian Brown, and we'll see. But I think Holiday is going to play. I think DeAndre Jordan's going to play. Peyton Watson, Christian Brown, DeAndre. Zeke, I don't know, man, because I don't know about this injury stuff now. Maybe he's not going to play.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe not.
It's the third year in a row where he was all of a sudden getting some time and doing some good things, and then injury sets him down. 3 years in a row.
Crazy, right?
Yeah, tough.
So it might. Well, Reggie
against bigger teams. If you play bigger teams, if say Towns were able to get back,
Reggie, Christian, Peyton, DeAndre, maybe
Justin Holiday. I think
Holiday
will not be afraid to be put in.
Right.
Another small one. I don't mean to derail us. I'm sorry. We can get out of here. But I don't.
We've been hitting
why
wasn't
DJ playing and
Zeke?
Peyton Watson was playing 5?
Because they didn't have Zeke, and they got caught in a small versus small. And Malone said when they went small, we were going to go really small. That was the explanation. But when you really look at it, it was a mess, and it wasn't good, and it just didn't work out. I think that's the answer to that question, really. It's not really a good plan. It just sort of happened, kind of like this show. We'll get to Hockey Guy. How sensitive are you, Hockey Guy? We're going to find out next. Hey, it's C-Mac for Mike Maroney. All right, everybody knows that the end of the month is the best time to buy a car, truck, or SUV. And it doesn't get better than this. Mike Maroney's Chevrolet GMC in Longmont has the inventory, and they're discounting their most popular models. Take $10,000 off all remaining new 23 Silverados. That's $10,000 off. Plus huge discounts on new GMC trucks and SUVs, or save thousands in finance charges with 0.9% APR financing on a new 23 and 24 Chevy Silverados and GMC Sierras. And as always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Maroney, you'll get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. And if you need service, great news for you. Mike Maroney has extended service hours for your convenience. So what are you waiting for? Get to Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. That's Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. Online at Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC.com.
Behind the zone. Taves lets it go. Tipped. Rebound. Score! Chaos in front. Rantanen and Drouin were there, but this goal goes to Devon Taves. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is a tie hockey game.
Oh, the drama. Now, let me tell you, man, being there at Ball Arena last night, I could have sworn Mikko Rantanen knocked that puck in. And everybody was looking at who's on the ice, who made the pass, who made the play. And there's 29.
Hey.
Oh, man. So you're like, holy cow, what a goal. Game was great. It was a low-scoring but great hockey game, unlike the low-scoring dog poop hockey game against Montreal. There's a difference. And everybody is just, the roof is just like blown off, and everybody's, 36. Yeah, McKinnon. Wow, going nuts.
Streaks alive, baby.
Streaks alive. And there's Alan Roach. Avalanche goal. Number 7, Taves, unassisted.
So do we blame him?
I mean, you could feel it in the arena, just like, woof, it's like so weird because it's a goal. You just tied the game. It's exciting, right? Obviously. But it just was like, and everybody's looking around like, what? What just happened? And it took a long time for them to make the announcement. So I wasn't watching the TV broadcast because I was there, but I'm assuming everybody on the TV broadcast thought McKinnon was going to have an assist on that. It certainly looked like it.
Well, I'll tell you this, just listening to the hockey guys that are around here, Moj put out a tweet, said that the Avalanche have a legitimate and meaningful case to protest McKinnon not getting an assist on the Taves goal. Yes, it matters greatly. I hope the NHL does the right thing, which I've got something else to say, but real quickly, this is an interesting one that, like, okay, I know the Avalanche would have to protest it, and it sounds like Bednar may or may not be interested in that. But why would the NHL, like if in theory they've got a legitimate case on this, why wouldn't you want your superstars to have things like this continuing? Why would you even need the Colorado Avalanche to go protest it as a league? Why wouldn't you just do this to promote something really cool that's going on in your sport?
I know the NBA because I've seen it happen a number of times. It happened to Peyton Watson the other day. The league office watches and monitors all the games and the stats and everything else. They've taken away rebounds and assists and stuff in NBA games. So are they not doing that in the NHL? Somebody sitting in the league office?
All the time. So and so yesterday after the game, just let's listen to Bednar because I think his answer will tell you a little something about what's going on.
A lot of people are surprised they didn't get an assist. Taves got an assist. Is there a process to challenge something or do anything, or were you guys doing anything to kind of review and look at it?
Yeah, there is a process. You can look at it, and if you have video proof that there's an assist, then he would get one.
Will the Avalanche team go through that process?
Yeah, we can look at it. Yep.
We can look at it. Not we're going to look at, or we will. And we all sat there like, everybody had the same thought, is like, well, and?
No, but I think that's pretty simple. And it goes to Scott's big take on it. And when you ask a coach after the game about a streak, when you just lost a game, as a coach, you would be doing the wrong thing. You'd be doing a disservice to your team to put the attention on that when the attention needs to be on your team losing a hockey game. So I think if he would have been asked that even a few days later, he might have had a different response. I don't know how long it goes into it, but you can never let a streak take away from the team. And that's Scott's biggest point, I think, not to speak for you, and one that I would absolutely agree upon. But that's where I say the league should just do it. Look, here's what the rule says, and you'll have to tell me what I'm missing here, okay? So the rule says, a goal shall be scored if the puck put into the goal in any manner by a player of the defending side. The player of the attacking side who last touched the puck shall be credited with the goal, and assists may be awarded. So what are we missing here?
Well, from what I understand, because they're saying Lindgren put the puck past his own goaltender, that the goal goes to the last Avalanche guy that touched it. But
the rule specifically states that. It says even if it's touched by the defense and it goes into the goal, the player of the attacking side who last touched the puck shall be credited with the goal, and the assist may be allowed.
Well, let me ask you this. The guys sitting there in the stadium up there where you're sitting watching the games, they're the stat guys. Why didn't you just give McKinnon the stat then and let the NHL change it?
That's what I'm saying. I firmly agree with that. Like why wouldn't you just do that instinctively, make them correct you?
Because I think they ruled it an own goal. It wasn't just they're saying it wasn't just deflected off somebody from the Rangers. They're saying the guy from the Rangers caused the goal.
So what they're
happen.
saying is like
he had control of the puck.
And again, the same thing happens in NBA. D-Mac and I fighting for a rebound. I'm going there. It hits D-Mac's hand as he tries to grab it, and it deflects in the basket.
Was the ball around your hip?
The closest guy to the defensive guy that tips it in gets awarded the basket.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what they're saying happened.
Yeah. So, it is fine language about what's what.
But again.
But the ethical question to me is, should the Avalanche even bother to ask for any review of it whatsoever, because it was a goal. The goal wasn't taken away.
Yes, they should, but they should do it quietly. They should do it quietly. They should bother, and they should do it, but I think Bednar would be making a mistake if he made the focal point of that game on the streak. So go send it into the league and see if you can get it changed, but just don't make a huge issue out of it, because Scott is 100% correct. That's not the story of the game. The story is the game that you lost.
And yet we haven't talked about the story of the game in the two different times we've talked about the Avs so far.
Because
and that was my biggest fear.
Because the story of the game is McKinnon's point streak. No. It's not the game.
No.
I'm telling you.
The story, no, for maybe fans and fanboys, yeah. But for me, and I said this a while ago.
Who else is there?
You came into this week in first place in the West. You've now lost two, which the Denver Nuggets are in place to do the same thing, and you went from first to third.
Yeah.
Now, maybe that's not a big deal in hockey. They reseed and they do all that stuff. I understand. But the big story to me is you started the week in first. You're now at Friday in third.
Sure.
That's the big story of the week.
Well,
in my opinion.
But D-Mac, I don't disagree with you. I think the story of the game is that the streak ended. I absolutely agree with that. But there's a difference between our story of the game as fans and as media, which I don't know how it could be. The story could be anything else other than that. And Jared Bednar's story of the game. And his story of the game better not be focused on some streak that doesn't have anything to do with their standings.
His story of the game is what I just said. They went from they started in first and now they're in third.
But to your point, that's why I'm Team Crybaby, because I do think it is a story, and I do think that it's relevant, and I do think it's a mistake on the league's behalf to not challenge this on their own. On their own, they should be doing this, because what the NBA does so great, they focus on their superstars. You got a superstar in the middle of something that historically could possibly have never happened before.
All right, really quick. Should the Avalanche make an appeal for McKinnon to get a point, yes or no, Scott?
I think the coaches should go back and review the film, because they're hockey people. And then, as you used the word ethical a while ago, and then determine if this should have been an assist, then they should appeal. But you got to put it in the hockey people's hands.
Yes or no?
Yes, absolutely. But I would not make a huge deal out of it publicly.
I would say no. You got to sometimes live with your medicine, and I think that's what Bednar was implying last night. I think he's just saying we got to live with it the way it goes. We'll see what they do. Because I think Bednar was a little. I don't think he was certain whether he was going to do it or not.
Is there a time frame of when you have to do it?
We'll dig into that coming up. It's PhD on 92.5. Funky Friday, and we're counting down the days where we go to Vegas, possibly with you. PhD Green Jacket giveaway, trip for 2 to Las Vegas, 3 nights at Circa Resort and Hotel, vouchers for your flight, limo transportation to and from the Circa Hotel, a 0 minimum day bed at
What's that mean?
Stadium Swim is freaking awesome.
That's what that means.
Unbelievable. Are you trying to hand me something? Oh, you did a poor job handing me something right there.
You didn't want to get in the Twitch bit.
And 2 drinks at the Circa Resort Legacy Club will give you a keyword. The keyword's good for 1 entry into the drawing. For an extra entry, visit the contest page on altitudesportsradio.com/masters. The fabulous Circa Resort and Casino. It's home to the world's biggest and best sportsbook, Stadium Swim, the 6-tiered pool area with the 143-foot screen, and the Legacy Club with its panoramic view of downtown. Also, download the Circa Sports app today for the sportsbook designed by players for players. With low holds and better odds, Circa Sportsbook is the sports bettors app. Today's keyword, Georgia. Georgia on your mind. Text Georgia to 303-504-0925, and best of luck. We'll be broadcasting from Vegas in a couple of weeks. Well, most of us will be. Dan, are you coming? Or I see Springer's there.
I guess we'll see.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Read the last tagline again.
Georgia.
Today's keyword is Georgia. Text Georgia to 303-504-0925. Close enough. I call that hitting the post on your phone.
I think that was good.
Yeah, thank you. So there you go.
That's one of the great renditions, too.
Oh, my God. It's so great. All right, do you want me to read this thing, too, that Grizz just threw in? Or
you want one of us to read it?
Well, yeah, you can if you want, if you can read it. I don't know. How's your reading?
Well,
Not now? No, Dan says no? Okay, you say no to that. Okay, you just got rejected by Dan right there.
You know why I've hated him for 4 years.
Is that how long you guys have worked together?
I've hated me for 8 years.
So you only hated him half the time?
4 years we've worked together.
Time for Mock You.
Mock You!
Where we learn more about what's going on.
And now Scott hates you.
Perhaps. Michael Penix pro day. How big of a deal? Was that a game changer, Tyler?
First off, I don't think pro day should ever be a game changer. So I guess if you're asking me, I'm going to say no. I don't think that what Drake May did should be a game changer. Although I'll tell you this, it does feel like Drake May's pro day has been a game changer for him. For whatever dumb reason, he's like slipping, and now it's like, oh, he's back. He's back. Look at what Drake May did at his pro day. I don't think it's going to be a game changer for Michael Penix, but I do think it should solidify in one direction or another whatever your opinion should have been of him. I don't know that it skyrockets him, but it should solidify things for you. And it should solidify it on the positive side.
You'll care about Penix eventually, Scotty.
No, let me just say this, because we had Mike in here earlier. And it's the same thing with mock drafts, and probably why I don't like them so far out to the draft. Week leading up, okay. Because you fall in love 27 times.
Sure.
Right? We've had 3 different cornerbacks we were going to draft. We had
How many times
Bowers
you had
we
your
were
heart
going to
broken?
draft. We're going to have just once.
Okay.
We've had Bo Nix, we've had Penix, we've had, but after Mike was in there, I'm going, oh God, maybe Penix is a guy. Maybe he's a guy you do drop down to 15 or 16 and take Michael Penix and get an extra pick in the second round or whatever.
I think you very safely could do that. I mean, even if you wanted to drop down and you say, okay, the goal is to get Bo Nix, if you like them both enough, you should be very comfortable and very safe to drop down and select Michael Penix.
I'm looking at Mel Kiper's top 25. Where do you think Penix falls? And he's just ranking the 25 top players.
He's probably not in it.
I'm looking for him. I'm still looking for him.
But Bo Nix won't be in it either.
I'm looking for him too.
You know?
Not there.
Is Drake May in it?
Drake May is in it.
What number?
Drake May is, I think he's 7. Hold on. Let me go. I'll give you the top 10, guys. Let me just give you the top 10. That'll be the easier way to do it. Number 1, Mel Kiper's got Caleb Williams. Number 2, Jaden Daniels. Marvin Harrison Jr., 3. Malik Neighbors, 4. Rome Odunze, 5. So 3 wide receivers. Brock Bowers, 6. So you get a steal at Brock Bowers, theoretically, at 12 then. Drake May at 7. Joe Alt. Troy Fontenot, guard out of Washington. Dallas Turner. Starting to recognize these names, right? I mean, we're saying some of these names over and over and over again. Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver, LSU, at 11. J.C. Latham, offensive tackle, Alabama. Latu, 13. J.J. McCarthy, 14.
Wow.
So no Knicks, no Penix.
I'm honestly a little bit surprised that J.J. McCarthy made the top 25.
There you go.
I'm not he made the top 25, but I thought it'd be like 18, 19, 21, somewhere in there.
Somewhere in that ballpark.
Yeah.
So the heat on J.J. McCarthy is the story of this draft, no doubt about it.
Think of the names. Say it goes and Kuiper's right, and Alt would be available, which I don't think he would be, or the other the tackle that was going to be available at 12. Pretty, may not be sexy, but wouldn't be ugly pick either, would it?
It'd be horrific.
Look, the truth on J.J. McCarthy.
You're killing me.
The truth on J.J. McCarthy is somewhere in between, like it usually is with any truth. I mean, Scott read the scathing report from Mom's Basement of some dude that says he's a 6th rounder, whatever he said. Well, he's definitely not that. Nor is he a 2nd rounder or a 3rd rounder. Probably shouldn't be a top 5 pick. Probably shouldn't be a top 10 pick. So where is the truth on J.J. McCarthy? Well, he's probably a late 1st round type of prospect that will get way overdrafted. That doesn't mean that the value of the position doesn't factor into it, and of course it does, and that's why he will go much higher than that. But the reality is that's probably about where he should be, a late 1st rounder.
Every league's a copycat league, and just like we've talked about a million times, everybody says, "Can we find a Nikola Jokic in the 2nd round?" I mean, those are like pearls in an oyster, right? That's the same thing in the NFL with Purdy, or when Terrell Davis was drafted 6th round, or when Shannon Sharp, I think, was a 7th round pick. And you're getting guys that are going to Hall of Fame. Everybody right now says, let's keep an eye, because maybe one of these guys that no one's talking about would be a good investment or 5th or 6th round. Let's drop him in, and who knows, maybe we could get the next Purdy.
Well, let me ask you a question. That's a good point. Say the Broncos do take a quarterback in the 1st round, like the Niners did take Trey Lance. Would you guys advocate and support the Broncos also, if he falls to, say, the 6th round, taking Joe Milton?
I'm fine with the 6th or 7th rounder. I mean, anything higher than that, and I would strongly advise against it.
But like a Taysom Hill, like you never know. Like we drafted Purdy, even though we did Trey Lance in the same year. And I'm saying Milton very specifically, although I suppose you could say Spencer Rattler or Sam Hartman or something like that. But I think Milton kind of stands out.
Well, I mean, I'm of the opinion with quarterbacks that probably not every year, but at least every other year, you should be selecting a 6th or 7th round quarterback, because you always need a developmental guy in the system. And then you always need to try to find a better developmental guy. And if you get lucky and lightning strikes in a bottle, awesome.
Right.
But you're not selecting those dudes for anything other than that. This year, it doesn't feel important
Well,
to
that's
me.
right.
But this year doesn't feel important to me at all, because you've already got Jarrett Stidham on the team.
What was my guy from Arkansas that actually got to start a game, Allen, that started a game here, right?
Brandon Allen?
Brandon Allen.
The guy who's the fans burned his truck to the ground because they hated him in Arkansas.
That was actually an arsonist. There was multiple trucks burned that night. Just throwing that out there.
Well,
Are you sure?
Yeah,
it's a way better story if it's the quarterback.
I know. That's hey, I will say this. Does that put it past Arkansas fans? No. But whatever. But he was a late round developmental pick that you're talking about at quarterback. Ended up starting, and guess what? Dude's still in the league.
Do you know what team he's on?
Dude's still.
I'll give you a nickel.
He was in the Rams last year.
And
do you know who he's with now?
Somebody.
It's a fun one. Nope.
Pittsburgh. I don't know.
San Francisco. Because they have the lowest. Actually, who did they just add? They just added somebody, right?
Yeah, who was that?
But they had the lowest. The only reason I know
it was Moon Boy, Josh Dobbs.
Josh, they added Dobbs.
Yeah,
right. Still at like $2.5 million a year. So the quarterback room right now for the 49ers is the money spent there is absurdly low. I mean, It's like insane.
It's a hell of a situation.
By the way, Vegas has spoken on the Broncos. 5.5.
Was that breaking news?
No.
He
He said that like very like breaking
Well,
news.
you brought up first when he was sick.
Okay.
2 days after he got,
No, but we've
player of
definitely
the
talked
month.
about it with him. And that's cool. I mean, we got new listeners every day. It was just the way that you spoke it.
yeah.
I thought it was like breaking news.
I try to do everything pretty dramatically.
Okay. By the way, Vegas has spoken. 5.5. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That number's sticking with me.
So you went down 2.5 games from last year's win total. What's that mean, Scott? I'll ask you because I'm teeing it up for you.
Well, you were, what was their thing the year before? 4.5 last year? 5?
Was it 4.5 last year?
It had to be higher than that, didn't it?
I thought it was more like
7, maybe?
I thought so, yeah.
From your win total, it means you got 3 games worse.
I thought you were gonna take that and hit it out of the park on the Russ take. You were an 8-win team, and you went down minus 2.5 by getting rid of them.
No, well, there's no talent on this team. I keep saying this. You guys have got quarterback envy or something right now. You're sitting there looking over everybody's urinal stall going, oh, that's
Don't act like you don't compare. Don't act like you
Never
go to that
have.
urinal and you don't compare.
I keep my eyes. My eyes are forward.
I am straightforward. In fact, I lean my head on the wall.
It's the best part about being
Hey, don't
6'8".
fight me in the shower naked because I'm going to grab some Winky.
That's true.
Can I ask a no dumb question right off this bat?
I don't know if I heard that one before.
Well, I don't know. Who are the guys at urinals that just put their hands on their hips?
Oh,
proud.
I mean, do you drop your pants below your waist, like below your knees?
I've
when you're
been
at the
thinking
urinal?
about doing that more and more just for
I do it.
the fun effect.
I do it for fun.
You
When
gotta be kidding
I
me.
go to sporting events.
With your butt just hanging out?
Yeah, I do it just for fun.
You're
Yeah.
kidding me?
Yeah.
You just don't use your fly? You just drop your pants?
It's liberating. Yeah.
It's like you're a 4-year-old.
Huh?
So your
No,
fanny's
like if I'm here and just at work or whatever, it's not that much fun. But I mean, if you're at a sporting event, it's fun.
You drop your pants.
Yeah, and then you turn around and you look at who's looking at you and you just give them
I can't tell if you're being serious or not. I mean, because it sounds absolutely ridiculous.
No, I'm being serious.
Well, I've never even considered that.
You should try it.
I have thought about it because I thought it'd be funny.
It is funny.
Well, like a 4-year-old does.
Yeah, like a
that.
4-year-old does.
Mm-hmm. Wait, is that weird?
I've never done it, but I thought it'd be funny.
It's one of the weirder things I've ever heard of, even thinking about.
Why? Isn't that just like when you're young, like that's the natural way to go about things? So
I
like, don't you
get
just
it.
do things? Like, isn't usually like the first way you think of something the correct way to do it?
I have never thought about dropping my pants so my bum is hanging out when I'm taking a leak in public.
Oh.
I don't even do that at home. I would just always use a zipper.
Yeah, but you sit down.
Well,
I do.
occasionally. I mean, yeah, you don't want it to get all over the place.
The funniest
I mean,
story I've ever told, my buddy and Joe Klein told me this story. They're at, I guess they have these big fight nights at Notre Dame or whatever, and it's all these fraternities or whatever. And there was this one wall fence back behind the venue that the guys would go and take a leak. He said he goes out there with his 3 buddies. Got the first guy, got up there, got the one hand resting on the wall. The guy got the opposite hand, got his left hand on the wall. Other guy got both hands on the wall. He steps up there and realizes, guy got both hands on, never unzipped his pants.
There are 2 people in broadcasting we should all feel very, very sorry for. We need to have a moment of empathy for some of our fellow broadcasters, and there's a very specific reason. Details next. Hey, it's C-Mac for Old Chicago. This weekend, I want you to think about the Old Chicago near you. Founded in Boulder in 1976, it's a success story with deliciousness. Legendary good pizzas, and they're always coming out with new stuff. The Chicken Bacon Ranch Pizza is unreal, where ranch is the sauce. You've got to give it a shot. And if you're not feeling the pizza, well, listen, there's always something good on the menu. From their salads, calzones, burgers, fish and chips. I mean, everything is delicious at Old Chicago, and the game's always on.
So it's a comfortable place to go, comfortable place to get your food, a comfortable place to get the food delivered to you. And you put that Old Chicago meal with some of their liquid gold. I mean, you should explore all of the over 100 local and legendary beers. Just chef's kiss. Beautiful. So again, in person or takeout, Old Chicago's got you covered. So go to oldchicago.com for the nearest location in order to take out or delivery. Better yet, download the Old Chicago app and get $5 off your first order of $25 and order the Chicken Bacon Ranch Pizza. oldchicago.com. So at the Avs game last night, I'm sitting there next to Good Raj, and we got the Fubo. I got the Fubo. It's a low-key brag, but I got the Fubo. And I'm like, oh, look at Raj, and he's got the Rockies game on. I go, oh, hey, man, I can do that too. I fired up. Boom, there's the Rockies game. 3 batters in, 2-0 Diamondbacks. Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
But then the Rockies score. in the top of the second. And it's like 2-1. I'm like, oh, all right, that's kind of cool. Then the hockey game just got, I don't know, got interesting and just whatever. And I'll get back to the Rockies game because, it's second inning, I'm okay.
Long ways to go.
Oh, long. I get back to the Rockies game maybe a half hour later. It's 16-1.
16? You said 16?
16-1.
What inning?
Fourth inning.
Fourth inning.
I saw 14-1 fourth inning. That's why I said, well, I'm not going to turn it.
It's just like, what happened? And then I go back, and let me tell you, man, as fellow broadcasters, I love the crew that does, I think they do a phenomenal job. And I'm so happy with the changes that happened. Everybody except for Jenny Kavnar, who just got a better historic job, that does have fans in the parking lot protesting A's games. Jenny's got that to deal with, but, good for Jenny. But I hear this at the end of the inning from our pals Drew Goodman and Jeff Houston.
This is the most runs in a single inning on an opening day in the modern history of the game. 14 runs for Arizona. Beeks is going to end the inning mercifully. 14 runs on 13 hits for Arizona in the third.
Well, D-Mac, you brought up breaking news earlier today from Vegas, and I actually just saw this.
Yes.
Breaking news from Vegas. The Colorado Rockies have been eliminated from the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. I saw that joke going around, too.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to the Rockies in a second. But I just want to say, because Huey and Drew are such good dudes, we've known each of them forever.
Right.
Their professionalism and way they have to handle things is next level for what they have to deal with. So I just want to take a moment to say I'm rooting for the broadcasters.
Well, can you play his last system? What do you say? Mercifully has ended. When you're throwing and mercifully this inning has ended. 14 runs, 13 hits. You're using that word in the first game of the season.
Oh my gosh!
Third inning, the season. Go ahead, Dan. Play it again.
14 runs on 13 hits for Arizona in the third. Beeks is going to end the inning mercifully.
Mercifully.
End the inning mercifully.
Thank you so much for that. We are all so grateful.
I don't know if you could have done a more professional job with a limited amount of words to express what's going on better than Drew did while still accurately calling the game. I mean, what are you supposed to do when something historically happens that has never happened before? I think it is your obligation as a broadcaster to point out when history happens.
Who was it last year? There was a baseball announcer. What team was it? Do you guys remember this? There was a baseball announcer that pointed out something historical bad that was going on with his team, and then he got suspended. Then there was all this outrage from the fan base.
It was the Orioles, the young guy for the Orioles.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then the fan base got him reinstated because they're like, yeah, we suck, and we want to know that we suck.
He basically just repeated words or something like that from the manager pregame, and the new owner didn't like that.
Right.
Or somebody in ownership or management.
Yeah.
So I think Drew and Huey did a great. And you know what's funny about that game? There were no more runs scored in the rest of the game.
Well, yeah, because everybody wanted to go home, including the players.
Yeah, but players always want to get their stats. I mean, players are still trying. They're always going to try. It was a kooky game.
Yeah, but you know what also
Were
happened?
their stat pad in the first game of the season?
Oh, hell yeah,
when
of course.
When it's 16-1, you're watching on Twitch, that strike zone goes from
That's
this
true. You're right.
to about this.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
Let's all get out of here.
Yeah, that's true. That's a fair point. All right, fellas, go ahead. Your reaction. I mean,
I don't have a reaction. I really don't. What reaction is there to be had right now? I'm not anti-Colorado Rockies. I'm not anti-going to the games. I'm not like in the camp of like, go like have some protest and not attend. No, go enjoy the games. It's just like it's an object that exists for me. That's what the Colorado Rockies are. They're just an object that exists that is there to be enjoyed when it's enjoyable for you. That's it.
I love baseball. Played baseball for a long time as a kid. am still to this day a Kansas City Royals fan, and you want to talk about every 29 years we get good, and that's what we try to do. So I love baseball, and I'm with Tyler. Listen, there's no better place in the United States in the summertime than Colorado. And to sit there like some people have done, just don't go. Why? If you want to go, you want to sit outside, you like baseball.
It's a fantastic experience.
It's a fantastic place. The bars and the restaurants around Coors Field are outstanding. But this is a bad franchise. It's been a bad franchise for a while. Maybe they're finally starting to do something, and you're going to have to totally rebuild, and maybe in 3 years you're going to be good.
I will say, and we're going to be out at the Chop House for opening day, broadcasting live.
Which is always an event in Colorado. I mean, that's opening day in Colorado is pretty big.
Opening day is fascinating to me because I've been doing it for 25 years. It is actually separate from the. It's two things. There's opening day, and then there's the game is part of opening day. But opening day itself here in Colorado is just like its own
bigger
day.
Than the game.
It's
bigger than the game.
The game itself is just a symbol of summer's on the horizon. That's all it is. It's a time for everybody to come together and enjoy the nice weather, although many times we got snow games. And it sounds like the weather's supposed to be a little bit questionable, right?
No, it's supposed to be 73 and sunny
Oh, okay. I thought there was
next
rain
Friday.
threat.
A week from today.
Okay. Well, perfect. That's what it is. It's a great time to go out, enjoy Denver, Colorado.
It's a celebration of Denver and Colorado.
And they wisely, it seemed like the last bunch of years, it's like on a Friday.
Well,
right?
that's
which is brilliant.
Yeah, and we're going to be down there. Are we allowed to?
Here's what I want to know: is
air?
it still like a thing? Because when I was a kid, enjoy it, D-Man.
I might be enjoying it by myself, but
Yeah.
I fully intend to.
I can't wait for Vegas when you're passed out on Fremont Street and I'm just going to bed. And
I'll be fine.
Yeah. Is it still a thing for parents? Because when I was a kid, like all the cool parents that they probably had a few bucks, they could actually go to the game or whatever. All the cool parents would pull their kids out of school to go to opening day. And it was like the biggest thing of all time. Is that a thing for kids? Do kids care about opening day?
Well, I think
they care being out of school.
How old is the kid?
Elementary school.
I think taking an elementary school kid to opening day, best of luck. I wouldn't advise it. People do it. It's not the worst thing in the world. It certainly can be okay. But to me, opening day is for adults. It ain't for kids. You know what's a good day for kids? Game 2.
Game 2?
But you said the other day it usually snows that day.
Yeah, it usually snows. So, but that to me is the primo time. Because let's face it, in downtown, in Lodo, on opening day, it's it's kind of an adult environment.
This year's second game is on a Saturday.
Bring the
And the tickets are a lot cheaper usually because that's one of those special pricing days is opening day, right?
Yeah, you bring your 5-year-old to game 2. Like, they know the difference. They don't know the difference.
Listen, I want the Rockies to be good, but I just don't see it. Last year, what I didn't even know they were playing. That was my big line.
Do you know how many errors they committed last night? And when they gave up 16 runs?
160.
0.
That makes it so much better.
0
Well,
errors.
Patrick Saunders said, hey, their defense is going to be really good.
0 errors.
How many innings did Kyle pitch?
2 1/3.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm impressed he made it to that third.
Responsible for 10 runs.
That ERA.
Hey, we're going to fight through this
Helium-size.
thing. 2 innings. We're going to fight through this thing, though, Kyle. Get out there for that third.
He left guys on base and they ended up scoring. So I think but that's the way baseball stats go. So you're responsible for the guys you leave on base, and a couple guys scored. No, it was all walks, and there were no home runs either. 14 runs, no home runs.
Also hard to believe.
Walks and base hits.
How do you score that many runs without home runs?
You walk, you get on base, and you drive them in, just like a machine.
That has been my biggest thing because they always talk about.
And that's how the Diamondbacks got to the World Series, by the way. That's how they did it.
They talk about what to upgrade the pitching in Colorado. What do you need? This guy, sinker ball, low ball play, fastball. Okay, my thing is guys who don't walk people, because that to me has been the bugaboo for the Rockies forever and ever. When a guy goes, guys pitched 87 innings and he's given up 52 hits.
Kills me.
And 35 runs
Mm-hmm.
or 35 walks.
Yep.
Well, in other words, in your 82 innings, you put 87 or 88 guys on base.
Can't do it.
You can't do it.
Cannot do it.
Especially when you're not a great team.
It happens because they're scared or they don't have the right control. They can't get guys out. I mean, Here's what I think is fair, though. I think it's fair to hold the Rockies accountable for baseball things that they can control.
How?
By paying attention and talking about it when it happens. So instead of just coming out, I think the whole protest thing is stupid. And everybody that gets bluster about it, it makes no impact whatsoever.
Well, guess what? It's never going to work.
Well, you know why it's not going to work?
Because people go.
Well, we don't have the fan base that cares enough to make it work.
Well, let me ask you this.
That's the truth.
Let me ask you this. I knew a guy one time, he'd been divorced like 3 times. In fact, it wasn't even a guy. It was a story I heard. Guy is dating a gal, pretty serious, his 4th one. He said, no, my first wife, and then my second wife, my third wife. And the guy stopped and goes, wonder about the 4th. Maybe it was me. He said, first wife didn't do this. Second wife did. Well, maybe it was me.
At some point.
Well, Oakland, you've had a football team leave.
Yeah.
And honestly, you've had a basketball team leave. You know, just moved across to San Francisco, but you've had a basketball team leave. And now you're about ready to have a baseball team leave. Maybe it's you. Maybe it's you guys.
Do you know I found out why that literally exists? I did not know that, but I found out why Oakland is Oakland and San Francisco is San Francisco. It's got to do with shipping ports. And San Francisco could not, they didn't have the right structure in their part of the island to get the shipping cargo ships in, but Oakland did. So way back in the day, Oakland thought they were getting the right deal by having all the shipping cargo things over in Oakland. So that's what it is. It's all shipping areas. San Francisco had to rely on tourism. And that is why Oakland is industrial and San Francisco is tourism. Simple as that. And it's just gone like that for history. So Oakland's just an industrial crap hole, and everybody wants to hang out in San Francisco. And they made tourism work on the piers that couldn't hold the ships.
All right.
Simple as that. But your point is, it's Oakland.
Yeah.
You suck.
Eventually, you guys said there, why can't we keep a team? Well,
have you ever been to where they play the A's games at?
Yeah, I've been to games there.
You've been to games there. What'd you think? Same play the Raiders used to play.
Yeah, I said, I remember that field when I called the Raiders game, right? Because they keep the dirt up until November, right?
But you know what's funny about that place? And we went to a game there last summer for the first time. The fans there that do care about the A's, they really care about the A's.
That's a dumb comment. I mean, okay, 1,000 people really care. What does that mean?
Do you think you could find 1,000 people here in Colorado to protest anything collectively together?
Yeah.
Baloney.
Yeah.
No way would that ever happen.
Yeah, but the problem is there's just there's so many other people that don't care because they just enjoy going to experience the product. But we've got Rockies fans that care.
There's no way we could find 1,000 Rockies fans to organize themselves together to protest jack squat. But they can do that in Oakland. Now, people aren't going to the games.
The only reason it works out there is because there's nobody there to counter it. Like, if it were to happen here, nobody would even hear it or feel it because there's actually bodies in the stadium.
I went to the 100th loss last year. Guess who cared about it? Nobody. It was a nice day. The sun was out. And so I think this whole, we're all going to protest and be upset is a bunch of hooey. I really do. I think Rocky fans have settled in. And you want to, Scotty, to your point, you should start looking at yourselves, Rockies fans, about why the team is really what they're at.
No, stop that. It has nothing to do with Rockies fans.
It has got everything to do with Rockies fans.
Rockies fans are actually a sleeping giant of a fan base. They're incredibly passionate. And it's insane that they show up. And I'm not telling you it's all because of the products that's on the field, but year in, year out, they're one of the highest attended teams in the league.
Yeah, because it's a nice place to go, Tyler.
But man, there was nothing. I get it. It was Rocktober. That was an experience that was unique to any other sporting experience.
What year was that?
Honestly, I can't remember.
But does it hurt to understand that we are fair weather fans in Colorado when it comes to baseball? Passionate, but fair weather.
No, they're not fair weather.
They are, Tyler.
Fair weather would imply that you only support when they're doing good things. They just go because they like the experience of being there. So to me, it's a different. It's not. They're not. It's a different fan base. It's a different style of fans.
Do you think the Rockies fans are as passionate as the Oakland A's fans?
I think there's a lot. Yeah.
I think it's not even close that the A's fans are more passionate about their team. The Rockies fans, if they're doing well or it's a nice day, they show up. But you'll see more Cubs and Cardinals fans and whatever down there.
But to imply that the Rockies fans are the reason why they suck, that's absurd. That's absolutely absurd. The fans have nothing to do with anything at this point.
Dude, I found a way to make money, and it was happening year after year after year, and nobody seemed to really care all that much about it, except for a few blowhards on the radio every now and then.
So then you're yelling at the fans, so it's the fans' fault that they suck, huh?
Scotty used the analogy, you should look in the mirror, and I think that's about right.
Well, and once again, I can't sit there and say people want to go to games, and sit there and say the only way that you're going to have major change, and if all of a sudden their attendance goes from a top 10 attending team every single year, sometimes in the top 5, to a 30th, and you're getting A's type of thing, then a message might be sent. But again, you have in Oakland, you're driving over the bridge, you're coming down from Sacramento or whatever you're doing, and going to an industrial place, which before the game or after the game, there's nothing around that place to really do anything.
It's awful.
So you're not going there for a day, like we're going to go there, we'll have lunch, we'll go bar hop. And
there's only one reason to go there.
You only go there for the game, so it's easier to do that. Unless that were to happen, nothing's going to change.
You want to know something crazy about the Rockies? And I just learned this yesterday. You'll just have to take me on the word. I'll tell you later. There is more people in attendance on average than the average amount of people that watch it on TV. Think about that for a second.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
So there's about 15,000 people that attend it on average. There's more
15,000
for where?
More than that.
Okay, I'm just throwing that number out there.
It's like 35 last year.
That's the average.
32 or 35.
Okay,
yes.
All right, 30. Call it whatever it is. But that's wild to me that you've got more people in the building than people outside on TV sitting on their couch watching from home.
Listen, I don't think this is a bad thing. I think this is the result of having a beautiful state. And you got to give credit where credit's due. You put a ballpark in the middle of downtown that's absolutely fabulous.
Well, I know this. I'm not mad at the fans about Jack Squat. Keep going and enjoy something because you got an experience to go to.
That's exactly what I'm saying, though. They are. It's not going to stop. The end. So to sit and pretend that we really care about the Rockies winning, to me, is being a little disingenuous. The truth is we're fine with the Rockies exactly the way they are. We may gripe about it on sports talk radio, but at the end of the day, I think everybody's...
Well, I guess you could say the same thing about Broncos fans.
My last point.
You want to say the same thing about Broncos fans?
No way. Broncos fans are totally different.
Oh, why do they continue to show up?
Because they keep hope alive and they demand better. And
I don't see the difference.
And things change. Why does Bud Black still have a job?
What's changed?
Why does coaches change, ownership change, GMs change, multiple quarterbacks change?
The Colorado Rockies last year, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, had, in fact, maybe more than that if you go by pure attendance. They had 2.6 million people through the turnstile, averaging 32.197.
That's amazing.
Worst season, win-loss in their history.
And 32,000 on average. That's average.
You know what? They gave up 14 runs in the third inning. We'll see 300,000 people downtown next Friday, and we'll be amongst them. And I'm tired of arguing about it. I just get it. I know what it is, and I'm not even fighting it. But protest. What protest? You got 1,000 fans in Oakland protesting, sitting in their cars. They care. We're just out there.
The team left. They didn't care till the team left.
They haven't left yet.
Well, until they said they were leaving.
All right. How many Rockies games?
No. Seriously though, what were Oakland A's fans doing until they said the team was leaving? Nothing.
They've been protesting for years. They're not going to the games, but there's a hardcore group of fans that have been having signs and banging drums and doing stuff literally for years at Oakland A's games.
Well, I guess the lesson is fans can't do anything because if they've been protesting for years, they haven't heard anything.
Well, let me ask this. You got to go back a bunch of years, but how much did the Aints movement, bags over your head, fans going to games, affect what the Saints changed and tried to do differently?
I think it had a significant impact. Because
you know why? Because CBS or whoever was covering the game, they're always televised. We're always putting them bags up there with Saints fans, and that's not and that's when the NFL goes, "Hey, dog, we need to change something. This is not a good look for our product."
All right. Anyways, I don't mean to get all worked up on baseball, but
17 years ago was when they rocked over.
Is that what it was?
2007.
It was the most. You know what? Here's my biggest memory of Rocktober.
Was 17 years ago.
Here's one of the memories. You in the fan studio, desperately trying to get tickets. Like just couldn't. Nobody could get the tickets. Remember that?
I finally got tickets for the fourth game. I got to see the sweep. I got to see the fourth game sweep.
It was a magical time. It's a baseball town when you can engage it, and even when they're not winning, it's a baseball town. People love baseball here in Colorado. Can we do dumb questions next? I mean,
we can do whatever.
We can lighten the load here a little bit. It's PhD on 92.5.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Have you guys, no dumb question, ever had a traumatic thing? And I'm more funny than bad because we've all had traumatic bad. But something that traumatized you as a kid that to this day as grown-ass men still affects you?
I gotta think about that one. I stuck myself with a pen and gave myself a little pen tattoo.
Your first tattoo?
Yeah,
I'll tell you what I'm talking about.
The movie Arachnophobia.
Well, I hate that movie.
My brother, he was older. He was 11 years older.
Well,
we had this little squishy ball, and I'd be watching it, and he would sneak up behind the couch, and he'd just start rubbing it on my neck. Terrified of that to this day.
Thanks, because now I just thought of my second one. But let me get my first one.
What are you leading to?
When I was a kid, and I remember, and I was in my kitchen, and I'm putting on a pair of shoes, and I think I was barefoot. And just slipping, maybe I was going outside, do whatever. Put my foot in the shoe, and all of a sudden I feel something in there. Jump out, pull out, shake my shoe, and this giant cockroach comes out.
That's disturbing.
Yeah. So like 45, 50 years later, I don't put on a pair of shoes without shaking them because it freaked me out so bad, sticking my foot in there and something was in there. And especially like you guys, well, y'all know, you mow lawns.
Yeah.
You have a kind of a designated lawn mowing pair of shoes. I usually keep right in the garage, right outside.
Yeah.
Dude, I beat them things on the floor and the wall to make sure nothing had crawled up in there.
Oh, those are dangerous. You leave grass in there and everything.
You don't know what's getting in there.
No, that's dangerous.
So I was thinking about that. I said, dude, because I put my shoes on today that I had downstairs and I hadn't worn. We have bug services now and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing. Got to shook that thing. I'm like, why do I still do this 50 years later? But it so traumatized me. My second one is this.
Yeah.
Try this sometime. You talk about your brother with the thing?
Mm-hmm.
I had little brothers too. So I'm walking in my room at night. I had a room in the basement. Lights are off and I'm going to crawl in bed, walk on the floor, and I step down and I feel something underneath my foot. Underneath the ball of my foot. I jump up, scream, because when you're not expecting anything, and something all of a sudden you stepped on that's alive and moving. I jumped up. Well, my brother used to go out and hunt snakes, and it gotten out of whatever he kept it into, and it was in my room on the floor.
When you say hunt, what does that mean? Like you'd bring them back, or like
no, he would go out and get them.
Like
no,
you'd collect them.
Yeah, he'd just get them and put them in a jar and look at them for a while.
Your brother's a certified psychopath.
Yeah, well, he would do that with bees too. But yeah, I jumped up on my bed, literally like one of those cartoons with the person and the mouse running around.
Mm-hmm.
I jumped to bed, screamed. The whole house woke up, ran down there. And my little brother picks up, and it's literally a ringneck snake that's about 6 inches long. To this day, I hate walking completely dark. I am petrified of walking dark barefoot because I think there's going to be a snake or something I'm going to step on.
You keep night lights on in the house?
No. I like pitch black. Well, there is one in the bathroom.
Along the stories of night and darkness, when you get up from bed and you got to take a tinkle, 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Do you turn the lights on or not when you go to the bathroom?
No.
Yes.
You do?
No.
Take a tinkle.
So I stopped drinking a long time ago, but when I get up in the middle of the night, it's like, hand on the wall, like got to know where I am. I just kind of guide myself. I feel a general surroundings because I'm afraid if I turn on the lights, I won't be able to go back to sleep.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, that's me too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I keep my eyes closed. I open them every once in a while. If I feel like I've been lost, I might just open them a little bit.
Yeah.
And there's enough light coming out from where the bathroom door is. I'll open it. And
Sometimes I'll turn the light on in the closet, like away from the bathroom, just so I got a little bit of daylight.
Yeah.
But no, I generally speaking don't like turning the lights on.
Yeah, because you don't want to wake up.
Exactly.
Yeah. If you put lights on, I'm wide awake.
So you're trying to pee
as asleep as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you got to trust the
As
sound.
as asleep as possible.
Well, but then you
and
got
that's
to
why I
trust.
sit down though. That's why I sit down.
No,
in
I
the
don't.
middle
I
of
don't sit down. But then you got to trust the sound, and you got
see
to
his
you
floor right now.
got to
sit down all
find
the
you got to
time.
find your way to the middle just by the sound effects.
yeah. Which means
Well, if you guys, if you don't,
the first 2 minutes of porcelain being hit and floor being hit.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
sit
you're
down.
you're 6'8". Like, I don't know how. I'm just.
Yeah, and that Winky's about 6'7" away.
I
from
guess.
me.
I mean, if you're feeling that
I
confident
just feel
about it, my God.
I've got good understanding about where the toilet is. I don't know what to tell you.
or depth perception that is remarkable. So
I go in, I feel my wall, I go in the thing. In hotels is great. I come around and then I wish as bad as my butt is, I probably ought to have a beeper every time I back up. But I walk into hotels like strange places because you might be in 3 hotels in 3 nights.
Mm-hmm.
I walk in, I keep my eyes closed, I get in there, I get in the door, and then I back up till my calves hit the edge of the bowl, the bowl, and then I sit myself down and take a leak.
Okay.
I'm seeing on the text line, who doesn't sit down at night? From Josh.
Exactly.
Me. It's like a little game that I play.
What's
Like,
the game?
Is it going to splash or not?
And how many times in the morning do you clean up all around your bathroom?
About once a month.
Yeah, so there you go.
Oh my God!
Hey, I've had this smell.
I don't understand why it smells
Why
like
does your
that.
house smell like urine?
Why is the grout yellow?
Oh God! Yeah. So I do everything to keep myself asleep, and then I sit down.
I have
So
never.
no traumatic things happened when you were young that you still bothers you now that you.
I guess not, man. Not like that. You guys. I just laugh because you guys are so physically big. It feels weird that you're scared by anything, frankly.
If you stepped on a snake in the pitch black night barefoot and it slithered around your foot, that wouldn't freak you out?
Like your brother.
I don't know.
Why would
Because he still does that things. He does it.
No, that's.
Yeah.
He needs to see somebody. No, nobody collects snakes. Nobody does
when
that.
I was a kid, we didn't have the internet, right? And in TV, you had 3 channels and then a UHF at the channel. Remember that UHF? You had that
Sure.
the
Channel
aluminum foil.
Channel 56 and Channel 38.
Did you ever have the
course.
tin foil on top of the antenna?
Had it all.
Had to for the UHF.
Yeah.
I thought that was
So you
ET.
did stuff outside. So my brother would go outside, and I mean, he was hunting critters or trying to catch them. He would catch. You ever seen them big bumblebees? I mean, them big yellow and black that are about as big as my thumb bumblebee.
What's the process of catching a bumblebee?
Well, he would wait till it got into a flower, and then he'd take a mason jar and put it on there, squeeze it out, and pull the flower off, and he'd have a bee in a jar.
So
He
then
also
the-
cup farted a lot.
So does he just kill the bee, or what does he do with the bee?
I heard
Well,
Mosher.
then he'd play it and show everybody for a while, and then he'd let it go.
I heard Mosher did that, and then he just slaughtered all the bees all at the same time.
Yeah,
he just
it was
decided
a little
to
game he played.
waste them. We will get to, speaking of Mosher, the hockey guys. Tough day for the hockey guys. Where are the hockey guys at right now about the Nathan MacKinnon story? Details next. Hey, it's D-Mac, and everyone knows that the end of the month is the best time to buy a car, truck, or SUV. It doesn't get better than this. Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont has the inventory, and they're discounting their most popular models. That is an amazing deal. You can take $10,000 off all remaining new 23 Silverados. That's $10,000 off, plus huge discounts on new GMC trucks and SUVs. Or save thousands in finance charges with 0.9%, 0.9% APR financing on new 23 and 24 Chevy Silverados and GMC Sierras. And as always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Maroney, you'll get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. And if you need service, Mike Maroney has extended service hours for your convenience. What are you waiting for? Get to Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont online at Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. It's Funky Friday. Where do you think Hockey Fan is at today with the Nathan MacKinnon deal?
Bummed. Not the end of the world. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a streak, right? And we talked about this actually the day that you weren't here. It was a no dumb question. What's more fun with a streak? Thank you, Scott. That's a beautiful, beautiful sight.
There's muscle in there.
Yeah, there is muscle in there.
It's somewhere in there.
Yeah, my son always asked me if I ever had abs. I said, yeah, prove me wrong. We talked about this during No Dumb Questions a couple days ago, and the question was, what's more fun? A streak that is ongoing or a record streak that's over? And I would always say the streak that's ongoing, because what's the joy, even in a historical streak that is no longer going? What joy do you currently take in your modern day-to-day out of a historical streak that's already over? I mean, talk about living in the past. So it's over, and it was a fun run, but it's all it is. It was just a streak.
It was funny. After the game, Cale Makar thought...
I guess it's not officially over yet, right? We don't know if they protested. Do we know? Would we know?
I don't know. I mean, Bednar said we can. He didn't say they were going to. And is there any reporting, Dan, on the Avs today? I don't know.
I haven't seen anything yet.
I don't know if they even had practice today. I didn't see any. Did they have practice today or not?
I did see they had practice today because Gabe Landeskog actually took part in a portion of their practice.
Oh, well, did Bednar speak today? I mean, somebody would have theoretically asked him.
I'll ask Scott this.
Yes.
Would you be disappointed in the organization if they protested?
No.
Okay.
They should do what they need to do. That's fine. But doesn't that protest have to go upstairs to where the guy that has the record?
I really don't know.
What do you think Gretzky would say?
Oh, I don't think he would care.
No, not caring. I'm asking, what do you think he would say about whether that should have been an assist or not?
No.
You think?
I think he would say no. Listen, I was hoping Mikko's stick touched the puck, but I don't think it did. However, I do think Mikko's blade kind of pushed the blade of Lindgren. I think I'm saying his name wrong, but you know what I'm saying. Like I think it had
the foot out of the way.
I think there was something going on, but
he has to have had touched
the puck. And I don't think he did. I think he touched the blade that touched the puck. I don't think Mikko touched the puck. So I really don't know what you would be protesting. I don't know what you would be appealing.
Somebody on the text line, it's a good point, and this is where Scott has been living. Anyone think that the streak being over is a good thing because it's not a distraction now? I think it's a fair point. I do think that streaks can become distracting, and I think it can even become distracting for guys that are on the ice. I don't think it did at any point for the Avalanche, but I think it's human nature that when you're out there on the court, you're out there on the field, or out on the ice, and you know your buddy is that close to something, you do go out of your way to try to help them achieve it.
Well, Bednar said that everybody was like really into it. Like the team it wasn't distracting. It was kind of a helpful sort of deal.
But the distraction can't happen within that 60 minutes. After the game, everybody's, we got to go again. And then you're fired up. But in the game, you're not thinking, dude, I got Mikko right here for a one-timer, or I can get it to Kale, who might be able to skate by that guy. You're not thinking, well, let's throw it to Kale to keep the streak alive. You're going to throw it to the right pass to make sure that you got the most optimal chance to score.
It's not a goal-scoring streak. It's a point-scoring streak. You can get that point a bunch of different ways.
I don't think he talked last night, but you know who probably doesn't care that the streak ended in big pictures? Probably Nathan MacKinnon.
Well, next time we have a chance to ask him.
I bet he wanted it, but I don't disagree that he doesn't care that it's over.
Yeah.
I think you couldn't be human and not want it. That would be very difficult. I know Nikola Jokic doesn't know where his MVP awards are, so I suppose there is a human being on this planet that doesn't care. Most people do.
All right, on that, do you think there's any records Nikola would ever care about?
Most
championships.
Most championships. Yeah, three-peat. Most championships by a center.
So you don't think there's any statistical record he would care about?
No. He said it before, and I tend to believe him now, just having been around him and a lot of people can poo-poo it from outside media and everything else. He really doesn't care. And he said before, it'll be a cool thing when I'm older and retired to look back on, but I don't even think about it right now.
The crazy thing with Nikola is he's just setting records that just have never been he's breaking records that who knew they even existed. Like I just saw recently, 5 years, 8,000 points, like 4,000 rebounds, 3,000 assists. I don't know, something like that. I think I'm screwing it up, but it's something along. Nobody had done that in 5 years ever in NBA history. He just did it.
No dumb question. And I realize this is not what happened. I realized that Nate was like the secondary assist, or how do they describe that? Is it called the secondary assist?
Something like
that. Okay, whatever. I realize this isn't what happened. But if in theory, Nate took a shot, it's a true rebound, and Miko puts it in. Does Nate get an assist on that?
It's fuzzy territory. Sometimes
it's a true rebound off the pad.
It's interesting territory. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. It's not I don't know.
That's weird. I wonder what's the sometimes, like what defines it.
Who knows? I mean, but I've seen it where it's a shot, it's a rebound, it's a goal, and yes, you get an assist, and sometimes not. I really can't tell you.
I wouldn't know enough. The only thing I could guess at was if they think that, okay, he's just throwing it to the center to make sure there's a play that happens in front, then maybe you might get an assist because you're just trying to get action in front, so you just throw it at the goal. Maybe then. I don't know.
I'll tell you who cared. The fans care.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's for sure.
As they should.
And
but do they care more the streak ended, or do they care more that the beginning of the week they were first place and now they're third?
The streak last night.
I agree with D-Mac. I think if you polled 10 random Avs fans and you asked about last night's game, it would all be about the streak.
Well, let's pull our two hockey guys real fast. Let Dan and Grizz just say what's more important.
Why does Dan get included as a hockey guy, just out of curiosity?
Because that's all he used to like.
Oh,
That's not true.
Okay.
It used to be all he ever liked.
I mean, Grizz has got a good, valid reason.
Short?
Well, he played.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, so he says.
Okay. Dan, more important that this, or worse kind of feeling that the streak ended last night for Nate, or that they've lost these two games and now we've gone from first to third?
All I care about is the cup. So first to third.
Okay, but can
Streaks
I counter that?
I don't care about the streak.
Can I counter that? That although, yeah, it sucks that they're no longer in first, I have so much faith in the team. There's so much optimism. There's so many good things going on right now that I just don't live there. I just feel like they're going to overcome that. So the streak does feel relative to me of last night's game.
I think a better question right now would be, if you found out in the next 3 hours that the NHL did change the ruling and he did get a point, how would you feel about the streak right now? Right now.
You'd be fired up. It's alive.
Okay. You wouldn't feel like that's a little pathetic and desperate?
I would wait to see how soon Roger Maris's family could call and ask for an asterisk.
Dan, hockey guy, if Nate gets a point, you feeling good about that?
That's cool.
Yeah.
I care about them winning. That's all I care about. Truly. Streaks don't mean much to me.
Scott, or Dan's just afraid of Scott.
No, he's not. He hates me.
Well, apparently.
8 years strong, right, Scotty?
4 years.
After the game, Cale Makar had no idea that Nate didn't get a point. It was like this.
What are your thoughts on it now that it's kind of all over to see him go 35 games like that at home?
Did he not get assist on Taser's goal?
They called it an own goal on Lindgren. It looks like.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought he did. Yeah, I mean, it's it's one game.
What's to say? I don't. What?
Okay.
So that means the players in the locker room didn't even realize McKinnon's streak was over. They didn't know.
But it's also revealing listening to it. It's also like, oh, okay. Like I thought he scored, but isn't that more or less what his attitude was about it? Like, oh, okay, it's a streak.
I think in hockey, touting yourself personally and propping yourself up is just such against
the grain of hockey.
It's so against it. And I think that's why Bednar was hesitant to insist that they would look at it. He said, we can look at it. That doesn't mean they're gonna.
Do you remember in what turned out to be a blowout loss when Duchesne hits a goal and it's his 30 and he jumps up, throws his arms up the air, and Patrick Wall just erased him in the postgame show?
There's a code. Is there a code like that in hoops?
There used to be. Now, no. Because I'll just say this, and listen, it's stupid, but I did send you guys some videos on Instagram. I don't know if you looked at them. If Shea Gilgeous, if you're up 15 and Shea Gilgeous gets it and starts running toward the basket to get his 30, he's gonna have to earn it for the free throw line. Because if you're gonna try to score to keep a streak alive when you're already up 15, I'm knocking you out. I'm serious. I'm taking him out, flagrant, whatever. Get your now you got it. Good, you earned it. But that don't. And second of all, I don't think anybody would have tried to do it.
Football celebrations?
Well, it makes me sad, honestly. I mean, the last stronghold of humble players on a football team has always been the offensive line. But honestly, even offensive linemen nowadays are about themselves. They are.
How so? Got any examples?
Yeah, they got highlight videos of them working out. They got their own social media teams. They got people that are pushing their own agendas. And I still think the majority of offensive linemen are old school. But there's enough Gen Z players that are coming in that even all the unwritten rules, they didn't have to be spoken. They were just unwritten and they were understood. You will not make anything about yourself. We are 5 dudes, and we are 5 that work as one. And it's the only positional group on the football field that works that way. And it's not really like that anymore.
So would appealing this whole thing be breaking some sort of unwritten rule of hockey? Putting yourself above the team?
For Nate to do it, sure.
For Nate to do it, maybe. If he started complaining about it, maybe. But for the organization, I think the organization should.
Okay. Yeah, I do too.
If they think if there's a question there, I think they should.
I do too.
But then once again, they get a lot of hockey people working the film rooms and the editing rooms and the scouting. Mm-hmm. I guarantee you, they have gone over 100 times. I guarantee you, before they went home last night, you had multiple hockey people.
Yeah.
Going over that shot, going, and didn't touch it.
Is the fact that the fans care so much about it an indication of how deeper their passion actually runs for what the sport is they cheer for than most other sports, where most fans just wouldn't care?
I don't know if they'd ever admit to it, but you know what this streak does? It gets multiple people talking about it that maybe necessarily wouldn't.
Right.
We spent probably as much time talking about this today, and we talk hockey more than any radio show in town. And it just gives you more pub. And I've always said this, and this is why it gets me with hockey guys or basketball guys or NFL guys or whatever. When you're upset at criticism or critique, because we're talking about your sport, you should encourage that. You should encourage saying, well, I never thought about it like that. Instead, we get so defensive, but we're like that as a society also. So I think if you looked at the big picture, dude, they are spending a lot of time talking hockey. That's cool. More people talk about it, better for the sport, better for the team.
Nah, but they don't like what we talk about when we talk hockey. Let's keep it real. The hockey guy's not happy when we even do talk it.
Well, what was Mosier saying this morning? What was he saying? Was he as adamant this morning as he was on social media last night?
I mean, I did not hear the show today, but I mean, just reading on Twitter, I'd be shocked if he felt any differently this morning.
Well, I was in the room last night, and there were definitely people behind the scenes who were pretty upset about the whole thing. Ain't no doubt about it. What is that?
What was that?
What is that?
Sounded like Vic.
That was fantastic.
You know, Scott's working with Vic tonight.
Hey.
Vic's on the call.
What?
Yeah.
Where's Marlo?
Had a little spill.
Oh no!
And is on the IR for a game or two.
Whoa!
Yeah, so best love and wishes for Chris.
Whoa! I'm sorry to hear that.
No.
Serious or not?
Listen, no injury serious if it doesn't happen to you, right?
Right.
So, serious enough he's going to miss.
I'm so sorry
today's
to hear
game
that.
And maybe Sundays.
I didn't know if you were going to put that on air or not, but
I wasn't. But thank you for doing.
No. Vic was talking about it. Vic was talking about this morning that he was on the call. I didn't know anything about Marlo.
That's more because.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Look at me. I'm on the call.
Well, Let's Football Go comes up next.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Oh my God.
Courtesy of Major League.
Oh, Lord. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. They are the absolute best. Where would we be without you? With a bunch of different locations, Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand, mountainhighappliance.com. My wife has sent me a text about Dan Tanner.
Today on the show?
It's in my back pocket. You just got to let me know when you want to hear what my wife had to text me about Dan. Don't have to do it right now.
She's feeling protective, huh?
But I just want to let you know, Dan, you have said something that has upset my wife.
Oh, not protective.
That I don't care about the streak.
How many years have you been dating his wife?
I would call it dating.
Wow. Wow. Well, she's enjoying it fine. The key word is Georgia.
If she's happy.
Really, at this point, 37 years into it, just, what do I care? Text Georgia to 303-504-0925 for that incredible PhD Green Jacket giveaway to the fabulous Circa Resort and Casino. Dan, right? We only have a few more minutes left to go on that one. So
we got about half an hour.
So just let me know when you want that in the back pocket. But we'll get on to football stuff with Dan Bud Tanner. What do you got, Dan?
All right, Dempsey & Co. had Stefania Bell on. Now, she is an ESPN injury analyst and a physical therapist. Got a couple of cuts here from Stefania from this morning. The Broncos were at Michael Penix's pro day. So the big question mark surrounding Michael Penix is the ACL reconstructions and the shoulder. She talked about if teams how concerned teams should be with the 2 ACL surgeries that Penix has had.
The other thing I'll say about a revision on ACL is that within the first year, there's a 15 times increased chance of re-tearing because it is more difficult to come back from that. In the second year, it goes down to about 8 times. And then once you get past 2 years removed from the revision surgery, it kind of levels out to not being that much more of a risk than it would be in any other case. So I think a lot of those questions have been answered. We haven't talked as much about his shoulder, but I think based on his throwing, nobody's really worried about his shoulder at this point as well.
So, I mean, that sounds like it checks out to me. More or less hearing what she's saying there. Yeah, it's high risk when you tear an ACL, and then you're probably going to tear it again if you play immediately after that. Over time, it levels out, and I think that coincides with what we were hearing out of Michael Penix injury reports coming out of the combine that he passed with flying colors.
I don't, of course, I'm me, not a world-class athlete. But I'll tell you this. I cannot believe how great my knee feels after an ACL meniscus surgery years and years later. I really cannot believe it. So what they can do with the knee stuff, I'm not really worried about the knee stuff. The shoulder thing.
That's me too.
Are you the same way?
Yeah. Because and Mike was in here earlier, and Mike Sanford in the first segment. I mean, those happened in his first 2 years at Indiana, right? So that's multiple years. I'm more concerned about throwing shoulder than anything else.
Yeah, I'm not telling you to dismiss the injury concerns, but if you follow the breadcrumbs are saying most people are giving him a healthy bill.
Okay. I wouldn't touch him with the 10-foot pole because of the injuries. Sorry.
Wow.
Not
so
interested.
Forget the science, forget the doctors that are telling you it sounds good.
Yep. It's just there's too much on the line if there's a choice. Like between Penix and Nix, to me, I'd be like, well, listen, best of luck to you.
Well, let me ask you
Michael,
this.
But
what are your real goals out of a first-round draft pick quarterback? How many years do you need him in order to be a successful pick? How many years do you need him to be a Denver Bronco?
19.
Not 19, but you need 2 contracts, and you need regular playoff appearances with the chance every year to win a Super Bowl. You don't have to win a Super Bowl, but you want to be in the discussion every single year after his 3rd year in the NFL.
That would be great for sure to get at least.
I don't know what else the point is.
Well, what if you got a magical 4-year run and then all of a sudden he's done? Would you regret it?
No.
And then when you say magical, so you're talking about AFC Championship games or
Yeah.
Yeah,
For 4 seasons, you want a magical run, and on year 5, he no longer can play football.
Well, why can't he play football after year 5?
Injuries caught up to him.
Oh, well, sure. I mean, you're talking about Penix. If he wore down
Yes,
that
I'm
quick.
talking about Michael Penix.
I would be disappointed by that, yeah.
Even if you had a 4-year magical run out of it.
Yeah, because that's like a free agent. Like, you wouldn't get any more bang for your buck.
I'd call that a win in a heartbeat.
I'm done with 4-year free agent runs. I'm done with it. We've tried it. It's failed, except for Peyton Manning.
Well, the key word is magical. Say he goes in there and he wins a Super Bowl, gets to 2 AFC championships, and then all of a sudden gets a horrible blowout. I'll be okay.
All right, here's a good example. What Robert Griffin did in his rookie year. What if he did that for 4 out of his 5 years of his rookie contract?
I'd be fine with that. But he didn't have injury history coming. Wait,
Yes,
I'm a little confused about the injury then. Are you saying the injury happened because he got worn down and
Yes.
it was
Yes, I'm saying
it just wore out. His body
over
wore
time,
out.
his shoulder, the arthritis, his knees, whatever. It just wears out.
All right, if you win a championship, you win a championship. I'm not going to begrudge winning a championship.
I mean, I'm not going to not draft a guy because I need him for 10 years, is what I'm saying. If I feel like he's got a clean bill of health that's going to last me through his rookie contract, hey, I'll figure it out on the back end.
Oh, wow. So you'd be okay with just a rookie contract from a first-round pick?
Again, I qualified it with a magical run.
Okay, I mean, I'll just take a championship, and we've heard from Broncos fans, you win a Super Bowl, you can suck for 8 years. They'd rather be Broncos fans than Bills fans who have a shot every single year. We've heard that. So, okay, I'm not going to discount that. It feels to me like it's more fun to be in the mix every single year, but they don't have a championship. So, I mean, it's a tough conundrum. I would just hope that the goal of drafting a 22, 23-year-old guy is you got him for 10 years.
24-year-old guy that's at least 10
right.
years.
Of course, and you cross your fingers and you hope that you get that. I'm just saying that
So,
I'm not going to live in fear of it. If the doctors are telling me he's got a clean bill, I'm drafting him.
Well, let me turn this around on you then. Everything is equal between Nix and Penix, but with Penix, there's a possibility that it could be short, a higher possibility than with Nix. Who are you taking?
Penix.
Why?
Because it's going to be fun, and it's exciting, and I think he's a better football player.
Okay, so you just think Penix is better than Nix, period.
Correct.
Okay, and I'm saying that I think it's a more even.
So I'm not going to select a prospect that I think is a worse football player simply on the hopes and the dreams that I get 10 years out of
How
it.
good do you think Penix is?
I think Penix is very, very exciting, so I'll start there. And that means something to
So
me.
you think he's better than Nix?
Hold on. I said I think he's very, very exciting, and that means something to me. So in other words, I know that we're going to have some fun action, okay? I do think he's better than Nix.
Okay.
How much better than Nix? I don't know how to quantify that, but I know that it's significant in my opinion.
All right.
And I think he brings a different weapon to the field that he hasn't even touched yet with his feet.
Better than McCarthy?
No.
Not better than McCarthy. So
No.
he's just better than Nix.
Yeah.
Better than Daniels May.
But those are the two guys you're going to be talking about. So
Better than all the free agent quarterbacks that were out there available this year?
yes. Yes.
Okay. You got a super high opinion about Michael Penix.
I like Michael Penix a lot.
Listen, if they draft Penix, I'll be fine with it. I'll be more than fine with it. And he does have a scheduled visit with the Broncos. I'm down with it if they draft Penix. We can all have that big Penix energy.
Well, he's a quarterback, so he'll be happy.
Probably, you're right. Next, Dan.
All right, one more here from Stefania Bell. Here she is talking about the hip drop tackle and how this could look realistically once it's put in practice.
So I am a huge supporter of this, and
course you are.
all the defensive coaches and defensive players getting really upset with me. But I think what we will find is this will become like the horse collar tackle, where everybody, screamed and yelled and got angry, and then realized that you could actually play football without it. The specific tackle that they are trying to target is the swivel component of the hip drop tackle. And if you want to get more into what the hip drop tackle history is, you can look at the National Rugby League. This is where it came from, and they legislated it out of the game. And they did so very successfully. So anybody who thinks it can't be done, it can be done.
Yeah, here's the problem with that take. You cannot compare it to the horse collar. You cannot do that because that is the easiest thing in the world to quantify. When you see that with your eyeballs, you know what a horse collar tackle is. There's not a human being on this planet that doesn't know what a horse collar tackle is when they see it. You don't know that with a hip drop. You don't. And I get she's trying to separate the swivel component of it. Okay, so if I land on my own hip, was that a swivel, or do I have to do a 360? Like what? You just can't quantify it like you can a horse collar.
I don't remember the uproar on the horse collar.
No, what year was
There
that?
wasn't, because it was one of the most obviously dangerous plays.
Yeah, I don't remember
ever.
a big uproar from defense. I didn't hear a whole Union side against it.
No.
You know what I love is that you're still allowed to tackle guys by the hair. It's fantastic. They haven't taken that out. Next, Dan.
All right, DMAC, you were talking yesterday. What's the show called? Dynasty, about the Patriots era?
Yep. Apple
Well,
TV.
a report came out today that former Patriots, 6-time Super Bowl winning head coach Bill Belichick is planning to write his own book. Do you think this is so he can tell his side of the story?
He wouldn't answer a bunch of questions put to him during this documentary. So he agreed to sit down for it, and then they're asking him some very pointed question. He just wouldn't comment on it.
What would he say?
I'm not gonna. He just wouldn't answer. It was like he was surprised.
It was like a press conference.
It was so weird because it's a one-on-one interview, right? You know what you're doing. You know the producers. You know everything going on, and he would just like, I'm not going to talk about it. It was wild. There were moments of that documentary that I was like, I can't believe this is actually happening.
Yeah.
Do you think, and if you guys remember Super Bowl 33, Dan Reeves and John Elway kind of got back together, right?
Okay.
Because there was a rough ending and maybe a rough period when Reeves coached Elway. And then there was almost a come to Jesus moment with those two guys, and more of a respect thing came out of that Super Bowl 33. Will that ever happen with Tom Brady and Belichick?
I don't know, man. This documentary, they made Belichick look so bad. They made him look like he didn't care about the character issues with Aaron Hernandez. They made him look like it was a petty personal reason that he benched Malcolm Butler. They made it look like he was out to get Tom Brady. This is all in this documentary. It destroys Belichick.
Well, don't you think by him not answering questions it adds?
Yes.
Okay, fine. You're gonna answer. We'll deal with that.
All I know is you couldn't pay
Absolutely.
me to read a Bill Belichick book. You couldn't pay me to. Why would I read that? Well, for what?
I'd be curious. Hey, listen, I think Belichick is a drip, and I feel bad for some of the New England media that has to deal with that crap. But don't tell me the guy isn't interesting or has interesting stories to tell. I'd be very curious about his side of things. I'm just telling you, man, if you see this documentary, they make Belichick look...
But before you read the book, you're not going to get a full picture. You already know that.
I'm curious what his side... Why did he bench Malcolm Butler?
You think he's going to talk about that in his book?
Well, if he's not, I'm not going to read the book. But if he is, I'll be curious. I mean, that's the way that stuff
I'd be willing
goes.
to bet a steak dinner he doesn't even mention it.
What's the point of doing the book then if you're not going to sort of reveal the questions that people have?
I don't know.
I mean, we got stories in that documentary.
But I really do not think he will address them.
Well, then it's going to be a damn boring book. I mean, I don't think they're going to do a book unless there's going to be something interesting in the book.
Sure they will, because they can make money off his name.
All right. Well, I guess I won't read
What
the
do you mean?
book.
Of course they'll.
I didn't know they weren't going to. I didn't know you had the insight of what they were going to do in the book already.
I'm just giving you my opinion. Isn't that what we do?
Yeah, but I mean, all right. Well, we'll see what he does, Dan, with the Bill Belichick book. I will be interested in it. Yes, I'm interested. Scotty, do you care?
I would like to have more Phil. If he says the reason I benched Malcolm, he was at the massage parlor with Robert, and Robert was going to get punished.
The
I felt
haters
Malcolm should get
still hate.
Punished too.
By the way, they left all of that stuff out of the documentary with Kraft.
So, which goes to show you that it was a one-sided. It wasn't really a documentary. It was an agenda-mentary.
As they all are, though, and I understand that. I mean, in order to get them to sit down, you have to understand that it's going to be slanted.
Yeah, but that was so remarkable that they did get everybody to sit down. But as you look, it looks like a huge hit piece on Belichick. Man, they made him look so bad. Like they just knew. The stuff about Aaron Hernandez, too, what the players were saying.
Honestly, I'm glad. Having lived through the Bill Belichick experience, even though I never played for him, I feel like I lived through it. What goes around comes around. And I'm glad that it's catching up to him.
Okay, next story, Dan.
Lastly, fellas, just a quick note here. So CBS Sports did their ranking of the top 5 challengers to a potential Chiefs three-peat for the upcoming season. I'll go through these quickly. 5, Detroit Lions. 4, they have the Philadelphia Eagles, okay? 3, Houston Texans. 2 Bengals and 1, the Chiefs Super Bowl opponent this year, the San Francisco 49ers. Some notable teams left out, the Ravens, Bills, and Packers. Who do you think is the biggest threat to a Chiefs three-peat next season, guys?
Chiefs.
They're their own worst enemy?
No, didn't we have a conversation about that with somebody earlier in the show?
You guys think the window's closed on the Bills?
I don't know if it's closed, but I think somebody's tinted it.
I think, well, it's not over because Josh Allen is one hell of a quarterback, but I do think he's dangerously close to having to accept what he is. And right now, he's just that dude that's not good enough. And at some point, most human beings accept that.
I think if any team is going to, sadly, I think the window for my Bills is probably over. I think the Ravens, though, pose the best threat.
And we don't know because of injury, but the biggest threat to the Chiefs in the past few years has been Cincinnati. So how does Joe Burrow's back out of that?
You're right. God, it just makes you realize how far behind the Broncos actually are. You're right about all that.
It's going to take a team like San Francisco, or it's going to take a team like Philadelphia. Even though they fell apart, they had all the talent in the world. You're just going to have the most loaded roster in America. That's what it's going to have to be.
Why is Mike Sanford sending me texts about you?
I don't know. Did I get it?
So I got my wife sending me texts about Dan. Sanford sending me texts about, no, it's just to me.
He's talking trash. Mike wants some? Is that what's happening?
I'll tell you about.
Mike's talking trash?
I'll give you the details coming up next. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and you've heard a lot about how treating low testosterone can improve your sleep, your workouts, energy levels, and more. What about your sex drive? That's right. The weekend's here. Low T can have a significant impact on your desire for intimacy and can have a factor in erectile dysfunction. And yeah, it's an awkward conversation for sure. But the fellas at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can straighten things up for you. That's right. Guys in their 20s, 30s, they start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production. And what happens? Where am I? Well, who knows? But you can go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz, and find out where you're at. And then you get going. You get your blood drawn, result in 30 minutes. It's only $99. Medical consult, T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. Get some loving going this weekend. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Hey, it's a Funky Friday. Hey, just for you to know, I got because I get my number out on the air, 719-229-8152. I got somebody, I don't know who it is. They go, I'm texting you now, D-Mac, about Scott. I just don't want him to feel left out. So
That's kind. Because you've got your wife texting you
about
to
Dan.
get on Dan. You got Mike Sanford texting you about Tyler.
Yeah, but he's really supporting Tyler.
Oh, see, I thought we were about to fight.
No, he's sending me a text saying, but Nix isn't talented. So he's supporting you.
Well, shocker. Mr. Big Penix himself agreed with me on that one.
Yeah. Aren't you curious about what my wife...
Man, you really hype that up. You hype that up.
Well, that's what I do.
Yeah. Breaking news from Vegas.
That's right. He knows your anxiety level, and he was just trying to bring some anxiety to you.
Are you curious what my wife had to say about Dan?
What did your wife say about Dan?
Boo, Dan. I care about the Cup too, and we can recover from the 1 week drop from first to third, but I care most about losing the streak. Dan, would you like to reply to my wife?
Say that one more time for me, please.
Boo, Dan. I care about the Cup too, and we can recover from the 1 week drop from first to third, but I care most about losing the streak. Exclamation mark.
Is it first and third or first and second?
They're third.
They are.
Would you like to respond to my wife?
Does she like championships?
Okay, let me.
Why don't you just call her, D-Mac?
Just
call her.
like
Put her on speakerphone and call her.
Do you care more about championships or streaks? Ask her that, D-Mac.
Hold on.
Just or text her, say just answer.
See if she picks up. What do you think the chances are of this?
Hello.
Hey, do you want to talk to Dan directly?
Kim, you're on the air.
Yeah, you're on the air.
Oh, I guess I have to then.
Here we go.
You wanna talk to Dan directly?
I'm here, Kim. Go
I
ahead.
don't know. What was already released?
Well,
the whole text to your husband.
Yeah. Boo, Dan. I read that.
I just feel like we should tell Kim what Dan said about her.
Oh, Dan, yeah. Tell Kim what you think is. Do you care about championships? That's what you said, Dan.
Can she hear me? I don't know if she can hear me.
I don't know if she can either.
cannot.
I'll repeat it.
Does she care more about streaks or championships?
Kim,
Just
do you
ask her
care
that.
more about streaks or championships?
I was very specific. I care about both, but we
No,
can
no,
recover.
you gotta pick one.
Dropping down is no big deal. We can recover from that. The streak is over.
I feel
But
it.
there's no.
I feel her. I feel that.
No, you can't necessarily recover.
Kim, I just want to say I completely take your side on things. Dan is crazy.
37 years, baby.
37 years, baby. All right, I'll talk to you later. Good job.
And Dan said he's having an affair with you. Oh, did you get that?
Yeah, that's the part that I was wondering if we were going to get that over.
I hung up.
Yeah.
That's why I said it.
And he would not call it dating.
What exactly did Dan say about my wife? There was some kind of outrageous things there, wasn't
Well,
there?
they're together, but they're not
Here's
dating.
the wrong thinking with your wife.
Should I get her back?
Well, I mean, I know you can't tell her that, right?
Okay, go ahead.
You've now put yourself by losing these 2 games. You don't control your destiny completely, and you can play great, but that doesn't mean the 2 teams above you that they don't play great at the same time, and you may get stuck in the third. And once again, I don't know. They reseed all the time, and it depends on matchups. And this may be the best place for them. I don't know, but saying the Nuggets lose tonight, they can. Hey, yeah, they can play better. Yeah, but what if the other teams stay hot too? Then you really can't recover because the other teams are going to be playing too.
Yeah, but I understand what she's saying. I mean, as a fan, you just got so much blind hope and optimism in your team, and obviously you're thinking analytically and you're thinking in reality. You can't always guarantee that. But I feel her. I feel the blind hope in the team right now, and I would agree with it. Like, I do expect the Avalanche to bounce back.
Yeah,
but that's not what I'm saying. I do too.
No,
they bounce back, and they got 10 games left, and they get 18 points.
Right, you're just saying you can't
Who's
guarantee
saying
with
the
other
teams now that are in front of them don't get 18 points?
Yeah.
Well, also because now you don't control it. When you're in first place, you control everything.
By the way, we have had official confirmation. Thank you, Grizz, for seeing this. It was posted by the Denver Post that the official ruling from the NHL is it's going to stand. The streak it will not change. So whatever, but see, I still don't know if that means, because there was an official announcement, does that mean the Avalanche did ask for a change? I don't know. I don't know
either, so don't take this as fact. But I'm just putting 2 and 2 together here. Why would the league make a statement unless it was challenged?
I agree. It would make sense.
Because you don't release something like that or make a statement about something like that unless it's been challenged.
There needs to be some clarification.
I would bet
I would agree
that someone called and said, "Hey, I don't know if you guys got to look at what are your thoughts? Was that the right call? Is there even any need for us to do anything?" And the league officer said, "No, it's going to stand."
Maybe
Say,
so.
okay.
Maybe it wasn't official,
but
it was just
I'll bet you someone made a call up there to talk to somebody.
We want to thank our friends at Revitalize Health. Visit them at revitalize-health.com. In just a little bit, we'll hear from Nate and Andy. They're in Vegas. And
They're still live?
We're going to be in Vegas in a couple weeks, and we'll be joined by Robbie Knorr. K-N-O-R-R. We're going Knorr or just Knorr?
I think that's Knorr.
Knorr.
Yeah. Silent
okay.
K.
Silent K. Robbie Knorr, congratulations. You are the grand prize winner of the PhD Green Jacket giveaway. Trip for 2 to Las Vegas, 3 nights at the Circa Resort and Hotel, vouchers for your flight, limo transportation, and just an amazing stay at the fabulous Circa Resort and Casino, the home to the world's biggest and best sportsbook, Stadium Swim, 6-tier pool, 143-foot screen, Legacy Club, and download the Circa Sports app today for the sportsbook designed by players for players with low holds and better odds. Circa Sportsbook is the sports bettors app. Congratulations to Robbie.
And when you get up there, go by D-Mac's door or room and can knock on the door.
Can knock on the
door.
I had to wait all that read just to say that.
And you couldn't help yourself. I was almost done.
Yeah,
I got so close.
Because I thought you were close.
So good.
I forget our reads are monumental.
Dude.
Yeah,
You know.
monumental.
Mm-hmm. Tonight, what are we looking at tonight? Jamal's status for tonight is what? Maybe a little update on that real quick.
At the 1:30 report, he was questionable.
We're not feeling good about him playing tonight, are we?
I'm not as confident as I thought I should have been.
Tyler, concern level about Jamal Murray going down the stretch here?
Well, my concern is his health. So, and I know that's the question, but you just sit him if there's any question at all. I'm not concerned about the win, although it'd be very, very nice, and it is really important after dropping that game against the Suns, and I understand where they are in the standings. I'm much more concerned about having Jamal Murray healthy going into the playoffs. So
I am too.
You just got to do the right thing for the player, and the right thing for the player in this circumstance is the right thing for the team.
Deep breath. You're right. Yep, you're right. You can't lose track of what's
you can
what's
get
really
home
important.
court back. You can.
You gotta, no matter what, as big as this game is, and I think this game is huge, you do have another home game against Minnesota in, a couple weeks. You do. That's happening as well. That's the last home game of the entire year. And then they have Memphis and
they've
San
completely
Antonio.
taken Joker off the list.
Okay, good.
Zeke out.
He doesn't have like a tiger scratch or anything?
Wait,
He's on there actually. He's
Hold on.
on there. He's probable. This is the official NBA.
What is going on with Zeke?
Well, it says right here.
I mean, how many games is this for Zeke?
Right abductor tendonitis.
Okay. All right, Zeke's out. It's right abductor tendonitis.
Abductors.
He's right.
Joker is probable, and Murray is still listed as questionable.
So we're doubtful on Murray then.
Well, it says
questionable.
questionable.
I mean, that means he's.
But again, it's kind of like the Lions season in the NFL before draft, especially down the stretch of meaningful games. You're going to hold on to and play and show no part of your hand. Malone will get asked this before the game, and he'll probably say, "I don't know." He said he's questionable today, and we'll check again with the doctors and or he'll just say he's out.
You know what though? What a huge, huge game it would be if you could pull this off without Jamal Murray, because the closer we get to the playoffs, just the more I feel like we're hanging on by the skin of our teeth with the health of these starting five and what happens, God forbid, if something happens to any of them. And I know some guys are less important than others, but God forbid anything happens. So if they can find a way to get a huge win right now, boy, would that be comforting going into the playoffs.
This time And remember, last year they only won 53 games. But this time last year, you had a 5.5 game lead with the same amount of games left.
Well, that's why they turned it off.
This year, you had a chance to win more games.
Should
and
we be concerned
half game.
with the curse of the Vic Lombardi painting that Vic is going to be on the call tonight?
Yep.
Shirtless.
Nice. So the bear will be there.
I think as long as he's not pantless, shirtless is actually okay.
He got to do the game in a
Well, we just saw Scott shirtless 2 minutes ago.
There's muscle under there. I can see it.
Yeah, thank you.
I got it. What's the score going to be? They're not going to play this line. What's the score going to be tonight when the...
if Murray plays 107-102.
And?
If Murray doesn't play,
yeah,
coin flip.
Huh? Words of wisdom this weekend? And by the way, hey, see you, Lady Buffs.
Yeah, man. This is
huge
tomorrow
game.
afternoon.
What an opportunity. Repeat of last year. Let's go. Slay the dragon. Time to slay the dragon.
And
Knock Caitlin
everything
Clark
is
down.
going to be rooting against them, but we're all rooting for him to be the Giant Slayer. 1:30 on ABC, gargantuan game. So go Lady Buffs. Just want to throw that in.
And you'll wonder about being that big of a game, 1:30 Saturday afternoon, main game on ESPN.
Stupid referees already. They're already cheating.
That does the bigness of the game overwhelm you?
Okay,
For
we'll see.
Iowa, they played tons of these games. So we'll see. I was reading this past week. I got to say this. It's about judging other people. Do we not do that all the time?
I think we make our livings doing that.
But would we slow down our judgment if we realize that every time we judge somebody, the same measuring stick we use to judge other people is used against us? Would that make us think and stop for a little bit? So just keep that in mind.
Smart, but it would make for a boring radio show. Bottom line business.
I think about that all the time.
Have a terrific weekend. Let's go.
Hey, come here, Tim. You're dead to me.
I'm doing what?
You're dead to me. I just want to.
Aggressive. Yeah, we are here. We are out at Circa Resort and Casino Stadium Swim in Las Vegas. Just trying not to get sued. We're with you today until 6 p.m. on the program. We've got the Nuggets and the Timberwolves. It's getting all tie-breaky up in here in the Western Conference. We'll dive into all of that today here on the show. We have continued action in the Sweet 16, which you should be here at Stadium Swim, and you should be watching this evening, starting at 5 o'clock with NC State and Marquette. Zags and Purdue, Duke and Houston, Creighton, Tennessee. Your matchups for this evening. The Avalanche fall last night, but we begin with the Rockies.
Really?
We do.
You seem a little. You seem a little extra juice today.
Oh, good God!
Huh?
I had a wonderful night last night.
You did.
Las Vegas treated me extremely well last night.
That's not really it. Come on.
I had a great night.
Who really treated you well?
Marcus Domas, Coleman
Yes.
Hawkins, Terrence Shannon,
Yeah.
and the Fighting Illini of the University of Illinois, who have moved on to the Joe Flacco 8, where they will get set to take on UConn and stun the world tomorrow, Andy, with a trip to the Final Four. It was a victory that was both satisfying for me, long-suffering Illinois fan, watching my team going back to the Elite Eight for the first time since 2005. It was also a profitable victory for me last night. It was a great night out at the sports book, Andy, but as I'm watching my Illini show the country just what beautiful offensive execution is supposed to look like against the best defense in the country in Iowa State. As I was watching that on the largest of the screens at Circa, at the Sportsbook, which is just amazing. We were there last night. The energy was popping. It was so fun. We're hanging out with our guy, Derek Stevens, just having the time of our lives, as I know everybody was with the Illini's performance. UConn, obviously, they blew out San Diego State earlier. The other game that was on at the time was North Carolina and Alabama, and that game was just drunk. They couldn't stop scoring. It was just, in the end, the game went over the total of 175 last night. 89-87 was the final score. That game was ridiculous. So the sportsbook was a buzz about that as well. And then there were baseball games sort of on some of the smaller screens available to us. And
How long before? Because so you and I had a little bit different nights. We did hang out VIP thanks to Derek.
We did.
But then I wanted some tacos.
You wanted tacos.
So I wandered and found out they make us show our IDs to come in here. And when I went to Fordham Street, I figured out why.
Fremont Street, too.
Or wherever it was. Whatever this is.
Yeah.
Well, I'd call it someone else street. Itty-bitty street.
There's a lot happening out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of stickers.
It's quite the scene.
Tastefully placed, and I was like, wow, all right.
It's quite the scene out there.
Did not know. I was not ready for that. I'm like, I wonder what this is.
Yes.
Claims there's barbecue down here. And then I saw tacos and pizza. I'm like, well, this looks like a mall food court. Never mind. It's got a little for everybody.
Not those things.
Don't bring your kids.
No. Not at this hour.
I mean, unless you want questions.
It's educational for everybody.
Yes.
So as basketball games are going, and most of the book was pretty much invested in that. However, a conversation started to sort of pop up, and there was a small screen down at the bottom of the larger screen, and they put the basketball games on the biggest sections, but on one of the smaller screens there was a baseball game happening in Arizona, and it was a game in which it was 2-1. As they went to the bottom half of the third, Lourdes Gurriel hit a 2-run home run off Kyle Freeland in the first, but the Rocks got one back, and they were right there in that ball game, and there was nothing particularly significant about it. And then it suddenly became a thing, at least in the section that I was in, and this was even beyond just my interest as Denver guy in the Colorado Rockies. Everybody was just like, are you seeing this? They scored again. They scored again. They're still in the inning. There's nobody out. Like this, it just kept going and going and going to the point where the half inning, Andy, in the bottom of the third last night was clocked in 34 minutes in real time. 2 pitching changes. that inning for the Rocks. Kyle Freeland began the inning. Anthony Molina came on for his Major League debut. It did not go well. And Jalen Beeks finally came on and did actually convert the third out of the inning and made it end. In the meantime, the Diamondbacks scored 14 runs on 13 hits. They sent 18 men to the plate. A little bit of disappointment because Jalen Beeks got Alek Thomas to ground out. Had he not done that, then Geraldo Perdomo would have hit again, which would have been his third at-bat of the inning. Unfortunately, we did not see that last night, but Perdomo, Marte, Lourdes Gurriel, Christian Walker, and Moreno all had 2 hits in the inning. Every single Diamondback had a hit in the inning except for their best player, Corbin Carroll, who walked twice in the inning. Of the Diamondbacks' 13 hits, only 3 were extra bases. Those were all doubles, 10 singles, 3 doubles, no home runs in the inning, in which the Diamondbacks scored 14 runs, a Major League opening day record allowed by your Colorado Rockies.
I'm sitting with Mark Springer because he came on the adventure with me.
On the taco adventure.
He picked pizza.
Yeah.
And then there was like a food court sitting area, and we're sitting there, and Mark goes something like, "Oh, what the bleep is going?" He goes, "What? Freeland just blew up." And I go, "He must have given up a home run." So Mark goes and pulls up the box score.
Yep.
And he's like, no home run.
No home run.
And it was like, I go, this is what I told you was going to happen yesterday. They don't give up home runs. A guy gets to second, and they just hit doubles. They double you to death because that's the Rockies pitching staff.
Kevin
Freeland? They doubled you to the tune of what, 16 runs?
In this case, it was all singles. And Arizona just, because there weren't 2 outs, Arizona just kept stopping every runner at third. Like, well, we don't need to score 2 on this one because we don't want to run ourselves out of the inning. The problem was they just kept hitting bullets into the outfield. Kyle Freeland, his outing last night, 10 runs on 10 hits. His ERA at a robust 38.57. He did get 7 outs in the ballgame last night. Anthony Molina, in his Major League debut, allowed 6 runs on 6 hits. His ERA is a substantial 162.0.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Isn't that how many games they're playing?
That is.
Yeah.
That is.
It's a run a game.
That's a lot of
They've only played 1 game.
Yeah, that's actually 162 runs a game.
Yeah.
Is what that means.
There you go. You're right.
It's actually what that means.
But even if he were to go, so even if he goes out there, like what do you got to do to get that thing down from 162?
Get an out.
Like
Just get an out. The moment he gets 1 out, that will go down. If he gets 2 outs, it will plummet.
It would just be funny if he could be perfect the rest of the year
and
still average a run a game.
Which, I mean, and I did tweet this last night, Andy. We do have to heap some praise on the Rockies' pen last night. They held that thing to a 15-run ball game for 5 full innings last night.
Are you sure the Diamondbacks didn't tire themselves out batting around nearly 3 times in the 3rd inning?
Victor Vodnik had 2 scoreless innings of work last night. Sounds like a supervillain.
No, I got him wrong, remember?
Yes.
Who did I think he was? I thought he was white guy NBA player.
You did think he was a white NBA player.
He might want to look at – no, he did all right.
Nick Mears had a score. In fact, he struck out the side in the 8th last night.
Yeah, but at what point do even the Diamondbacks are like, it's opening day.
We don't care anymore?
Let's get to the bars.
It's 16-1.
Yeah.
We're good on this.
Let's go tell some war stories. Save it for tomorrow.
Yes. I ended up getting, based on what was happening in the Rockies game, and again, the Illini game is still going on, so I'm still screaming at that. And then I got into a long conversation with an MLB Network analyst who had played for the Rockies organization briefly, who told me a bunch of wild things I did not know about our local ball club, many of which are unverified and I am unable to share on our radio show, but entertained me nonetheless.
Couple of them seemed to check out.
Yeah, they sure did.
Yeah.
There was,
again, without the second source, not fair to say, but,
Without, I'll say this. Nothing that I know about that club and what I heard last night was unbelievable.
Right.
Yes.
Nothing dropped your jaw.
No, not really. So it was a fascinating evening of sports viewing. And again, nobody thought Rockies Diamondbacks on opening day would be of any interest at all. And it turned out everybody in the sports book couldn't peel their eyes away. It was a 14-car pileup that was in flames that nobody could look away from.
Wait, do you know when the game came on? I was talking to our buddy Aaron. I go, okay, when do you think? I said, Nate and I got a bet.
Yeah.
How deep in the weeds do you need to get before you throw the old Rocks game on?
So this was interesting. Rocks Diamondbacks actually was on from first pitch.
Really? Because it's a late start. That might have helped.
They did not go to Avalanche Rangers, I believe, until the third period last night. The only hockey game that was on amidst all the basketball and all of the baseball that was on was the Knights
Vegas
in Winnipeg.
game. Yeah.
So that game was on last night. They eventually, once a few more baseball games ended, they went to Avs Rangers. And then we got to watch that nightmare last night as the Avalanche once again lose in extra time to the Rangers.
Well, at least they got to extra time. You know what? Frustrating last night, but
yeah.
it makes what happened against Montreal more frustrating. Montreal is a game you shouldn't have played with your food.
They stink. The Rangers are actually good.
Rangers was going to be one of those just crapshoot kind of games.
Right.
Montreal, you should have just handled business there.
A lot of disappointment coming out of that Avalanche game, not the least of which is that the home point streak for Nathan MacKinnon has ended. Weirdly enough, we'll talk about that coming up today here on the show. We've got more Sweet 16 action tonight. 2 matchups in the Elite 8 are ready to go as the Fighting Illini continue their pursuit of a national championship and actually bringing some light into my dark existence. So we'll dive into that today on the show. Dan Hyatt will join us. He has got Nuggets statistics for us ahead of tonight's matchup against the Timberwolves. We're out here at Stadium Swim at Circa. A little bit more overcast today.
Yeah, but the Friday crowd is here.
It is.
It's a Friday in Vegas at a pool.
It is popping. People are happy to be here, and it's Mark Springer's birthday.
Is it?
And we are in Las Vegas.
Well, happy birthday. And he's got to fly home tonight.
And he's
got. We'll celebrate on a plane.
That's right.
Today's Friday.
I'm getting drunk on a plane.
Airport beers for all. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Keep it here.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. We're hanging out. We're taking pictures. We're having fun in Vegas. When we get back, I'm going to go talk to Jerry about a few things for the truck. You ought to do so now, too, especially if you're looking for some power steps or a bed cover. He's got the rebates happening on those 2 specific items from the manufacturer. They're going until Tuesday, April 2nd. Get in there, find out what you like, find out what you need, and let Jerry get it ordered for you. Because, again, you've got until Tuesday to take advantage of these rebates. So you want to get that done. Because bed covers, that's what I get asked about the most. I feel like a lot of you folks out here in Colorado looking for a bed cover. The step rails are awesome. The power steps he's actually got a pair of them on his Ford Bronco. I've got a video of it on my website, but the minute they open the door, they just fold right down. Couldn't be easier, but he's got a lot of great stuff. Light bars, tow kits. You want to get ready for camping season. I know that's one of the new focuses here as we get closer and closer to Memorial Day coming up. Let him get you tow ready for your camping gear and whatever you may need, your fifth wheel, whatever it is. go see my friends over at Colorado Off-Road, Jerry Jones, Wendy Jones. They own this great store. It's in downtown Littleton, 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind ACC. Find them at cooffroad.com.
Yeah, how do I give back all of last night's winnings? Going to have to figure that out relatively shortly right here. First game, Marquette, NC State coming up at 5 o'clock. Marquette is a 7.5-point favorite in that game. I got to be honest with you, man. Like, that might be the only favorite that I like tonight out of the 4 games that are on the slate this evening here in college basketball. Of course, last night, UConn killed San Diego State. Illini got Iowa State, so they will play in the Elite Eight in the East. Bama beat Carolina in a wildly entertaining game out west. First game of the day was Clemson.
That was a pro Clemson crowd in there in the book last night.
A lot of Clemson fans.
When they got that last bucket, a roar went up like we were sitting inside the arena.
I befriended a Illini fan that was in proximity to me. Had a fun conversation with him when he said when he was like, "Oh, you went to school in Champaign. What year did you graduate?" And I was like, "02. How about you?" 22. Cool, bro. Sweet.
We are not the same. Yeah.
But you know what? A lot of fist bumps were shared all night long. I can tell you that. A lot of high fives.
Here's what I love. Had they not won, Nate Kreckman's social experience would have been vastly different.
I would
the stories we're hearing today.
I would not have had nearly the same.
There would have
good
been
time.
no new friend.
No. It would have been other guy that I was angry with.
You know what's funny is we all wanted to get in. Well, you came rolling in a little bit later to the VIP area because you wanted to stay out and dip the feet in the pool.
I did.
And I was hungry.
Except the hurricane force winds ended my good time.
Yeah, they changed. Yeah, your little private party in the pool got called off real quickly. But it was funny because we all got there and we were trying to, we wanted to get into the VIP area.
Yeah.
And our guy Derek's got a security dude that resembles The Rock.
It
just gave off the vibe of don't try anything around this cat. He had a Jason Statham feel to him. We were like, I'm not going in there until I'm told I can.
There were a couple of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they it was once you were in, everybody was welcoming.
Yeah.
Yes, it was a family atmosphere once inside the VIP, but a lot of side eyes on the way in there, let me tell you.
Well, a few people, and I knew this, you know what? That the vibe in the VIP felt like you go to. I've told you about the Super Bowl parties you go to where you have to bring clothes for that specific event.
Yes,
and none of us really did. I did at least have a polo to put on, so I grabbed that. So there was at least a collared shirt.
What I had going for me was I rolled in with our friend Adam Hill, who we regularly have on the show, who covers the Raiders. And Adam Hill was wearing an old Kool-Aid Man T-shirt that he had found at a thrift store that he purchased as an homage to Andy Reid. And so he rolled in wearing that, and Adam knows everybody in Vegas, so I was okay.
Yeah, you were like, I'm with him.
I was like, don't worry, I'm with this guy right here. I'm all right. And good times were had by all. You're right about that. Had the Illini blown that game, and there were more than a few moments where I thought that was very possible. I know, believe it or not, I can be a little bit pessimistic when watching my favorite team. However, wire-to-wire victory for the Illini. They never trailed in the game, and they got the victory. And as such, I had a wonderful, wonderful night. It's amazing. It's amazing how that happens. When the team you like wins and then wins you money, it's amazing how much that changes your outlook on life.
Yeah, it was quite the scene in there last night. Your guy did get a soft foul at the end. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
Where he jumped up and
I know.
I mean, there was a brush, I suppose.
There was some.
He goes flopping out of bounds.
There were
some interesting reffing.
There were some questionable calls going in both directions.
No, I'm not saying I was rooting for you to be miserable. I wasn't, because Iowa State. I mean, who roots for Iowa State? Brock Purdy. That's about it.
That's the one guy.
Yeah, in all of Iowa. Half of Iowa. Not even all Iowa.
Marcus Pfizer, I guess.
Sure. So,
who is the most famous Iowa State alum? Jeff Hornacek?
Is that really?
Yes.
I didn't even know.
Ashton Kutcher went to Iowa State.
What?
According to Google, Gene Wilder went to Iowa State. That's kind of cool. They at least had that going for them.
What's the role? What's the role you remember him for?
Gene Wilder?
Yeah, which one you want?
Willy Wonka. I would probably go Willy
Over Brewster's
Wonka.
Millions?
I would
Wasn't
go
he in Brewster's Millions?
Was he? I would have gone Blazing Saddles, probably number 2, Young Frankenstein 3, but I would always probably go Willy Wonka
Now
first.
check the IMDb. I swear he was with Pryor in Brewster's Millions, but maybe I'm wrong. I know he and Pryor did a couple movies, didn't they?
Sure.
I'm sure you can't watch them nowadays.
See
but
No
they did
Evil,
them.
Hear No Evil, Silver Streak.
Yeah, you got to go Wonka.
Remember some Gene Wilder movies. Yes.
I will admit for just a second I was thinking Gene Hackman. So I was about to go coach in Hoosiers. Lex Luthor in the original Superman.
Are we going to do a Gene draft today?
Gene Upshaw.
Yeah. We're out here at Circus Swim today. It is absolutely wonderful. We're having a good time. The Avalanche did not have such a good time
Yeah,
last
man,
night.
this is it's a bummer. On
So-
a few levels.
So a few weird things went on. Was first off, the first goal scored by the Rangers went off of Georgiev's butt.
That's always good.
So that was stupid.
He had his hammer. Who was our guy that happened to in the playoffs? Come on, the goalie for the Kraken now. Grubauer.
Yeah, Phil. It happened.
There
to
it
Phil
is.
Grubauer.
That happened against Vegas.
Yes.
Remember
yes.
that? Changed everything.
So Capo Caco.
Good old Capo Caco.
Scored that goal. That was weird. That was stupid. Then Chris Kreider scores a goal in which Jared Bednar challenged for a glove pass. No dice there. Apparently you're now allowed to do that, I guess. I thought it was a good challenge on the part of Bedsy. He kind of, even after the game, was like, maybe maybe I don't have a full understanding of the rule or something like that, but it seemed odd. And then Devon Toews scores a goal that sure looked to me, Andy, and again, they review these things, but it sure looked to me like it was actually Mikko Rantanen's goal assisted by Nathan McKinnon and Devon Toews, but according to the NHL, it was a Devon Toews unassisted goal because a Rangers player knocked it in himself. Thus, the 35-game home point streak has concluded.
They're just protecting Gretzky. That's all it is.
It's just a scam.
It's a scam. I'm not buying it.
Hype him up for the 3 days a year
Bunch
he shows
of baloney.
up on TNT. Is that what it is?
What, do you don't want a new streak to talk about? Are you so protective? Yeah, I don't know. The scoring on that stuff is half the time the goals they decide to assign people, as you said, with all the ricochets and funny hops a puck can take on its way into the net.
Right.
Can the Avs protest it? Like, can a third party just look at it and
yes,
say?
So according to the Avalanche, this is one of the things that's so dumb. They're like, we have to send it to the NHL. Like they're going to have a videotape that they're going to stick in a FedEx package and ship off to the NHL. Like, the NHL has it, okay? So don't you just, call them and be like, will you look at this again? But you have to say, we're sending this to the league. Okay. So they'll send it to the league, and the league will review. And then maybe it will get reversed. But
I hope.
From what I have seen, that has not happened.
They don't
yet.
think so?
No. That's it ends the home point streak. RIP the home point streak. Andy, I will fully admit, I became a big fan of the home point streak. I became invested in the home point streak. It was a weird thing that I had never thought of before in my life. But once it was getting to 24, 25, 26, I was like, well, this is kind of cool. And he's over halfway home, and wouldn't it be really awesome if Nathan McKinnon scored a point in every single home game that he played this year, and I was in on it. I, of course, it's a notable thing, and I have a very healthy wager on McKinnon winning the Hart Trophy this year, which I got in on very early, which I was talking about, what was that, December, I think I was telling listeners, bet this now. It's about to... the price is going to plummet on this thing. And so, yeah, I got in on it very early, and it's one of those things that certainly helps a guy be able to win an MVP award. Again, my wallet is everything, but still, it was a cool record that I wanted to see him get.
Yeah, I mean, it was, and I agree with you. When you get this deep, it's not something that'll easily be repeated. So you hate to see it end, and hopefully maybe the protest, the whatever, they have a look at it again, all that works. So I hope it does. So I'm with you there. What I'm more worried about, here's the weird thing about this Avalanche team. When they're going right, man, do they look dominant. They look cup-worthy. They look almost as good as a couple years ago, sometimes as good as a couple years ago, especially with the new acquisitions. But when they go bad all of a sudden, and by bad I just mean they lose a game, and they lost one to Montreal the other night, it's like, it feels like winning can be hard sometimes for this team, too, when they get in a rut.
Yeah.
And so it just makes me nervous for the playoffs. Let's get to consistent and maybe not be so streaky. You know what I mean? Because you've needed, you need these games. I know, look, I'm with Jared Bednar. I don't want to be dealing with the A seed if it's Vegas, okay?
Right.
Give me Nashville all day. So I'm not going to be crushed if you end up being the second seed in the whole tournament. Because who knows who Vegas is bringing off the LTIR.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, if the Avalanche don't win the division,
They
they'll
got to
be
play Dallas.
Yeah,
right?
they'll be playing Dallas.
Which
yes,
not exactly, I think, what you want.
Yeah, tough matchup.
So
I would
now look,
say.
they're probably gonna have to go through a team like that sooner or later anyway. But
Actually, if the playoffs started today,
Winnipeg,
they'll play Winnipeg.
Yeah,
they'll play
but
the
again,
Peg.
that's another fairly big team that doesn't. Winnipeg, aren't they? They may be bigger and more physical than Dallas. Point being that those are the kind of teams that in the playoffs have traditionally given the Avs problems.
I would certainly say so. The hard thing too about the NHL, to me, it's a very different conversation than getting ready for the Nuggets in the NBA playoffs. Because if the Nuggets are better than their opponent, they'll win the series. That is not necessarily true in hockey. Okay.
Right.
Quite honestly, I would argue the Kraken series last year is a good example of that. The Avalanche were better than those dudes. The Kraken won the series in 7 games because, as I am prone to say at times, hockey is stupid. So that's the tough thing about all of it. Like, you know, you can have a dominant run like the Avalanche did a couple of years ago. They lost 4 games on their way to the Stanley Cup. Or once you get into those deep series dogfight situations and something goofy happens in a third period or an overtime, and suddenly you're on the golf course and you're not moving on in the playoffs.
Yeah, guys, it feels like they put about 3 guys in front of the net. You got the goalie, you got 2 guys crashing deep. They can't find a way to get anything in. To your point last year, the Kraken were good at getting the first goal, and then the Avs were not great at always getting the momentum back.
Yeah.
And they would let the Kraken dominate half a period just in style of play alone. Even if they weren't getting shots on the net, they'd be in the Kraken. And then the Avs would have to try to scramble to get back into stuff. So you're right. Look, man, it is what it is. If they get into this thing and win the Cup, it is going to be a much different experience than 2 years ago. But here's the other thing that worries me a little bit. Every time Val goes out, this team doesn't look quite the same. If
Agreed.
you've ever doubted the importance of Val Nichushkin, just look at the games he doesn't play.
I don't think anybody can doubt the importance of Val Nichushkin anymore, given what this team has been when he's not available, you know, like the playoffs a year ago and what happened in that series, like a substantial portion of this season. It's not the same team, like last night. And last night, again, Shesterkin, 39 saves. He's unbelievable in that game for the Rangers. And Georgie played well for the Avalanche. He had huge stops in the second period of that game last night. But Georgiev played well. You score a goal off a butt. You get away with maybe you get away with, maybe you don't. Either way, questionable goal on the hand pass situation. And then you go to a shootout where any stupid thing can happen.
Well, and look, but to your point, you talk about a hot goalie. The Avs are going to need somebody else that can take the eyes away as good as Val Nichushkin.
Yep.
How do you get past a hot goalie? You put Val's big rear
blind
end
them.
in front of everybody. I mean, he's hard to look around.
You pour
and find
boiling
the puck.
acid into their
That's
eyes.
right. You poke them. There's a lot of people in business attire here for a pool. I mean, what are we doing?
You gotta cut some deals out here.
I guess so.
At the pool.
But it's Friday at the pool.
You would think people would be a little bit more casual about the whole thing.
Friday.
There is a guy in an Andre Dawson jersey, and I do like the looks of that guy.
Yeah, is that your people?
That's one of my dudes right there. He's got a Hawks jersey, and I'm happy about it. We got day baseball on right now. Braves are beating the snot out of the Phillies right now. That game currently 9-2 in the top of the 8th. However, as we learned yesterday, any team can just go scoring 14 runs in an inning at any time. So you never want to just say that a game is over.
Real quick on that.
Yeah.
If Kyle Freeland can round into some kind of form, and not the form of yesterday,
he looked terrible yesterday.
Do you need to trade him as soon as possible?
I mean, right now you would have to give a team $50 million to take him.
I know. I get it. Has happened before.
It has happened before.
No, but seriously.
With much better players.
If he can find a groove by, let's just put it on Memorial Day. Let's just, look, sometimes guys come out, don't have their best stuff.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
And it's not like Arizona stunk, man. Arizona's a pretty good team last year.
All right.
But if he rounds into form by Memorial Day, you got to start shopping him, don't you?
All right, Andy. So this is what day is today? Today is the 29th
We're not even
of March.
April. Yeah.
It's the 29th of March. It's the second day of the baseball season, and you have already committed the fallacy of talking about the Rockies like they're a major league team that would do anything that would make sense.
I'm trying to have a baseball discussion. I know that goes against what we try to do here. And I know we're going to get the text talking about a need to post a for sale sign in front of the team. But I'm dead serious. With where this team's at,
I know
with
you
his
are.
comments from spring training,
Yeah.
if he can get you anything remotely close, don't you need to trade the guy?
You are talking about this
I'm
team.
trying to have a baseball discussion in a radio format.
Like a sane individual.
Yeah.
This is I don't know if you remember, but we may have had conversations like this about Trevor Story.
We did. John Gray.
About John Gray.
Yeah.
About Daniel Bard.
Yep.
Yeah, we've had multiple discussions about this very same situation, only to be left the day after the trade deadline going, what? Why?
Well, this means they'll extend the extension. Even though he signed an extension, just a year ago?
Yeah.
They'll add 5 more because I simply said something.
Also, honestly, I don't see a planet in which they would ever trade Kyle Freeland.
No, because he's one of the hometown guys.
Exactly.
We talked about it yesterday, or we've talked about it a couple times over the last week.
Yeah.
I think fans want to come watch the team, but they want to have some guys that they like.
Yep.
And again, I'm not saying they don't like some of these dudes. They don't hate the roster. You just don't know who they are. There's not a lot of, like, at least when Troy Tulowitzki came up and Carlos Gonzalez came up and Matt Holliday and guys like this, there was buzz, and even nationally people were excited to see these guys. Is there anybody that the league seems pining to see? Don't hear much about the league. Can't wait till Zach Veen shows up to hit, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, who's the ballyhooed prospect?
It's Wiener. Yeah. Wiener and Adele Amador probably at the of guys that have not made their big league debuts. Nolan Jones.
But he surprised everybody last year, did he not?
He did. He kind of
Nobody
popped
was expecting
on
that.
the scene a little bit, but I think he's going to be a good major leaguer. He's probably the guy at the big league level right now. Yeah.
By the way, I got to just ask you real quick.
You do.
I sent you the video.
Uh-huh.
The Mets and Milwaukee got a little feisty with each other. There was a hard slide at second that took out O'Neill, I think it was.
Yeah.
And then they all walked out. I believe they were rained out yesterday. So today was the opener, right? Because it's in New York. It's in Queens. And I just thought it was funny because it was the most uninspired baseball brawl I'd ever – and I can't even call it a brawl.
It wasn't a brawl.
But everybody, meandered out of the dugout and then haphazardly or they just open the dugout door and guys kind of walk out. One dude's got a towel around his head. We're either going to do it or we're not, Nate.
Also, here's one of the other things that's stupid about all of this is in the NBA, there is a strict rule. You do not leave the bench. Going back to, obviously, Phoenix and Amari Stoudemire against San Antonio in the playoffs. All right? But you do not leave the bench. In the NHL, you can't go jumping on the ice.
You can't even be second in.
If a line brawl starts, you will remain on the bench. You do not go out onto the ice. Okay?
Happens in lacrosse, too. We had a guy, Zed Williams, suspended earlier this year because a referee couldn't get a guy to quit punching another dude. So Zed jumped in to try to help the ref to stop the fight, and he got suspended as second man in.
In baseball, there is an expectation of you to slowly jog in.
You got to go out there or you're a bad teammate.
Even though, quite frankly, you were probably sitting in the bullpen not even paying attention
Right.
to a hard slide at second base, and then you're just like, oh, somebody's big mad. I better jog out there. I don't even know what's going
Look,
on.
I laughed in my room because I was watching the video of it. And
were you watching it on Stadium Swim?
No, I could have.
It was out there.
No, I had it on MLB Network.
We saw it.
But it was funny because the door opens, and it was like, you know how your door opens and a guy comes out on his porch and then stretches to go get the paper? That looked like the amount of enthusiasm the bullpen had to go join the fracas of whatever was going on in the infield.
It's the thing about like a July brawl.
Yeah.
Is everybody's hot and tired
angry
and
and sick of
miserable.
stuff.
So even if they don't necessarily know what they're mad about, they're just like, you know what? F somebody, and I'm going to go and I'm going to yell some obscenities and push someone.
I got
all right?
enough frustration to take out on
Exactly.
somebody.
On opening day, everybody is just like, hey,
Yeah.
new baseball
Hey,
season.
I don't even know if I like these guys yet. We just got done with spring. I don't know if I want to defend this guy.
They're all just thinking about the zeros that are on their
Yeah.
paycheck. Like, oh man, I'm about to
Yeah.
make some cash.
They're
All
like,
right.
it's March and we're playing real baseball, huh?
Yeah, back in good hotels, traveling away from the wife. I'm having a great time right now. Yep. Opening day brawls don't just they don't hit the same.
Yeah, I just won enough.
We're live at Circa Stadium Swim. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, and the birthday boy on his Springs break. Mark Springer on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, hope you're all doing great on a Scott Friday edition of the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, live at Circa, and we're out here at Stadium Swim. Day 2 for us, day 2 for the Sweet 16, starting with NC State and Marquette at 5:09 p.m. Second game will be in the Midwest, Gonzaga and Purdue. We got Duke and Houston in the South. Creighton, Tennessee is your late one this evening. Featuring, Andy, of course, the great Dalton Knecht, UNC transfer, now one of the best players in America for the Tennessee Volunteers.
They're volunteering.
Yeah.
Couldn't win their tournament, but they're making it to the Sweet 16.
By the way, did you happen to see, so we had Tad Boyle on the show, that was on Tuesday of this week. We talked to Tad Boyle, and in that interview, Andy, I specifically asked him about the futures of both Eddie Lampkin and Javon Hadley at Colorado, and Tad made a point to be like, I can't address that specifically.
With annoyance in his voice.
Annoyance in his voice, certainly. We even discussed it after the interview of like, well, you really didn't have to read that hard between the lines on that one. And then, sure enough, saw the headline, Lampkin and Hadley to transfer.
Au revoir.
Ah, yes. Or at least to enter the portal.
Isn't O'Brien leaving too?
He is. But to enter the portal, nobody, I believe, is officially committed elsewhere yet. I mean, quite honestly, Andy, like, you should enter the portal. If you're a college basketball player, you should. Like, if you have the possibility and you have a COVID year of eligibility left, you can go into the portal and essentially say to any school's NIL collective, like, I'm open for business.
Would you like to pay me?
Exactly.
For Lampkin, probably not a bad idea. Does he get drafted? I mean, he probably gets into someone's camp, maybe, right? But probably not an NBA future.
Probably get an overseas pro future.
There you go.
I could
Something
see
like
that. In Lampkin's future. And probably the same situation for Hadley. He's not an NBA talent, but he's a good player. But either one of those guys who they have that eligibility left, they're older players. I mean, look at a team like Illinois right now where your average starting five is all tall and old. And it's a huge part of why that team is so good right now. Like they're all 6'6" or taller, and they're all over 22 years of age. And it's a big part of why that team is so good. Like everybody is aware right now. These coaches are looking at prospective players that are available to them in the portal and saying, these are the guys that win in March. And if I win in March, I will get fat bonuses on my contract, and I will get a better job. And so those are the kind of guys they want to go and get. You really should. As a player, you're almost doing yourself a disservice not to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I just look. It's the new. I could cry like an old man here. I do like the team building. I do like feeling like there's some sort of connection and synchronicity or whatever between the 1-2 years and the 1 year and the next.
Great Police album, by the way.
It's just not how this is anymore. So
right.
It's just weird to watch teams. And look, the Buffs are getting ready to do it again up on the football side where most of the team, you're going to be like, well, who is it this year?
Right.
I'm really going to need to learn most of the roster this year.
That's college athletics now.
CSU's about to do with their football.
Yeah,
so
it really is just college athletics now. That's what and quite frankly, pro sports really aren't that different,
They're not.
Like,
you're right. 40% of the roster flips.
Right now, and this is a great example of it. Like, this is one of those weeks where the baseball season is beginning, and I'm like, oh, that dude's on that team. Okay. All right. Okay. Like the Diamondbacks signed Jordan Montgomery at the 11th hour, and it's like, oh, all right. So this guy's on his third team in less than 2 seasons. I now know that he is there, but that's sort of what happens in pro sports now, Like we could cry like old men, You think of teams of the 80s Broncos and cores that stayed together, and you think of the way it was when we were kids, when you got to know a team and then you could follow a guy's career for 10 years. We still live in that world anymore.
No.
And really, honestly, we've lived in a world that is so different from that for so long, it shouldn't stun us anymore.
Well, and that's why it's just going to be interesting because you get a team together, you get near the finals in any sport, near the championship round, got to take advantage of it, man. You don't know how much of this team's even going to be back the following year.
Right. We got the Nuggets and the Timberwolves this evening.
The T-Puppies.
Tiebreakers all over the place in this one. This is the third of 4 matchups between the Nuggets and the Timberwolves this year. So I'll just give you a for instance. If Minnesota should win tonight,
okay,
the Wolves would take a 2-1 lead on the Nuggets. Division records, a win tonight for Minnesota would move their division record to 12-3. It would drop the Nuggets to 8-6 in the division. So even if the Nuggets won the 4th meeting, which is coming up very shortly, the division record wouldn't match Minnesota's. The best they can do is 10-6 if they lose tonight, in comparison to the Wolves going 12-4 at the worst. Of course, this all only matters if everybody ends up with the same record, but that's almost kind of what it looks like very well could be happening right here. The Thunder and the Nuggets still have tiebreaker scenarios to go through, being that the Thunder have a 3-1 series win against the Nuggets this year, so they own that tiebreaker. So really, the Nuggets just need to win every game the rest of the year.
Okay.
They won't.
Just do it.
But they should. That's my simple answer for what they can do for themselves right now. Win every game the rest of the year, and quite frankly, if they want to go 16-0 in the playoffs, that will work for me too.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Not too much to ask.
You'd have to digest the loss and what does it mean and how does it all work and everything else. That'd be great.
Yeah, we don't have to deal with any of that.
So
I'm going to go out on a limb and say I don't think that's going to happen.
No.
Well,
the health of Jamal Murray, I mean, first and foremost, he's got to get right.
Very much.
Very much need him tonight, I would say. If they
Yeah.
don't have him tonight, what do we think? Is Ant playing through things? Right?
I believe Ant's going to go tonight. Yeah. I believe he is going to go this evening. Jamal Murray, we're still listing as questionable at the moment. I've not seen an update on that yet. I'll have Spring look that up in the break right here, because we're out here in Las Vegas. So, this information isn't just right at the fingertips like it usually is.
Technically, it is. Sure, somewhere on this gigantic
Somewhere on that
stadium
screen.
swim board, there's an injury report if we want to
There is an MRI and an X-ray available of Jamal Murray's knee. You just have to look in the right place for it.
You know that thing never turns off?
It never does.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
Got up at like 4 a.m., to take a tinkle. And I was like, man, I wonder if that thing's off. Looked out the black hat. No, there it is.
Nope.
It's still on,
It's
and
on.
nobody's down there.
Yep.
Part
It's
of
on.
me wanted to just be a rebel and come dip my toes in the water by myself. 4 a.m. Stadium swim.
Part of you did.
Not sure that we were able to get up here, though.
The other part of you just went.
No, most of me was like, go back to bed,
Went back to
stupid.
bed.
What are you even doing up now?
It's Kreckman and Lindahl on a Friday afternoon. Keep it here. Hope you're doing well on a Scott Friday. We're live at Circa Resort Casino, Las Vegas. Stadium Swim. It's going off right now, and we're rolling with you until 6 p.m. today on the show. 5 p.m. Pacific time here, technically, Andy. That doesn't make the show any shorter, but it does feel like you're off work a little bit early, so that's kind of nice. Yes.
Yesterday went quick.
Yes.
By the way, how about this by Channel 9? Is this a troll job or not? If it is.
9 News?
Chef's kiss. Yeah, I saw a story on Twitter from 9 News basically saying, just a heads up, Rockies fans, you have a week to cancel your subscription for free after last night.
Okay.
I mean, look, it is news.
It is.
You're putting information out there.
That it is.
You're not going to let one game cancel the subscription, though, are you? Going to give it a couple more, right? You're going to get through the first weekend, aren't you?
I mean, was it just one game?
No, I don't think it will.
No,
I don't have any hope.
No.
But you love baseball.
It felt indicative of
what we expected.
Many issues. The 14 runs allowed in the third inning last night between Kyle Freeland and Anthony Molina. 8 from Freeland, 6 from Molina. Molina in his major league debut. Kyle Freeland doesn't even have that excuse to fall back on. Most runs allowed in any inning on opening day. Rockies set a new record yesterday. They allowed 14 runs in the third inning to Arizona. That broke the previous record, Andy. The Cleveland Indians in 1925 in the eighth inning gave up 12 runs to the St. Louis Browns. So, again, 2 teams that their names don't even exist anymore. In 1997, the Mets gave up 11 to the Padres in the sixth. And in 1995, the Oakland Athletics gave up 11 in the second to Toronto. So that was a new opening day record for the most runs ever scored in an inning. Now, MLB.com, God bless them, they went in and did the research. And what the Rockies gave up yesterday, 4th most runs ever allowed in a single inning in Major League history. Here's your top 3. Okay? Coming in at number 3, Dodgers scored 15 in the first against the Cincinnati Reds, May 21st, 1952. That's 3rd. At number 2, the Texas Rangers dropped 16 on the Baltimore Orioles, April 19th, 1996. The all-time record is held from June 18th, 1953, in which the Boston Red Sox scored 17 in the 7th against the Detroit Tigers. So really, it was only the 4th worst inning ever.
Give me those years again.
53.
Yep.
96.
Okay.
And 52.
Well, there's something else that went back to like the 1800s.
Probably.
I thought I saw something tweeted out where it was like 1895. I'm like, come on now. How do you even know what the hell was going on in 1895? I don't believe you.
One other thing that I saw last night. So one of the other stories from baseball last night, the Oakland Athletics lost their opener. Andy, the still Oakland Athletics.
For a year.
Maybe. For at least one more year, maybe longer.
I don't know. No, I don't know. Maybe shorter.
They could kick it out before the year's even over.
Yeah.
But the A's fell last night 8-0 to the Cleveland Guardians. It was the first game in Major League history led by a female voice in the booth on opening day in a full-time capacity. Jenny Kavnar, our friend of the program. JC went out there, and with Dallas Braden, she called an 8-0 loss for the Oakland Athletics last night. After the game, the headset and the comm box with the cough button and the mute and the talkback and all that, that was all labeled along with Jenny's scorebook was labeled, and it is being shipped to Cooperstown where it will be put on display. Major League history, Jenny Kavnar calling A's baseball on opening day. It's a wonderful story, okay? We've both known Jenny for a long time. She's awesome, okay? She's both an excellent broadcaster and just in general an extremely cool person. So we love that side of the story, Andy.
Real quick, is she annoyed? I mean, I know she loves the history.
Sure.
But you have your own headset. You have your own cough button. Like, did she get one? Probably knowing she was going to have to turn it over. You know, you break things in, Nate.
So
maybe I don't want to give you this one. This is mine.
The thought that I had wasn't even about the I me mine of it all. The thought that I had was, who's paying to replace the headset?
That's good. Yeah.
John Fisher, the owner of the A's, is a notorious cheapskate.
Yeah.
Okay? And the headset that she was wearing, here's a little inside broadcasting nerd stuff, but that's a Sennheiser headset. That's state-of-the-art. Those things, last time that I bought one, it was over $600, and that was pre-inflation on everything.
Yeah.
I haven't looked up the price recently, but I'm guessing that thing is coming in somewhere near 4 figures, okay? These things aren't cheap. Who's paying to replace it? Does the Baseball Hall of Fame buy the A's and NBC Sports Bay Area? Do they buy them a new headset, or is it on the organization to spring for a new headset?
It's a great question, and again, it's hers.
Yeah.
Which, you know, it's kind of like a helmet, right?
Yeah.
You want to break it in, you get it to your right head width and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you know, I'm trying to look it up too while we look right now in the premium section. Now, there's some on eBay if she wants to go cheap. She could eBay it if she'd like to, but, you know, yeah, I don't know. That is a great question. I'm sure Jenny's like, look, I don't want to drop $1,000 on my setup again.
Right.
You know, I just kind of got here. Can I get a few checks rolling in
Can
before
you turn
take
that,
all my stuff?
That receipt in on opening day of, well, I made baseball history last night. Can I please be reimbursed for the cost of my Sennheiser headset?
That's why she should have, if she's smart, she purchased the one on eBay, did the game last night, gave it to them.
The switcheroo?
Yeah, here you go.
The quick switcheroo?
Here's the old $100 headset that I bought and
right,
button,
right.
And that is yours.
At the very end of the night?
Yeah.
It's kind of like, you know how some fans that are sitting in the outfield seats, they'll bring a baseball so that if they catch a home run, they can hit by the opponent, they can throw it back.
Right.
But you keep the good ball.
But you got the game ball.
Exactly. You keep the gamer.
Here's my Gart Brothers ball from 20 years ago. I am throwing it back in a show of solidarity, but I've kept the game ball.
That was a deep pull on Gart Brothers.
You like that, huh?
That was good.
It's a Denver native right there.
That was. Remember
some families.
Remember some defunct sporting goods stores.
Ironically, I took care of one of their kids at the Denver Athletic Club, one of the guards.
Yeah.
Not athletic at all.
If he was playing basketball, were you like, hey, he's a point guard?
Yeah. How about some baseball?
Hey, he's a shooting guard.
Yeah. Can I interest you in ping pong?
No, none of those?
Some shoemash or whatever it is.
If he played football, would he be left guard or right guard? Thank you.
There it is.
Thank you.
Everyone just take it in.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just take it in.
It was happening the whole time.
You were waiting. You were waiting. Wow.
Does Play It Again Sports still exist?
I don't know. That's a great question. I haven't had to sell any gear in a while.
I was going to say.
I should.
I haven't had to pick up a used lacrosse ball in some
If
time.
anybody needs a kid's lacrosse helmet, hit me up.
I would hope it does. Play It Again Sports was kind of awesome. So I hope it does exist. Great place to go and get some good old-fashioned used
Some
sporting
try it out
goods.
gear.
Yes.
I bought roller hockey gear there because I wasn't sure if I'd be into it. So you're right.
That's a good move.
Yeah.
Did you get into roller hockey?
I did not.
No?
I can't tell you the story why. It's not my proudest moment.
Were you a bad skater?
Oh, I wasn't a great skater, no.
Right. So what was the issue? Anger issues?
Look, man. I played lacrosse for a very long time, as you know.
Uh-huh. A little too physical?
Liberties were taken.
Okay. You were
I like
spending too much time in the sin
listen,
bin?
I like to stand up for teammates, but I can't get to you on skates, so let's just say there was a gentleman that exited early because I was getting my skates off as fast as possible.
Wait, you were taking the skates off so you could run at somebody?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Hey, you want to do this now? Skates are off. Let's go. You're gonna take a little. You gonna go a little late at my guy?
That is better
And I
than
was like, you know what? I don't need this.
that
I
is
need to
better
let's just
than being like, I
let's
want to
knock it
go
off.
after this guy and then slip and fall on your ass
right.
on the
yeah.
skates.
You got to know.
Yeah.
I'm not getting to you, and I'm probably not steadying myself. But when the skates are off, you better get to your car before I get to the parking lot. How about that?
I would have paid anything to see just the rage of your
Well-
pudgy fingers trying to quickly
And then-
undo your
listen,
roller skates.
Listen, and and that's the other problem because I had to like triple knot them or whatever. Understand this, just to try to defend myself a little bit. I was small as a kid, as you know.
Okay.
So I was picked on. So
Uh-huh.
I've always kind of had a rule as I've gotten bigger: don't pick on the little guy.
Okay.
We weren't the same size. Once everybody's skates came off, and I'm like, all right, you better let this go. Let him go. Doesn't mean I like it anymore. Doesn't mean my guy's bruised hand because of your hack is going to go unnoticed.
So wait, so
And I was like, I just got to quit this.
one
This
bout of
is stupid.
fisticuffs and you were off
No,
roller hockey?
I didn't need. I just was like, dude, you're old now. Because I was like in my late 30s or something. I'm like, you don't need to live this life anymore.
So the problem was it was your Raja Hall issues. It
A little
wasn't.
bit. No, it just was like I look out for my guys, Kreckman. I look out for my guys. That's all. Don't always work out your way, but I still look out for my. I remember one
It
time.
really sounds like you quit roller hockey because you couldn't skate well enough to actually go after
trust
somebody.
Me. No, yeah, I did not learn to skate well enough to fall in love with the sport. If
For
you
you to
will.
go skating out there to fight some guy, but then accidentally go right
here's the
past
thing.
him.
Here's my
Wait a minute, I'll be right
Look,
back.
yeah, see, that's just it. It was like skiing. I could go just fine. I'm not stopping and going the other direction at all. It's like you said. It was kind of like the old Maverick. Where'd who go? So no, I just I did a season or two, and it's just like it's fine. I'll stay with lacrosse. It's fine. It's fine. I don't need this.
Andy must be wearing shoes in order to participate
I'm
in sports.
I'm just trying to tell you there are certain things in the culture that you don't put up with. And nobody else seemed to care. Hey, none of the good skating guys seem to be bothered. And so I'm like, all right, we're really just gonna let all this go. And it's and first off, to make it even just dumber, when you stop and the logic returns. When you're like, we're inside a skate city at 11 o'clock, I just don't need this life. You know what I mean? I don't need this life. I'm not saying it couldn't have been fun, but there's always. Dude, when we would play flag football in Arvada, I think I've told you, we had a team that literally pumped the theme music to the that Bad Boys song from Cops?
What you gonna do?
They were named the Bad Boys.
When they come for you?
They like, dude, it was a flag football game.
Was Will Smith and Martin Lawrence on your team?
Nah, they weren't.
That's disappointing.
They weren't.
That's really disappointing.
No, but it was.
That's a huge
like,
letdown.
I've just seen some stuff where, again, you're just like, bro, is ESPN out here and I'm missing something? I mean, why do we care this much? You know what I mean? I see no camera people. I don't see Lindsey McCormick waiting to talk to anybody when this is done. Aaron Andrews is at another assignment. There'll be no post-game interview.
That's very admirable.
Although
of
I
you,
will
Andy.
say the Bad Boys team did have a camera.
They filmed it?
Yeah.
Did they break down the film afterwards?
I have no idea.
Was there a team film session afterwards?
I don't know.
We need to find this out. If anybody out there was on the Bad Boys, 303-504-0925, did you guys do film sessions? Was there a video
This is about,
coach
yeah, we're talking
that did the cut-ups?
Mid-90s.
Okay.
Mid to late 90s.
Okay.
The Arvada Flag Football League. Again, the league I told you where somehow I wanted to just talk to the rules maker and be like, so let me get this straight. I can hit anybody out here but the guy with the ball. That's what we're doing? Because you could block. You were allowed to block.
That is the weirdest rule in flag
You
football.
were allowed to hit anybody, but once the guy with the ball gets it,
then just
touch
his
the flag.
Just touch the flag.
There's no. I had a buddy, my buddy Jay. You've met him. My buddy Jay just got buried, but some dude came off of college football. Some UNC guy.
Yeah.
Pulling guard and just broke my guy's collarbone. Because again, blocking was allowed.
Well, you wouldn't have been wearing skates. You could have gone and fought the guy.
I wasn't there, Nate.
That's too
I was
bad.
running a Rockies game. I was at KOA running a Rockies game. I got the story secondhand.
If you had gotten the text, would you have left board-hopping the Rockies game to go fight to defend Jay's honor?
Now, seeing the moment, I would have been mad enough.
Once you hit traffic.
Well, yeah.
I don't care
when
anymore.
you don't witness it, you're not quite as – it's like I told you. We're all yelling and fighting over onside kicks and fourth downs, and here we are 3 months later. I don't care. Whatever.
Yeah, it's –
He kicked, he didn't kick. I don't care.
Don't
kick then.
These are the things that we get worked up over in the moment right here.
I boxed a guy once, and then we had beers together after. That was fun.
That feels like that's what you should do.
But it was lacrosse. Again, we had helmets on. Are you really doing anything?
That's what they do in rugby.
You got padded gloves and helmets.
They all go drink
Everybody
together.
punches each. Now you get a little dizzy. That probably, looking back on it now, the dizzy was probably not a great side.
No, but we didn't know any better back then.
It was just what you did.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Of course. Once upon a time, we used leaded paint, too. Not saying you shouldn't rethink things. Not saying you can't learn. Have you never had come on. You're a soccer player. You've never had a rage moment in soccer?
I literally was.
Some of my soccer friends are the ragiest people I know. Don't lie to me.
I was on a team in which we were told not to come back and finish the year.
Yeah?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Was it you, though?
No.
I don't feel like you're the ragiest guy. I feel like you're too logical for this. I feel like if you and I were on a team together, you would run to join me, but then you would give me all the logic of why this was stupid in the moment.
It was not me.
Okay.
I don't want to impugn anybody, but I can. It was my older brother. So yeah. He's the spicier of the two correct mints.
I do like this. What do you call a hockey player who can't skate, a lacrosse player? Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Well played.
But we enjoyed it when you were off your skates, too.
But yeah, our soccer team was asked not to return.
Dude, I am telling you.
We're like, can we get our money back? There's 4 more games left. No.
So
just leave.
One time I was asked to come play goalie because they just needed somebody.
Yeah.
And, little ball, big ball. So I was like, yeah, I could stand there.
Sure.
I could see the soccer ball just fine. So I played goalie. This thing, it got spicy. And, again, because it wasn't my team, I just observed.
Yeah.
I was like, you guys you're really trying to, murder people.
Yeah, no, indoor soccer was a little much.
Brick killed a guy. I mean, to tell you may want to lay low a little bit.
And again, it is that thing where you wake up the next morning and you're like, I'm 40.
What did we do that for? Why were we so angry?
It's Craig.
But in the moment, it was the right thing to do.
It's the worst thing that ever happened. It's Craigman and Lindahl. Keep it in.
My honor.
Andy, gambling. For most people, it can be a way to have fun. I had a great time last night. However, for others,
this is the wrong day to get you to read this.
It can at times lead to personal and financial problems. And that's why March, this very month that we only got a couple of days left in, is National Problem Gambling Awareness Month. And the Colorado Lottery wants to help educate healthy play habits, share resources with you, and provide free, confidential assistance. Andy, tell them how they could get that assistance.
Well, before we talk about that, I do want to just kind of let people know. I've known you for 5 years now as a partner, as a radio partner, and you've always told me you know how to not overextend yourself. And
all for entertainment purposes.
Here's how I know Nate keeps it responsible. He's hit on a number of his bets, and he's still here with me. So
still here.
He clearly didn't go over what he could afford. And
stayed
didn't
in my
win
budget
enough to change his life. So he always stays within his budget. He sets the limits. He's smart about what he does. You need to do the same. Cup of coffee, guys. Look at it like your coffee money or something like that. If you need help, maybe getting a plan together, there are plenty of resources available to you. You don't have to just sit there and maybe beat yourself up over things. Talk to somebody. It'll help you out. If you or someone has the gambling problem, you can call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800 gambler or text 800-GAM. That's 800-GAM. You want to do chat over the computer, over your phone? You can do it at 1-800-GamblerChat.org. That's 1-800-GamblerChat.org. This is all brought to you by the Colorado Lottery, who asks you to please play responsibly.
Happy Scott Friday, everybody. That's Andy Lindahl. I'm Nate Kreckmer, live at Stadium Swim here in Las Vegas at the Circa Resort and Casino. An absolutely beautiful Friday afternoon. Circa is really, I mean, this is a sports fan's mecca right here, out here at Stadium Swim, so you can chill in the pool and watch games. Or you can go down to the Sportsbook, which is the world's largest, which is absolutely massive. Andy, the Sportsbook is so big, there are escalators inside of it. You can go down to the betting window and then get an escalator back up into the theater seating of the Sportsbook. That's how huge it is.
Yeah, look, this place is a lot of fun. Our winners coming here this weekend from the contest you and I had for the March Madness stuff, right? And, I mean, it's just it's awesome. They get to watch the second week as we determine who the Final Four is going to be. They've got the day bed that's just a few feet from us. The one bummer that we didn't get to really go do, and as I feared, we didn't bring the right clothes for it, is go up to the Legacy Club because I did want to see that top of the building sort of outlook. You want to talk about your rooftop bar?
Not bad.
That is like the ultimate rooftop bar, but a lot of fun here. I've had a lot of fun. Glad they let us stop by.
Yeah, we've had an awful lot of fun, and thanks to Aaron and Derek and everybody out here at Circa for taking care of us. It really it has just been an awful lot of fun. And, guys, if you're coming out to Las Vegas, and I know everybody has seen pictures of Stadium Swim, when you see it in person, the pictures don't do it justice. It is beyond massive, and it's just so much fun. So, yeah, get out here. First game, by the way, coming up at 5 o'clock. We're going to start with NC State and Marquette. You know, one of the stories of the tournament for NC State, Andy, has been DJ Burns. He's scoring 17 a game in this tournament. He's shooting 59% from the field in this tournament. DJ Burns, who I would – Andy, if he's just a shred under 3 bills, I would be absolutely shocked. He's got to be north of 300 pounds. And he's a powerful dude down there. I mean, he's an absolute load. Like, he outsizes Eddie Lampkin down in the post for CU, and he's a huge part of how NC State won 5 games to win the ACC tournament, that they got to this place so far here in this tournament and everything that they've been able to do. Andy, do you have and I mean no disrespect, of course, to DJ Burns with this question, but do you have a personal favorite fat basketball player of all time?
Lampkin was getting up there. Man, that is a great question. Fat.
Yeah.
Like, give me.
Robust, rotund,
I mean,
corpulent, if you will.
I loved Shaq back in the day when he was Shaq. I mean, there's more to Shaq than there is now. I don't know.
I mean,
is it fair that he was ever fat? He was bigger with the Lakers than he was, say, with the Magic. Do you know what I mean?
And then there was, like Celtics and
right.
Like
Big
Phoenix
Cactus.
Suns
Yeah.
era Shaq.
Yeah.
Where when he was with Orlando and he was like still coming out of LSU, like still he was almost borderline skinny back then for Shaq. Then he went to the Lakers and he was just a behemoth that nobody could handle. That sort of lasted through his Miami stint when he won another title with Dwayne Wade in 06. And then after that, he was Big Cactus, perfectly put right there. He was rotund by the end of the career. Nuggets, the two guys I think of Ray Felton.
Okay.
And I think of Vashon Leonard. Those are the two guys that I would go to. Vashon Leonard could freaking shoot the ball from the corner. My God. That dude could just hang in and just bury it. Raymond Felton, who came over in the Melo trade from the Knicks. Yeah, just the jersey fit a little bit different than it did on most point guards. Again, these guys could get up on the down the floor, tremendous athletes, but they didn't necessarily have the bodies. And it goes back to, with Nikola Jokic, like a lot of people, I do think that there's, sort of that thing of like, well, Jokic gets disrespected because he's big and white. Okay, but also for a long time at the starts of seasons, he was big, fat, and white. And that, I think, was such a huge part of it, of just like, that dude looks straight up unathletic. How can he be this good at basketball? You look at him now, he's the best conditioned athlete on the floor. He can sprint up and down. He can play 40 minutes plus. He seemingly never gets tired. He's made of Serbian oak, but back, especially those years where he would, he'd go back to Sombor, he'd hit the 2-liter of Coke and the meat pie and everything else, and then he would show back up here in Denver, and you were just like, ugh. This guy's got a little bit of a ways to go before he plays his way into shape. And he would start seasons slowly, Like, that would regularly happen before he would sort of round into form, pardon the pun, in like December or January.
All right, so help me out. Because, like, Charles Barkley, I'll admit to you, I was never a Barkley fan, especially then he goes to the Suns after the Sixers.
Yeah.
You know, and the Nuggets were in the middle of their Mutombo, Ellis, all that kind of sort of era. So, you know, I never really had a love of Barkley. And, again, I was more of a Bulls and a Pistons guy when the Nuggets weren't good. So he's another one that I think of. What about wasn't it Tim Hardaway with the Warriors? Got a little chunky
Older Tim Hardaway.
Because now that you go to guards.
Older Tim Hardaway.
See, good call on Felt. I was thinking of like the really big, the tall front court guys.
Glenn Big Baby Davis.
You're right.
Robert Tractor Trailer. The Big O, Oliver Miller.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, those are the kind of guys. Eddie Curry. Remember Eddie Curry?
Yeah.
Ooh. Bryant Big Country Reeves.
Yeah, he was
substantial.
He was what you were describing with Jokic.
Remember Stanley Roberts?
I do.
Weighed in at 345 pounds.
I did not know that's how heavy he was. I remember him, but not that weight. Woo.
345. I think Stanley Roberts also had some weed suspensions. That was back when that used to still happen. So I think the munchies might have been one of his problems that was going on out there. But yeah, it's, one of the things I enjoy about watching DJ Burns and Eddie Lampkin as well is like, I'm glad the big fellas are still out there doing their thing. It's good to see. Now, again, like if these guys were to get into like NBA strength training programs and everything else, I think their bodies would change. I also think there's just a part of like sort of being that age and going from sort of like your kid body to your adult body, and you can go through some awkward years. I feel like I'm still stuck in them, quite honestly. But that thing of like the real fat NBA player, there's not a ton of them. Zion was probably the last one, and look at him now.
Right.
He's lean and mean.
Well, because you have to be.
Yeah.
You can't get up and down the floor because it's not a slow game anymore, right? Even the slower teams are still moving at a pretty fast pace.
There's that, and there's also, like, you just won't last. The amount of damage that does to your hips, to your knees, to your ankles, and everything else, like, that – honestly, I think one of the biggest problems that Zion was having was, like, the soft tissue damage he was doing when he was weighing, close to 3 bills, and he could jump as high as he could. The human body just is not designed. Like, the shock absorption of the human body is not designed to be able to withstand that.
No, I mean, it is amazing how – and you can see when guys start to take things seriously, quite honestly. You talked
Jokic
about it
is
with
the
Nikola
perfect example.
Jokic,
Perfect example.
And they start eating right, and they realize – not only the money that's at stake, but the winning. Because, again, Jokic he's about the legacy right now, and he's about the legacy.
Famously, the conversation with Ogie Stojakovic, and when Ogie was telling him, you can be one of the best basketball players that ever lived. And I think Nikola viewed himself as like, I can be an all-star. And wouldn't that be cool? And then the right people got in his ear and were like, no, you don't understand how good you are. If you take this completely seriously, you will hit it. And it's one of the many things I love about Nikola Jokic is that when you watch him play, he is that gifted. Okay, the touch is there, the ability, the skill, the footwork, it is all there.
And the touch is not just shooting, the passing and everything else.
The best hands, Andy, of any athlete I've ever seen in my life.
He's got a lot of super special skills, and yet, you know what I like, Nate? And I've even seen it watching some of these tournament games. You can see Nikola's influence on some of these young big guys coming up.
Yeah, and he's not let it go to waste. We have watched so many athletes over the years where you looked at the athleticism and the ability of some of these guys, and you're like, if this guy ever focused himself, he could be an all-star. I think J.R. Smith is a guy that I would put on that list of, like, if J.R. Smith had ever fully focused himself on the game, given the gifts that he had, I think he could have been an all-star level NBA player. I really think he was that incredible athletically. He's one of the most freakish athletes I've ever stood next to, that I've ever seen up close. We used to watch that guy in practice. I mean, unreal. Like, the phrase jumps out of the gym didn't do enough to describe what he was. He never hit that. He had a good NBA career.
Yeah, but see,
he got a lot out of what he had, but did he get everything? I think Nikola's going to get everything out of what he has.
To your point, there's good players, and then there's fun players. To me, JR was a fun player.
Who could have been a great player.
He drove you nuts, like you said, There are a couple times where you're like, what was that? But when it just came to, as you pointed out, the raw athleticism, the way to go off for a night and make it look like, dude, like you said, if you really would dial in on this thing, you could be an all-star and an MVP candidate at times. Never happened for him, right?
No.
But still was a fun player from time to time. Getting back to your point about the big men, you know what else I love for Nikola? Because you talked about these guys starting to learn how to focus, this, that, the other. Well, how much easier is it to focus if you're a big guy? And Nikola's now unlocked that piece for every NBA coach to see that I don't have to be the thundering guy that goes and stands in the paint or sets up on the block.
Yeah.
You can handle the ball. Now, not every big guy's going to be able to do it, but Nikola has shown the whole league that even a guy that looks like him, which he would have been the classic post player 10 years ago.
Of course.
They never would have thought about letting him handle the ball. He's shown them that you can play the little guy game too with the right skill. And if you're a big guy, you got to be more motivated than the guy that's just got to slog down there and lean on each other, waiting for a pass to the post.
An underrated part of all that, too, to me, is the way that he orchestrates the entire offense. He's responsible for everything that happens out on the floor. The spacing of the floor, where the ball goes in the action, all of those things. I laughed at one of the possessions the other day in that frustrating loss against Phoenix. It was right after Colin Gillespie had shot an air ball. The very next time he touched the ball, he didn't even put it on the floor. He immediately just passed it to Jokic. You can never get yelled at for giving the ball to Jokic. It's one of the things I love about Christian Brown. He always just gives the ball to Nikola, which is a very good basketball play. Give the ball to the best player in the world. But the way that Jokic orchestrates everything, given his conditioning level, he's not going to make, mental errors out of fatigue. He's not going to lose focus because his body is wearing down on him, which does happen to players. Guys will do silly things late in games, commit silly fouls, commit a turnover, or whatever it may be, just because the conditioning isn't there. Because they may lose a little bit of focus because of how gassed out they are. Doesn't happen to him. He doesn't get tired. He's the most incredible athlete of our lifetime.
Yeah, well, thank goodness, because they need him to play everybody he's playing right now.
Sure do. Nuggets and the Timberwolves tonight. Our buddy Dan Hyatt going to join us coming up here in just a few minutes. He will have 2 Nugget stats you need to know, 1 you don't, and probably even more about Rocky's futility. That's all. Coming up next, Kreckman and Lindahl live at the Circa in Las Vegas. Stadium Swim. Keep it here. We got some madness for you here on a Ska Friday. Craigman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're live at the Circa. Spring's coming up in the Blitz. Birthday boy doing the Blitz right here from the Circa in Las Vegas. Nuggets Timberwolves coming up tonight here, Andy, which ought to be a gigantic pile of fun. Anthony Edwards. Who's the best matchup for Anthony Edwards on the Nuggets? Is it KCP?
Yeah, yes.
Is Aaron Gordon one of the best options for guarding him, especially in a Karl Anthony Townsless world? A world that lacks Towns?
No. Don't you feel like Anthony Edwards may be a little too quick for Aaron? I don't want to besmirch Aaron, but
it's hard to be too quick for Aaron Gordon.
No, I get that, but
the problem with Ant
is special.
Ant is freakishly fast, freakishly strong, jumps out of the gym.
Yeah,
he presents a problem for everybody. Like, he's too strong for KCP. He's too fast for Aaron Gordon. Peyton Watson has the length
and athleticism.
He does, but again, there is a strength issue that goes on right there. I wouldn't mind seeing Peyton Watson do some Anthony Edwards minutes. That might not be a bad idea.
I want AG available for help.
It is a Friday afternoon, and it is time to welcome into the show Denver Nuggets and NBA statistician extraordinaire. Our friend Dan Hyatt is with us right now here on a Friday. And Dan Hyatt, as always, will offer up two stats that we need to know and one that we probably don't need to know. And Dan, on the list of like as large a game as a regular season affair can be, and this is not maybe even something that is statistically quantifiable, although I'm sure you could come up with something, but this is pretty much top of the top for regular season bigness, is it not?
It is, but I'm having a hard time believing that everybody feels the same way, even inside that locker room, because, again, you're coming off a championship. You've got all the starters. They're a little banged up. They've been playing so well since the break, and it's now the question of whether or not rest is going to be beneficial or you keep the momentum. And you need this win. You need this win for a variety of reasons on paper. You need the win for a variety of reasons mentally. You play them again. It's at home. You've split in Minnesota. So I don't know. I'm not feeling the sense of urgency personally simply because the Wolves need it more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The Nuggets, what they've proven is that if Jamal misses some games or AG sits, any of those guys get some extra rest, they don't lose the momentum necessarily. Now, they didn't play particularly well the other day when Reggie stepped in for Jamal. And Jokic is a different story. When he's not there, it's full-blown panic mode as far as I'm concerned. They're all bad. But when you're able to take a break and come back and play really well, which they've done, also giving the rest, I'm starting to believe that's going to be more beneficial. They don't seem to lose a step if some of their starters step out for a game or two. You'd hope that everyone can play tonight, win tonight, give everything you got tonight, and then pick a couple of these games down the stretch against bad teams to get the rest. So I'd like to see tonight be the most important they've played so far.
But we're not necessarily sure that's going to be the case because, quite frankly, we thought maybe we would see the A effort out of the Nuggets the other night against Phoenix, and I would say we probably got the C+, and they got the result that they deserve when they bring that kind of effort, quite frankly, although they're good enough most of the time to win on their C+ effort. So, Dan Hyatt, let's dive into it. Let's get statsy. Tell me a Nugget stat I need to know going into this matchup tonight against the Timberwolves.
A stat you need to know is just very simply, again, Phoenix, the only two losses the Nuggets have since the break is against the Phoenix Suns. And Durant has played particularly well in both games. But they have not lost back-to-back home games all year. And it just goes back to the home court advantage that this team has. I can't really explain the energy level with Phoenix, why that game in particular, they didn't play with better energy than they did. Now, again, there's a lot of different variables, right? Reggie tried to be too much Jamal. He's 1 for 7 from 3. He shouldn't be doing that kind of stuff. There's lots of those little things, but the home court, this team, when they're playing well and they've got everybody out there on their home court, is the best in the Western Conference by far. And they've been the best for 2 years. And to be able to say that they're not losing at home and they haven't lost consecutive games at home all year, is important to me because it also then amplifies how important these games are down the stretch to get home court against a Minnesota or OKC if you meet them later in the playoffs. So, I hope they come out with some fire tonight. I hope they're able to match Minnesota's energy because Minnesota will be fired up to come here doing it. But again, they have not lost back-to-back games consecutively at home all year, and they're the only team to be able to say that.
Only team in the NBA that has not had a losing streak of more than a single game on their home court this season. Feels kind of notable going on into a game against the Minnesota Timberwolves here tonight. Okay? Give me another Nugget stat I need to know.
Another one, again, this also goes back to the problem with Phoenix was, again, since the break, they've been just dynamic. But a lot of times, especially in that Phoenix game, you saw guys trying to step up in place of Murray. You saw Watson taking too many threes. You saw Reggie taking too many threes. I know they can make them, but they shouldn't have to, especially when MPJ is always out there and KCP's hitting from a high percentage. But when over 50% of their shots, right, when more than half of their shots are coming in the paint since the break, they're 11-0. Now, that's most games, but they haven't lost when that happens. And in the games that hasn't been the case, when less than half of their shots have come in the paint, they're 4-3, and 2 of those games are against Phoenix. So one of the things that I'm noticing about this team is that if they're not playing with the kind of energy or they're missing somebody, they're trying to fill the hole with outside perimeter shooting. And despite the fact they've had good runs over the course of the year, they're an average three-point shooting team at best. They've got MPJ, they've got KCP, they've got Jamal. Those are above average three-point shooters. But as a team, they are relatively, if not a little below average based on percentages. At home, much better. But again, over 50% of their shots need to come in the paint, driving, creating. Give it to Jokic, let him work. I don't know what the Wolves are throwing tonight in terms of what Jokic is going to face. They're going to give him lots of different looks, right? But it's got to start down there, and they're a better team when it ends down there.
That's a good point right there. This is not a great three-point shooting team. They do have to play inside out if they are going to be taking those threes. Again, when over half the shots are going on inside the paint, 11-0. When less than half their shots are coming in the paint, they're 4-3 since the All-Star break. Good note right there. Get inside the paint. Obviously, the Rudy Gobert factor is going to have something to do with that kind of matchup tonight against Minnesota. He is listed as questionable. And finally,
you saw before I get to the silly stuff. And again, Jokic in that first game in Minnesota had Gobert on him, scored 25, will still get his. But then the next game, they laid the game later in Minnesota. Gobert sits, they put slow-mo on him. Kyle Anderson gets him, and he goes for 35. Probably could have gone for a lot more. Yeah. So that Gobert factor is gonna be a thing, but it's got to start with Jokic. And those threes are effective when the defense collapses. And that happens when you start down low, right? You bring everybody in, then those guys get the open looks they need.
So, of course, the more Luka Garza, the better tonight is, I think, what we're looking at going into this
Luka
matchup.
Garza.
All Luka Garza all the time on Jokic. He'll go for 42, and it'll be no problem. And finally, Dan Hyatt, as we join you live from the Circa Stadium Swim in Las Vegas, 2 Nugget stats we need to know. Denver has not had back-to-back home losses this year, and when the Nuggets get inside the paint, they're going to win. Tell me something we don't need to know.
Well, what you don't need to know is that on Sunday is the 1,000th regular season game that the Nuggets will be playing in what was Pepsi Arena, now is Ball Arena, right? Pepsi Center, now Ball Arena. It opened in October of '99. I was kind of looking at some of the fun stuff about that. The first thing that happened, the first event that happened at Ball Arena. Do you remember what that was?
Springsteen?
It was Celine Dion.
Ah, Pierre Lacroix's best friend.
And I was not there and didn't really pay attention to that until, I remember now looking at all the venues that they've had. That was one of their bigger ones that they opened with. Her most famous song, Nate Kreckman. I bet you can get this
My
one
Heart
right,
Will Go On.
from Titanic. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
It was a top 10 of all time, top 10 single in terms of like singles sold, singles listened to, the way that they track it all down. That album that she did that had that song on it was recorded in 1997. And I just found that interesting because that was the same year Jamal Murray was born. So then I thought to myself, boy, this is really stupid. Let's just try to find some parallels between the two. And I found that the number of studio albums that Celine Dion recorded was 27. Well, we know whose number that is. We both know they're Canadian, and apparently it's about a 5-hour drive from Charlemagne, Canada, where Celine Dion is from, to Kitchener. And I'm thinking to myself, well, Jokic started a full year before Jamal, and they were under 500. That was Malone's first year. Jamal came in. Who's got the best winning percentage of any player with over 250 games in that arena? And of course, it goes back to Jamal Murray. So my stat here is very simply that I think the Jamal Murray draft pick and his development and his rise to prominence is due in part, in fact, to Celine Dion's opening of this arena as they approach the 1,000th regular season game on Sunday.
Wait a minute. Jamal Murray has the best win percentage in Ball Arena / Pepsi Center history?
Of players 250 games played there.
250 or more.
He does.
This is all sports. Or just Nuggets?
This is Nuggets. This is Nuggets.
This is Nuggets.
About to say.
I mean, you think about it. He missed a full. It was a playoff team the full season that he missed. It makes sense. I mean, his whole career has been played with Nikola Jokic. If you play with Nikola Jokic, you will win more. I did not realize Celine had 27 studio albums. That's prolific. That really is. She's got to have a stinker or 7 in there. You can't just crank out 27 killer records over the years.
Might have like a French-Canadian Christmas album that didn't sell well, but the rest of them are pretty high.
All right. When did they start?
Yeah, what year was Celine Dion's first album? Pull up the discography of Celine Dion. I now need to know way more about this.
Because
should we call Eric Lacroix? He knows a lot of this stuff.
Was there all right, here's the albums. Holy cow.
Oh, 1981.
Yeah.
Le Voix du Bon Dieu.
Did she have like a weird
sold
disco
100,000?
Dear? See, I got 83 is the first one here.
81. Maybe I'm looking at EPs. I don't know. But
Du Soleil à Cieux. Then there was Incognito, Unison, Dion Chante Plamondon.
We're going to have Mark Springer call Jamal Murray. We're going to try and get him on the show so that we can reveal to him all of the sort of like Kennedy and Lincoln type of similarities between he and Celine Dion. And we'll find out if he's excited about that
In
or not.
95, she released Dieu, but it was like album number 7, so I don't get that.
Listen,
There was
I'm going to get Katie on the line. And tonight, after a win against these Timberwolves, my heart will go on. We'll be blasting out of that locker room. All right?
Oh, man. This is good stuff right here. 27 studio albums, according to Wikipedia. Dan Hyatt did his research. Dan, beautiful work as always, man. Thank you.
All right, boys. Good luck.
You did not need to know.
Now, you know why, Lloyd? Because the French are – never mind.
You did not need to know.
Half of these are in French.
The driving distance between Charlemagne and
I didn't
Kitchener.
know there was a Charlemagne. I thought Charlemagne was some
Do you know
literary
Let's
character.
get weird.
Yeah. Have Connor do that tonight or tomorrow.
I was going to say, by the way, Charlemagne was a Roman emperor. Did you do you know a lot of like the rural communities?
No, I know Kitchener because a lot of
in Quebec.
Because some of the lacrosse players come from there. That's
where
hometown.
Jamal Murray's from.
A lot
Kitchener,
of the Ontarios and
Ontario.
Yeah.
But she's from Charlemagne. There you go. Dan Hyatt, educational as always. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl for my guys over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. So it's the weekend. How was the weekend last weekend? Was it everything that you wanted to be? Is Saturday night kind of like date night? Is date night ending the way that you'd like it to? If you're not having the relations that you'd like, then maybe you need to go over and see my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and talk to them about all the things that they have to treat erectile dysfunction. Is that the reason why? Are you even trying? Are you shy about it? Are you not confident anymore? These guys can help you with all of that. They are very experienced. They've been around a long time, and they have treatments with success rates over 90%. Some treatments can even have you lasting more than an hour. That would turn up Saturday night, date night, wouldn't it? That'd give you something to talk about at Sunday breakfast. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult with Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. So why not see if you can't get yourself back to a better sex life? Go and see the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yes, happy Ska Friday to everybody that celebrates. We are live at the Circa in Las Vegas. Circa Sports, the world's largest sports book here in Las Vegas, is available right at your fingertips in Colorado. Visit circasports.com and get in on the action. Yes, Andy.
Pump that back up, Steve. Let's hear how the singer sounds. You requested a Celine Dion ska song, and here you go. Here you go.
That's not bad.
It's not good.
This guy's got a little bit of a Neil Diamond thing going on. I'm
Never
enjoying
mind, Steve.
this.
Sorry I asked. Go ahead and pot it down.
I wasn't kidding when I said the well for Celine Dion ska covers was pretty dry.
I was kind of enjoying that. Anyway.
Were you?
I was. It's
What'd you go hit during the you've been wandering around? You go towards the pool bar?
I'm doing just fine right here. I'm having a lovely Friday afternoon, and I'm ready for football news. Mark Springer, let's go.
Hey, it's time for the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365, whatever the sport, whatever the moment. It is never ordinary at Bet365. Michael Penix Jr. tells ESPN that he plans to meet with a handful of teams coming up, including the New York Giants, Atlanta Falcons, Las Vegas Raiders, Pittsburgh Steelers, and the Denver Broncos.
Yep, got to go meet with those teams. Michael Penix Jr. Andy, if Mike Sanford was the general manager of the Denver Broncos, I think they'd be trading up to go and get Michael Penix. In the meantime, what's your gut feeling on Penix? Will he be drafted in the first round, or is he going to last into the second and possibly the third?
All right, just go with me here, and you know I'm going off my paranoid coach theory that we've talked a lot about, and in specifics to Sean Payton maybe lauding too much praise on J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
Is Michael Penix going to be the Daniel Jones in this way of this class where he's the surprise guy taken early, nobody saw coming?
Right.
At least of the second tier of guys, is everybody yapping about everybody else because, in fact, they do like Michael Penix?
Because they got the medicals. The medicals are good enough, and they could say, okay, this guy wins. This guy throws accurately. This guy throws accurately over the middle. And, oh, by the way, we just saw his pro day, and this guy's running a 4.5 40, so he's more athletic than we give him credit for. He very well could be. I mean, he's got the winning pedigree. The other thing that he's got that J.J. McCarthy doesn't have is he's thrown the ball a freaking ton, which
plenty of tape
gives you a massive sample size in order to be able to evaluate this player. He played at a number of different programs. He followed Kalen DeBoer around, whether it was at Indiana, whether it was at the University of Washington. He went to the college football playoff. We know how special this player is.
Yeah.
We saw it with our own eyes. He's an excellent player.
Look, if he didn't, ifs for a lot of guys, but in fairness to the evaluation of Sanford, if it wasn't for the medicals, I think he's also a left-handed guy. That freaks some people out, as Sanford told us yesterday. But I think if it wasn't for the medicals, he would probably be the head of the next tier.
Yeah.
And he might even, depending on how people feel about Drake May. Drake May's the other one I can't get the better read on, but that kind of plays into Spring's next story.
I think Drake May is going number 2 overall to Washington.
You think so?
I would be stunned if he does not.
His coach does not think so, apparently.
Spring.
High five.
Yeah, LSU head coach Brian Kelly, who coached Jaden Daniels last season at LSU, may or may not still be talking with a fake Southern accent, and he talked to the media at Jaden Daniels' pro day, and did Brian Kelly spoil the NFL draft, particularly the second overall pick? Here is Brian Kelly.
He is going to be so committed to taking care of himself that you don't have to worry about size or he doesn't weigh enough. Lamar's done a pretty good job with his size. I think Mahomes, I wouldn't consider him a giant because he's going to get the ball out to the playmakers and make plays for Washington.
I think he's doing the manifest speak it into existence.
Pulling a Harbaugh
thing, yes. I think he's hyping his guy up. He knows he can't say Chicago, so he can simply say Washington. And look, maybe Daniels is going to go number 2. But yeah, I think what Kelly is trying to do right there is passive aggressively hype his guy.
There's a few guys that think he's quarterback too, and there was an ESPN analyst today saying he was 1. So,
was it Dan Orlovsky?
No, I think Orlovsky. I don't know how Orlovsky feels about me. It was one of the other. It was one of those things that Greenberg had to use to.
Uh-huh.
Now Greenberg's taking a hit this week by saying who did he think could go in is that UConn could go and play and get into an NBA. What was his statement from earlier this
They
week?
can make it to the Eastern Conference
That's
play-in.
right. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
No, what's happening right now is here's what's so funny about all this, Andy, is the organization's draft boards. They're not moving. Okay, they are looking at these players and they're not even fully set on what their draft boards are quite yet, but they have a pretty good idea of it. What's happening is right now we're in the pro day part of the news cycle, so every time a guy goes out and has a pro day and he looks great throwing to receivers that all know him in the friendly confines of his own university, is that now, and what's wild about it is, a lot of these ex-players, they're pumping oxygen right into the hype train and jumping on the new bandwagon on a given day and then make the argument, I don't know, Jaden Daniels better than Caleb Williams. This guy's going to go number 1 overall. Problem is that, again, there's so much hot air that's happening on television and on radio and anywhere else anyone has a microphone that we all have to remember this isn't the way the teams do it at all. They don't just wildly move guys.
Well, but here's one thing to think about. And again, this came from ESPN today, whatever it's worth. I think Tannenbaum said this.
Yeah.
Williams has not agreed to work out for the Bears yet. Caleb Williams has not worked out for the Bears yet. And so according to Tannenbaum, you cannot draft a guy that you didn't work out. So I agree with you. Every pro
and
day
everybody in the world at his pro day.
I get it.
Yeah.
But I do know, I think even our guy Leahy's got a debate going on whether it's May or Daniels. So
Caleb Williams in the betting markets, by the way, I believe is minus 10,000.
Oh, yeah.
To go number 1 overall.
I
I believe if you bet $100, you would get $1.25.
Right. I think we're all positive he's going number 1. Now, the workout thing is interesting, but I'm just telling you when it comes to May Daniels, there's been some pretty robust debate the whole time. We'll see. But again,
on ESPN, is it happening inside these organizations?
It's happening on NFL Network, too.
Right.
I would just say
again, where anybody has a microphone.
Okay, but Drake May had one good year. If you went, and frankly, it dropped off once his best receiver got hurt.
Jaden Daniels had one good year.
But I like Jaden Daniels when he was at ASU. But
he was middle of the road at ASU.
But again, if you're talking about overall
I
prospects,
tell you who wants him.
Why do you love Drake May so much?
Antonio. I like big guys with gigantic arms.
Okay.
I'm weird like that. Yeah. I like quarterbacks that make all the throws and have elite traits.
All right.
I know. I'm weird like that.
Okay.
It's
a bunch of fun. We'll see how this works out.
I'm kind
Your
of
boy Trubisky was pretty good, too, until he actually had to go play more.
I'm kind of a football hipster. I like guys that stand in the pocket and can cannon the ball and hit their receivers.
But what if they don't? We'll see if he moves.
I'm
well.
weird
we'll
like
if
that.
Read stuff. Okay.
I know.
I can't wait. You seem to discredit Jaden Daniels. There's a lot of guys that like him.
I'm an outside the box thinker. I don't know. I'm weird. Spring.
I can't wait to get Sanford on with you again. We'll just let you guys yell about that.
That'll be great. Can't wait.
Niners wide receiver Brandon Ayuk, same draft class as Jerry Jeudy, and he is going to play the final year of his contract this season on his 5th-year option. Apparently there have been rumors recently, trade rumors linking Brandon Ayuk to the Pittsburgh Steelers, but Niners GM John Lynch said that nothing is going on there, and the Niners and Ayuk are actively talking about an extension. Brandon Ayuk went on with Shannon Sharp and Chad Ochocinco on the Nightcap podcast, and he just said, quote, "I'm trying to get what I deserve."
You saying that he was Jerry Jeudy's draft class is just one more swipe at the nether regions.
I threw it in there on purpose.
I know. You forget about that. You forget about the dudes that have really worked out when that did not for the Broncos. He should get what he deserves. Niners can't afford him, right? I mean, at some point they can't afford all these guys, right? Not if they pay Brock Purdy.
But they don't have to pay him for a long time.
Well, not if he decides to
they got
get
time.
uppity.
They got plenty of time.
What if he holds out?
Trent Williams. Debo, if I was the Niners and Brock Purdy held out, I'd go, good. See ya. Trent Williams, $31 million. Debo's getting 28. Eric Armstead's getting 28. Charvarius Ward, 18. Nick Bosa, this is the cheap part of his deal, right? 14.6. Yeah, that ain't right.
Gotta be.
McCaffrey's at $14 million right now, and Ayuk is due to make $14 million this upcoming season.
How many more years on McCaffrey's
Fred
contract?
Warner, George Kittle. Good God, they have so many good players.
I know. In part because they draft well and they got a cheap quarterback.
It's unbelievable,
when
man.
you don't have a cheap quarterback, it changes everything. Real quickly, how much
They don't even
time-
draft that well. They took Trey Lance at number 3.
Fair enough, but they drafted Ayuk.
Yeah.
They drafted Warner.
Yeah, it's incredible.
They drafted Juszczyk. They drafted Kittle.
They've broken football. I don't understand why they're so good at this.
Real quick though, does McCaffrey? My point is asking with all of what you just read there.
Yeah.
McCaffrey's on the back end of that deal too. When he's done, does he stay there? Can they afford him? He'd have to do a good guy deal, wouldn't he?
You can't pay an aging running back.
That's what I'm saying. He'd have to do a good guy deal, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he would have to, and he would hope some organization and some owner somewhere would overpay him for a season, right?
Well, he'd be the guy.
Somebody throws him like $15 million.
He'd be the season ticket guy,
Two
right?
At 30.
Let's sign him.
Right.
Roll it out to the fans. Come
Right.
get your season tickets.
Dave
same day.
Tepper going to bring him back to Carolina?
I doubt that. You think he would go back to Carolina?
I don't know. It's aging running backs. You got to take the money wherever you can get it. That's what's weird about it.
Denver want to holler?
I wouldn't hate that.
He'd be the most dynamic player on this team.
Haven't had one of
Even
those in a
year
while.
later. Even
Sprague.
a year later.
High five.
The New Orleans Saints announced that they are moving their upcoming training camp to the University of California, Irvine, due to construction of their new cafeteria. The Saints began renovating their cafeteria and weight room in 2023. The Saints received an F- on the – that's for real. I'm not making that up.
I know that.
On the NFL Players Association report card in 2023 in their food services / nutrition, which was tied for 30th and ranked last in the NFL. They also received an F, not an F-, just an F, in 2024 on their food cafeteria grade, also ranking 30th for that year. Saints president Dennis Lauscha said at the league meetings in March that the cafeteria upgrades had zero to do with the report card.
Liar! There was a great story in The Athletic. So, speaking of F-, Clark Hunt, the owner, got over enunciate that H, by the way, Andy. The owner of the Chiefs, he got an F-. Ownership got an F- from the Chiefs. And they went digging into this. And
Because it does seem odd.
So, do you realize until last year their indoor practice facility did not have air conditioning?
So that includes heat and cool, right?
Literally, Andy Reid would sweat through his windbreaker when they were inside their indoor
'Cause
practice
it's raining?
facility on 100-degree days when they would work out in there. Major complaints about the quality of the locker room, which also apparently did not have air conditioning. Patrick Mahomes was filming a T-Mobile commercial inside the Chiefs' locker room. He was wearing a generic yellow practice jersey, and apparently he had sweat through it enough times that he went and complained about this. Can we please get some climate control going on in here? Anytime, apparently, and this was according to Willie Gay, who was quoted in this story, anytime the Chiefs would get, like, new T-shirts for the players, they'd be like, whoa, look at us getting T-shirts.
We'd have the same reaction.
I know, right?
Who doesn't love a free T-shirt, Nate?
If they got new chairs, it was viewed as like a big upgrade inside the building.
Have you been in their locker room?
No.
So I can't say I've been in the Chiefs locker room, but I've obviously been in the visiting one in Arrowhead.
Yeah.
It's brutal, man. It's brutal. It was worse than Qualcomm, in my opinion.
Tiny?
Remember the old Jack Murphy, the old San Diego one?
Right.
Dude, you couldn't move anywhere. You couldn't move anywhere. I don't know how they did live shots because so many guys were in the spot. You were going to catch something you weren't supposed to.
And finally, Spring.
High five.
This is great news. We have an NFL broadcaster off of the injury report 6 months earlier than expected.
Is Andrew Catalan okay?
No. Fox Rules analyst Mike Pereira said about 6 months ago that he was going to miss a year due to back fusion surgery. But he posted 5 months ago, I had my back fused on 7 levels, T11 to S1.
Jiminy.
8.5 hours of surgery. In recovery, they asked me what my goals were. I gave them 2. First was to be able to walk again. Second was I want to get back to work again. And he is going to be back on the UFL broadcast this weekend. He was supposed to be out a full year. He's back in 6 months.
Wow.
That's
a lot to take in.
I don't have anything snarky to say about this
Good
story.
to him. Good for
Seriously,
him.
man.
Yeah.
Whew.
Good for you, dude.
Good
for you.
Did you say it was fused on 11 levels?
7 levels.
7 levels.
Nah, it's only 7, Nate.
Child's play.
Never mind.
Merely an 8.5-hour procedure.
Go ahead and be smart, snarky now.
It's like a routine dental cleaning.
No big deal. Your back just completely open, skin folded.
God, man.
They go infuse things to your spine.
Good Lord. Good for him.
That's insane. So what caused this? Did they say? I saw the headline. I didn't see the story. That is nuts.
I don't know.
What
I don't
are
know
you
what
doing
caused
that
it.
you have to have that kind of fusion? Holy cow.
Carrying those Fox broadcasts? Is that what it was?
Wow, hey.
That was all right.
It's Craigman and Lindahl. We are live.
What, are you mad you didn't think of it?
I was trying to come up with something better, and it just wasn't there. I was trying to come up with
Well, there's a couple of things, but not appropriate when you talk about the toughness of man.
Come
on.
It's not good.
Go ahead. Just have at it.
Because he was calling off spine.
All right.
It wasn't even good. See, it wasn't good. I didn't even have it.
Look, the words
Mine wasn't
close.
good either. It's all right.
It was close, but not quite close enough. I credit it. I like, though, how you gave us the look.
It wasn't
You
good.
didn't want to.
No.
We badgered you into that.
I didn't like that joke.
Come on, go dance with her.
Yeah.
Nah, she's not going to like me. Go dance with her. You'll be fine. She's India. She's looking over here. She turns and picks her drink up and walks away the minute you make a move.
Now, it was never there.
Hey, you know what? Shoot or shoot.
Yeah, shooter's got to shoot.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
I'm the MPJ of this operation. Okay. Sometimes I connect.
There's another bad back, unfortunately. So
Jokic has that back injury right now.
Yeah, it's not. I'm a little worried about that.
It's gonna be a thing. That will just be a thing, right? Like he's gonna be tired. He's gonna have a bad back. He's gonna have a weird hip.
He's going to have a sore wrist.
His wrist
they
is
never
gonna
call
bother
the
him.
slapping on his wrist ever.
Exactly. Like his arms are gonna be all scratched up from now until perpetuity. Yes. If anybody has any back surgery puns, text line's open, 303-504.
Oh, now you want
0925.
you want some company?
I reached down. There was nothing there. All
I was
right.
going to say, his two goals were, first he wants to walk, second he wants to walk into the studio.
By the end of the second day in Las Vegas, I got nothing left.
The
all
steam,
right?
listen, you still have pretty good steam. Our guy Brandon, you want to talk about the
Running
steam.
out?
Dude, the coal train, he hit a hill. His hair's 5 directions compared to yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't see him rolling through the lobby in his workout clothes today.
Yeah. The altitude polo's just a thing of the past. He's made his deals. He's done. Leave me alone.
He is schmoozed out.
He was hitting me up at 8:30 yesterday. Got to work out in. What do you want to do? Let's go get something done. Today it was 11 o'clock. Where are you? So to make sure you weren't dead.
Tends to happen on day 2 here at the Circa. It's
You know what he
Craigman.
told me? He
What's
might
that?
he might have closed $5 million in business if everybody remembers things. Isn't that right? Huh? It's going to be a hell of a month, right?
Andy, it was pretty fuzzy last night by the time everybody wandered out of the VIP section.
I was upstairs. I had no problem. I got my tacos. I saw Spring. I go, what are you going to do? You guys were so crammed in there. I'm like, I'm going upstairs. I couldn't take any more of the noise.
I went and asked Derek. I was like, hey, do you remember 7 hours ago when you were hyping Kevin Freeland on our show? I don't think that was such a good idea.
Did he remember?
He just mumbled something at me about him being
I was like,
terrible.
hey, thanks for having us by. He gives me the handshake, and I realized he wanted the bottle opener.
Kevin Freeland?
Yeah.
Well, and as always, we have to remind people, we know his name is Kyle.
Oh, yeah, we do. We do. Yes, his name is Kyle.
Everybody relax.
Sometimes Kevin bleeds into
Yeah.
our regular conversation. All right.
Hey, real quick.
Yes.
Someone just texted in. Everything you've said, it's all backwards.
Ah, ha, ha. Yeah,
Back.
yeah.
Now you're not out there on the island by yourself. Wow, you're not even laughing.
Nah.
Sorry, guy. That joke sucked. Nate laughs at everything.
It's not there yet.
Nate is a dad joke whore, and you got nothing.
It's not there yet.
You gotta. I'm sorry, man.
It
That's a
hasn't
cry
happened.
in your beer. That got nothing. You
Nothing.
didn't even break a smile.
No,
you didn't
nothing.
even get your grin.
It's not even
He
there.
didn't even consider laughing at that.
Now.
Wow.
Now. Craigman and Lindahl. We're gonna do better next segment, I promise.
I doubt it.
We are your Supermen. We are Nate Crackman and Andy Lindahl on a Ska Friday at Stadium Swim Circa Hotel Resort, Las Vegas, Nevada. And we have breaking news right now here on the Crackman and Lindahl show, as being reported by numerous outlets. Jamal Murray out for tonight, as the Denver Nuggets will take on the Minnesota Timberwolves. Yet another night of no Jamal Murray on the floor. All right.
I am officially concerned.
Yeah, I am right there with you as well. Now, we begin the day with the Denver Nuggets as technically the 1 seed. They're tied in the loss column right now with Minnesota and Oklahoma City, but they are 1 up in the win column at 51-22. They need this game tonight. They have to get the last 2 against Minnesota to get a tiebreaker with the Timberwolves. The Thunder have the tiebreaker over the Nuggets no matter what because they won the season series. If the Nuggets lose tonight, it would severely damage any tiebreaker possibility they would have with the Timberwolves. And again, in a situation in which all of these teams have 22 games, I mean, Andy, it's not the most likely scenario, but it's not the most unlikely scenario that we could have a 3-way tie atop the Western Conference.
No one seems to be separating.
No, and nobody really does. And you really want that top 2, okay? Now, you certainly don't want to fall below 3, but they're not going to. Like, the Clippers are so far back because they've been so mediocre now. You don't have to worry about that. You'll finish in the top 3. But if you get in the top 2, you get a team that was in the play-in, and so you get a team that has played extra basketball, which is a massive advantage to you. Especially if we talked about it. Again, the 1 seed, you get a team that would have had to have played multiple games in multiple cities, plus by the time they get to your city, it will be 3 games in 3 different cities. So that team is going to have been doing an awful lot while you were just hanging out and getting ready for the postseason and everything else like that. So there is a huge advantage to that. But, I mean, if you're a 3-6 right now, you're going to be playing Dallas.
Not what you want.
And you might be playing Phoenix.
Not as worried about Phoenix. Don't love Dallas.
If Kevin Durant's going to be what he was the other night,
yeah,
I'm going to start to get a little bit of Phoenix concern going on right here. Or is it just possible that Michael Malone is looking at the standings and simply saying, and I think Dan Hyatt alluded to this a little bit, if we're playing our best basketball, which involves us being healthy, that's more important than anything to do with seeding. You know, Dan told us the Nuggets have not had back-to-back losses at home this year. They're the only NBA team to have done that. They're 15-3 since the break. The only games that they have lost are when they're not taking enough shots inside the paint. If they have enough time to prepare for a series, they're going to game plan it. They're going to be able to get the looks that they need to. Michael Malone is very, very good at that. That's something that I think him and his staff really do excel at, is game planning for a series. They force adjustments by the opponent long before the Nuggets have to adjust to anybody else. So could you simply look at it and say, we're number 1 as we sit here today. We're playing a banged-up Timberwolves team as well. Health is everything over seeding at this moment. In the very least, right now, is Michael Malone in the pecking order? Is he putting health above seeding? That's what this kind of feels like.
Yeah, I think so, because at the end, so I was going to ask you this. This is the question that came to mind when we learned this, and it was basically something I thought of as Dan talked back in his segment a half hour ago.
Yeah.
Last year, you and I were concerned about the overall way they were playing, period, coming down the stretch. Are they really going to be able to turn it back on? Are we about to live this, that, the other? Is what we're talking about, that is the seeding our concern, not their concern, because at the end of the day, best starting 5 in the league.
Right.
And like you said, I do believe they can take home court advantage back from whoever they face. Right?
Right.
So, and look, that's not even concern about the first round. They'll have it, right? Even if you're the 3rd seed, you would still probably, well, I guess if you had to play the 2nd seed in the next round, you wouldn't have it there. But It could be a very young team that you just got. Now, look.
There is also a world where potentially, when you look at how good the West is, there is also a world where the young Thunder and the Timberwolves coming back from Cat's injury could just get knocked out and you could get home court advantage back anyway.
Sure.
I know that's optimistic. But that's something that's out of the Nuggets' control.
All I know is this. My bigger concern just simply, we've said all along this team is going to do what we think they're going to do, which is repeat if they're healthy. At the end of the day, Michael Malone thinks that Jamal Murray needs this rest.
Right.
So that's more concerning to me than anything.
This is a dude that has had numerous knee injuries. He has dealt with ankle things throughout the course of this season. He had the shin splint thing going on. He's going to miss tonight's game. Oh, yeah. I would prefer he would be on the floor. But
because again, what would it have meant? Go back to the Phoenix game.
Yeah.
You don't want to be feeling like you feel after Minnesota the way you felt after Phoenix, which was, now you watched it. I was still traveling, but you kind of let me know. I mean, Jamal Murray's there. It's probably a different night.
They took 43s and they made 10 of them. You're always going to shoot worse without one of your best shooters out on the floor.
Well, it needs to be an big MPJ game tonight. Aaron Gordon needs to be a force like he was last time, and, you got Jokic. Jokic got a Jokic, right? Come out and don't mess around. Don't play with your food tonight if you can.
Michael Porter Jr., last 3 games, he has 2 of them shooting below 50% from the field. The Portland game, he was 1 of 5 from 3. He scored 12, 11, and 18 over the last 3 games, but it took him 16 shots to score 18 points the other night against Phoenix, including 2 of 7 from behind the arc. I know he had the illness thing to deal with. I don't want to speculate about
other things. Outside noise.
Right now, where his mental state is, because there is a lot of outside noise going on with the Porter family. Now, it wouldn't be new for for them to have to deal with, but still, like, MPJ to me has not he's not been bad. He hasn't been playing it the same way that he was playing most of this month over the last few games.
Yeah, that's the thing. He was getting it back, right? He was getting back to what he was. We were loving the way he was playing, and now just, look, it is what it is. This is part of the struggle to repeat. Nothing's as easy as maybe it felt like the first time around.
No, and you played so much basketball last year. Like, we got to remember that part of Jamal Murray, and hopefully he's going to be okay because they desperately need him down the stretch. And, again, I do think that Michael Malone is erring on the side of, if I have all my dudes, I will live with not having home court advantage.
Right.
Health and availability. If they have their starting 5 available, their win percentage is what, damn near 70% when they have their whole starting 5 available. So, yeah, go ahead and get all your guys. College buckets going on right now. Sweet 16 action is happening right here at the Circa. And maybe a little bit surprising, NC State has jumped on Marquette, up 7 right now in the first half. We're about to get the Zags and Purdue underway as well. Women's tournament is happening, by the way, the Buffs tomorrow on ABC, 1:30 in the Sweet 16 against Caitlin Clark and Iowa. I'm sure I will spend the whole night yelling at the refs that Caitlin is getting too many calls. So I very much look forward to that. We'll be talking about it all on Monday in the weekend that was. But again, the latest update, Jamal Murray is out tonight for the Nuggets. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl once again from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. So we're about to hit the weekend. That means tomorrow's Saturday. Saturday is a great time to get down to the shop over there for Colorado Off-Road. And it's right by ACC, just 3 blocks south of the historic downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Go find them there and talk to them about some bed covers and some power steps. Because, again, rebate programs going on now for manufacturers that can make those items much cheaper for you. But these rebate programs end after April 2nd. So you need to get in there, get those things ordered by Tuesday. That's Tuesday. Believe it or not, April Fool's Day is Monday. And don't be fooled into thinking that this stuff's still going on. If you want to get yourself a bed cover, which is something I'm asked about the most of all the things that I've had put on my truck, or the step rails, those power steps, go and talk to Jerry Jones and Wendy over at Colorado Off-Road. about getting something ordered for your truck or 4x4. And again, Tuesday is the day that those rebates are going to go bye-bye. So you want to get in there by Tuesday and get these things ordered. Again, it's Colorado Off-Road. Jerry Jones is the owner. Great people. Been working with them for 5 years, since 2019. Put all sorts of stuff on my truck, and I recommend them to everybody. So, once again, rebate programs, Tuesday. That's the key date for you. Find them at cooffroad.com on the web. That's Colorado Off-Road.
Circa Sports, world's largest sports book in Las Vegas, available right at your fingertips in Colorado. Visit circasports.com. Get in on the action. We're joining you from Stadium Swim. Final segment here on a Friday afternoon. We'll blitz, and then we'll get you ready for Nuggets Timberwolves tonight. Jamal Murray out for Denver. Anthony Edwards and Rudy Gobert are in tonight.
Of course they are.
For the Minnesota Timberwolves. So even though they don't have Karl Anthony Towns, the Timberwolves go into this game as strong as they possibly can. Plus, Naz Reid is going to play in this game tonight, I do believe. So aren't we looking at a situation now where they probably put Gobert on Aaron Gordon, but he floats and will try and do a lot of weak side swatting and try and get himself some block shots tonight and force Nikola Jokic into a passing game?
Yeah, probably. Nate, at the end of the day, outside shooters got to hit shots.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to come down to. You're not going to be able to live in the paint against these guys the whole night. You're going to need KCP and MPJ and some guys to hit some shots.
Speaking of outside shooters hitting shots, NC State is up 12 right now in the first half on Marquette. I did not see that coming here tonight. But, yeah, we got the Nuggets and the Timberwolves right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Gonzaga-Purdue is just underway. Rockies and Diamondbacks.
Part 2.
Here we go. Cal Quantrill and Merrill Kelly, your matchup for this evening, Andy. The Rockies will run out a lineup of Charlie Blackmon in the leadoff spot. He was in right last night. He'll DH this evening. Chris Bryant will move from first base to right field. Nolan Jones will start in left. Brendan Rodgers is at second base. Ryan McMahon is at third and batting fifth. Elias Diaz will do the catching this evening. Ezekiel Tovar is at short. Eleris Montero is at first. Brenton Doyle is your center fielder for this evening for the Rockies.
Hold on. Did you say Rodgers is batting fourth? I was trying to follow along as you read that.
That's correct.
So he's cleanup.
He is cleaning up this evening.
We love our guy Brendan, but
they didn't do a lot of cleaning up last night. I mean, in addition to the part where they gave up 14 runs in the third and lost by 15, they also had 4 freaking hits all night.
Yeah, that ain't good. That's not what you're looking for.
Wasn't exactly working for anybody on the Rocks last night.
They're in mid-July form.
Really are.
After what was supposed to be 10 road trips and all that.
I'm gonna go out on a limb. I think the Rockies keep it within 12 tonight.
Good.
Yeah. I'm not even gonna say 15. I say
what's the line? Hey, yeah, like so much right now.
Diamondbacks are laying a touchdown tonight.
Is that what it is?
Biggest spread? No.
I was gonna say, wouldn't be shocked.
Biggest spread in Major League history.
Did we really?
I believe the Rocks can. I'll even go further. All right, I think they will only lose by single digits tonight. I think that's how much better that they will play after they get allowed 14 runs in a single inning last night. The bottom half of the third, 34 minutes in real time, featuring 2 pitching changes. Kyle Freeland charged with 8 runs in the inning, 10 for the game. He did give up a 2-run home run in the first. Freeland for the night, 10 runs on 10 hits. His ERA is at 38.57. He did convert 7 outs in the ballgame, Andy. Anthony Molina made his Major League debut in mop-up duty last night. And not only did he not mop up, it was sort of the gift from The Office of Kevin walking in with the chili and spilling it on everything. By the way, can we get sued if I say what a GIF is?
Always pushing the envelope, aren't you? Aren't you? All I know is I'm deleting half my social media.
Perdomo, Marte, Gurriel, Walker, and Moreno all had 2 hits in the inning. Of the Diamondbacks' 13 hits in the third, only 3 were for extra bases. They were all doubles, 10 singles, 3 doubles. They did not home run. They did not hit a home run. No homers in the inning. No homers.
That's worse, is it not?
It's like that episode of The Simpsons, the No Homers Club.
That's worse, is it not?
10 singles.
Yeah, that's worse. I'm sorry.
There wasn't a grand slam in there anywhere.
You could get one big swing.
10 singles.
This is what I described to you yesterday, the merry-go-round. And once they get on it, this is a Rockies pitching problem last year. Once the merry-go-round gets spinning, it doesn't seem to stop fast enough.
There was one bloop that Brenton Doyle had to dive and kind of trapped with his glove. There was one off the hands that sort of sprayed out into right. Other than that, man, they were barreling those things too.
Yeah. Like to say you weren't finding the strike zone, but apparently you were, and they were making contact with it. So,
a lot of laughs had in the sportsbook last night at the Circa at the Rockies' expense. Won't be the last time probably this year. I can't imagine. It won't be this bad all year.
it'll be like a 3-1 game tonight.
They will win a game
but they'll
eventually.
Have one. They'll win one of this series. It's
They
just
will.
what they do.
It's a 4-game
They'll
series.
win the Sunday one or whatever.
Watch,
and,
they
you know.
pull a. Wasn't it the 88 Orioles that started 0-23?
I think you're right.
Yeah. Ugh.
They'll fumble their way into something.
They'll
or you know what? They'll end up winning the series, and we'll all get yelled at for overdoing the first game. No, we didn't.
Nope, there's no overdoing
There's
14
no overdoing
runs
that.
in an inning.
Yeah.
There's no. That is
When
not
you're breaking 50-year-old records, you don't get to say that.
overdone at all. And now it's time for the weekend preview. You know you want to go watch the game, and the Circa here in Las Vegas is the best place to watch the game. But you may not be able to make it out to Las Vegas this weekend, so we've got you updated no matter what. Nuggets and Timberwolves tonight, 7 o'clock. Andy, no Jamal Murray, Anthony Edwards, and Rudy Gobert in for the Timberwolves. The Nuggets have not lost back-to-back games at home all season long. Does that stay constant? Andy, give me a pick for tonight.
I'm going up positive. I'm going to say the Nuggets.
Yeah.
I am concerned. But you know what? Jokic does this. You've got Jokic. You got a chance. MPJ shoots well.
Yep.
And Aaron Gordon, I think, goes big, and they end up being okay.
Big Jokic game, big give a bleep game tonight. The Nuggets will also be in action on Sunday against the Cleveland Cavaliers. We'll have it for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio at 1:30 in the afternoon. Avalanche back at it tomorrow against Nashville at 4 o'clock. Nathan McKinnon, the home point streak officially over. The NHL will not make any adjustment on that. Rocks have 3 to go against the Diamondbacks, 7:40 tonight. Cal Quantrill, Merrill Kelly. They'll play Saturday night and then Sunday afternoon at Chase Field before they head off to Wrigley Field in Chicago on Monday. The Buffs. J.R. Payne and the Buffs take on Caitlin Clark in Iowa tomorrow at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's in college basketball. College hockey, DU and Andy Bernard's Cornell Big Red, 2 o'clock tomorrow, Andy, in the NCAA tournament, televised on ESPN2. The Rapids will be in action against LAFC tomorrow at 2 o'clock, and your Mammoth will take on...
Bye week.
You're right about that. April 5th, they will play the Buffalo
Bandits. You and I
Bandits.
will be, yes. Ball Arena, get out there. Buffalo Bandits, rematch of last year's championship. We'd love to see you there.
That's right. Bye week for the Mammoth. Good thing I read that closely. That's going to do it for us here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show this afternoon.
Just throw it to me next time.
Is there a problem with my lacrosse talk?
No, dude. Look,
there is.
I'm sure it wasn't. I'm sure it wasn't stated clearly.
There's a massive problem. Anytime I try to talk lacrosse.
Look, if it helps you, I do the team's games, and I was surprised last week to learn we had a bye week this week too. I thought they were done.
Hey, thanks to Steve Nelson back at the shop. Thanks to Brandon Evans, MVP. Of the week.
Employee of the month.
Dan Stores and Lori Stores did great as well. But Brandon Evans killed it. That man's going to be Employee of the Month. We're all filling out the form. Thanks to Steve Nelson back at the shop. Our producer, Mark Springer, the birthday boy. For my partner, Andy Lindahl, I'm Nate Kreckman. Thanks to everybody out here at Circa, Derek Stevens, Aaron Oster, and the entire crew out here at Circa. They took great care of us. This is the place to be. Go to circasports.com. Download the app right now, guys. That's it. We're back Monday at 3 o'clock at Twin Peaks in Broomfield.
Woo!
We'll talk to you then. The Blitz is next. Good night.